My name is Lynn Costa. I woke up in a freezing, ruined castle with a head full of memories that weren't my own. I quickly realized I had been transported from my ordinary 21st century office job into the body of Lynn Costa, a minor noble in a desolate wasteland. My new home, Blackrock Castle, was a disaster. The walls were crumbling, the land was barren, and I only had 30 weak, hungry soldiers. With less than 2 weeks of moldy food left, I felt like I was in a nightmare. Just as I began to lose hope, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. A Frontier Lord system had activated, giving me the power to summon magical soldiers using reputation points. I used my starting points to summon my first infantryman, Soldier 001. He appeared in a flash of light, tall and strong, unlike the pale men I already had. Seeing his absolute loyalty and strength gave me the confidence I needed to fight for survival. Knowing we would starve if I did nothing, I decided to lead a hunting party into the dangerous forest nearby. My old soldiers were terrified, but I forced them to move out. As we explored, the system rewarded me with reputation points for my leadership. Suddenly, a massive, 300-pound wild boar charged at us from the bushes. My men panicked, but Soldier 001 stepped forward and killed the beast with incredible skill and speed. This victory changed everything. Not only did we secure a massive amount of meat, but the system granted me enough reputation to summon a second elite soldier. As I stood in the dark forest with my new warriors, I realized that I finally had the tools to turn this ruined territory into something great. I am no longer just a victim of fate. I am a lord beginning my rise to power. I watched in total shock as Soldier 001 took down the massive wild boar in seconds. His strength was incredible, blocking the beast's charge and finishing it with a single, precise strike. My other soldiers were just as stunned, their fear turning into deep respect. This victory gave me more than just 200 units of meat. The system rewarded me with reputation points, which I immediately used to summon Soldier 002. Seeing 2 elite, loyal warriors standing before me made me feel a surge of confidence. This wasteland was finally starting to feel like a place I could actually conquer. We spent a long time processing the heavy boar. My original soldiers were weak and easily tired, but my system soldiers carried the meat back as if it weighed nothing. On the way, I decided to push deeper into the forest to look for more resources. We hit the jackpot when we found a large patch of blackberries. They were a bit bitter, but they provided a reliable source of food that we could store. Every discovery and every show of strength increased my reputation further. However, the forest remained dangerous. Soon, we were surrounded by 4 hungry wolves. My men began to panic again, but I quickly organized a defense. I took one side while my elite soldiers handled the rest. Even though my own sword skills were basic, I managed to wound one of the wolves while my system warriors moved like shadows, killing their targets with terrifying efficiency. Within minutes, the threat was gone. We collected the wolf meat and pelts, along with sturdy wood for castle repairs. As we headed back, I noticed a huge change in my men. They weren't just following a weak noble anymore. They were starting to believe in me. My reputation points continued to climb, and for the first time, I felt like a real leader. I returned to the castle not just with food and supplies, but with the loyalty of my people and a clear plan to rebuild my territory. I watched as my 2 elite soldiers made quick work of the wolf pack. Even though my own sword was rusty and my skills were basic, I managed to draw blood while my warriors moved with deadly precision. Within minutes, the threat was gone, and we had secured more meat and valuable pelts. Seeing this victory, the fear in my men's eyes turned into real trust and respect. I felt the unity of the group growing, and my system rewarded me with even more reputation points. We returned to the castle just as the sun was setting, loaded with food and wood. The sight of our success shocked and overjoyed those who had stayed behind. For the first time, the castle was filled with the smell of roasting meat instead of despair. As I watched my people eat, a sense of responsibility washed over me. This was my land now, and I was determined to see it thrive. I checked my system panel and saw that my next big goal was to repair our defenses within 7 days to unlock archers. The next morning, the atmosphere was completely different. Hope had replaced the usual gloom. After a warm breakfast of meat porridge, I gathered everyone in the square. I told them plainly that we had to rebuild if we wanted to survive. I gave everyone a job. Some went to gather stone from an old quarry, others cleared rubble, and I personally worked on reinforcing the main gate. Seeing their lord working right alongside them inspired the residents. They stopped complaining and started working with real energy. The system notified me that their enthusiasm and loyalty were rising, which gave me the reputation I needed to summon 3 more soldiers. With 5 elite warriors now assisting the construction, the work moved faster than ever. I could feel the momentum shifting. Blackrock Fort was no longer just a ruin. It was becoming a home. Our work on Blackrock Castle moved faster than I ever imagined. My system soldiers were incredibly strong, lifting massive stones and clearing debris with ease. Seeing them work so hard motivated everyone else to do the same. I worked right alongside them, carrying wood and fixing the gates, which earned me the real respect of my people. Their enthusiasm and our progress on the walls gave me enough reputation to summon 3 more elite soldiers, bringing my total to 5. With my new soldiers, I strengthened our security. One evening, my scout found a group of over 30 refugees nearby. They were weak, hungry, and terrified because bandits had burned their village. I rode out to meet them, and though I worried about the risk of bringing in strangers, I knew my territory desperately needed workers. I found a carpenter, a blacksmith, and several farmers among them. I promised them food and a home as long as they worked hard and followed my rules. Welcoming these people increased my population and my reputation even further. As we walked back to the castle, my system soldiers even carried the small children to help the exhausted families. Watching them eat their first hot meal in a long time made the castle feel more like a real community. Now, I have 66 reputation points and a growing population. I have decided to save my points instead of summoning more infantry. If I can keep the castle safe for 3 more days, I will unlock the ability to summon archers, which I will need for a proper defense. The fortress is becoming stronger every day, but I can feel that a real challenge is coming. I just hope my preparations are enough to survive whatever is waiting in the shadows. On the 7th morning of reinforcing the walls, Lin stood before the newly built gate tower, watching the soldiers training below. He frowned slightly. Among the ranks, 5 system soldiers stood the straightest, their movements the most precise. When giving commands, he always said, 001, step forward, or 002, demonstrate. It sounded stiff and awkward. If he had to command hundreds or thousands of soldiers in the future, he couldn't just keep calling out numbers. That would make them seem like lifeless puppets. I should give them names, Lin murmured to himself. He walked down from the city wall and signaled for the formation to pause. 5 system soldiers stepped out at once and knelt on one knee. "My lord," they said. Lin looked at them. Though their faces were different, the same loyalty and sharpness shone in their eyes. He remembered the fantasy stories he had read before coming here and said casually, "From today on, you will no longer use numbers." He pointed to the first soldier he had summoned, the tallest one, skilled with a shield. "You will be called Carl. Carl thanks the Lord for the name." The soldier replied in a deep voice, his eyes now showing a spark of life. Lin pointed to the second soldier, the fastest one with a short sword. "You will be Bauer. Bauer thanks the Lord." The remaining 3 also received names. The watchful one was Hawk, the strongest was Glenn, and the most thoughtful was Lame. "From now on, the 5 of you will be the house guards of Blackrock Fortress, under my direct command," Lin said loudly. "Carl, you will be the captain." "Yes, my lord." Carl answered first, and the other 4 responded together, their voices stronger than before. The other soldiers in the line looked on with envy. Having names meant these 5 were clearly the Lord's closest men. You have given names to your soldiers. Their sense of belonging has increased. Army cohesion improved. Reputation 5. Lin felt a quiet warmth in his heart. It seemed the system also approved of this more human approach. He turned to Old Ford. "Write down the names of the house guards. From now on, use these names in all official records." Old Ford quickly agreed and began writing on the parchment. It was the first time he had ever recorded soldiers' names. Before, the old and weak soldiers could barely remember their own family names. By late morning, the last section of the collapsed wall was finally rebuilt. The new stones were packed tightly with mortar, and sharpened wooden stakes were set along the top. It wasn't an unbreakable fortress, but it was 100 times stronger than before. The dried moat had also been cleared into a shallow trench, filled with loose stones. It could at least slow down any attack. Current task: improve territory defenses. 80% complete time remaining. 1 day, repair the main gate and key wall sections to gain 20 reputation. Lin let out a breath of relief. At this pace, the task would be done before nightfall. He was about to let everyone rest when Hawk suddenly ran back from the west side of the castle, his face tense. "Lord, we found hoofprints in the forest, about 10 miles west." Hoofprints? Lin's heart tightened. "How many?" "At least 20, Hawk said seriously. "Judging by the depth, they're carrying weapons and supplies, heading straight toward the castle. And from the tracks, they're moving fast, not like normal merchants." 20 armed riders? Lin immediately thought of the ruthless bandits Old Fort had mentioned. In the borderlands, such groups were often made up of deserters or fugitives, small in number but extremely fierce, preying on isolated castles and villages. "Carl, take Hawk and Lem to the western forest. Hide and watch them carefully. Don't reveal yourselves. Find out who they are and what they want." Lin made his decision quickly. "Bauer, Glenn, gather everyone and reinforce the gate. Move all spare logs behind it to block it tight. Old Fort, take the women and children to the granary. It's the strongest building." Orders flew out one after another, and the once relaxed castle grew tense. The guards moved fast. Carl and his team had already vanished into the western woods. Bauer and Glenn directed the soldiers to brace the gate with thick oak beams, while Old Fort led the women and children into the granary, locking the heavy stone door behind them. Lin climbed up to the gate tower, gripping his polished sword, eyes fixed on the western road. The wind from the plains carried a sharp, cold edge. Below the wall, a dozen older soldiers held rusty swords and wooden spears. They still trembled a little, but under Bauer and Glenn's lead, they managed to form a line, far better than the weak, scattered group they had been days ago. "My lord, could they just be passing merchants?" one old soldier asked nervously. "I hope so," Lin said without turning. "But we can't take that chance." He knew well that Blackrock Castle had only just begun to recover. It couldn't afford any trouble now. 20 bandits would be more than enough to destroy this half-repaired fortress. Half an hour later, Carl appeared on the western and made a hand signal toward the city tower. His left hand open, his right hand clenched into a fist. Lin's pupils tightened. That was the signal he had set just yesterday. An open hand meant danger, and a fist meant bandits. It really was bandits. "Everyone, listen up." Lin turned and shouted, his voice echoing across the tower. "Bandits. 20 of them, armed with bows and curved blades. But they don't know we're ready. As long as we hold the gate, they can't break in." He emphasized the words "can't break in," both to boost morale and because it was true. The newly repaired wall, though not tall, was strong enough to stop bandits without siege weapons. The soldiers below turned pale, but none stepped back. After days of full meals and seeing the guard's strength, they felt a bit more confident. 15 minutes later, dust rose on the distant road. More than 20 riders came into view. They wore mismatched leather armor, carried curved blades at their waists, and bows on their backs. Their hair and beards were messy, and their eyes fierce. Leading them was a one-eyed man with a long scar across his face. Seeing the fortress gate tightly shut, he pulled his horse to a stop and spat. "This broken fortress still standing? Boss, looks like it's been fixed up. Maybe there's food inside," said a thin man beside him with a grin. The one-eyed man bared his yellowed teeth. "Then let's take it. Brothers, charge in and grab the supplies." The bandits burst into laughter and spurred their horses toward the fortress. Lin gripped his sword and shouted to Bauer, "Get the bows ready." Several old wooden bows had already been set up on the tower, found in the warehouse, worn but still usable. Bauer and Glenn each took one, and Hawk, who had returned, stood beside Lin with a bow in hand. Lin had seen the 3 guards shoot the day before. They weren't expert archers, but within 30 paces, they rarely missed. The bandits reached the gate, staring at the closed doors and the newly built wall in surprise. "They really fixed it?" The one-eyed man cursed. "Break the gate." 2 bandits spurred their horses forward, raised their axes, and struck the wooden door. Bang! Bang! The wooden door gave a dull thud, cracks spreading across its surface, but the oak beam behind it held firm. Useless fools, the one-eyed man roared. He spurred his horse forward, raised a heavy spiked club, and smashed it against the door. A large hole appeared, but the door still didn't give way. Loose the arrows, Lin ordered. 3 arrows shot down from the tower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 bandits in front fell from their horses. One of them, the thin man, was struck through the throat and died instantly. The rest of the bandits froze in shock and pulled their horses back. The one-eyed man glared at the bodies on the ground, his single eye narrowing. Archers. So there are still people in this old fortress? He looked up at the tower and met Lin's gaze. Boy, open the gate and surrender, he shouted, or I'll break in and make you regret it. Lin said nothing, only gave a signal to Hawk and the others. The 3 of them drew their bows again, aiming at the one-eyed man. Seeing this, he instinctively ducked and muttered angrily, not daring to show himself again. With 3 of their men dead, the bandits' courage faltered. They circled the fortress twice, firing arrows at the walls, but most bounced harmlessly off the stone. Boss, the gate's too strong. We can't break through, one of them shouted. The one-eyed man looked at the closed gate, the watchful figures on the tower, and the bodies on the ground. His face darkened. What he thought would be an easy raid had turned into a disaster. Forget it, we're leaving, he finally growled, waving his hand. This place is cursed. The bandits, relieved, grabbed the bodies, cursed under their breath, and turned their horses eastward, soon disappearing into the wasteland. Only after the dust settled did the soldiers below the tower let out a quiet cheer. Lin exhaled deeply, his back soaked with cold sweat. Successfully repelled the bandit attack. Mission completed. Initial improvement of territory defense. Mission reward, 50 reputation points. Basic archer summoning unlocked. Bandits defeated. Residents feel safer. Reputation 15. The system notifications sounded one after another. Looking at the panel showing 156 reputation points, Lin finally smiled. Not only had he protected the castle, but he had also unlocked archers. More importantly, after this battle, the eyes of those old and weary soldiers had changed. When they looked at the castle, at Lin, and at the guards, there was no longer only fear. There was something new. Confidence. Lin walked down from the tower and patted the shoulder of a trembling soldier. See, as long as we stand together, even bandits can't scare us. The soldier looked up at him and nodded firmly. Old Fort ran out from the granary, tears in his eyes. My lord, you truly saved us. Lin smiled and turned his gaze toward the western wasteland. When the sound of the bandits' horses finally faded into the distance, silence filled the castle for a moment, broken only by heavy breathing and the shuffling of feet. Standing below the tower, Lin looked over the mess near the gate. The wooden door smashed open, scattered arrows, and a few drops of blood at the base of the wall, all silently telling the story of the recent fight. Bauer, take some men to check the damage to the gate. Count how much wood and iron we'll need for repairs, Lin said calmly. Glenn, check our arrow supply. Gather the usable ones and collect the broken ones. We might be able to melt them down and reuse the metal. Yes, my lord, the 2 replied, quickly calling the soldiers to work. The soldiers, who had been frightened before, now moved with more purpose. Some carried stones to block the hole in the gate, while others bent down to pick up arrows. Their movements were still clumsy, but the numbness was gone. Old Fort walked over carefully, holding a roll of parchment. My lord, the food in the granary can last about 20 days. The women and children who hid inside are safe, but the new refugees were badly frightened. Let them rest for now. We'll comfort them later, Lin said, taking the parchment. It was a list of resources Ford had just recorded. How much stone do we have left? Reporting, my lord, there are 62 units left, enough to repair the gap in the city wall. Not enough, Lin shook his head. The city gate must be reinforced. Wood alone won't do. Add a layer of stone behind the gate, and prepare some rolling stones. If the enemy comes again, we can drop them from the wall. He paused, then added, bring that refugee who knows blacksmithing. See if he can turn the scrap iron in the warehouse into bolts or nails. Yes, my lord. I'll call him right away. Ford hurried off. Lin walked to the wall and looked toward the direction where the bandits had disappeared, his fingers unconsciously brushing the hilt of his sword. Although the bandits had been driven off, they were clearly just a small group. Any gang that could survive on the frontier wouldn't give up so easily. They might return with reinforcements after reporting their failure. We must strengthen our defenses and fighting power as soon as possible. He opened the system panel, his eyes falling on the newly unlocked feature. Host. Lynn Costa, System Function. Soldier Summoning. Available units. Basic Infantry, 10 reputation each. Basic Archers, 15 reputation each. Current reputation, 156 points. Territory. Blackrock Fort, partially developed. With 156 points, he could summon 15 infantry or 10 archers, with 6 points left over. After a moment's thought, Lin chose the latter. For defending the walls, range power was far more important than close combat, especially without large siege weapons. Archers could effectively slow the enemy's advance. System, summon 10 basic archers. 150 reputation points consumed. Summoning basic archers x 10. 10 beams of white light appeared on the open ground below the tower. When the light faded, 10 soldiers stood there, wearing light leather armor, carrying longbows, and with short swords at their waists. They looked leaner and sharper than the infantry, their eyes keen as hawks. Kneeling on one knee, they spoke in unison, "We greet you, my lord." Lin felt a bit more at ease. With these 10 archers, Blackrock Fort's defenses had risen to a new level. He looked at the lead archer, whose broad shoulders and steady hands marked him as a skilled bowman. "Your name is Eric," Lin said casually. "You'll be the captain of the archers. Lead the others to get familiar with the towers, check all the bows and arrows, and make sure everything is ready for use at any time." "Yes, my lord," Eric replied in a deep voice. He stood up quickly, his movements sharp and confident. The archers spread out to the towers, checking their weapons with practiced skill. The older and weaker soldiers watched in amazement. These newly arrived warriors seemed born to fight. Just then, the blacksmith Ford had called for arrived. His name was Tom, a man in his 30s with calloused hands. When he saw Lin, he looked nervous and kept his head down. "Can the scrap iron in the warehouse be made into nails and door bolts?" Lin asked directly. Tom hesitated for a moment, then nodded quickly. "It can, but we don't have a proper furnace. The heat might not be enough, so the metal won't be very strong. Use what you have for now," Lin said. "Let Hawk take you to the warehouse. Tell him what tools you need. The reinforcements for the gate must be finished today." "Yes, my lord," Tom answered, following Hawk toward the warehouse. By sunset, the hole in the gate had been patched with stones and wooden boards, reinforced with 2 thick layers of oak. Tom had also forged several long iron bolts, which were firmly set behind the gate. Under Eric's command, the archers completed their defense setup. 2 guarded each tower, bows drawn and ready. Lin stood at the highest point of the castle, watching the busy figures below. Carl was leading men to repair the wall's gaps. Bauer was training the older soldiers in basic defense moves. Glenn was directing the refugees to clear debris from the moat. Tom worked by a makeshift earthen furnace, hammering iron as sparks flew. Everything was moving toward order. When the sound of the bandits' horses finally faded into the distance, the tense air around Blackrock Fort slowly eased. The soldiers looked at the 3 bandit corpses below the tower, then at the 10 new archers standing above with bows and swords, their presence sharp and commanding. Awe filled their eyes. "My lord, are you sent by the gods?" An old soldier asked, his voice trembling as he knelt. "Our lord is mighty. Blackrock Fort is saved." After a brief silence came cheers, loud, heartfelt, and full of devotion. If the previous guards had given them hope, then the sudden appearance of 10 elite archers was nothing short of a miracle. Territory residents feel deep respect and loyalty toward the Lord. Reputation 150. Successfully repelled the bandits and defended the homeland. Territory unity greatly increased. Reputation 80. Current reputation 236 points. Lin felt secretly pleased, but his face remained calm. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, stand up. The peace of Blackrock Fort depends on our own swords and shields. Clean the battlefield, repair the gate, and stay alert." "Yes, my lord." This time, the soldiers' voices were louder and more unified than ever, their eyes burning with admiration as they looked at Lin. Lin turned and walked down from the wall. Old Ford hurried up, excited. "My lord, the food. We have enough. The wounded are all treated. Only the gate is badly damaged." "It's fine," Lin said, waving his hand. His eyes swept over the system panel, where the 236 reputation points glowed like molten fire. System upgrade. Ding. Host reputation exceeds 200 points. Upgrade conditions met. Border Lord system upgrading. 1%, 50%, 100%. Upgrade complete. Upgrade rewards. Reputation 100. Territory core, Blackrock Fort. Defense permanently increased by 10%. New building unlocked. Simple arrow tower. Requires 100 units of wood, 50 units of stone. New summon unlocked. Basic engineer. Costs 20 reputation points each. Current reputation, 336 points. A faint but clear surge of power flowed into Lin's body, and he felt the castle beneath his feet become slightly stronger. More importantly, a new image appeared in his mind, the blueprint of a simple arrow tower, and the figure of a soldier in work clothes holding tools. Engineers. Arrow towers. Exactly what he needed right now. System, summon 5 basic engineers. Lin ordered without hesitation. Reputation was meant to be used. 100 reputation points consumed. Summoned. Basic engineer X5. 5 flashes of white light appeared, and 5 sturdy soldiers in durable canvas uniforms, each carrying a tool bag filled with hammers, saws, and chisels, stood before him. Engineers 01 to 05 reporting, my lord. We are ready to build your home. The 5 men dropped to one knee in perfect unison, their voices steady and powerful. Good. Lin's spirits lifted. He pointed toward the damaged city gate and the nearby walls. Assess the repair plan for the gate immediately. At the same time, choose locations and design 2 simple watchtowers. They must cover the main directions of attack on the castle. Report the list of required materials to Steward Ford. Yes, my lord. The 5 engineers moved like precision machines, quickly spreading out. They took out simple tools to measure, record, and discuss, their efficiency astonishing everyone watching. Old Ford and the surrounding soldiers were stunned again. Their lord could summon not only brave warriors, but also skilled builders. Such power was beyond imagination. Lin ignored their shock and turned to the archer captain, Eric. Eric, at your service. Eric stepped forward, standing tall and firm. Lead your archers to get familiar with all the high points of the castle. Set up a rotation plan for watch duty and defensive shooting. Focus on training for moving targets and coordinated volleys. Lin spoke quickly. If arrows are short, find a way to make more. Even if you have to carve them from wood, make sure each person has at least 30 spares. Yes, my lord. A sharp light flashed in Eric's eyes. He led his 10 archers away at once, their swift figures soon disappearing along the walls. A sharp, disciplined energy filled the fortress. Efficient resource deployment has improved your territory's defense. Reputation 10. Current reputation, 246 points. After finishing all the arrangements, Lin finally relaxed a little and walked toward the 3 bandit bodies. The soldiers had already dragged them aside and collected their weapons. 3 chipped curved blades, a worn hunting bow, a dozen poor-quality arrows, a few scattered copper coins, and some rough dry rations. Pathetic, Lin muttered, curling his lip. Still, even scraps had value. My lord, Carl, formerly 001, approached, his face serious. In his hand was a blood-stained piece of coarse linen, marked with a twisted wolf's head drawn in charcoal. Found this on the one-eyed man. A wolf's head? Lin frowned, taking the cloth. A faint smell of blood and sweat lingered. Their symbol? Most likely the emblem of a bandit group, Carl said in a low voice. When I served in the kingdom's border army, I heard about a group of bandits active in the northwest, the Black Wolf Band. Their leader is called the One-Eyed Black Wolf, a name that strikes fear everywhere. It said he commands over 100 outlaws. These people might be one of their outposts or a branch group. Over 100 men. Lin's heart tightened. Just 20 of them had almost broken through the gate earlier. If 100 came charging with ladders or battering rams. Strengthen the defenses. Carl, take Hawk and Bauer, and take turns watching from the highest tower. Report immediately if you see anything unusual. Lin ordered coldly. Engineers, repair the gate first. Speed up the construction of the arrow towers. Yes, sir. Everyone answered firmly, and the tense atmosphere returned to the castle. Just then, Glenn, the strongest of the guards, ran quickly from the gate. "My lord, a small caravan is coming from the east. About 5 or 6 people, 3-pack horses, carrying a white flag with an iris symbol. They don't look like bandits." "A caravan? A white iris?" Lynn was surprised. He didn't recognize the symbol. Old Ford's eyes lit up. "My lord, the white iris. That's the mark of the Lauren Trading Company from the Free City. They're quite powerful and sometimes take remote routes to buy local goods." The Free City? A trading company? Lynn's mind raced. He was short on supplies. Iron, salt, cloth, even crop seeds. If he could make contact with the company. But their arrival at such a tense time, was it coincidence or something else? "Open the gate." "No, lower the drawbridge." Lynn changed his mind. The hastily repaired gate couldn't handle frequent use. "Glenn, take a few men and come with me. Alric, have your archers stay alert on the walls. No one is to approach within 100 meters of the castle without my order." "Yes, my lord." With the creaking of the winch, the heavy wooden gate, recently reinforced but still scarred, slowly lowered to form a drawbridge. Lynn, Glenn, and 2 shield-bearing guards stepped out of the castle. The wind over the plains carried the scent of dust. A small caravan had stopped not far away. At the front stood a well-dressed but travel-worn middle-aged man, round-faced and sharp-eyed, the look of a seasoned merchant. Behind him were 4 guards in matching leather armor, alert but not aggressive. The 3-pack horses behind them were loaded with bulging bundles. When Lynn came out, the plump merchant's face immediately lit up with a warm smile. He swung off his horse with surprising agility, walked forward quickly, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. "Good day, my noble lord. My name is Frank, a traveling merchant from the Free City of Lawrence Trade Guild. Passing through your fine land, I saw this grand castle and came to pay my respects. I hope to refill some fresh water and, if I'm lucky, perhaps trade with you." His eyes quickly swept over the castle behind Lynn. The newly built walls, the faint figures of archers on the towers, and the disciplined guards standing behind Lynn. A flicker of surprise flashed in his small eyes. Lynn looked at Frank without expression. "The Lauren Trade Guild? You're quite bold to travel across this desolate Blackrock wasteland. Aren't you afraid of bandits?" Frank chuckled, his smile steady but tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Fortune favors the brave, my lord. Besides, we're using an old trade route that few know about. It's fairly safe. Of course, from afar, I noticed your castle seemed to have gone through a small skirmish. Your strength must be great to have driven off your enemies so swiftly. Truly impressive." He skillfully avoided the bandit question while flattering Lynn. Then his gaze fell on the wolf head cloth in Lynn's hand, and his expression changed slightly. That mark. The black wolves?" Lynn's eyes narrowed. "You know them?" Frank's smile faded a little as he leaned closer and lowered his voice. "My lord, the Black Wolf bandits are a plague on this wasteland, cruel and vengeful. If you've killed some of their men, they won't let it go easily. Their leader, the one-eyed Black Wolf Rog, is especially dangerous and never forgets a grudge." He paused, noticing the serious look on Lynn's face, then continued in a quieter tone. "However, I happen to have something that might help you deal with this problem." Lynn stared coldly at the merchant's cunning eyes. "Oh, let's hear it. What do you have?" Frank's smile returned, full of confidence, as he rubbed his hands together. My lord, you've come to the right person. I don't have much cargo this time, but I do have a few things you might find useful." He turned and signaled his guard to open a packed chest. "Refined iron ingots, 20 pieces. Enough to forge blades, arrowheads, and reinforce your castle gates. Top-grade rock salt, 5 bags. Perfect for preserving meat, guaranteed to keep it fresh. Cold-resistant oat seeds, 10 bags. You can plant them as soon as spring comes. And this one." Frank lifted the lid of another box mysteriously. Inside were several sealed clay jars. He carefully took one out, pulled the stopper, and a sharp smell mixed with sulfur and oil spread through the air. Blazing oil. Frank's voice carried a hint of excitement. Just a spark, and it bursts into fierce flames. When defending the city, pour it down from the walls and light it. No matter what kind of wolves attack, they'll all be roasted. Lynn's heart raced uncontrollably. Salt, iron, seeds, and this blazing oil, like a magical version of what this merchant brought, was truly a lifesaver. Especially the blazing oil. Used with the arrow towers, it would be a powerful weapon for defense. But nothing comes for free. Lin took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and said coolly, "Good goods. What do you want in return?" "Gold coins." "I don't have any." Frank grinned. "You're joking, my lord. Gold is nice, but I can see your lands are still being rebuilt and resources are scarce. I prefer to trade goods for goods." His small, sharp eyes gleamed as he looked around the castle, finally fixing on Lin. He spoke slowly and clearly. "I want something special from your lands. Deep in the Black Forest, the glowing moonlight moss, and the hide of the legendary ironback crocodile, said to have scales as hard as steel." Moonlight moss, ironback crocodile hide. Lin's pupils narrowed. Those names came from faint memories of the land's former lord. The glowing moss did exist deep in the Black Forest, but that area was forbidden, and the ironback crocodile was a creature of legend. This merchant knew too much. His goal was clearly more than just trade. Between the castle and the wasteland, the air seemed to freeze. The guards behind Lin tightened their grip on their weapons, and the archers on the walls quietly drew their bows. Frank's smile remained, but a trace of tension and anticipation flickered in his eyes. Lin stared at him and spoke slowly, his voice carrying a cold, amused edge in the wind of the wasteland. "Moonlight moss. Ironback crocodile hide. Mr. Frank, you have quite the appetite and a sharp eye." However, he deliberately stretched his tone, watching the merchant's body tense slightly. "These things aren't easy to get. Are you sure your luck is strong enough?" For a moment, the smile on Frank's face froze, but it quickly returned, smooth and natural. Yet, deep in his eyes, the sharp glint unique to merchants grew even keener. "Heh, my lord, you must be joking." He rubbed his hands together, lowering his posture even more, though his voice carried a quiet confidence. "Since I dared to take this path, I naturally have some backing. Besides," his small eyes glanced at the archers on the city wall, their arrowheads flashing coldly in the sunset, and at the silent, tower-like guards standing behind Lin. "My lord is a man of great vision. Though your foundation is still young, your potential is extraordinary. I believe that if you wish, getting those things would be no more than a small effort." Then his tone softened, becoming more sincere. "Of course, there is risk involved. I wouldn't dare let you take it for nothing. How about this? Refined iron, rock salt, seeds, and this barrel of fire oil." He patted the barrel that gave off a sharp, pungent smell. "Consider them my deposit. As long as you can provide at least 10 pounds of dried moonlight moss and one complete, well-preserved adult ironback crocodile hide within 15 days, I will not only give you this entire barrel of fire oil, but also buy all the moonlight moss from your lands at 3 times the market price. And I'll add an extra special gift." "Deposit?" Lin raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the 20 dark, gleaming iron ingots, the 5 sacks of pure white rock salt, the 10 bags of full oat seeds, and finally the dangerous yet tempting barrel of fire oil. The value of these goods far exceeded anything he could currently offer, and this merchant dared to give them first? The sincerity behind this offer surely hid even greater greed and purpose. 15 days, 10 pounds of moonlight moss, 1 complete ironback crocodile hide. Lin repeated calmly. "And what is your special gift?" Frank's smile turned even more mysterious. Carefully, he took out a small leather pouch from his chest. When he untied the string, a faint yet refreshing scent, an unusual mix of herbs and metal, spread through the air, instantly clearing the mind. He poured out a pill the size of a longan, dark green all over, its surface gleaming as if liquid light flowed across it. "This is called the Heart of Stone." Frank's voice was low and almost reverent, his small eyes fixed on the dark green pill. "After taking it, for 1 hour your body will be as solid as rock. Strength increases by 30%, endurance doubles, and a thin but tough layer of stone skin will form on your body, making it hard for blades to harm you. Although you'll feel weak for a day afterward, in a critical moment, this can save your life. I only brought 3 of them this time, and I'm willing to offer one as a sign of sincerity and payment for our deal." Detected special item, Heart of Stone, low quality. Effect, strength 30%, endurance 100%, temporary physical defense boost, minor stone skin effect, lasts 1 hour. Side effect, 24 hours of weakness after the effect ends, strength and endurance halved. System analysis, Contains traces of earth element essence and unknown biological extract. Crude refining process, excessive impurities, clear side effects. The cold system voice echoed in Lin's mind, confirming Frank's words were true. In this age of cold weapons, such a pill was practically a miracle on the battlefield. One could easily change the outcome of a small battle. Lin's gaze lingered on the dark green pill, his heart stirred. This merchant was bold. How did he even get something like this? His desire for moon moss and ironback crocodile hide clearly went far beyond their actual worth. Deal. Lin didn't hesitate and reached out his hand. Risk and reward always came together, and with the Black Wolf bandits threatening them and the territory's growth at stake, he couldn't afford to delay. He was determined to get both the barrel of fire oil and the heart of stone. A sharp gleam flashed in Frank's eyes, and his smile widened almost unnaturally. He quickly placed the dark green pill into Lin's palm and shouted, "Quick! Bring the goods to the Lord." His guards immediately stepped forward, carefully carrying the iron ingots, sacks of rock salt, seed bags, and the barrel of deadly fire oil. Under Glenn's direction, they moved everything through the castle gates. The Lord is truly decisive. I'll stay in nearby Stone Creek town and wait for your news. In 15 days, whether the deal succeeds or not, I'll return to visit again. Farewell. Flan swiftly mounted his horse, his movements still quick and steady. He clasped his hands toward Lin, then rode off with his 2 remaining guards and the pack horses, disappearing into the fading twilight. Watching the merchant vanish into the distance, Lin tightened his grip on the cold, faintly pulsing heart of stone, which seemed almost alive. "Carl." Lin turned, his voice firm and commanding. "At your service." Carl stepped forward. "Choose your men at once. You'll lead the team yourself. Hawk, Bauer, Glenn, and 5 of the best trainees. Prepare weapons, leather armor, ropes, torches, fire starters, and medicine. At dawn tomorrow, our destination is the depths of the Black Forest." "Yes, sir." Carl's eyes burned with determination. "Eric, my lord, you'll be in charge of defending the city. Work with the engineers. Tonight, divide the fire oil into small clay jars and seal them with wax. When the 2 watchtowers are finished, leave openings at the top for pouring it down. Also, get the rolling stones ready on the walls. The Black Wolf bandits suffered a loss. They might strike back at any time. When they come, I want this fortress to become a blazing inferno." "Yes, my lord. I swear on my life. The city stands as long as I do." Eric knelt on one knee, his voice strong and clear. Lin turned to his most meticulous guard. "My lord, you'll stay in the castle and assist Steward Fort with internal affairs, especially keeping an eye on the refugees and newcomers. Tell the blacksmith, Tom, to start forging arrowheads with the new iron. Make as many as possible, and prepare a few good short swords as spares." "Yes, my lord. You can count on me." Each command struck like a hammer, and the entire Blackrock fortress was instantly ignited with the spirit of war. Soldiers rushed about, the firelight reflecting on faces filled with tension but no longer with doubt. The newly arrived iron was sent into the temporary forge, where the sharp clang of hammers rang out urgently. Under the flickering light, engineers directed soldiers and refugees to move logs and stones to the designated spots on the walls. Rows of small clay jars filled with fire oil were carefully arranged. The air was thick with the smell of iron, pine resin, and burning oil, a heavy, tense scent that foretold an approaching storm. Lin stood alone by the stone window of the main keep, watching the busy scene outside and the dark outline of the forest swallowed by night. He spread his palm, revealing a dark green, heart of the rock, that emitted a cold, faint glow. 15 days. Moonlight moss-deep in the dark forest. Iron-backed crocodiles in the swamp. He put away the pill, his gaze sharp as a blade. The next morning, at dawn, the heavy wooden door of Blackrock Castle was slowly pushed open, just enough for a few people to pass through. Carl led the way. He wore the thickest, old leather armor, with a curved dagger he had taken from bandits hanging at his waist. On his back, he carried a short sword and a round shield, and behind him, several sharpened wooden spears were slanted. His eyes were as sharp as a drawn sword, scanning the fog-covered forest entrance. Behind him, Hawk moved like a ghost, wearing tight leather armor, with a short sword and several throwing knives that gleamed coldly at his waist. He was in charge of scouting and guarding. Bauer carried a heavy spear with a tip reinforced by fine iron, walking steadily and strongly. Glenn carried a large woven basket filled with ropes, spare weapons, and supplies. 5 soldiers, carefully chosen, followed closely. Though their faces showed nervousness, they had been equipped with polished weapons and repaired leather armor, and their eyes held a determined look. Remember, Lynn's voice was clear in the morning fog. Our goal is to find the gathering place of the moonlight moss. If possible, scout the location of the iron-backed crocodile swamp. Safety first. If you encounter a beast you cannot defeat or suspicious situations, retreat immediately. Carl, I'm counting on you to lead the team. Rest assured, my lord. We will not fail you. Carl pounded his chest with his right hand and answered in a deep voice. Let's go. Carl said no more. He gave a low shout and led the way into the dense forest, which seemed capable of swallowing everything. Hawk silently slipped into the woods like a shadow, scouting ahead. Bauer, Glenn, and the 5 soldiers followed quickly, their figures soon swallowed by the thick vegetation and swirling mist. Lynn stood at the castle gate, watching their figures disappear until the forest returned to silence. The morning wind blew, carrying the damp, earthy smell of the forest, along with a faint, hard-to-notice scent of something more pungent. Eli quietly appeared beside him, also looking into the depths of the forest. Sir, Captain Carl, and the others. They will return. Lynn interrupted him, his tone firm. Let's do what we must. The castle is our foundation, and also their only escape route. He turned around and strode toward the construction site where the second arrow tower was being built. His voice echoed in the morning breeze. Engineering soldiers. Before sunset, I want to see 2 arrow towers standing on the city wall. Eric, have your archers start rotating shifts for moving target practice now. The target, any moving object within 100 meters. The noise from the castle grew louder again, more urgent than before, with a sharp tension like a string about to snap. Meanwhile, the dark green, heart of the rock, lay quietly in Lynn's arms, emitting a faint, cold glow. Inside the black forest, the scene was much scarier and more sinister than at the edges. Tall, ancient trees blocked out the sky, their thick canopies reducing the sunlight to faint, patchy spots, as if daylight could never truly reach here. Underfoot was a bottomless layer of decayed organic matter, soft and slippery. Every step released a nauseating smell of rotting plants and animal remains. The air was thick and heavy, filled with dense moisture and an indescribable, sickly sweet, suffocating feeling. Huge vines twisted like giant snakes, hanging from high branches, wrapping around tree trunks or crawling on the muddy ground, creating natural traps. The fog moved silently between the sturdy trees, as if alive, shrinking the view to less than 20 meters. Carl led the team at the front, moving very carefully with each step. He held a curved dagger, its blade faintly gleaming in the dull light. He listened for any unusual sounds, soft rubbing from the leaves above, distant, unclear animal roars, and bubbles bursting in the mud beneath his feet. Hawk's figure flickered in and out of sight like a ghost in the woods. He was scouting ahead, stopping now and then, crouching low, leaving hidden marks on the tree trunks with his dagger. Bauer and Glenn flanked him on each side, watching the sides and the rear of the team closely. 5 soldiers stayed in the middle, breathing heavily, their faces pale, gripping their weapons tightly, knuckles white from the effort. Stay alert. Don't trip over the vines. Watch above and on the trees. Carl's voice was low but firm, full of authority. Hawk, any signs of trouble? In the thick fog ahead, Hawk paused for a moment. He crouched down and carefully examined the ground. After a moment, he quietly retreated, his face serious. Captain, there are very deep drag marks in the mud ahead. They are new, and the width is astonishing. Also, the smell of blood in the air has grown stronger. Nearby, there is a big creature that just left. Big creature? The group felt tense. In this dangerous place, any creature leaving such large marks was definitely not friendly. At that moment, a sharp and piercing scream came from the dense forest on the right. It was followed by the sound of trees cracking loudly and a chilling hissing. Stay alert, Carl shouted softly, quickly raising his round shield to his chest and pointing his curved sword toward the sound. Hawk shot out like a leopard, silent and unseen, disappearing into the thick fog. After a few seconds, his urgent voice returned. It's a barbarian. A hunting team of barbarians. They are attacking. Oh no, it's a black swamp constrictor. Retreat quickly. Black swamp constrictor? Glenn gasped, his face changing suddenly. Even Carl and Bauer looked shocked. The black swamp constrictor is one of the most terrifying predators deep in the dark forest. It can grow over 10 meters long, with hard, iron-like scales, immense strength, and deadly biting teeth. It has a terrifying constriction ability and lethal venom. Even the strongest monsters avoid provoking it easily. Let's go. Carl decided immediately, without hesitation. Their task was to protect the team while collecting moonlight moss, but dying was not an option. He quickly ordered the team to follow the marks Hawk left, retreating in the opposite direction. However, the fight between the barbarian team and the constrictor seemed to grow fiercer. The sound of trees falling, the wild roars of barbarian warriors, and the terrifying hissing of the constrictor echoed loudly, creating a thunderous noise through the forest. Their retreat path was exposed. Ha! A furious, piercing scream suddenly sounded from the side. Thick fog churned violently. A huge, terrifying shadow, like a mountain, crushed through the bushes, carrying a strong, bloody wind, rushing toward Carl's team. It had appeared. It was covered in shiny, slippery, obsidian-like diamond scales. Its enormous head had a pair of cold, vertical pupils that locked onto everyone, burning with savage rage deep inside. Its front half lifted high, its thick body crushing water pools and small trees, leaving chaos behind. Its open mouth revealed 4 huge, glowing blue fangs like the scythe of death. Move apart. Carl's eyes nearly bulged out as he roared loudly. At the same time, he forcefully slammed his round shield onto the ground, charging forward instead of retreating, like a cannonball heading toward the side of the forest serpent. He knew that if this monster reached the middle of the team, everyone would die. Warning: the host combat team has encountered a Lord-level magical beast, the Black Swamp Forest Serpent, adult form. Threat level: deadly. Suggestion: retreat immediately or use a powerful trump card. Far in the castle, Lynn suddenly heard a cold, urgent alarm from the system. He quickly stood up from the map, his face turning pale. A Lord-level magical beast? How did Carl and the others encounter such a creature? In the forest, the battle erupted instantly. Roar! Bauer reacted very quickly. Almost at the same time as Carl charged, he roared fiercely and used all his strength to throw his iron spear into the open mouth of the forest serpent. The spear flashed like a dark light, accurately aiming at the deadly fangs. The forest serpent seemed to sense the threat and suddenly tilted its head. Clang! The spear brushed past its tough scales and missed, embedding deeply into a large tree behind it. In this split second, Carl had already rushed to the side of the serpent. His curved sword, with a piercing scream tearing through the air, slashed fiercely at the weak spot where the serpent's raised, relatively thin neck scales connected. Spurt! The sword pierced into flesh by 3 points. The foul black blood sprayed out instantly. Ha! The intense pain made the serpent go completely berserk. It suddenly shook its head, and its thick tail, like a battering ram, with a terrifying sonic boom, swung toward Carl. Carl's pupils shrank sharply. His round shield immediately met the attack. Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded like a rolling thunder. Carl felt as if a rushing rhinoceros had hit him. The round shield groaned under the pressure and instantly deformed. An unstoppable force struck him, and he was thrown backward like a broken kite, crashing hard into a large tree. His throat tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt as if his internal organs had shifted. His curved sword flew out of his hand. "Captain!" Glenn and the soldiers exclaimed in alarm. Glenn roared loudly, grabbing a spare large axe, and bravely charged at the giant snake to attract its attention. 2 soldiers also gathered their courage, raising their spears to stab the snake. But the snake's scales were too tough. The spears only left shallow white marks, and Glenn's big axe only sparked a few tiny flashes when swung. The snake's thick tail swung again. Glenn barely managed to block with his axe, being knocked back repeatedly, his arm going numb. The two soldiers were less lucky. They were hit by the snake's powerful strike and flew into the mud, screaming as they fell, their fate uncertain. Hiss, 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 like a ghost, Hawk struck. 3 poisoned throwing knives silently shot toward the snake's vulnerable eyes. The snake seemed to protect its eyes well and suddenly closed them. The knives hit its thick eyelid scales, leaving only a few white marks. Hawk cursed softly, quickly retreating. The snake was now fully enraged. Ignoring Glenn and the soldier's interference, its huge head suddenly turned toward the injured Carl. Its cold vertical pupils locked onto him. Its massive body surged forward like a black wave, crushing everything in its path, rushing toward Carl, who was on the ground. Its huge mouth opened again, for venomous teeth shining with a deadly blue glow, ready to swallow the human who had hurt it. No, Bauer's face twisted with rage. He wanted to rush to help, but he was too far away. Glenn was shaken, blood rushing to his head, and he had no time to help either. Carl felt all his bones groan. His internal organs seemed to shift. As he watched the rapidly enlarging, deathly-looking mouth, a wave of cold despair seized his heart. He could even smell the strong stench inside that huge mouth. Am I going to die? Just at this critical moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out in Carl's mind like thunder. Host Corps Combat Unit, Carl. Detected in a deadly crisis. Judgment, Lord-level threat, far beyond the current team's limits. Emergency authorization. Activate portable strategic resource Heart of the Rock. Inferior quality. Authority, Lord Lynn Costa. Use immediately. It's the Lord. Carl almost instinctively, with his last bit of strength, pulled out the dark green pill Lynn had given him before leaving. Heart of the Rock. Without hesitation, he shoved the pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth. An indescribably fierce and heavy surge of energy burst through him, rushing from his throat into every part of his body. Carl felt as if his blood had turned into boiling lava, with each cell screaming in pain and excitement at the same time. His skin prickled like rubbing against rocks, and a faint layer of stone-like texture with a yellowish glow quickly covered his bare skin. Stoneheart activated. Strength 30%. Endurance 100%. Slight stone skin armor activated. Side effect countdown 1 hour. Roar. Carl suddenly leapt up from the ground, emitting a loud roar that sounded more like a beast than a human voice. His eyes were bloodshot, and his muscles swelled as if inflated, making his fitted leather armor creak loudly. A fierce, unstoppable aura radiated from him. Facing the giant snake's snapping jaws, Carl did not retreat but advanced. Without weapons, he opened his arms and fiercely grabbed the snake's relatively thinner neck just below its head. Stop! Right now! A burst of violent strength erupted. Carl's arm muscles bulged, veins protruding like worms. He stomped his feet hard into the muddy ground, creating 2 deep pits. The terrifying force that could have knocked him over was somehow countered by his wild strength. The snake's charge suddenly slowed. In the snake's cold vertical pupils, for the first time, Carl's furious figure was clearly reflected, and it seemed to flicker with disbelief. The snake twisted wildly, trying to coil around him with its thick body. Powell, cut it at the 7 inches, Carl shouted hoarsely, his arms tightly gripping the snake's neck, veins bulging, face flushed red. The power of the stone heart was fiercely resisting the snake's immense strength, making every second a torment. Die, beast! Powell had already grabbed the curved dagger Carl dropped, and now he lunged forward like a mad tiger. This time, it was no longer just a shallow wound. The curved blade cut deeply and smoothly through the hard scales and muscles of the forest python, until it was completely severed. The foul, hot black blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah, ugh! The black swamp python let out a loud, earth-shaking scream. Its huge body twisted and struggled wildly, as if its muscles had been torn apart. The movement that was holding Carl suddenly collapsed. It its head in through Carl, who was clutching its neck, forcefully away. At the large wound, black blood sprayed wildly, and its life force was draining away quickly, like a dam breaking. Carl fell heavily onto the muddy ground, feeling intense pain all over. The strength he had gained from the heart of the rock was fading like a tide, replaced by overwhelming weakness that made even moving his fingers difficult. The giant body of the python rolled and twitched in the mud, crushing nearby trees and bushes, turning the area into chaos. Its foul blood stained everything black. Finally, its huge body suddenly stiffened and crashed to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up a spray of mud. Its cold, vertical pupils lost all their shine. Silence. Only heavy breathing and the pounding of hearts could be heard. Core Combat Unit, Carl, defeated a Lord-level magical beast, Black Swamp Python. Battle Assessment, near victory. Tactical execution, excellent. Courage, outstanding. Battle result, gained a huge amount of experience. Carl's level increased. LV.3 LV.6. Learned passive skill. Resilience, slightly improves resistance to abnormal states and recovery speed. Bowler's level increased. LV.2 LV.5. Glenn's level increased. LV.2 LV.4. Hawk's level increased. LV.3 LV.5. Participating soldiers' levels increased. Gained reputation, 500 points. Obtained special loot. Black Swamp Python's venomous fangs, excellent. X4. Black Swamp Python's tough scales, excellent. X100. Black Swamp Python's venom sac, rare, X1. Unlocked new blueprint. Python scale armor, requires 50 excellent scales, 10 refined iron ingots, crafted by basic engineers. Unlocked new blueprint. Poisoned arrow/weapon, requires venom sac/venom powder, crafted by basic engineers. Discovery of a rare resource point. Near the giant snake's nest, there is a large amount of moonlight moss, high concentration. A series of system notifications flooded Lin's mind like a waterfall, each word making his heart race. Huge experience points. Level up 3 times. New skills. 500 reputation. High quality and even rare materials. New blueprints. And moonlight moss veins. Yes. Lin suddenly punched the table, his face full of joy and excitement. Although the process was very dangerous, the rewards were far beyond his expectations. The system's power was fully displayed at this moment. This was not just a narrow escape, but a big leap forward. In the forest, Bauer and Glenn helped the weak and bloodstained Carl, who was grinning happily. Hawk carefully checked the direction of the giant snake's nest and saw large patches of moss emitting a gentle, moon-white glow, covering the damp rocks like stardust. Quick, gather moonlight moss, Carl weakly ordered, with a look of relief and accomplishment on his face. And cut off the valuable parts, especially the venomous teeth and sacs. Lord, they will be very useful. The soldiers looked at the huge corpse of the giant snake with awe, then at Captain Carl, who was almost exhausted but had created a miracle. Their eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration. The effects of the heart of the rock had completely worn off, and Carl blacked out, falling into unconsciousness. But everyone knew that the guard of Blackrock Fortress had created an incredible legend. The news of Carl's team's triumphant return spread like molten lava, igniting the entire Blackrock Fortress instantly. When Glenn and Hawk carried the unconscious but breathing Carl on a rough makeshift stretcher, Bauer directed a few soldiers to carry large baskets filled with moonlight moss glowing softly with a moon-white hue. They also carried a heavy bundle, tightly bound with tough vines, containing giant snake's venomous teeth, scales, and sacs. As they left the forest edge, the entire fortress erupted in excitement. Old Ford was overwhelmed with tears of joy, and the servants and refugees cheered loudly. Eliak and the archers on the city tower struck their shields, making thunderous sounds. Even the engineers stopped their work and looked at the returning heroes with awe. Lin personally greeted them at the city gate. When he saw Carl's pale face and the dried blood on the stretcher, his heart suddenly tightened. But when he heard Bauer's trembling, excited voice describing the thrilling, life-threatening battle to defeat the Lord-level Black Swamp Snake, he felt a surge of adrenaline. Seeing the glowing moonlight moss, rich with elemental energy, and sensing the fierce, dangerous aura from the heavy bundle, an indescribable joy and pride instantly swept away all worries. A Lord-level beast. His guards had defeated it, moonlight moss in hand. Plus, such a generous treasure. Core Combat Unit, Carl, safely returned. Resources gained. High concentration Moonlight Moss X 65 pounds. Far exceeding the mission goal. Rare materials obtained. For high-quality venomous fangs of the black swamp snake. 100 high-quality tough scales. 1 rare venom sac. Mission exceeded expectations. Extra reputation reward, 1,000 points. Current reputation, 2,500 points. With 2,500 reputation points, Lin's heart was pounding uncontrollably. This was an astronomical number. Quick, carry Carl to the best room. Have the herbalist refugees take care of him with the best medicine. Lin suppressed his excitement and immediately ordered. Everyone else, carefully hang the moonlight moss in a well-ventilated place. As for those materials, he pointed to the heavy bundle, eyes shining brightly. Send them directly to my room. Also, everyone involved in this mission, remember to record your achievements. 3 days of meat as a reward, and good bread to fill your stomach. Each person earns 5 merit points. Carl, Bauer, Glenn, Hawk earn 20 merit points each. Merit points can be exchanged later for land, houses, weapons, or even promotions. Thank you, Lord. The returning soldiers, including those who narrowly escaped death, were now blushing with excitement, kneeling on one knee, their voices hoarse but full of strength. Merit points, land, promotions. These were honors and futures they had never dared to dream of before. The atmosphere in Blackrock Fortress was completely ignited by this epic victory and generous reward. A feeling called hope and a sense of belonging burned fiercely in the hearts of all residents, like a wildfire. Lin resisted the urge to immediately study the materials and first took care of drying the moonlight moss and tending to the injured. Until late at night, he was alone, carrying the heavy package back to his main castle room. He closed the thick wooden door, blocking out the noise outside. Lin eagerly opened the package. First, for huge venomous fangs, as thick as an adult's arm and glowing with a cold blue light, came into view. Just approaching them made him feel a sharp chill and a dangerous, sweet, bloody smell. Next to them were 100 scales, about the size of a palm, heavy and tough, shining with a dark luster like obsidian. They felt cold and heavy in his hand, and when tapped, produced a clear, ringing sound. Finally, there was a large, dark green venom sac wrapped in tough membranes, still slightly pulsing, giving off a nauseating sweet and bloody smell and dangerous corrosive energy. Confirmed materials, Black Marsh Python Venom Fangs, excellent. X4, contains strong nerve toxins and cold energy, ideal for forging poison weapons or arrows. Black Marsh Python Tough Scales, excellent. X100, very high physical defense, resistant to elemental energy, great for making heavy armor. Black Marsh Python Venom Sac, rare. X1, contains concentrated mixed toxins, neurotoxic, corrosive, paralyzing, very dangerous, handle with care. Can be refined into deadly poison or used for special toxin crafting. Great. Excellent. Lin's eyes sparkled. He immediately communicated with the system. System, craft as many Python scale armor as possible. How long will it take? Blueprint, Python scale armor, excellent, loaded. Required materials, excellent scales X50, refined iron ingots X10/set. Materials detected, enough, scales X100, iron ingots X20, can make 2 sets. Crafting unit, junior engineer. Efficiency, 1 junior engineer takes 8 hours per set. Current junior engineers, 5. Production plan, 5 engineers working together, increasing efficiency by 30%, estimated total time about 12 hours to complete 2 sets. Start crafting immediately. Prioritize completion, Lin said without hesitation. 2 sets of excellent grade armor would greatly boost the defense of core fighters like Carl and Bauer. Estimated time, 12 hours. It seems in my mind that 5 engineers, aided by the system, are working efficiently to process scales, smelt refined iron, forge armor plates, and assemble parts. Lin's gaze shifts to the venomous teeth and sacs. System, craft poisoned arrow shafts. Maximum quantity. Use ordinary iron arrowheads, but the poison must be the strongest. Blueprint, strong poisoned arrow, loaded. Required materials: 1 ordinary iron arrowhead, a small amount of venomous tooth powder or venom sac extract. Note: the extract is more potent but highly toxic, so use carefully on non-lethal targets. Materials detected as sufficient: 35 iron arrowheads in stock, original, 50 newly crafted by Torum, per Erik's request, equals 85. Venomous teeth X4 can be ground into powder. Venom sacs X1 can extract high-concentration venom. Crafting unit: Basic Engineer, efficiency. 1 basic engineer can process 10 poisoned arrows simultaneously, taking about 1 hour. Current available engineers: 0, all assigned to armor plate production. Suggestion: wait until armor plates are finished, or use reputation points to speed up. Speed up, Lin indecisively says. Use reputation points to accelerate armor plate crafting, then immediately make poisoned arrows. Use venom sac extract. The stronger, the better. I want all archers' quivers filled with this deadly weapon that can stop blood and silence enemies. Accelerate the production of forest python scale armor. Consumes 200 reputation points per set. Instantly completed. Proceed with acceleration. Accelerate 1 set. Lin chooses immediately. Reputation is good, but instant combat power is more important. Consume 200 reputation points. Forest python scale armor, excellent. X1 completed. 1 set of armor still in production. 5 engineers continue working with increased efficiency. Remaining time, 6 hours. Release 1 engineer. Command confirmed. 1 basic engineer begins crafting poisoned arrow shafts using venom sac extract, strong. Estimated time: processing 85 arrows, 8.5 hours. Use reputation points to speed up arrow production. Speed up. Lin glances at the remaining 2,300 reputation points, feeling bold. Spend reputation points to finish all 85 arrows immediately. Accelerate production of the poisoned arrow, enhanced. X85. Consumes 85 reputation points. 1 point per arrow. Can be completed immediately. Do you want to accelerate? Yes, accelerate. Consumes 85 reputation points. The poisoned arrow, enhanced. X85 has been completed. A bright flash appeared, revealing a set of heavy, fierce-looking armor covered with black obsidian-like scales. Helmet, chest plate, arm guards, and leg armor, standing in front of Lin. The armor's lines are smooth and powerful, giving off a cold aura, and it looks highly defensive. Next to it, there is a large quiver filled neatly with 85 arrows that shimmer with a strange blue glow. The arrowheads seem to have sticky poison flowing on them, making one feel chills. Fine scale armor. Poison arrows. Ready instantly. Lin felt reassured. But that's not enough. The threat from the Black Wolf thieves is like a sword hanging overhead. He needs stronger, organized military force. System. Lin's voice was firm and resolute, like a person determined to fight to the end. Open the soldier summoning panel. I want more troops. Soldier summoning panel activated. Basic infantry, 10 reputation points per person. Basic archers, 15 reputation points per person. Junior engineers, 20 reputation points per person. Seeing the 2,300 reputation points, Lin quickly calculated in his mind. Basic troops are the foundation, but numbers are key. Engineers are important too, but the current defenses are almost complete. What he urgently needs are combat soldiers. Summon 100 basic infantry, Lin said without hesitation. He wants a sea of people, an ironclad formation, a flood that can push through all obstacles. Summon 100 basic infantry, costs 1,000 reputation points. Confirm, confirm, summoning. In an instant, bright white light burst from the courtyard outside the main castle, like small suns lighting up one after another. 1, 10, 50, 100. The light almost merges into a single bright sheet. When the light faded, exactly 100 basic soldiers stood neatly in the courtyard, wearing simple but uniform leather armor, holding iron short swords and small round shields, with balanced builds, sharp eyes, and upright postures like pines. A sudden wave of killing intent spread instantly. Salute to the Lord, the 100 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices like thunder, shaking the entire castle as if it were trembling. Everyone inside the castle was stunned by the loud, shocking noise. Old Ford's ledger fell to the ground. Servants opened their mouths in surprise. Refugees shrank in fear, and even Carl, who was recovering from his injuries, was awakened. On the castle tower, Elric and the archers looked in amazement at the suddenly appearing, dense formation of elite infantry below. Summon 50 basic archers. Lynn's orders kept coming without pause. Summon basic archers x 50. Consumes 750 reputation points. Confirm? Confirm. Another 5 white lights flashed. 50 archers, armed with longbows, short swords at their waists, and sharp eagle-like eyes, appeared beside the infantry formation. Greetings, Lord. The archers responded in unison with sharp, confident voices. Remaining reputation, 2,300 minus 1,000 minus 750 is equal to 550 points. Summon 5 basic engineers. Lynn continued. After deploying troops, logistics and production must keep up. Summon basic engineers x5. Consumes 100 reputation points. Confirm? Confirm. The last 5 white lights flashed, and 5 sturdy engineers with tool bags appeared. Current reputation, 450 points. Warning, the resource, grain, consumption rate of the territory will increase significantly. Please be aware. Lynn pushed open the main gate of the fortress and stood on the steps. Below, a large formation of 150 well-equipped system soldiers exuded a fierce aura. Carl, supported by the guards, stood nearby, filled with shock and excitement. Elric, along with the original 10 archers, ran down from the tower to join the new archers, their eyes also burning with passion. Old Ford and all the residents gathered around, watching this sudden surge of steel and iron. They trembled with excitement, some even kneeling on the ground. Lynn's gaze swept over each soldier's face. His voice thundered through the silent night like a bell. From today on, you are no longer alone. You all share one name, the Blackrock Army. You all share one belief. With my sword, forge Blackrock City. You all share one will. Anyone who invades our land shall be punished. He suddenly drew his long sword from his waist, the blade pointing straight at the vast night sky. Blackrock Army, Blackrock. Below, 150 system soldiers, along with Carl and the guards, erupted into a thunderous roar like a mighty wave. The sound rolled like a sleeping beast awakening, announcing that an unstoppable force had truly risen on this wilderness. Lynn looked at this quickly formed army, filled with pride. His reputation still had 450 points, which he hadn't used yet. This would be the starting capital for the next step. The soldiers had been fully trained. The Blackrock Army was now a reality. Next, it was time to take the initiative and deal with those hidden threats lurking in the dark. In the corner, moonlight moss gathered, glowing softly. Snakescale armor and poisoned arrows shimmered with deadly cold light under the fire. Outside the window stood a full 150 fierce Blackrock warriors. At midnight, Blackrock Fortress was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. The 150 Blackrock soldiers stood like cold statues, solemnly on the castle square. The sound of leather armor rubbing, the occasional clink of weapons, and the tense breathing created an atmosphere of deadly seriousness, filling the night sky. Carl had changed into that snakescale armor. Thick, obsidian-like scales covered his entire body, joints fitting perfectly, not hindering movement, but making his already mighty frame look even more fierce and savage, like a war beast from ancient times. He held a heavy battle axe made of fine iron, its blade shimmering with a cold, eerie glow under the torchlight. He stood at the front of the infantry formation, eyes sharp as an eagle. The lingering effects of his once rock-solid confidence seemed to be mostly dispelled by this fierce armor and the coming slaughter. Eli stood at the front of the archers, with a quiver behind him filled with poisoned, dark blue arrows that reflected a deadly allure in the firelight. Next to him were 5 of the most elite archers, their quivers also filled with these lethal weapons that could silence with blood. The ordinary archers held their fingers on regular arrows, eyes fixed on the wilderness outside the city, swallowed by darkness. 5 arrow towers stood like silent giants atop the city walls. Behind the tilted openings at the top of the towers, sealed small clay jars filled with flaming oil and spare rolling stones were stored. The newly summoned engineers were busy conducting final checks inside the towers. Lin stood at the highest lookout of the main fortress, wearing a dark cloak. His gaze was cold and sharp, piercing through the darkness toward the west. The holographic map appeared in his mind, showing simple traps, tripwires, pits, set by Team Carl, scattered on the wilderness 1 kilometer to the west. This was the gift they left for the Black Wolf bandits. Sir, Lam quietly appeared behind Lin, speaking very softly. Hawk sent a signal. They found the target. About 3 miles away, nearly 100 enemies. Mainly cavalry, with infantry behind, flying the Black Wolf flag. They're moving fast. Finally, Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes showed no fear, only fierce fighting spirit. Follow the plan. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Yes, the orders caused ripples like stones thrown into calm water. Most of the castle's lights were deliberately turned off, leaving only faint glows in key areas. Soldiers on the wall held their breath and tightened their weapons. Archers pulled their bows tight. Inside the arrow tower, engineers gripped the handles of oil tanks filled with flaming oil. Black Rock Fortress, like a lurking beast in the dark, silently revealed its sharp teeth. Time passed second by second. Heavy hoofbeats thundered like rolling thunder, approaching from afar, breaking the silence of the wilderness. The ground trembled slightly. Boom! Suddenly, muffled sounds and fierce neighing of warhorses came from the west. The traps had been triggered. The leading Black Wolf cavalry were caught off guard, falling into deep pits along with their horses, or tripped by taut vines and tripwires. The rear troops instantly fell into chaos, their charge halted. Enemy attack. Ambush, the bandits shouted in frustration amid the chaos. Now's the time. Lin's voice was as cold as an iron hammer, hitting Eric's heart. Target, Chaos Zone. 3 rounds of volleys. Fire. Eric's eyes flashed with cold light. He swung his arm sharply. Target, Trap Area. 3 rapid volleys. Fire. Whoosh. 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 On the wall and in the arrow tower, 60 longbows simultaneously released a deafening hum. A thick cloud of deathly black mist rose into the sky, accompanied by a piercing scream, and fiercely struck the confused band of bandits at the front. My eyes, help. Arrows, poison. The arrows are poisoned. A sharp, terrifying scream instantly erupted among the bandits. Ordinary arrows could cause injuries, but the dozen or so poisoned arrows, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow amid the rain of arrows, brought deadly destruction. Anyone hit by these arrows, no matter where they were struck, would turn black in the face within moments, foam at the mouth, convulse, and die. In just 3 volleys, nearly 20 bandits at the front fell. Chaos grew worse. Hold steady. Everyone stay calm. A thunderous roar sounded from behind the bandits. In the faint light, a very tall, muscular bald man riding a magnificent black horse could be seen. His face was rough, with a single remaining eye burning with savage rage. This was Rog, the leader of the Black Wolf bandits. He swung a huge battle axe as big as a wheel and roared, "Charge! Charge forward for food and women. Kill them all. Smash this broken castle. Leave no one alive." Under Rog's fierce command and the lure of loot, the bandits temporarily suppressed their fear. They let out wild howls again, braving the sparse arrow rain, and launched a more ferocious charge toward Black Rock Fortress. Their goal was clear: the city gate. Humph. On the city wall, Lin sneered. Erec. Prepare the fire oil. Target. 50 steps in front of the gate. Cover it. Fire oil ready, Erec ordered sharply. The engineers inside the arrow tower immediately moved, carefully lifting sealed clay jars. Fire. At the command, a dozen sealed clay jars were hurled forcefully from the top of the arrow tower. They arced through the air and precisely struck the path the bandits were rushing toward the gate. The jars shattered one after another. Thick, foul-smelling black liquid spilled out instantly, covering a large area in front of the gate. What is this stuff? The leading bandit looked at the slippery, sticky black liquid under his feet, confused. Lin's voice sounded like a death sentence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several prepared rockets, carrying fire, accurately shot into the black oil slick. Boom! It was as if an underground oil depot had been ignited. A huge wall of fire, several meters high, instantly shot up into the sky. The orange-red flames, with thick black smoke, twisted and soared wildly. The hot air waves burned the surrounding air, making it warp. Ah, fire! Big fire! Help! Dozens of bandits rushing into the flames instantly turned into burning figures. They screamed painfully, rolled and struggled in the fire, their burnt flesh and sharp cries blending into a scene like. Some bandits who narrowly escaped being consumed by the flames were terrified by this terrifying sight, their momentum to attack completely broken. Rogu, the one-eyed man, watched from behind with rage, his heart bleeding. These were his carefully gathered elite fighters. Cavalry. Bypass the city gates. Climb in from the side. Kill those arsonists. Rogu went completely mad, swinging his giant axe at the wall. More than 20 remaining cavalry and over 30 foot soldiers, led personally by Rogu, howled like wounded wolves, circling around the burning death zone, rushing toward the relatively lower northwest corner of the city wall. That was the weakest point of Blackrock Fortress's defenses. Trying to climb the wall, Lin's eyes were cold, but a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Carl, open the gates. Prepare for battle." Squeak. The heavy reinforced city gate, pulled open by a winch, suddenly burst apart. Blackrock Army. Carl, like an armored demon, was the first to rush out of the gate. His bone axe, wielded with a piercing scream, slashed fiercely at a frontline bandit rider. Bang! Both rider and horse were struck down with a violent force, turning into flesh and blood before they could scream. Kill. Over 100 basic infantry followed Carl, like a black flood bursting through the gate. They moved in groups of 3, shields protecting them, short swords stabbing like poisonous snakes. With combat instincts and coordination enhanced by the system, they far surpassed the scattered bandits. As soon as the battle began, the robbers' infantry formation was cut through like hot iron into butter, instantly torn open with a huge screams, the clash of weapons, and the cracking of bones filled the air. Archers, fire freely. Suppress the enemies on the wall. Eric commanded the archers, arrows raining down like a storm on the robbers trying to climb and support from below. Many screamed and fell. Rog, die. Carl spotted the bald, towering man like a lighthouse in the chaos. He roared, charging forward like a war chariot. His bone axe swung wildly, smashing the robbers, blocking the way as if they were made of paper, sending them flying. You're asking for death. One-eyed Rog saw the heavily armored, fierce warrior. His single eye shone with cruelty. He squeezed his legs around his horse's belly, raising his massive axe with the power to split mountains, aiming it at Carl's head. Die. Clang, a deafening sound exploded like a great bell ringing, sparks flying everywhere. The ground beneath Carl cracked and sank instantly. But his body, covered in snake-scale armor, was like a solid rock, enduring the terrifying. The huge recoil made Rog's horse neigh and step back a few paces. Huh, such a tough shell. Rog's face changed slightly. Now it's my turn, Carl grinned, showing his white teeth, looking especially fierce in the firelight. He took a quick step forward. Using the recoil, his bone axe swung upward with fierce force, aiming straight at Rog's chest and abdomen. The axe tore through the air, wailing like a ghost. Rog's pupils shrank. He swung his giant axe to defend. Clang, another loud bang. Rog felt an unstoppable force hit him, causing his hand to and almost drop the axe. He was shocked. How could this man be so strong? The two fought like prehistoric beasts, battling fiercely amid the chaos. Axe shadows flickered, and each clash sent out terrifying waves of energy and deafening sounds. The soldiers and robbers nearby instinctively kept their distance from this deadly fight. Bauer, Glenn, and Hawk, like 3 sharp blades, led the infantry in a steady, organized attack, slicing through the remaining robbers. The Blackrock Army's formation was like a precise gear, moving efficiently and deadly. Although the bandits still had a slight advantage in numbers, under the crushing force of the steel flood, their morale completely collapsed, and some began to turn and run away. Rog, your people are finished, Carl shouted as he struck Rog with his axe, forcing him back, with a wicked smile. Rog panted heavily, his single eye sweeping over the battlefield, his heart sinking. The cavalry was almost wiped out, the foot soldiers were in disarray, and fewer of his personal guards remained. A wave of desperate madness surged in his mind. This is your fault. Rog suddenly pulled out a small vial identical to Franklin's. His eyes shone with reckless madness as he decisively poured out a dark green pill, the heart of the rock, and put it into his mouth. Roar! A violent aura burst out from Rog instantly. His body swelled as if inflated. A faint yellowish glow appeared on his skin. A sense of power flooded through him like a tide. His giant axe felt as light as a feather in his hands. Everyone die. Rog, having taken the heart of the rock, gained immense strength. He let out a roar that sounded more beast than human, and with a force several times greater than before, he swung his axe fiercely at Carl. His speed was lightning fast. Carl's face changed as he raised his axe to block. Boom! This time, the ground beneath Carl shattered completely. He was struck as if by a siege hammer and flew backward. The sturdy snakescale armor groaned under the immense pressure, and his chest heaved with blood. Such strong power. Rog, having landed a hit, was like a mad demon, ignoring Carl entirely. He swung his giant axe wildly, like a whirlwind, rushing toward the Black Rock Army infantry formation. He wanted to kill all these soldiers to vent his anger. Protect the formation. Bauer's eyes widened with rage as he raised his spear to meet the attack. Clang! The iron spear was knocked away by the giant axe. Bauer spat blood and was sent flying. Bauer! Glenn roared as he swung his giant axe at Rog's back. Rog, with eyes like a serpent, turned and struck back with his axe. Thud! Glenn's axe was knocked from his hands, and his chest was dented by the back of the axe, blood spraying wildly. He was unconscious and fighting for his life. Glenn, Hawk's eyes filled with fury. He threw a flying dagger, but it only left a few white marks on Rog's stone-like skin. Rog, having taken the heart of the rock, seemed like a demon god descending, charging through the Black Rock Army formation without fear. No one could stop him. It looked like the formation was about to be completely broken apart. At that moment, Rog, a loud roar like thunder exploded from the direction of the city gate. It was Carl. He struggled to stand, his eyes burning with a desperate fire. He also pulled out the heart of the rock that Lynn had given him, which he had never dared to use before. For Black Rock, Carl roared to the sky, swallowing the dark green pill forcefully. Boom! An even more violent and heavy power burst out from Carl's body instantly. The effect of the inferior heart of the rock was amplified by his strong body and the snake-scaled armor. His body grew bigger and more muscular than Rog's, with bulging muscles almost tearing his armor apart. The yellowish glow on his skin became thick and solid like substance. The snakebone axe in his hand hummed with excitement. What? Rog felt a terrifying volcano-like aura behind him. He quickly turned around, and for the first time, his single eye showed incredible shock and fear. Die! Carl appeared in front of Rog, as if teleporting. The snakebone axe was no longer just a weapon, but a black lightning tearing through space. With enough power to split mountains and cut through streams, ignoring Rog's hurried block with his large axe, he struck hard at Rog's chest, which was covered with faint stone skin. Puff! The sound of flesh, bones, and shattered armor made one's teeth ache. Rog's expanding body suddenly stiffened. He looked down, unable to believe the huge, terrifying wound on his chest, almost splitting him in half. Blood burst out like a fountain. His strong, heartbeat-driven heart, under the effect of the heart of the rock, exploded like a rotten tomato under the snakebone axe. No, it's impossible. Rog made a wheezing sound, his huge body crashing to the ground like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade, kicking up dust everywhere. His remaining single eye was filled with endless shock and unwillingness. The leader is dead. Rog is dead. Run! With the death of the last pillar of strength, the already collapsing bandits lost all hope. Like frightened sheep, they cried and begged, abandoned their armor, and fled desperately into the wilderness. Black Rock Army. Pursue. No one escapes. Carl, leaning on his bone axe, forced himself to endure the weakness brought by the heart of the rock, shouting hoarsely, "Attack!" The morale of the Black Rock Army instantly soared, like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, chasing after the fleeing bandits. The wilderness turned into a bloody slaughter. Warning, Lord Unit, Carl, has taken a second dose of Stone Heart, poor quality, side effects. After the effects wear off, He will enter a deep weakness state for 72 hours and face serious muscle-tearing risks. Lin watched the red dots representing enemies on the battlefield map rapidly decrease and disappear. Hearing the system's warning about Carl's condition, he felt little emotion. War always has a cost. The big picture is decided. He slowly walked down the city tower and arrived at the center of the battlefield. Everywhere were bandit corpses and burning fires. Eric was commanding archers to clear the remaining enemies. The surviving soldiers were gathering their fallen comrades. Bauer and Glenn were carefully carried away, their fates unknown. Hawk was directing people to collect the spoils. Carl, leaning on his battle axe, stood beside the huge body of Rourke. His posture was still tall like a mountain, but his trembling arms and heavy breathing showed he was near his limit. Lin approached Carl, looked at this loyal and accomplished captain of the guard, and patted his cold-scaled shoulder. Good job, Carl. You are the pillar of Blackrock Fortress. For the Lord I serve. Carl's voice was hoarse but full of pride. Lin's gaze swept over the messy battlefield and finally settled in the distance, toward Stone Creek town. The Black Wolf bandits are gone, but that mysterious merchant, Frank. The deal has just begun. At this moment, a soldier responsible for clearing Rourke's body ran over, holding a blood-stained, bulging pouch and a sealed letter with wax. Lord. Found on Rourke. Lin took the pouch. It was heavy, containing at least 100 coins of various quality. This was definitely a large sum of money, but his eyes fixed on the sealed letter with intact wax. The mark on the wax was clearly a white iris flower. The mark of the Lauren Merchant Guild? Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately tore open the envelope. Inside was only a thin sheepskin parchment with a few lines written in an elegant yet cold handwriting. Dear Rourke Leader, the goods, referring to the fire oil and stone heart, have been delivered as agreed. How is the effect? I hope they can help you. Remove that troublesome little baron. As agreed, once the task is completed, all Moonlight Moss and Moonlight Moss essence, if found, inside Blackrock Castle must be handed over to us. The old oak inn in Stone Creek town awaits good news. Additionally, here is the final payment of 50 gold coins as a token of appreciation. Your loyal partner, Franklin. A cold chill suddenly ran down Lin's spine. He quickly looked toward Stone Creek town, his eyes sharp and full of killing intent. Franklin, so it was you. The fire oil and the heart of the rock you gave to the Black Wolf almost destroyed the entire Blackrock Castle. It turns out your real goal was never just a trade, but Moonlight Moss essence? And even using others to do your dirty work, aiming to take over Blackrock Castle? What a loyal partner you are. Franklin, Lin's voice was as cold as a winter wind, icy and sharp. We need to settle this score. He clenched the letter tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. The blood-stained letter from the old oak inn in Stone Creek town was like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring huge waves in Lin's heart. Franklin's slick smile hiding his sharp teeth was more chilling than the venom of a black swamp snake. But right now, the smoke of the defeated Black Wolf bandits had not yet cleared, and the piled-up loot and more urgent threats prevented him from rushing to Stone Creek town immediately. Count the loot. Lin stood on the blood-soaked battlefield, his voice cold and harsh like the northern wind. Hawk and the surviving soldiers moved efficiently among the wreckage, like busy ants. Loot tally in progress. Gold obtained, 142 coins, including Rog's purse and Bandit's belongings. Weapons obtained, 63 inferior curved blades, 15 normal longswords, 1 fine battle axe, Rog's weapon, and various short weapons. Leather/iron armor, 87 sets, mostly damaged. Horses, 32, war horses and pack horses. Food supplies, about 50 units of dried meat, black bread, and other provisions. Discovery of a special item, a poor quality heart of the rock, 1 piece, found in a discarded shell not used by Rock. Lin's eyes scanned the list, especially pausing on the finely crafted battle axe used by Rog and the extra heart of the rock. He threw the axe to Hawk. This is yours, Hawk. Keep the potion safe. In the name of Blackrock, thank you for your generosity, sir. Hawk knelt on one knee, placing his right hand over his chest, his eyes showing excitement and respect. What about Bauer and Glenn? Lin asked quietly, looking at the two being carried into the castle. Lime hurried forward, looking serious. Sir Bauer has broken ribs and internal injuries. Luckily, the heart of the rock protected him, so he's safe for now, but he needs months to recover. We pray to the gods for his quick healing. As for Sir Glenn, his voice lowered further. His chest is crushed, and his lungs are injured. The castle's herbalist has done all they can, but the god's will is still unclear. Lynn's heart sank. Glenn, the dependable guard like a rock. No matter what, his voice was firm. Use the best herbs. Lime, stay and guard him personally. Search all the pharmacies in Stone Creek. Gold. Plenty of it. He pointed to the pile of loot. I swear on my sword and life, sir. Sir Glenn will see the next sunrise. Lime pressed his hand to his chest and nodded firmly. At that moment, a breathless guard ran up. Lord, a small group is coming from the east. They bear the eagle emblem of the Royal Tax Office and the rusty iron hammer banner of Baron Hack of Rusted Ridge. The Royal Tax officials? Baron Hack? A cold flash appeared in Lynn's eyes. The vultures on the plains, finally smelling blood, had arrived. Blackrock Fortress, this forgotten frozen land, was now worth the tax officials' attention? And that greedy neighbor, Hack. In the vague memory of the original owner, he was a miser who squeezed oil from stones and tried to cheat poorer neighbors. Let them come, Lynn said calmly. Soon, a small team of 7 or 8 appeared in sight. 2 riders led the group. On the left, a man wore a very clean but cheap-looking long robe, his sharp face behind gold-rimmed glasses reflecting cold light. He held a thick ledger, showing the arrogance typical of tax officials. On the right side was a short, chubby middle-aged man, wearing a worn silk jacket with a damaged collar. His round face was filled with a fake smile, and his small eyes quickly scanned the newly built city walls and the soldiers standing solemnly in the square. He especially lingered on Carl's fierce, snake-like armor, his pupils shrinking slightly. Behind him followed a few soldiers with simple gear, carrying rusty iron hammers and banners. Honorable tax officer, look, Baron Hack whispered to the nearby tax official in a deliberately flattering tone. I told you, our Lord Lynn has recently made a lot of money. Just look at this display. TCH, even the knight's armor is so grand. Impressive. His voice was quiet, but sounded particularly harsh in the silent square. The tax official pushed up his glasses, his cold gaze fixed on Lynn, and asked in a flat, official tone, Are you Lord Lynn Costa of Blackrock Fortress? Exactly. Lynn nodded slightly, meeting the gaze calmly. The tax official opened his ledger and recited in a monotonous voice, By order of His Majesty the King, according to the Valeria Kingdom Tax Code and the Frontier Territory Tax Regulations, the Lord of Blackrock Fortress owes the kingdom a total of 57 gold lions and 3 silver moons in overdue taxes. Additionally, for this year, the tax assessment states there are 40 residents, old records, 50 acres of arable land, poor quality, with a due head tax of 20 gold lions, land tax of 5 gold lions, and military service compensation of 5 gold lions. Total, 30 gold lions. Including overdue taxes from previous years and this year's dues, the total amounts to 87 gold lions and 3 silver moons. He slammed the ledger shut, his eyes behind the glasses fixed on Lynn. Lord Costa, kingdom taxes are sacred and must not be delayed. Please pay immediately. 87 gold lions and 3 silver moons? This was a blatant squeeze, an outright bloodsucking. That overdue amount of over 50 gold lions was clearly a mess of debts even the local lords of the kingdom's heartland couldn't keep track of. Honorable tax officer, Lynn's voice remained steady but carried a cold hardness unique to the northern border. Blackrock Fortress is located in the far north of the kingdom, a cold and barren land. Bandits run rampant like locusts, and the people are starving and poorly clothed. The lords of past generations did not intend to delay taxes, but simply could not afford them. Does the kingdom's law include any special exemption for border regions? Tax exemption? The tax official's face twisted as if he had heard blasphemy, a bitter smile curling on his lips. King's grace covers every inch of Valeria's land. Every subject on each territory has the duty to support the kingdom. Taxes are the foundation of the realm, beyond question. Are you questioning the authority of the law or disrespecting the king's will? He demanded sternly, trying to use righteousness to intimidate. I dare not, Lynn replied with a slight shake of his head, but his words suddenly sharp like a drawn sword. However, Your Excellency, have you personally seen my land? The Valeria villagers trembling in the cold wind? The land soaked in bandits' blood? When has the kingdom ever protected us in return for taxes? Has the king's banner ever flown over this wasteland, driving away wild beasts or defeating bandits? The tax officer was silenced by this sharp retort, his face flushing red. He argued forcefully, "Border patrols are arranged by the Privy Council. How dare you, petty lord, question this? Just pay your taxes," he insisted with a trembling voice. Beside him, Baron Hake quickly forced a more polished smile, as if mediating. "Oh, dear Lynn, respected colleague, the tax officer is just doing his duty. As your neighbor, seeing your difficulties, how could I stand by and do nothing?" His greedy eyes swept over the weapons and horses in the square, especially lingering on Carl. "Look, your recent victory over the bandits has yielded quite a bounty, hasn't it? These weapons, horses, and the armor on this noble knight. Perhaps," he rubbed his hands, revealing his true intentions, "a part of it could be used to offset some taxes. I, Hake, am willing to speak well of you before the tax officer and kindly ask for some leniency on your debts." Lynn suddenly smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. "Baron Hake is being too kind. Of course, I, Lynn Costa, will pay my taxes." But he turned his gaze to the tax officer with firm certainty. "You have seen how difficult Blackrock Castle is. I kindly ask for a 1-year delay on the overdue taxes. As for this year's 30 gold lion tax," he paused, and under the greedy eyes of the tax officer and Hake, he clearly said, "Today, I will pay 10 gold lions. The remaining 20 must be delivered to the Royal Tax Office within 3 months, without fail. At the same time, I will provide detailed documents about Blackrock Castle's current situation and plans for expansion and development over the next 3 years. I ask the Royal Council and Tax Office to consider the frontier's reality and reduce future taxes accordingly." He signaled to Lime. Lime immediately stepped forward holding a heavy leather bag. Inside were 10 shiny gold lion coins. 10 gold lions? 3 months. The tax officer stared at the coins and then looked at Lynn, who was young but calm and sharp-eyed like a hawk. He then looked at the silent, heavily armed soldiers of Blackrock, especially the fierce knight Carl, who looked like he had just come back from. And he hesitated. Forced taxation? Looking at the dark red bloodstains on the ground. The infamous, one-eyed black wolf, Rug's head was displayed on a nearby wooden stake. For just a few dozen gold lions, in this remote and dangerous place, being cut down by a group of bloodied soldiers. Was it worth it? The officials in the capital wouldn't shed a single tear over a small tax officer's death. Humph! The tax officer snatched the bag, waited, and his face darkened like a storm. 10 gold lions? Baron Costa, remember your promise. 3 months. If the Royal Tax Office doesn't see the remaining 20 gold lions. Humph. The kingdom's law will show no mercy. He closed his ledger, turned his horse, and shouted to his attendants, "Let's go." He didn't bother with polite words and hurriedly left. "Hey, tax officer, wait for me." Baron Hake was stunned. His carefully planned scheme to seize the moment had been so firmly pushed back. He glared at Lynn with a poisonous look, as if stabbed by a dagger, then quickly urged his horse to follow. Watching the two groups hurriedly disappear into the distance, Lime whispered, "Sir, Baron Hake is like a vengeful snake. His territory may be poor, but the iron mines always produce something, and—" "I know," Lynn said with deep eyes like a cold northern night. "He is just a greedy little clown. The real wolves are hiding in the dark." His gaze turned toward the distant, more desolate mountains to the northeast. "Is it Viscount Skullbreaker Brun? Or Count Roderick of Golden Valley?" Fragments of the original owner's memories about these two neighbors are quite frightening. Skullbreaker Brun, the owner of Skullbreaker Fortress, lives in the colder mountains northeast of Blackrock Fortress. He earned his title as a viscount by cutting off many heads during border wars. His temper is as fierce as a winter wind, his rule is strict as iron, and he commands a fearsome mountain infantry. He is like a hungry Arctic wolf, eager for any sheep, big or small, that come near his territory. Further east, beyond the dark, life-consuming marshes and dense forests, lies the wealthy land of Count Roderick of Golden Valley. Golden Valley is one of the few fertile lands in the north, with rivers flowing with milk and honey, and it also hides tempting gold. Roderick is a seasoned noble with strong power, well known even in the royal court. He acts quietly like a shadow but is cunning as a snake, weaving an invisible web that controls the weaker lords around him. Stone Creek Town. Franklin. Moonlight Moss Essence. Lynn's doubts grew stronger. Liam, Lynn said sharply, pulling back his gaze. Yes, sir. Send your 2 most trusted men to watch over Baron Hake's iron mine. I want to know every person coming in and out, every cart of iron or being transported. Understood, sir. Also, Lynn's eyes flashed with determination. Order Hawk. Have him bring people and quickly repair the usable curved blades and leather armor we seized. All the broken iron pieces must be melted down. Let Blacksmith Tom and his apprentices work day and night using the new method I gave, system-enhanced forging. I want 100 standardized Blackrock short swords and 100 reinforced leather armor sets. Sir, you mean? Liam's eyes lit with fire. Expand the army. Lynn's voice was firm. The soldiers given by the system are just skeletons, but Blackrock Fortress still needs flesh and blood. From our people, among those willing to stay, select the most loyal and strongest men to form the Blackrock Guard. Equip them with our own swords and armor. Huck, Brun, Roderick? If they don't come, that's fine. But if they dare to make trouble, the Blades of Blackrock will make them understand what a price really is. Trigger Territory Development Task. Establish local garrison. Task requirements. Form a local militia of at least 50 people, Blackrock Guard, and complete basic training and equipment distribution. Task rewards. 300 reputation points. Unlock. Basic militia training manual, system optimized version, greatly improve local security. Swear by the honor of Blackrock. I will not fail my duty. Lime's spirit soared, and he bowed deeply, hand over his chest. Lynn looked around at the busy scene. Engineers directing refugees to reinforce the city walls. Eric's archers vigilantly watching from the arrow towers. In the distance, moonlight moss shimmered faintly under the sun. Tax officials' harassment, neighbors' greed, merchant schemes, and the indifference of the capital. The undercurrents of the northern wilderness are already surging. But Lynn Costa is no longer the fallen baron with only a ruined castle and 30 weak soldiers. He has divine power, system. He has fearless Blackrock soldiers. He owns this land soaked in blood and sweat. Want to bite into this frozen land of Blackrock Castle? Lynn's lips curled into a cold, blade-like smile. Then let the gods witness whose teeth are stronger. The awkward retreat of the tax official and Baron Huck was like cold water poured into a hot pan, briefly sizzling, then fueling the flames inside Blackrock Castle even more fiercely. Humiliation? That's just the cry of the weak. Threats? That's the last cold gleam on an enemy's neck. Lynn's orders were like molten lava, instantly spreading through every corner of Blackrock Castle. Huck, take your men and search the spoil pile. Find all the broken blades, leather armor, and iron pieces you can fix. Don't pick like a girl. These are weapons. These are armor. They can be used. Lime's voice boomed across the square, full of unquestionable authority. At this moment, he was an extension of Lynn's will. Hawk said nothing and, with a few sharp-eyed soldiers, rushed into the pile of captured weapons and armor. Clinking sounds and sparks flew as damaged weapons were roughly assembled, polished, and tied together. Worn leather armor was sewn and reinforced with tough beast tendons. Their work was incredibly efficient, filled with a nearly frantic energy. This was the task given by the Lord. It was a proud moment to arm their people. Meanwhile, at the edge of the castle, the makeshift blacksmith area had become the furnace heart of the north. Huff, huff, a large leather bellows, pulled vigorously by a few strong refugees, let out heavy breaths, crazily pumping air into the clay furnace. Inside the furnace, orange flames greedily licked the piled-up captured iron, bent knives, broken swords, twisted metal sheets. The intense heat distorted the air, and sweat beaded on the bronze-skinned blacksmith Tom and his 3 chosen apprentices. The sweat dripped and sizzled on the hot ground, turning into white steam instantly. Tom, shirtless and muscular, his muscles tense and shiny under the firelight, stared intently at the melting iron in the furnace. This was not his usual careful work of hammering and repairing. This was a divine gift from the Lord, a secret technique called crucible refining. He followed instructions from Lin, actually system instructed, adding a specific amount of limestone powder to the molten iron and stirring vigorously. Snick, black impurities separated and floated to the surface of the iron, like dirty. Quickly, Tom used a special long-handled iron scoop to skim them off. The once cloudy, bubbly dark red iron was rapidly becoming clear and bright, like flowing molten gold. By the gods, one apprentice stared in awe, whispering, "This was truly a miracle of the forging god Hephaestus. Don't just stand there. Molds!" Quickly, Tom shouted like thunder, startling the apprentices. They hurriedly arranged long, black rock-patterned sand molds side by side. The pure, red-hot iron was carefully poured into the molds. Sizzle! White steam rose as the iron cooled and solidified quickly. When the mold was pried open, what appeared before everyone's eyes was no longer the rough, twisted iron bars, but neatly arranged, dense, and shining with a cold metallic luster, fine iron ingots. Their quality was far better than the inferior materials mined from Baron Hake's iron ore. It's done. The Lord's divine skill. Tom trembled with excitement, his rough hands gently touching the smooth, hard surface of the iron ingots, his eyes full of passion. He no longer doubted. Lord Lin was truly blessed by fate. He was the real hope of Blackrock Castle. Don't stop. Keep going. Melt down another batch. The Lord wants 100 swords. 100 sets of armor. Tom's voice was hoarse but full of strength. The furnace flames burned brighter, the bellows hissed more urgently, and the pounding of hammers shaping the iron into sword blades and armor plates grew louder, like the strong heartbeat of Blackrock Castle. Meanwhile, in the castle's central square, the atmosphere was just as lively as a festival. Liam stood on a makeshift wooden platform, his voice loud and clear, reaching every corner. People of Blackrock Castle, refugees, you see, the kingdom's tax collectors want to drain us dry. Greedy neighbors want to steal the spoils we fought for with blood. They think we are weak and easy to bully. They think we can be slaughtered at will. He suddenly drew a short sword from his belt, its blade gleaming in the sunlight. But we have answered them, with the bones of bandits, with the courage of warriors, with the wisdom and strength of our Lord. The crowd erupted with long-suppressed shouts. Blackrock! 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 Liam looked proudly at the red-faced, excited people below and shouted loudly. Now, our Lord has given us a new chance. A chance to pick up weapons and defend our home, our families, and the hard-won food and hope. He pointed to a nearby makeshift table. Men willing to join the Blackrock Guard. Sign up here. The Lord commands. Those who join the Guard will have 3 meals a day. They will be issued uniform weapons and armor. Those who make meritorious deeds will be rewarded with land, houses, and even the chance to be promoted to a household guard, personally named by the Lord. The words, 3 meals a day, seemed magical. In this barren land where hunger was common, it was a deadly temptation, not to mention the fine weapons, land, houses, and the honor of promotion to a household guard. Count me in. My name is Buck. I can swing an axe. A burly refugee with a scarred face was the first to rush to the table, loudly pounding his chest. Me too. Hans. I'm fast. I have good eyes. I'm an apprentice blacksmith. I'm strong. I want to join too. For the Lord. For enough food. Count me in. The crowd instantly became excited. The men, whether native to Blackrock Fortress or new refugees, hurried to sign up. Even some older boys pushed forward eagerly. The clerk in charge of registration was busy and sweating. The only thing he looked for was strong build and fierce eyes. In just half a day, 100 young men were chosen. They lined up in the square, some crooked but all standing straight. They looked eager, full of hope for the future and hunger for food. At this moment, Hawk and his team carried in the first batch of repaired curved swords and leather armor. Though different styles, all were sharpened and polished with new rivets. Tom, under Lime's personal supervision, brought the first batch, 20 newly quenched, uniform Blackrock short swords. The swords were long, single-edged, with a cold, shining blade. The handle was wrapped with non-slip leather, and a small Blackrock emblem was engraved on the guard. When these new, blood and steel-scented short swords were handed to the first 20 selected soldiers, the entire square fell silent for a moment. They touched the cold blades, feeling their weight and sharpness, their faces full of amazement and pride. These swords were 100 times better than any farm tool or old weapon they had seen. Did you see that? Lime's voice rang out again, full of excitement. This is the weapon of the Blackrock Guard. This is just the beginning. Tom's blacksmith shop works day and night. Every sword, every piece of armor, will belong to you. Roar. The soldiers cheered loudly. At that moment, Lynn's figure appeared on the steps of the main fortress. Everyone held their breath and looked at their lord with respect. Carl, though weak, he insisted on standing in armor. Eric, Hawk, Lem. All the corps members stood behind Lynn. Lynn's gaze fell on the soldiers holding new Blackrock short swords. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet but clear to everyone. A sword is for killing enemies. A armor is for protecting yourself. Food is earned through skill. Land and glory are gained with your life. He paused, his eyes sharper. From today, you are no longer farmers, refugees, or miners. You are the Blackrock Guard. You are my sword and shield, Lynn Costas. Your enemies are outside the castle, in the wilderness, on the greedy king's books, in the eyes of neighbors who covet. Tell me, when enemies raise their knives against your family, against your food, against your home behind you, what will you do? Kill, kill, kill. 100 guards and all the nearby villagers roared like beasts. Their voices soared into the sky, shaking the snow off the walls. Lynn nodded with satisfaction and looked at Lem. Start training. Use the harshest methods. Turn them from sheep into hungry wolves. Understood, sir. Lem placed his right hand on his chest, his eyes burning with fire. Ding. Territory development task. Establish local guard force. January 1st. Completed. Reward. 300 prestige points. Unlock basic militia training manual, system optimized version. Significant improvement in territory security. Detected host has basic militia training manual, system optimized version. Load immediately to guard training supervisor, Lem. Load. Lynn silently commanded. In an instant, countless knowledge about simple, efficient formations, footwork, blocking, stabbing, physical training, and squad coordination flooded Lem's mind like a revelation. He trembled slightly, and when he looked at the new guards, his eyes were completely different. He knew how to quickly and cruelly turn these eager men into true warriors. First row, listen to my command. Hold your swords. Ready, stab. Footwork. Footwork must be steady. Power from the waist and abdomen. Fool, you're stabbing a scarecrow, not your lover's face. Use more strength. Lame's stern shout, the soldiers' heavy breathing, the orderly marching, and the whistling of short swords cutting through the air, all blend into a new song of iron and blood on the square. In the corner of the castle, the soft glow of moonlight moss spreads gently. On the system panel, the reputation number quietly flickers. Blackrock Fortress, this war machine, after repelling the external wolves, did not stop. Instead, it became even more fierce, starting to build itself from within, arming and growing stronger. Sharp fangs are being forged one by one. Tough armor is being hammered into shape. When this steel tide, built with system soldiers as its skeleton and guards as its flesh, is fully formed, the power in the northern lands will change forever. All of this is watched from a hill far away, behind a withered tree, by a hidden figure. It is a scout sent by Baron Hark. Seeing the lively scene inside Blackrock Fortress, the disciplined new soldier training, the continuous glow of the blacksmith's fire, and the fresh weapons being produced day and night, his face turned pale as snow. He quickly and quietly disappeared into the wilderness. The square at Blackrock Fortress is no longer muddy and broken like before. The sound of metal clashing, the uniform shouts, and the heavy footsteps on solid ground create a dull, rhythmic thumping, like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant awakening. 100 new guards, under Lame's strict commands as cold as the northern wind, sweat profusely. Stab. Fool. Imagine Baron Hark's fat face in front of you. Pierce it through. Stop. Keep your steps steady. Don't act like a drunken farmer. Third squad. Are you turtles? Move faster. Lame moves through the ranks, his eyes sharp as an eagle. The knowledge from the basic militia training manual, optimized version, floods his mind, turning into the most direct and brutal commands. He is no longer just a careful bodyguard, but a war instructor emerging from the furnace of. Every move is broken down to perfection, and every mistake is met with harsh scolding and double punishment. The soldiers grit their teeth, sweat soaking their simple leather armor, their arms aching so much they can barely lift them, but no one backs down. The promise of 3 meals a day, the black rock short sword that gleams with cold light in his hand, and the land and glory described by Lime. All these act like invisible whips driving them forward. In just a few days, this group of farmers and refugees has shed their fear and laziness. In their place, a new sense of discipline has begun to form, mixed with desire and fierceness. Their eyes are no longer confused but focused on the training wooden sword Lime holds, like young wolves watching their alpha. On the other side of the castle, the blacksmith area burns with fire day and night. Clang, bang, clang, bang. Tom's bare chest is covered in sweat, his bronze muscles rippling under the glow of the furnace. His heavy hammer seems infused with divine power. Each strike hits the red-hot iron blade with perfect precision, sending sparks flying. He is no longer just a blacksmith fixing farm tools in a rundown village. He has become a tireless warforging machine. His skill in refined forging, improved by the system, is fully displayed. Every fold, every quench is like a precise ritual. Black rock short swords with uniform shapes, smooth lines, and cold gleaming edges are born under his and his apprentices' hammers. They are neatly arranged on cooling racks, like waiting vipers ready to strike. Repaired and reinforced leather armor piles up like small hills. The armed forces of Black Rock Fortress are expanding faster than ever. Black Rock Garrison Basic Training, Phase 1, Completion, 60%, Garrison Morale. High, full stomach fine weapons hope for promotion. Equipment output, 65 Black Rock style short swords, 85 reinforced leather armors. The data flickering on the system panel and the cold beeps paint a clear blueprint in Lennon's mind. He looks at the squad on the square, now somewhat capable of fighting, and at the weapons constantly produced by the blacksmith shop. A cold smile curves his lips. Baron Hack's greedy hound must have already caught the scent of meat, pacing anxiously at the edge of his territory, waiting for the right moment to strike, right? The opportunity will come soon. 3 days later, in the foggy wilderness of Black Rock, a ragged army of over 30 miners and peasants trudges along the path leading to Black Rock Fortress. Most of them looked pale and thin, wearing old, torn clothes, holding rusty pickaxes, axes, or even grass forks. In the middle of the group, Baron Hack rode a short, stocky horse. He wore an ill-fitting old suit of armor and carried a decorative sword that was more for show than for fighting. His fat face showed greed and a hint of nervousness. His small eyes carefully watched the foggy wilderness around him. "Everyone stay alert," Hack shouted, trying to sound calm. "That arrogant kid at Blackrock Castle dares to refuse the kingdom's taxes and mocks me. This time, we're not here to steal. We're here on the king's tax collector's orders to help collect overdue taxes. It's the right thing to do. When we get there, see anything valuable, grain, weapons, horses, especially the armor on Knight Lynn. Bring it all back. After we succeed, each of you will get a piece of black bread." He tried to boost morale with words of justice and bread, but it didn't work well. The miners moved forward numbly, their eyes filled with hunger and worry. "Lord Baron, something doesn't feel right up ahead," said one miner at the front, trembling as he pointed at the faint outline of Blackrock Castle in the fog. The castle seemed much taller and stronger than the rumors said, and on the walls, there looked to be many figures. Hack squinted, feeling nervous too. 3 days ago, scouts reported that Blackrock Castle was busy forging weapons and practicing soldiers. He didn't believe it then, thinking it was just bluffing. But now, it looked like the walls really had been reinforced. "Don't be afraid." Hack forced himself to stay calm, shouting loudly. "A bunch of farmers with hoes and broken swords. Think they can scare me? Speed up. Charge forward. Let them see what real." His words suddenly stopped. The fog, as if pushed aside by an invisible hand. The heavy, reinforced gate of Blackrock Castle, scarred with fierce dents, suddenly swung open with a loud screech of the winch. There was no panic, no helpless farmers with grass forks fighting back. What appeared before Hack and his ragtag army was a silent wall of black. 100 soldiers, carved from dark stone, stood in 3 tight formations, perfectly aligned. They wore matching reinforced leather armor, though of different ages, each holding a black rock short sword that shimmered with deadly cold light. Their faces were hidden beneath helmets, only cold eyes visible, fixed firmly on the approaching enemies. An invisible aura of deadly intent, mixed with the smell of blood and steel resolve, swept through like a cold wind, dispersing the morning fog and making Hake and his men shiver. At the front of the defending army stood a figure that made Hake's soul tremble. Carl. He was dressed in a fierce, obsidian-polished snakescale armor, with a large bone axe planted on the ground. The dark red bloodstains on the axe blade had not yet dried. Though his face was still pale from illness, his eyes burned with fighting spirit and coldness, sharper than the northern winds. He stood there like an unbreakable mountain. Just his gaze made the miners behind Hake feel weak in the knees and instinctively step back. Hake Rust. Carl's voice was quiet but clear, cutting through the cold air like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's chest. Bringing your and farmers to step onto Black Rock Fortress's land. Are you here to help us? His words dripped with icy sarcasm. See Carl Knight. Baron Hake felt his throat go dry, his heart pounding so hard it seemed it might jump out. He remembered the terrifying stories about the black swamp snake, and now, seeing this fierce god, a cold chill shot from his feet to his head. Fear overwhelmed all greed. We are acting on the orders of the tax officer. Hake's voice trembled uncontrollably, trying to use authority to hold his ground. Who gave the order doesn't matter, Carl interrupted, slowly raising his bone axe and pointing at Hake. What matters is that you crossed the boundary marker. Now, put down your silly weapons and kneel to surrender. Or, he grinned, revealing a smile that made Hake feel like he was falling into an icy abyss. Let my guards use Baron Hake's iron to teach you fools a lesson about borders. Blackrock Guard. Lime's voice rang out like thunder. He stood beside Carl, his black rock short sword pointed forward. Advance. Kill. A deafening roar like thunder on the plain erupted. 100 guards moved. There was no chaotic charge, only a disciplined formation, like 3 moving black stones. They stepped heavily and evenly, like the beating of war drums, crushing across the frozen ground of the wilderness. A short sword pointed diagonally forward, cold killing intent pouring out like a tide. Wow, run quickly. They are monsters. Hake's ragtag army instantly collapsed. That uniformed charge, cold eyes, the forest of shining short swords, and Carl's godlike figure completely destroyed their already non-existent fighting spirit. The miners and peasants screamed in fear, dropping their picks and pitchforks, turning around like frightened sheep to run away. What rye bread or baron? In front of absolute fear of death, they were worthless. No, don't run. Hold your ground. Hold. Baron Hake's shout was drowned in the wave of retreating soldiers. His small horse was so frightened by the terrifying sound that it reared up, knocking Hake's overweight body to the ground. Ugh! Hake fell hard, scraping his armor, almost losing consciousness. He struggled to get up, but in front of him appeared a pair of heavy iron boots covered in mud and blood. Carl stood like a tower, his massive bone axe casting a shadow. It seems Baron Hake chose the latter. Carl's voice was cold and emotionless. He looked down at Hake, writhing on the ground like a worm. Lime, clean up the battlefield. All prisoners, take them back to the castle. This noble baron is to be kept separate. Understood. Lime grinned wickedly, waving his hand. The soldiers, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, easily caught up with the terrified retreating soldiers, knocking them down with the backs of their swords and tying them up with ropes. The entire battle was swift and overwhelming, lasting no more than half an hour. The more than 30 men Hake brought, except for a few who ran fast, were all captured, unable to mount any decent resistance. Blackrock Garrison's first victory. Battle assessment. Perfectly crushed. Morale 20. Combat experience 50. Captured. Baron Hake, Rusty Realm Lord. X1. Rusty Realm Soldiers / Miners X28. Looted. Poor quality iron ore, about 10 units. Poor quality iron ingots, about 5 units. Several damaged tools. The system's alert tone carried a hint of approval. Lin stood on the city tower, looking down at the battlefield below, which was like leaves swept away by autumn wind. His face was calm, as if he had everything under control. "Bring him up," Lin ordered quietly. Soon, Baron Hake, dragged like a dead dog, was thrown onto the cold stone ground. He was covered in mud, his chubby face streaked with tears, his armor crooked, looking very messy, no longer the proud Baron. Spare my life. Lord Lin, Your Excellency, for the gods' sake, spare me." Hake crawled to Lin's feet, begging incoherently. "I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. It was the tax officials. They urged me to come. I am willing to compensate. All my iron ore. I will give you everything. Just let me live." Lin looked down at this humble, pleading fat man with a cold expression, as if he was looking at a dirty reptile. "Baron Hake," his voice was frighteningly calm, "your iron ore now belongs to Blackrock Fortress. Your people, if they are willing to join Blackrock Fortress, can avoid slavery and become my free citizens. As for you," Hake's body stiffened instantly, his eyes full of extreme fear. "Take him away. Keep a close watch. His life is still somewhat useful." Lin waved his hand and didn't look back. A hyena's value lies in knowing who the real wolves are behind the scenes. Lame immediately dragged the limp Hake away like a sack. "Lame, subordinate here. From now on, the iron ore from Rusty Land is to be managed by your garrison. Tom will bring people to guide the mining. All output will be prioritized for Blackrock Fortress's blacksmiths." "Understood, my lord. With the iron ore in hand, our swords and armor will never run out." Lame's eyes sparkled with excitement. Successfully annexed the iron ore of Rusty Land. Gained stable resource point. Small iron mine, Baron, X1. Territorial resource. Iron ore collection efficiency 100%. Unlocked new authority. Local lord prisoner, Baron Hake. Can negotiate / hold captive / blackmail for ransom / execute. Reputation 500. The system alert sounded like a beautiful melody. Receiving iron ore felt like fueling the war machine of Blackrock Fortress with new energy. Constant supplies of refined iron allowed us to forge sharper short swords and stronger armor. The first victory of the garrison proved the power of system training and equipment. Lin's gaze crossed the cheering soldiers and looked further northeast. That desolate mountain area was the territory of Viscount Braun, the Skullbreaker. He seemed to see inside the cold fortress called Skullbreaker Castle, a pair of cruel and greedy eyes, like a hawk, locked onto Blackrock Fortress, which had just shown great potential. "Braun," Lin softly whispered the name, a cold yet eager smile on his lips. At that moment, an archer on the watchtower blew the alarm horn urgently. Who? Sir." Eric hurried to the castle tower, looking serious. "Northeast, on the edge of the wasteland. We spotted some scouts, about 5 riders, flying a torn flag with the eagle of Skullbreaker Castle. They seem to be watching us." Lin's eyes flashed with coldness, like a drawn sword. "They are here. Deploy the garrison in front of the city. Hang Baron Hark's flag and the flags of his prisoners in a visible place for all to see." Lin's voice was as firm as steel. "Let the dogs of Skullbreaker see clearly. Anyone who harms Blackrock Fortress will face the same fate." "Yes," Eric responded and left. Soon, Baron Hark's muddy, rusted banner was roughly hung on a new wooden stake in front of the city gate. Below, the bound soldiers and miners trembled like lambs awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, 100 garrison soldiers, led by Carl, formed a new line in front of the castle. They stood silent as mountains, with short swords ready, a cold, killing aura spreading silently, an unspoken warning that Blackrock Fortress would not be invaded. In the distance, at the edge of the wasteland, 5 scouts from Skullbreaker Castle reined in their horses. The leader, a knight in black leather armor with a scarred face, held a brass telescope and stared fixedly toward Blackrock Fortress. When he saw the shameful flag at the city gate and the silent, heavily armed army below, his usually cold face showed the first signs of surprise and seriousness he couldn't hide. He put down his spyglass and made a few quick gestures to the people behind him. 5 scout riders, like frightened rabbits, turned their horses and quickly disappeared into the wilderness, leaving only a trail of dust. On the tower of Blackrock Fortress, Lynn stood with his hands behind his back, the cold wind blowing his cloak. Baron Hake's rusty iron hammer flag fluttered like a symbol of shame, making a rattling sound in the cold wind, hanging on a wooden stake in front of the fortress gate for all to see. Below it, dozens of captured Rusted Legion soldiers and miners shivered silently, showing the cost of challenging Blackrock Fortress. 100 Blackrock guards stood silently like black rocks, lined up in front of the castle, their cold eyes looking past the wilderness toward the more barren and desolate mountains in the northeast. Scout riders from Broken Skull Fortress fled like startled crows, taking with them not only information about Blackrock Fortress's strength, but also the little patience left for Viscount Bloom. Inside the dark dungeon of Blackrock Fortress, Baron Hake curled up on a cold pile of straw, his fat body trembling violently from fear and cold, like a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. The dignity of Baron Rusted was long gone, leaving only a desperate desire to survive. The heavy sound of the iron door opening made him jump like a startled bird. Lame appeared in the doorway, followed by two emotionless guards holding torches. The flickering fire cast Lame's shadow like a beast ready to pounce. Baron Hake. Lame's voice was frighteningly calm, as if stating a fact that was already decided. You betrayed the king's trust. No, I didn't. Lord Lame, I swear. Hake burst into tears, falling at Lame's feet, trying in vain to grab his boots. It's Bloom. That devil Bloom. He forced me. He extorted me. Most of my iron ore was stolen by him. He threatened to kill my whole family if I didn't obey. Hake cried and howled, half true, half fake, exaggerating Bloom's greed to save his life. Lame looked down at him with no trace of mercy in his eyes. Your cowardice and greed not only put you in prison, but also caused your people to suffer from hunger and lack of clothing under Bloom's oppression. The Rusted Lord Dom has fallen under your rule, becoming a breeding ground for bandits and tyranny. You do not deserve the noble titles and lands granted by the king. Huck was struck like lightning and collapsed to the ground. But Lime's tone suddenly turned cold and generous. Kind Lord Lynn, Baron of Blackrock, is willing to give you a chance for redemption, a chance to free your people from suffering. Huck suddenly looked up, a sickly hope burning in his eyes. I accept. I want to atone. Whatever I must do, I will do. Lime took out a rolled parchment from his coat and unfurled it in front of Huck. It was written in elegant calligraphy. Baron Huck Rust of the Rusted Lorddom's petition to His Majesty the King and the Royal Council, and the land transfer document, that I, Huck Rust, Lord of the Rusted Lord Dom, admit my lack of talent and virtue, and confess that my governance has been poor, leading to rampant banditry, specifically the illegal extortion by Viscount Brun, and the suffering of my people, which I deeply regret. Today, I am fortunate to meet Lord Lynn Costa of Blackrock Castle, whose bravery, wisdom, and kindness are renowned in the north. But to prevent the Rusted Lord Dom from further decline, and to save my subjects from disaster, I, Huck Rust, with unwavering loyalty to the king and deep concern for my people's welfare, voluntarily and unconditionally transfer all lands, authority, vassal obligations, and resources, including but not limited to iron mines, farms, and forests, of the Rusted Lord Dom to Lord Lynn Costa of Blackrock Castle for full governance, to restore order and benefit the people. I, Huck Rust, willingly give up my baron title and all territorial rights. I humbly request the king's approval of this transfer, which I declare is my only true way of redemption after careful thought, with no coercion involved. Signature, Huck Rust, with fingerprint/seal, sign it and stamp it. Lime's voice was as cold as iron. Then you will receive food and a safe place to stay. Until the bandits in Brun are dealt with, Blackrock Castle will ensure your and your family's safety. Huck looked at the document that decided his fate, his face twitching with muscles. Giving up his title? Abandoning his land? Becoming a commoner with nothing? A strong sense of shame flooded him. But when he saw the cold sword in the soldier's hands behind Lime, thought of Brun's cruel face and Lime's ruthless methods. His instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed everything. He tremblingly picked up the feather pen, almost closing his eyes, and signed his name on the document that would shame him. He then pressed his fingerprint heavily into the ink pad. Every of the pen seemed to drain all his strength. Lame satisfiedly put away the document, a cold smile curling at his lips. Good choice, Mr. Hack. Take him away, give him a clean room, and a piece of black bread. He deliberately emphasized the word Mr. after Hack was taken away like a walking corpse. Lame immediately handed the document to Lin. Lin looked at Hack's twisted signature and the bright red fingerprint on the paper, but his face remained calm. System, scan the document to verify the signature and fingerprint. Deduct reputation points and make a small adjustment for reasonableness to ensure it has some initial legal effect within the kingdom's laws, at least to delay time. Lin silently thought. Document scan complete. Signature/fingerprint confirmed as Hack Rust. 200 reputation points deducted for a slight adjustment of historical reasonableness, strengthening the fact that Hack has been oppressed by Bloom for a long time and reducing the suddenness of the transfer. Currently, the document has preliminary legal effect under the Kingdom Vassal Transfer Law and Emergency Refuge Regulations, capable of forming a valid claim, but final approval is needed from the Kingdom's Privy Council and the Heraldry Office. Gain temporary territory claim, Rust territory. Gain stable resource point, small iron mine, barren, X1. Gain subsidiary resources, about 1,000 acres of wasteland for cultivation, about 500 acres of sparse woodland, timber, and an abandoned small quarry X1. Territory resources, iron ore collection efficiency 100%, timber collection efficiency 50%, stone collection efficiency 20%. Increased arable land area. Reputation 1,000. Successfully annexed the Baron's territory and gained an initial claim. Seeing the data and generous rewards flashing on the system panel, Lin felt very confident. The iron mine is secured. More importantly, he gained a large area of land for farming and subsidiary resources. This laid a solid foundation for his plan to expand his farmland. Lame. Lin's voice carried a hint of excitement. Subordinate here. Organize people immediately to take over Rust territory. The iron mine will be guarded by Tom's engineering troops and garrison forces, and will be mined according to the new law. All miners will have doubled pay, paid based on their work, and those who perform well can earn the status of a resident of Blackrock Fortress. Understood. Old Ford. Lin looked at the excited old butler. Old servant here. Send people to survey all arable land in the rusted lands. Count the area, check the soil quality. Make plans for cultivation. Prioritize areas near water sources with good soil. Send Tom to repair water facilities, if any. Recruit all willing refugees and former rusted lands farmers. Farming tools will be provided by Blackrock Fortress. Before the first harvest, food supplies will come from Blackrock Fortress. After harvest, distribute according to the land rent agreement. Yes, sir. Old servant will make this land grow food again. Old Ford's voice trembled with excitement. Farming is the foundation of the territory. And that abandoned quarry, Lin's eyes sparkled, send people to check the reserves. If usable, organize extraction immediately. The castle expansion, road paving, and arrow towers all need stones. Clear and practical commands were issued one after another. Blackrock Fortress operated like a precise machine, running at high speed. The clouds of war had not yet dispersed, but Lin knew that strength was the foundation, yet wealth was the key to lasting peace. Iron brought weapons, food brought people, and stones built strong fortresses and prosperous towns. Successfully developed the Rusted Lands Development Plan. Gained territory development rewards. Reputation 500. Efficient planning. Unlocked special building blueprint. Basic irrigation canal requires stones, wood, and basic engineers. Greatly increases farmland output. Unlocked special item. High-quality winter wheat seeds. Cold-resistant, high-yield first-generation seeds. X10 bags. Unlocked special item. Basic fertilizer manual, system optimized. Seeing the generous rewards from the system, Lin's eyes filled with joy. Irrigation canal. High-yield seeds. Fertilizer manual. These are like a triple combo of farming magic. Old Ford. Immediately organize people to build the irrigation canal near the selected farmland according to this blueprint. Lin recited the key points of the system-provided blueprint. Send people to support Tom once his water facilities are repaired. Prioritize supplying stones and wood. Yes, sir. Old Ford was overjoyed. Additionally, Lynn pointed to the 10 bags of healthy wheat seeds that had just appeared in the system space, emitting a faint life aura. These are. I traded for them from a mysterious merchant, cold-resistant, high-yield wheat seeds. Very precious. You must personally keep them safe. On the most fertile land you clear, set aside a test field for planting. Follow the fertilizer manual strictly for fertilization and management. Lynn solemnly handed the fertilizer manual to Old Ford. Divine gift seeds. Old Ford, holding the heavy wheat seeds and the manual, was so excited that tears welled up. Old servant swears with his life. Will never fail your lordship's trust. Inside Blackrock Castle's walls, the garrison soldiers trained vigorously. Outside, the rust-colored iron mine area had a new furnace spewing thick smoke, with the sound of hammering day and night. On the vast wasteland, farmers, under engineering soldiers' guidance, cleared stones, dug channels, and built dams. In the test fields, Old Ford carefully sowed the precious wheat seeds as if caring for a baby. The entire territory of Blackrock Castle was like a giant sponge, greedily absorbing the newly acquired land and resources, bursting with unprecedented vitality. The iron ore production was quickly turned into more weapons and armor. The cultivated land promised a bountiful harvest. Constantly, stones and wood were transported back to the castle to reinforce the walls and build new arrow towers. The reputation points on the system panel soared. Iron or stable output 10, water channel construction 20, test field sowing 50, villager hope level 100. The threat of war still loomed high, but the foundation of Blackrock Castle was becoming stronger at an unprecedented speed. Lynn stood on the newly repaired tower, watching the bustling scene inside the territory, feeling the sense of fulfillment brought by reputation points, and his heart was filled with pride. Brom's army, let them come. The blades of Blackrock Castle are now sharper, and the prosperity and hope taking root here will be the unshakable foundation. At that moment, a lookout soldier urgently blew the horn. Woo-woo, master. Eric's voice was serious. Northeast. Smoke and dust. Large clouds of dust. Brom's army is coming. The scale is beyond expectations. Lynn's eyes sharpened, but a cold, long-awaited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They are finally here. Give the order. All troops, prepare for battle. The Viscount Brom's army of justice surged like a dark flood of death and greed across the wilderness, raising clouds of dust as it headed fiercely toward Blackrock Fortress. There were over 2,000 soldiers. Among them, 500 were Brom's famous core troops, the Mountain Heavy Infantry. They were strong and sturdy, wearing heavy leather armor or old chainmail, reinforced with iron plates. They carried large battle axes or long-handle hammers, with faces hardened and dulled from long struggles in the cold mountain lands. Following behind were nearly 1,000 conscripts made up of miners and mountain folk. Their gear was simple, their spirits low, mostly driven by Brom's tyranny and the promise of plunder. The rest were a few hundred light cavalry and archers, tasked with breaking enemy formations and chasing retreating soldiers. Brom himself rode a mighty black-maned warhorse, dressed in plain armor with dents and patches. His single eye burned with cruelty and greed. He looked at the distant fortress, which stood out sharply on the barren plain. The Black Rock banner fluttered on the battlements. A cruel smile spread across his face. Lynn Costa, you thief. Bandit. Today, the iron hammer of the Skull Crusher will shatter your turtle shell. With your blood, wash away the shame you brought to Baron Hark. Use your iron, ore, and everything you have to pay for your sins. Brom's roar was like a beast's cry, echoing over the army, trying to stir the soldiers' ferocity. On the fortress wall, Lynn looked down at the overwhelming enemy army. His face was cold as ice. On the system map, the enemy's red dots were dense, like a rolling wave of blood, far larger than expected. But he felt no fear, only burning battle spirit and cold calculation. System, confirm reputation pool, Lynn whispered in his mind. Current reputation, 1,950 points. From Iron Rust League integration farming development ongoing, good. Enough for a big move. System, Summon immediately 200 basic infantry, 100 basic archers, 20 beginner engineers. For quick repairs and fortifications on the battlefield, summon 200 basic infantry. Costs 2,000 reputation points. Summon 100 basic archers. Costs 1,500 reputation points. Summon 20 basic engineering soldiers. Costs 400 reputation points. Total reputation spent, 3,900 points. Current reputation, 1,950 points minus 3,900 points equals negative 1,950 points. The system allows small overdrafts, but it must be repaid quickly after the battle. Summoning in progress. In an instant, the inner city square of Blackrock Fortress, the walls, and even the open ground behind the battlements burst into an unprecedented, dazzling white light, as if the sun was falling. 1, 10, 100. A total of 300 beams of white light lit up almost simultaneously, illuminating the entire castle like daytime. This sacred, to Blackrock Fortress, and awe-inspiring scene left all the guards on the walls and the soldiers below stunned. When the light faded, 300 fully armed, serious-looking system soldiers appeared suddenly in every corner of the castle. 200 basic infantrymen with short swords and round shields stood firm like mountains. 100 archers with longbows, their eyes sharp as eagles. 20 engineers with tool bags quickly and orderly checked the key points of the walls. The forces of Blackrock Fortress instantly increased to 150 system soldiers, 100 garrison troops, 200 newly summoned infantry, 100 archers, 20 engineers equals 570 combat-ready soldiers. Plus the temporarily armed civilians and militia, the city's defenses were immediately strengthened. Blackrock. After a brief silence, deafening cheers of excitement erupted into the sky. Whether veteran or new recruit, system soldier or garrison, everyone was ignited by this miraculous arrival and fueled with the strongest fighting spirit. The Lord's great power has once again descended. Victory will surely belong to Blackrock Fortress. Eli. Lynn's voice rang out amid the cheers, full of strength. Subordinate is here. Eli was very excited. The 100 newly summoned archers are under your command. Distribute them to all the towers and battlements. Prioritize giving them poisoned arrows. I want Brahm's heavy infantry to be bloodied in the first wave of arrow rain. Understood, my lord. Carl. Sir. Carl's voice was firm as a rock, his snakescale armor shimmering with cold black light in the morning sun. You lead all the infantry, original 150 system soldiers, 200 newly summoned infantry, 100 garrison troops. Rely on the walls. Hold your ground. Use rolling logs, stones, and fire oil tanks. Don't hold back. I want the fierce warriors of the Broken Skull Fortress to crash against the city walls and be defeated. Build the wall with blood. The people and the city are ours, Carl shouted back angrily. Liam. Hawk. Reporting. The engineering soldiers are responsible for reinforcing key points and maintaining equipment. You, along with the remaining garrison and armed civilians, are in charge of transporting supplies and helping the wounded. Fix what needs fixing. Yes, sir. The commands poured out like a mighty river, turning Blackrock Fortress into a well-organized war machine, quickly armed and ready for battle. The newly summoned soldiers quickly settled into their roles without delay. On the city walls, arrows like a forest of cold glints shot through the air. Behind the walls, piles of rolling logs and stones, along with neatly arranged oil tanks, prepared for fire. An overwhelming sense of power, blending steel will and divine strength, rose from the fortress. Below, Bloom's army saw the brief but dazzling flash of white light and the sudden appearance of countless soldiers inside and outside the walls. A strange panic and chaos spread through the army. Fooling around, Bloom's single eye flickered with suspicion, then was replaced by rage. That's an illusion. It's the last struggle of that cunning kid. Charge. All troops, charge. The first to reach the wall will be rewarded with 100 gold coins and knightly status. Kill them all. The iron mines and the fortress are ours. Where there's great reward, brave men will come. Especially Bloom's core mountain infantry, which roared like beasts. Under the officers' commands, they carried makeshift ladders and battering rams, rushing toward the fortress walls like a black tide, fighting desperately. The conscripted soldiers followed closely, like a herd of sheep driven forward. 500 steps, 400 steps, 300 steps. Within range, a shout came from the watchtower. Archers! Eric's voice was sharp and commanding. Target. Enemy heavy infantry. Poison arrows. 3 volleys. Fire. Whoosh. 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 Like the sigh of death itself, a deadly silence fell. 100 newly summoned, highly trained archers simultaneously released their bows. 100 arrows, glowing with a strange blue light, like deadly swarms of bees, whistled through the cold air, accurately striking the front line of the mountain infantry formation. Pop, 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 pop. Huh? My eyes. Poison. The arrow is poisonous. Help. No. A terrifying scream suddenly erupted among the heavy infantry formation. The deadly power of the poisoned arrows was fully displayed at this moment. Regular arrows might only cause piercing wounds, but these dark blue arrows, if they just scratch the skin, release intense nerve toxins and corrosive liquids that spread quickly like maggots in flesh. Those hit by arrows turned black in the face within moments, foaming at the mouth, convulsing, and collapsing. The wounds even made a faint sizzling sound, as if being corroded. The once tight formation of heavy infantry was instantly torn apart, creating a huge gap, like butter melted by a hot iron. Keep firing. Shoot freely. Suppress the enemy behind, Eric calmly commanded. Ordinary arrows rained down like rain, less deadly than poison ones, but enough to slow the charge. Soldiers kept screaming and falling. Charge through. Don't stop. Cross the arrow rain to win. Bloom's officers shouted wildly, hitting trembling soldiers with the backs of their swords. At great cost, over 100 heavy infantry and more conscripts fallen. Bloom's vanguard finally reached the city wall. Ladders were hastily set up, soldiers howling as they began climbing. Heavy battering rams, pushed by dozens of strong men, slammed fiercely against the newly reinforced city gate. Rolling stones. Carl's voice boomed like a bell from the city tower. The prepared soldiers immediately overturned heavy stones piled behind the battlements. The massive rocks, with tremendous force, roared down. Boom! Ah! Screams and the sound of bones breaking filled the air. Climbing soldiers were crushed like dumplings, ladders shattered. The team pushing the battering ram was also caught in the chaos, causing confusion everywhere. Boiling mud. Carl's voice was cold and ruthless. Scalding, foul-smelling mud mixed with quicklime poured down from the city wall like a waterfall from the mouth of the sluice. Splish, hot. It's burning me, my eyes. Ah! The area below the wall instantly turned into a hellish scene. The soldier soaked in hot manure let out a heart-wrenching scream as his skin was instantly burned and scorched. Quicklime reacted violently with water, producing high heat and strong alkali, making things worse. The climbing efforts were completely stopped. Wails echoed all around the city. Oil. Target. Ram team. Eric seized the moment and ordered. Several cans of oil were precisely poured onto the crowded ram team. Rocket. Boom. A fierce blaze erupted again. The soldiers pushing the ram turned into fiery figures, screaming as they scattered in all directions, spreading chaos further. Brun watched from behind, his face twisted with anger. His elite heavy infantry suffered heavy losses, and their attack was pressed tightly against the city wall, making no progress. The enemy's defenses were so tight, it was hopeless. There were arrows, rolling stones, boiling liquid, oil, and those deadly poison arrows, endless attacks. Trash. All trash. Brun was furious, his single eye glowing red. Guard. Follow me. Use the heart of the rock. Break down the gate. Kill them all. He suddenly pulled out a pouch and poured out 2 dark green pills, the heart of the rock. Without hesitation, he swallowed both pills. Dozens of his most elite guard knights followed suit. Roar, a surge of wild energy burst out instantly from Brun and his guards. Their bodies swelled like they were inflating, muscles bulged, and a thick yellowish glow appeared on their skin. Their strength and fierce aura increased several times. Brun looked like a demon god, with only madness in his remaining eye. For the iron ore? For the gold? Kill, Brun roared, dismounted his horse, and lifted a huge siege hammer, leading his equally furious guards like a runaway steel war machine. Ignoring the arrow rain overhead, the slight stone skin effect from the heart of the rock temporarily protected them from normal arrows. They charged madly toward the gate. The heavy siege hammer, empowered by their rage, slammed hard against the gate. Boom! A louder, more terrifying crash than ever before. The reinforced gate trembled violently, and the massive beam behind it groaned under the strain. Cracks appeared clearly on the gate. Not good. The gate can't hold, shouted the soldier responsible for defending the gate. Lin on the tower narrowed his eyes. Brun's desperate struggle was indeed fierce. Carl, open the door. Fight back. Lin's voice was firm and clear. Standing on the defensive meant waiting for death. We must take the initiative and strike down this sharp spearhead. Blackrock Army, follow me and attack. Carl could no longer hold back. He quickly swallowed the heart of the rock that Lin had given him. Although it had huge side effects, he had no other choice at this moment. The violent power flooded through his body instantly. His muscles under the snake-like scales swelled, and he raised a heavy bone axe with one hand. Boom! The gates of Blackrock Fortress suddenly burst open from inside just before Bloom's next strike. Behind the gates stood Carl, already prepared, also empowered by the heart of the rock, wearing heavy armor, and 200 fierce, fully armed infantry soldiers, like wolves and tigers. There were also 100 veteran soldiers, who had also taken the heart of the rock. Lin used all the captured ones, with red eyes and fearless hearts, ready to die for Blackrock. For Blackrock, Carl, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, was the first to rush out of the gate. His snakebone axe howled as it tore through the air, directly striking Bloom, who was swinging his hammer to break the door. Clang! Sparks flew. It was like two mountains colliding loudly. The powerful shockwaves spread out from the two, knocking several nearby soldiers into the air. Bloom was stunned by the sudden counterattack and Carl's equally fierce strength. His siege hammer almost slipped from his grasp. He looked at the black-scaled knight in disbelief. Another heart of the rock? How do you have one too? Enough talk. Die. Carl ignored him. His bone axe, full of terrifying power, attacked Bloom like a raging storm. Each strike was heavy and forceful enough to split mountains and stones. Two fierce warriors, both enhanced by forbidden drugs, fought fiercely in front of the gate. Their axes flashed, and waves of air rolled around. The surrounding soldiers couldn't get close. Meanwhile, the Blackrock soldiers, like a black flood, crashed into Bloom's equally ferocious guard team. Although Bloom's guards might be individually stronger, the Blackrock soldiers had more numbers and better equipment. Only Carl's armor was made of snake scales, but their standardized iron and reinforced leather armor far surpassed Bloom's chaotic gear. Their teamwork was also more coordinated, especially 100 equally fierce veteran guards, who are brave and willing to risk their lives, exchanging injuries for injuries and risking death. Thud! Hawk's throwing knife accurately pierced into the eye socket of a royal guard knight. The intense pain caused him to hesitate, and he was instantly stabbed into a sieve by several Blackrock short swords. Die! Lime shouted angrily, using a shield snatched from the enemy to knock away a guard's spear, then fiercely stabbing his short sword into the opponent's ribs. The newly summoned system infantry soldiers fought like killing machines, groups of 3, shields blocking, short sword stabbing, working seamlessly to continuously cut down the confused guards. Although Bloom's personal guard was strong individually, faced with the overwhelming numbers, excellent equipment, coordinated teamwork, and equally fierce morale of the Blackrock army, they were like beasts trapped in mud, quickly divided, surrounded, and slaughtered. Leader, the guard can't hold on anymore. A bloody guard officer roared as he charged toward Bloom. Bloom was tightly held by Carl and couldn't break free. Hearing the officer's cry, Bloom looked distractedly. He saw his elite guard, known for their strength, falling like wheat, while the enemy soldiers seemed endless. A cold wave of despair instantly seized him. No, Bloom roared in frustration, trying to force Carl to retreat and come to his aid. Your opponent is me, Carl shouted angrily, his attack becoming even more frantic. His bone axe, like a deadly parasite, clung tightly to Bloom. At this moment, whoosh, a poisoned, dark blue arrow, like the whisper of death, shot precisely from the arrow slit of the city tower, piercing through the chaos of the battlefield and sharply hitting the gap in Bloom's armor at his neck, exposed by his rage and fury. Ugh! Bloom's massive body suddenly stiffened. The fierce strength seemed to retreat like a tide. Intense pain and a terrifying numbness spread instantly from his neck throughout his body. He looked down in disbelief at the arrow feather emitting a strange blue glow. Thud! Carl seized this rare opportunity. With long-held strength, his bone axe struck fiercely at Bloom's shoulder-neck junction, where the arrow had slowed his movement. The sturdy plate armor tore like paper. Blood erupted like a fountain. Ugh! Bloom's single eye quickly dimmed, and his huge body collapsed with a thunderous crash, as if pushing a mountain of gold and a jade pillar, stirring up clouds of dust. The mighty ruler of the crushed skull fortress finally fell before the greed for the iron mine. Leader is dead. Lord Brolon is dead. Run quickly. The main commander was killed. Almost all the personal guards were wiped out. Only the mountain-heavy infantry and conscripts remained, and they completely collapsed. Fear spread through Brolon's army like a plague. They abandoned their armor and weapons, crying out for their families, like locusts driven away, fleeing deep into the wilderness. Blackrock Army. Pursue. Leave no one alive. Carl, leaning on his bone axe, forced himself to ignore the strong weakness from the stone heart, shouting loudly. Kill. The Blackrock Army's morale soared. Like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, they chased after the fleeing enemies. A bloody slaughter once again unfolded on the plains. Ding. Defeated Brolon's main force. Killed Lord Brolon's stone fist. Battle evaluation. Glorious victory. Overcoming the strong with the weak. Gained a huge amount of experience. Carl's level increased. LV.6, LV.10. Learn new skill. Frenzied Roar. Temporarily boosts attack and speed of self and nearby allies. Eric's level increased. LV.5, LV.8. Lem and Hawk's levels increased. Many soldiers' levels increased. Gained reputation, 5,000 points. Net increase of 3,050 points after repayment of debts. Looted items. Damaged plate armor, excellent. X1, Brolon. Heart of the Rock, poor quality. X5, about 300 gold coins, a large number of weapons, armor, and horses to be counted. Unlocked new authority. Core of the Viscount's territory claim, crushed Skull Fortress. Unlocked new blueprint. Medium bastion design, requires lots of stone and wood, intermediate engineers. Unlocked special troop. Blackrock heavy infantry, requires excellent plate or chain armor, basic infantry above LV.5. The system's prompts sounded like heavenly music, singing a victorious song in Lennon's mind. His reputation skyrocketed. His level soared. New blueprints and new troops unlocked. More importantly, the threat of crushed Skull Fortress was completely shattered, and even its core territory had opened its gates to Blackrock Fortress. Lin stood on the city wall, watching the enemy army fleeing like stray dogs below, and the Blackrock soldiers fighting bravely and cheering in victory. His chest was filled with pride. This battle, Blackrock Fortress forged an unstoppable reputation in the north with iron and blood. Brom's Justice Hammer was completely crushed by the flowing iron of Blackrock. Count Brom's Justice Army turned into a mess of corpses and fleeing soldiers on the wasteland. The gates of Blackrock Fortress opened, and Carl led the mighty Blackrock Army, a mix of system infantry and garrison troops, like a fierce tiger, sweeping toward Brom's old stronghold, Skullcrack Fortress, toward the northeast. Villages and watchtowers along the way quickly surrendered. Brom's rule was already harsh and cruel, and now with the Lord dead and the main forces lost, no one was willing to die for this tyrant. Within just 2 days, the Blackrock Army raised their banners on the dark, rough towers of Skullcrack Fortress. The defenders inside made a symbolic resistance but surrendered under Carl's bone axe and the cold blades of the Blackrock soldiers. As soon as they took the fortress, Lin ordered a thorough search of Brom's private chambers and command room. System scan initiated. Deep search for Brom's Stonefist's secret files and communication records. Search complete. Key evidence chain found. 1. Encrypted letter, Orc language from Grom the Roar, chief of the Bloodclaw tribe in the north. Content. Confirmed Braum provided the kingdom's border patrol routes and weak points, and agreed that on the next Blood Moon night, Braum would open the northeastern pass of Blackrock Fortress, allowing elite orc squads to infiltrate and raid the fortress and nearby villages. The loot would be split 50-50ths, and Braum must also provide 100 human slaves. 2. Border Patrol Defense Map, partial marked with Braum's handwritten notes on patrol schedules and watchtower vulnerabilities. 3. Orc Loot Ledger, records several secret trades, including selling captured kingdom citizens, labeled as goods, to orc tribes in exchange for weapons and ore. 4. Prisoners, 3 injured kingdom border scouts found in Skullcrack Fortress's dungeons. Interrogation confirmed they were captured during Braum's alliance with the orcs, intended to be sent as extras in the next trade. 5. Hidden Treasury, discovered Braum's secret stash of about 5,000 gold coins, unrefined magic crystal or weak energy reaction, and 20 units of raw magic crystals. Convincing evidence. Plus, unexpected wealth. Lin looked at the evidence listed by the system, the 3 scouts tortured beyond recognition, and the pile of gold coins and crystals before him. His eyes flashed with a cold light, but then he was replaced by a huge wave of excitement. Braum's greed and foolishness gave him a rare chance. This was not just an excuse to take over territory, but also a great opportunity to punish enemies and earn credit from the kingdom. These treasures were like a timely help in winter. Lin, his voice was cold but carried a faint hint of excitement. Organize all the evidence immediately, especially the testimonies of those 3 scouts, must be detailed, quickly and prominently. Send the head of Braum, cut off by Carl, the original orc secret letter, and a small amount of gold coins as evidence. Have Hawk personally them along the official courier route to the capital. Present them to His Majesty the King, the Chief Minister of the Privy Council, and the Minister of War. Accuse Braum's stone fist of treason, colluding with orcs, harming the kingdom's soldiers, and selling citizens into slavery. His crimes are unforgivable. Also, request the kingdom to sympathize with the hardships in the north and allocate some of the seized assets for rebuilding defenses. Understood. I will make the capital tremble. Lin knew how important this matter was and immediately took the order. The capital, the Golden Lion City. The Privy Council chamber. The atmosphere was as heavy as a storm before a thunderstorm. Around a long black obsidian conference table sat the most powerful people in the kingdom. Augustine, the deep-eyed, white-haired chief minister of the Privy Council. Raymond, the resolute minister of war with a marshal's badge on his shoulder. And Ignatius, the compassionate-looking cardinal representing the church. The throne was empty. The king was old and frail, rarely appearing in person. On the table, Braum's one-eyed head, frozen with shock and resentment, emitted a strong, bloody smell. Next to it were a rough, orc-written secret letter, border defense maps, copies of ledgers, the tearful accusations of the 3 scouts, and a small box of shining gold coins silently telling of Braum's greed. Conclusive evidence. Raymond broke the silence first, his voice like steel grinding, filled with restrained anger. Braum's stone fist, the kingdom's viscount, committed treason, harmed his comrades, and sold citizens into slavery. His crimes deserve death. The lineage of Fortress Broken Skull should be stripped of titles, and the territory reclaimed by the royal family. His private wealth should be confiscated and taken into the royal treasury. Confiscated? Finance Minister Valian, a friend of Roderick, immediately objected, glancing at the chest of gold coins. Marshal Raymond is right. Braum's crimes are serious, and his wealth should belong to the public. However, Lord Lin Costa, the guardian of the northern border, has done good work in exposing great evil, but he also started wars and took over territories, including Rusted Land. The kingdom's laws must be clear about merits and faults. The spoils of war, the chest of gold coins, should be handed over as a warning. As for the territory of Broken Skull Fortress, I suggest it be directly managed by the royal family, and Rusted Land be overseen by Count Roderick of Golden Valley. Ridiculous. Marshal Raymond glared angrily. If it weren't for Lord Lin's swift strike, the orcs would have already ravaged the north. He saved the kingdom's reputation and countless lives in the north. The mere 1,000 gold coins, they think that's all, or nothing. Braum's hidden wealth far exceeds this amount, Most of it was secretly taken by Lin. In his report, Lord Lin clearly stated that the seized goods would be used mainly for rebuilding the border defenses. That is for the public good. I propose promoting him to Viscount, uniting Brom and Rusted Land, and making him responsible for the North's defense. The seized wealth should be used for this purpose. The North is a barren land and needs a strong lord to guard it, nodded Cardinal Ignatius. Lord Lin won through strength, and his skills and soldiers are top-notch. The kingdom is in troubled times, hinting at the orc threat. We should promote him beyond the usual standards to secure the border. Using the wealth for defense is reasonable. Chief Minister Augustine, with his aged fingers, lightly tapped the table, his deep gaze sweeping over everyone, especially pausing on Valian and the chest of gold coins. Brom's Stonefist's treason is clear. All titles and noble ranks are revoked, and the Broken Skull Fortress lineage will never be restored. His territory, along with Rusted Land, will be awarded to Lord Lin Costa as a reward for his loyalty, and he will inherit them. He paused, his voice filled with undeniable authority. Lin Costa is promoted to Viscount. Title: Guardian of the North. The Black Rock family crest is granted, a black stone with crossed icy blades, symbolizing resilience and protection. He is fully responsible for the military and political affairs of Brom's former territory and Rusted Land. He looked at Raymond. Minister of War, the seized gold, the reported 1,000 coins, will be used for rebuilding the North's defenses. No need to turn it over. Additionally, the Treasury will allocate 500 gold lions to help him organize the army. Valian's face turned pale, but he dared not object further. The chief did not investigate Lin N for annexation or hoarding, but instead allocated extra funds. This favoritism is very obvious. Augustine's gaze finally settled on Varian. The Golden Valley Merchant Guild's lawsuit against Blackrock territory for breach of contract and seizure. This is a business dispute. The kingdom has no intention of intervening. The guild can seek arbitration under the trade agreement or resolve it on their own. However, I remind the guild that northern defense is crucial to the kingdom's safety. Any attempt to undermine the Guardians of the North will be seen as a provocation against the kingdom. He emphasized the words, undermine duties, and provocation. Varian could only bow his head in submission. I will follow the chief's orders. At Blackrock Fortress. No, it should now be called Blackrock Territory, the Viscount's castle. Lin In looked at the parchment appointment letter, stamped with the Royal Council's seal, sent back swiftly by Hawk. It bore the engraved emblem of Blackrock Ice Edge, a golden signet ring, and a document issued by the Minister of Military Affairs granting special defense funds. A bright smile appeared on his face. Kingdom appointment confirmed. Player Lin N Costa officially granted the title of Viscount. Title: Guardian of the North. Claimed legitimate territory. Former Brun Viscount's domain, Shattered Skull Fortress and its dependencies. Rustland Barony. Territory resource integration complete. Large iron mine. Barren. Needs upgrading. X1. Significant increase in arable land. Significant increase in sparse woodland. 2 small quarries. 1 small gold mine. Abandoned. Needs exploration. X1. Clues found within Brun territory. 20 units of magical crystal or weak energy. Kingdom Special Defense Funds. 500 gold lions deposited. Reputation settlement. Excess completion of the hidden quest. Expose treason and eliminate border threats. 7,000 reputation. Successfully integrated 2 major territories, laying the foundation for the North. 2,000 reputation. Official kingdom enfeoffment. Promotion to Viscount. Influence skyrockets. 1,000 reputation. Total reputation gained. 10,000 points. Current reputation. 10,000 points. Unlocked new permissions. Intermediate Lord System functions. Unlock new buildings. The Intermediate Blacksmith Shop, for forging high-quality equipment. The large barracks, greatly increasing soldier training efficiency and capacity. And the Basic Magic Academy, powered by magic crystals, enabling basic magic research and enchantments. Unlock new troop type. The Northern Ice Edge Rangers, requiring quality warhorses, light armor, and cold resistance enchantments. Unlock special ability. Lord Aura, level 1. passively increases the work efficiency, morale, and loyalty of all units within the territory, soldiers, craftsmen, farmers, by 5%. Range, entire Blackrock territory. Unlock stable income. Territory prosperity rewards. Thanks to being promoted to Viscount and effectively managing 2 large territories, the size, population, and resource output have greatly increased, reaching new heights of prosperity. Receive steady rewards. 300 reputation points daily. This income will grow as the territory develops. 10,000 reputation points. Magic crystals. Basic Magic Academy. Lord Aura. Huge amounts of gold. Most importantly, steady daily reputation gain of 300 points. It's like installing an endless reputation engine on the Blackrock territory's war machine. The generous system rewards flood in like a wave. Lin feels his heart pounding with excitement at this wealth and power. The potential of Blackrock territory has instantly been elevated to a new level. The accumulated reputation will provide him with endless confidence. Congratulations, my lord. Well done, my lord. Long live the Northern Guardians. Lime, Carl, Eric, and other core members kneel on one knee, their voices trembling with excitement. From a fallen baron to owning 2 territories, holding over 10,000 reputation points, and earning stable reputation income. This is an incredible achievement in just a few months. Lin places the signet ring on his finger, feeling the weight of power and responsibility, as well as the immense strength and steady income brought by the system. He looks northward, beyond the desolate mountains, to the cold land where orcs dwell. Duty. Northern Guardians. 300 per day. Very good. Lin's eyes burn with unprecedented sharpness and confidence. Carl. Reporting for duty. Carl's voice is loud and clear like a bell. Immediately begin recruiting/training Blackrock heavy infantry. Use the best iron. Start building the intermediate blacksmith shop right away. I want a flood of steel. Yes, my lord. Eric. Select the best riders. Form the Northern Ice Edge Rangers. Give them the best horses. The Magic Academy will prioritize researching cold-resistant enchantments. I want their horses' hooves to cover every inch of the snowy plains in the north. Understood, Liam. Take full control of the 2 territories' affairs. Funds are in place. Immediately recruit refugees. Cultivate wastelands. Repair water systems. The beginner magic school will be built behind the castle. Start construction immediately. I want to see the foundation of the first mage tower by spring. Roads should connect the entire region. The higher our prosperity, the more daily reputation we gain. Yes, my lord. The entire Blackrock territory seemed to ignite like a rocket, launching at an unprecedented speed. Gold flowed like a river into every area. The iron mine was blazing with heat. New large barracks rose up. The scale of land clearing expanded several times. Main roads across the territory began to be planned and extended, and a grand, mysterious magic school started construction. The glow of the Lord's aura seemed to cover the whole land, boosting everyone's efficiency. A steady gain of 300 reputation points per day was like a flowing spring, filling Lin with confidence about the future. However, amid this fiery prosperity, a cold wave from the south still arrived as expected. The Golden Valley Trading Branch in Stone Creek Town posted a prominent notice. Starting today, the Golden Valley Trading Guild and all associated merchants will cease all business with Blackrock Territory, formerly Blackrock Fortress. Stop purchasing any goods from them, including moonlight moss, ironware, agricultural products. Stop selling any supplies to them, including grain, salt, cloth, tools, weapons parts. This ban remains until Blackrock Territory makes satisfactory compensation and apologies for breaching contracts and damaging the reputation of the guild. On the trade route from Stone Creek Town to Blackrock Territory, the elite guards of Golden Valley, with faint shadows of Roderick's private soldiers, set up strict checkpoints. Count Roderick's economic sanctions were like a cold noose tightening around the neck of the new Northern Guardian. But this time, the noose was around a dragon with endless growth potential, constantly drawing strength from its source. Lin stood beside the nearly completed foundation of the Magic Academy, looking at a copy of the Merchant Guild's announcement in his hand. He also gazed at the high-quality winter wheat standing proudly in the test fields outside the castle, its heads full and resilient against the early winter cold wind. A cold, confident smile played on his lips as his fingers unconsciously stroked the signet ring symbolizing the Viscount's authority. "Old Ford, old servant here. Is our winter wheat enough to eat?" "Yes, sir." "Miracles. With the seeds and fertilizer you provided, a bountiful harvest is expected. As long as we survive the cold snap, the yield will be at least 5 times that of normal wheat, plus the newly reclaimed land. Come spring next year, our granaries will overflow. Salt. We just discovered a few rock salt deposits. Cloth. Many women among the refugees can weave. Tools and weapons. We have iron mines, blacksmiths, and the Magic Academy." Old Ford was full of confidence, counting on his fingers. "They're blocking us? Let them try. Blackrock territory can sustain itself and even thrive." "Good." Lynn's eyes sparkled with wisdom and ambition. "Send orders. All farms in the territory will plant this wheat next spring. Fertilize strictly according to the manual. Once the roads are open, encourage villages and towns to trade and share resources. I want the foundation of Blackrock territory to be as solid as its growing reputation, steadfast and everlasting." As for the blockade at Golden Valley, Lynn's gaze turned southward, as if piercing through mountains and rivers, directly at Count Rodrigue's castle. "You think cutting off trade routes can choke a dragon? Soon, you'll see that your proud commercial empire is fragile compared to the magic, steel, and rising prestige of Blackrock territory." He opened his palm, revealing a translucent, violet crystal that seemed to have liquid flowing inside, reflecting a beautiful glow in the sunlight. In his other hand, he toyed with a newly mined magic crystal that emitted a faint blue light. "Magic Academy. Moon Moss Essence. 300 reputation points gained daily. And this starting capital of 10,000 gold." Lynn's smile was dangerous and charming. "Count Rodrigue, your noose will become the ladder for me to reach higher heights." "Mr. Franklin, it seems our conversation is starting earlier than expected." With 10,000 reputation points in hand and a steady gain of 300 daily, he now had endless possibilities to reshape the continent's power structure. Magic research, enchanted equipment, and stronger soldiers. The sanctions from Golden Valley are destined to be a ridiculous farce in the face of absolute power, self-sufficiency, and endless reputation. The cold winter wind has been raging across the northern wilderness for 3 full months. Snow covers the mountains, freezing the rivers, but cannot stop the vitality and energy bursting from the land of Blackrock. For months after uniting Blackrock, it is deep winter. Blackrock City, formerly Blackrock Fortress, the Back Mountain. The Beginner Magic Academy. After 3 months of construction, this magical sanctuary, which embodies Lynn's ambitions, is finally taking shape. The main structure is built with large blue stones, simple and sturdy in design, with a thick waterproof felt roof, waiting to be tiled in spring. Deep in the foundation, 20 clusters of faintly glowing blue magic crystals, Brolin's legacy, form the core energy array. Inside the element observation room at the deepest part of the academy, the temperature stays below freezing. On the walls, a frozen ice spell rune, created by Orlando, a rune mage summoned by the system, and a few apprentices who just learned basic runes, glows faintly with cold light after nearly a month of work. At the center of the experiment table, a crystal-clear, uniquely made cauldron, crafted from moonlight crystal exchanged for 1,000 reputation points, floats a small drop of thick, mercury-like liquid emitting a gentle purple glow. Orlando, wearing a thick fur cloak, has frost on his beard and eyebrows, but his cloudy old eyes sparkle with unprecedented excitement. "Master, it's done. According to the secret method you gave me, after 10 days of low-temperature condensation and mental guidance, this raw stone has finally been purified. Although it's only a tiny drop, the life essence contained within is incredibly pure. It's 10 times stronger than the so-called essence from the Merchant Guild." He is so excited that his voice trembles. 3 months of sleepless work and countless failures have finally paid off at this moment. Lynn looks at the beautiful liquid in the cauldron, and the system prompt clearly appears, successfully purified. High-purity moonlight moss essence. Beginner. X1. Purity, 72%, far above the 40% to 50% purity of market products. Effect: powerful health recovery, stamina boost, and slight promotion of plant growth must be diluted. Reputation cost: 500, speed up analysis, 1000, cauldron, 500, rune pattern. Ongoing maintenance is almost equal to 2,200 points. Reward: unlocks the research branch for moonlight moss extract application, pharmacy, enchantment, agriculture. Reputation 1000, breakthrough achievement. Although the investment is large, this first drop of high-purity extract belonging to Blackrock territory is far more meaningful than its own value. Lin nods with satisfaction. Well done, Orlando. Record all data and summarize the experience. Next, try slight dilution to test its effect on plant growth. Yes, my lord. I will do my best. Orlando feels that his mage career is experiencing a second spring in his old age. Blackrock City, North District. Large barracks. For months of strict training have filled this land with the sound of commands, like the clang of steel. In the infantry training area, Carl stands firm like a rock. In front of him, 100 heavy infantry of Blackrock are beginning to take shape. Their fine iron armor, crafted over 2 months by a mid-level blacksmith shop, reflects a cold gleam in the winter sunlight. They hold long, thickened Blackrock spears, executing commands with synchronized, steady movements, stabbing and retracting with strength. Their steps on the frozen ground produce dull thuds. Formation change. Sharp spearhead. Guard, Carl roars. Charge. The 100-man formation shifts instantly from a broad line to a forward-leaning formation, while their large shields crash to the ground with a deafening bang. 3 months of basic formation training, 1 month of combat drills, sweat, injuries from training, and Carl's strict discipline have finally turned these men into true war machines. Completion rate, 70%. In the cavalry training area, dust still rises, the frozen ground repeatedly trampled. Alike rides his beloved black steed, Night Shadow, followed by 50 Icefang scouts riding sturdy northern horses. They wear light leather armor lined with thick fur, carry longbows, and have curved swords at their waists. Target. Moving target ahead. 3-round volley. Cover. Alike commands sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow left the bowstring, tracing arcs through the air. Although the landing points were somewhat scattered, they now formed an effective coverage area. 3 months of horseback shooting and riding skill training made them steady on horseback. Their ability to draw and shoot improved greatly. Progress, 60%. The research on cold resistance enchantments has been approved at the Magic Academy, awaiting key materials. In Blackrock City, in the southern suburbs, there are vast experimental fields and new farmland. The cold wind is still biting, but beneath thick grass mats, the miracle of life is stubbornly growing. Old Ford, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, has a red face from the cold but bright eyes. He carefully lifts a piece of grass mat, revealing golden wheat ears underneath. The grains are full and almost bursting out of their husks, swaying slightly in the cold wind. It's a miracle, truly a miracle. Old Ford's voice chokes with emotion as he takes out a fragile, frozen record book. For months, from early winter planting through 3 snowstorms, with the Lord's secret fertilization and insulation methods. Look at this growth. After spring, we'll harvest 800 gene per mu, and more. He points to the dense records and data charts in the book. 7,000 of the newly cultivated 12,000 mu of land have been sown. The water channels connect the main farming areas, and the composting yards work day and night. When spring thaws arrive, the remaining 5,000 mu can be planted in time. In Blackrock City, at the blacksmith workshop district and road construction site, the constant clanging is the city's eternal background music. The tall chimney of the mid-level blacksmith shop spews black smoke day and night. Tom and his apprentices work tirelessly like machines. In 3 months, they have not only completed the military gear for the troops, heavy infantry armor, cavalry equipment, but also started forging large foundation plates and components for the fortress project. In a corner of the workshop, rune apprentices are becoming more skilled at carving ice magic runes. Though their magic power is weak, they can now reliably assist with low-temperature quenching of some molds, greatly improving weapon toughness. Outside the workshop area, a wide earthen road is taking shape, extending southward. This is the result of the refugee organization led by Lime and the garrison's labor support, using the entire winter's farming downtime to build in sections. Although not yet fully connected across the territory, the main roads linking key resource points, iron mines, quarries, major farms, and Blackrock City are now open, greatly improving the efficiency of material transport. In the Lord's study, Lynn put down the Blackrock Territory Monthly Brief compiled by Lime. It clearly recorded the territory's development over the past 4 months. Food reserves. Winter wheat is growing very well, with total output expected to exceed expectations by 15%. 70% of the newly reclaimed land has been sown. Iron ore production. The new mine is operating steadily, with daily output increased by 30%. Iron ingot reserves are sufficient. Stone and wood. Sufficient for current construction needs. Quarries and forests continue to be mined. Population/displaced people. New displaced people have been settled. Total population has surpassed 8,000, with 7 new villages established. Military training. Heavy infantry, 70%, and Frostblade Rangers, 60%. Training are progressing as planned. Magic research. Purification of moonlight moss extract succeeded at the basic level. Application research has begun. The cold pool cave has been transformed into a stable low-temperature laboratory. Road construction. Main roads connect key resource points. Secondary roads are being planned. He looked at the last page of the brief, where a note from Stone Creek Town caught his eye. The Golden Valley Merchant Guild's blockade has lasted 4 months. The effects are, trade of ironware and moonlight moss with Blackrock territory has been interrupted, but internal demand remains strong, so impact is limited. Salt, cloth, and some tool parts are blocked from entering, but new salt deposits are being mined on a small scale, and displaced people's weaving groups are producing, while blacksmith shops can produce most tools themselves. Guild's own losses. Without access to high-quality ironware and potential moonlight moss supplies from Blackrock territory, Stone Creek Branch's profits have dropped by 30%. Chain reaction. Small and medium merchants in Stone Creek Town, especially 3-grain merchants, cannot sell goods to Blackrock territory due to the Golden Valley ban, particularly the 4 months stockpiled grain. Their funds are tight, and complaints are rising. The owner of the general store, Oak Barrel, privately expressed willingness to sell old grain at cost price to recover funds. Lynn lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a slight smile of control on his lips. 4 months of steady effort had not tightened the noose around Golden Valley. Instead, it had made Blackrock territory's backbone stronger. The reputation had grown to a terrifying level. Lime. Subordinate here. Lime stepped forward immediately. How much old grain do we have in the granaries from those ordinary wheat crops? Back to the main point. As you ordered, only enough seeds and the minimum emergency reserves were kept. The rest of the stored grain amounts to about 800 bushels. Good, Lennon nodded. You mentioned before that the 3-grain merchants in Shershi Town have accumulated a total of how much old grain? According to secret reports, at least 1,500 bushels. Stored for 4 months, the quality has declined, and they are about to lose money. Send the most clever and reliable people to contact these 3 merchants separately. Tell them that the Blackrock Territory's Northern Border Trading Company is willing to buy all their old grain at 70% of the market price, fair and quick. But it must be fast, discreet, and paid in cash, using the non-standard gold and silver coins we seized. Lin-On's smile carried a hint of cunning. Remember, only old grain. This will help them clear their burdens. Lame's eyes lit up. Master's plan is brilliant. We buy their old grain at a high price, which is actually much lower than before the blockade. They will be grateful. We consume the useless old grain and gain the merchant's goodwill, who urgently needs circulating funds. Plus, cash payments leave no trace. Additionally, Lin took the Viscount's badge and handed it to Lame. In the name of Northern Guardian, Viscount Lin Costa of Blackrock, send a formal invitation to the head of Shershi Town's merchants, the 3-grain merchants, 2 cloth merchants, and the owner of the Oaken Barrel General Store. Timing: after the first spring rain. Location: the headquarters of the Northern Border Trading Company in Blackrock City, currently under renovation. Purpose: to discuss the Northern Prosperity Trade Plan and to taste the new specialty of Black Rock territory. He emphasized formal and specialty taste. The specialty, Lame understood the hidden meaning this time. It was time to show strength and bait. Understood. I will handle it immediately. The invitation will be delivered to their desks. Lame left on his mission. Inside the study, Lin In walked to the large bay window, a newly installed glass window. Luxurious, but he didn't mind the expense for reputation. Outside the window, the breath of early spring was quietly stirring amid the cold wind. In the Magic Academy, Orlando might be diluting that precious essence for experiments. In the barracks, Carl's furious shouts mixed with the clash of armor. Under the snow-covered experimental fields, golden wheat quietly gathered strength. In the workshop area, the sound of hammers and the faint glow of runes continued day and night. The newly built village's smoke rises gently, and the newly repaired roads stretch like veins. After 4 months of rest and construction, Blackrock territory is like a seed buried underground, having endured the harsh winter and gathering great strength. The sea of reputation is deep beyond sight. The secrets of magic flow at your fingertips. The tide of steel has taken shape, and a harvest scene is about to unfold. Meanwhile, the noose of Golden Valley, in the face of the vibrant life nurtured by sweat, steel, magic, and time, seems to be on the verge of breaking with a faint cracking sound. The tail end of winter leaves the northern wilderness with its last icy marks, but inside and outside Blackrock City, a nearly boiling heat has already taken hold. There are still days until the first spring rain, and 3 weeks until the opening of the Northern Border Trading Company, the first rain gathering. But these 3 weeks will be a time when Blackrock Territory's finely tuned war machine works at full speed, racing forward. At the back of Blackrock City, the Magic Academy, Elemental Laboratory, a drop of beautiful pale purple essence in a crucible is carefully divided into 10 smaller droplets, each placed in different crystal dishes. Orlando's eye sockets are sunken, but his spirit is unusually excited. He directs some of the fastest learning apprentices to follow the dilution ratios and growth acceleration hypotheses given by Lin, dropping the diluted essence onto cold-resistant grass seedlings at different growth stages. Record: Dish 1, dilution ratio 1 to 1000. Drop: Dish 2, 1:2000. Drop: Dish 3. Control group: plain water. The apprentices hold their breath, moving carefully. When the nearly transparent, 1,000-fold diluted liquid touches the tender leaves of the grass, a faint purple glow flashes briefly, almost invisible to the eye. Quick, observe, record all changes. Orlando's voice is hoarse. Time passes second by second. 1 hour, 2 hours. It moved. It moved, one apprentice exclaims, pointing at the grass in Dish 3, the control group. It seems a little greener than before, natural growth. No, look at Dish 1. Another apprentice's eyes widen. Oh my God, it's new shoots. They were just tender shoots, and now they've unfurled. The leaf veins became clearer, the growth speed, at least 3 times faster. His voice trembled with excitement. Orlando rushed to the petri dish, his old, cloudy eyes fixed tightly on the sprout treated with a 1:1000 diluted solution. Sure enough, the new tender leaf had expanded to a normal size in just 2 hours, a process that usually takes a whole day. The green of the leaf was richer, full of vitality. A miracle, a divine miracle of life granted by the Lord. Orlando trembled with excitement, ignoring his manners. Quick, record all data. Note every change. Draw a growth chart. The 1:1000 dilution is initially effective. The acceleration is about 3 times normal. No visible side effects. He seemed to see endless possibilities, shortening crop growth cycles, achieving 2 harvests a year in the cold northern regions, even improving more plants. Moonlight moss extract dilution 1:1000, confirmed to promote cold-resistant seedling growth. Growth rate 300%. Unlock new application branch, efficient eco-agriculture. Reputation 500. Breakthrough application discovery. The news quickly reached the Lord's study. Lynn looked at Orlando's unfinished experiment notes and a sketch filled with exclamation marks, eyes shining brightly. Although it was just a seedling, the effect was astonishing. If this could be replicated in crops, even at half the effectiveness, BlackRock's grain supply would no longer be a problem, and it could even become a strategic weapon. Orlando, Lynn immediately ordered, start small-scale wheat seedling experiments. Use the lowest ratio, starting at 1 to 5,000. Keep it strictly secret. Have Old Ford secretly supply the wheat seedlings from the far edge of the experimental field. In BlackRock City, the northern city barracks. Large training ground. Snow had been deliberately cleared to reveal a large patch of frozen, hard black soil. Carl, clad in snake-scale armor, holding a bone axe, stood like a black war god in the center of the training ground. In front of him, 100 heavily armed BlackRock infantry formed a tight square, clad in iron armor, with spears like a forest. 3 months of sweat. 4.5 months of blood. Carl's voice thundered across the empty training ground. Today, let you rookies see what a real battlefield meat grinder looks like. He suddenly waved his hand. Simulate the enemy. Charge. At the other end of the training ground, the gate opened. 50 soldiers dressed in heavy leather armor, holding large wooden sticks wrapped in thick cloth to prevent fatal injuries, and simple wooden shields, charged forward roaring. They were chosen from the strongest veterans in the garrison, mimicking the charging stance of orc infantry. To make it more realistic, they even tied rough wooden plates, symbolizing orc bone armor, onto their leather armor. Sharp spear. Break through, Carl shouted angrily. Kill. 100 heavy infantry shouted together, their voices loud and fierce. The entire formation instantly formed a sharp triangle pointing forward, like a giant steel hammer smashing into the city, charging fiercely at the enemy. Boom! A dull explosion sounded, wood chips flew, and muffled cries of pain echoed. The front heavy infantry used their tower shields to withstand the impact of the wooden sticks, holding their formation steady. The soldiers behind suddenly their spears through gaps in the shields. Even wrapped in cloth, the powerful impact made the actors playing the enemy grunt in pain and stumble backward. The hard wooden plates tied outside the leather armor cracked with a snapping sound under the force of the iron-tipped spears. Advance. Crush them, Carl ordered again. The formation moved like a precise killing machine, stepping in neat, heavy steps. Shields pushed forward, spears jabbed in turn, resisting the chaos of the enemy and steadily moving forward. Where they passed, the enemy fell like wheat harvested. Though just a simulation, the overwhelming sense of steel and unstoppable momentum made the new soldiers and craftsmen watching feel breathless. Stop! Seeing the enemy retreating, Carl shouted just in time. On the training ground, the enemy lay scattered, grimacing and snarling, while the heavy infantry formation remained intact, except for a few who were dazed from being hit by the wooden sticks. Did you see that? Carl looked over his soldiers, eyes blazing. This is heavy infantry. This is the wall of steel. After spring, when the orcs charge with bone armor and war hammers, they will be even fiercer than these wooden sticks. Their bone armor will be tougher than these wooden plates. But your shields, your armor, your spears will be stronger, harder. Tell me, are you afraid? No. The 100 soldiers shouted together, their voices shaking the sky. Morale soared to 85% at this moment. In the cavalry training area, Elric is conducting the final live combat exercises. 50 Ice Edge Rangers are divided into 2 teams, racing quickly through simulated wilderness obstacle zones, snow piles, wooden stakes, weaving, flanking, and shooting from horseback. Arrows whiz through the air, and the sound of hooves kicks up snow. Although there are still some mistakes, the sharpness and speed of their movements are beginning to resemble the early form of the Northern Blade Fighters. Outside the southern city gate of BlackRock City, at the end of the main road. The earthen main road, built with the hard work of refugees and soldiers throughout the winter, looks like a gray dragon stretching to its planned end, at the edge of the large square outside the south gate of BlackRock City. Lame stands at the end of the road, watching the last pile of gravel being compacted, wiping sweat and mud from his face. It's done. Finally finished, he breathes a long sigh of relief. This vital link connecting the iron mine, quarry, main farms, in Blackrock City was completed 3 days early. This means resources from all areas can flow more smoothly into the core zone, supporting the upcoming trade fair and long-term development. On the other side of the square, a large, rugged yet practical 3-story stone and wood building has been topped out. Craftsmen are busy decorating the interior and exterior. This is the headquarters of the Northern Border Trading Company. A huge signboard is covered with red cloth, waiting for the opening ceremony of the spring gathering. In Blackrock City, the Lord's Study. Lynn has the latest territorial report and reputation panel spread out before him. Territorial development, 3 weeks before the trade fair. Agriculture. Orlando's secret wheat seed trial has begun, small scale. The winter wheat in the experimental fields is in the final grain-filling stage, still growing strongly. Newly reclaimed land has been fully sown. Military. Heavy infantry combat exercises succeeded, 85%. Ice Edge Ranger training against opponents completed, 70%. Construction. Main road completed. The main structure of the Northern Border Trading Company headquarters is finished, 60% interior decoration. Magic. Moonlight moss extract growth effects confirmed, seedlings, wheat seed trials ongoing. Sir, Lame quickly enters, presenting a list and a few reply letters. Stone Creek Town has responded. 3 grain merchants have secretly completed their deliveries, totaling 1,800 bushels of stored grain. They are very grateful and say they will definitely attend the spring gathering. The owner of the Oak Barrel General Store and 2 fabric shops privately conveyed that they felt honored by the invitation from the Lord. However, Lempton paused, lowering his voice. The reply from Chairman Gordon of the Guild was polite but ambiguous, only saying, "If there is free time, perhaps you may come to observe." Additionally, the branch manager of the Golden Valley Guild in Stone Creek Town has been frequently visiting Chairman Gordon's residence these days. Lynn took the reply, glanced at it, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Gordon, that old fox, neither wants to offend Golden Valley nor can he resist the potential benefits. Is he trying to stay neutral and watch from the sidelines? No problem, Lynn said, tossing the reply onto the table. As long as those small and medium merchants come, Gordon, he will regret it. Lynn looked out the window confidently, saying, Lem, do 2 more things. First, from our stock of fine weapons, select 10 of the best Blackrock battle knives, 10 sets of the finest leather armor, and pack them in the best wooden boxes. In the name of Northern Guardian, Blackrock Viscount Lynn Costa, send them separately to the Stone Creek Town Garrison Commander, the Sheriff, and the recently transferred, reputedly honest Deputy Commander of the City Defense Army. Remember, these are private gifts, to thank them for maintaining local order and keeping trade routes smooth. Lem's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Not only do we win over influential figures and prevent them from being bought or pressured by Golden Valley, but we also showcase our excellent equipment. If they accept the gifts, at least they won't openly help Golden Valley cause trouble for us. Second, Lynn's eyes flashed with coldness. Hawk must go there himself. Take the tiny drop of high-purity moonlight moss extract we refined. Divide out 1/10 and seal it in the most exquisite purple crystal bottle. Include a high-purity life essence certification issued by Orlando, stamped with the Magic Academy's emblem. And then, his voice carried a playful tone, find a way to accidentally let this bottle be seen in the busiest tavern in Stone Creek Town, preferably reaching the ears of a few old nobles especially interested in longevity and health preservation. Remember, it must be accidental and mysterious, Lem gasped, then smiled knowingly. Understood. High purity, longevity. This temptation is enough to make those old guys restless. Golden Valley's blockade? In front of real treasure, it probably can't stop some people's thoughts. Go ahead, Lynn waved his hand. Time is running out. The exhibits inside the trading house must be perfect, especially the display methods for the specialties. Let Tom and Orlando help out. Yes, sir. Lime responded quickly and left hurriedly. The study returned to silence. Lynn walked to the large glass window and looked outside. From the direction of the barracks, faint shouts of soldiers practicing could be heard. Toward the Magic Academy on the back mountain, there seemed to be a faint gathering of magical energy. Outside the southern city, shadows moved on the scaffolding of the headquarters. Farther away, The snow-covered experimental fields were quiet. Only Lin knew what incredible life force and secrets lay beneath the snow. The first spring rain had not yet fallen, but the blade of the Black Rock leader was already sharpened. The mysteries of magic were blooming at his fingertips. A rich picture was brewing beneath the snow, and the ocean of reputation was deep and unfathomable. The Golden Valley's blockade seemed tight, but secretly, several gaps had already been torn open. The undercurrent in Stone Creek Town was quietly surging, stimulated by the grain trade, weapon gifts, and the upcoming leak of the longevity treasure. It was gathering into a flood that could break the dam. 3 days later, the first snow of early spring fell unexpectedly. Pure white snow covered the rooftops and roads of Black Rock City, as if cloaking this powerful city in a quiet veil. Lin stood by the window, watching the snow fall, unconsciously rubbing the cold Viscount ring on his finger. The snow fell silently, but he seemed to hear the roaring undercurrents beneath the ice. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Snow, after all, will melt. According to the survivor, the attackers flew the flag of the Blood Wolf gang, acted ruthlessly, knew the terrain well, and specifically targeted narrow valley entrances. Linen's gaze immediately fixed on the map at the location marked with a red circle, Howling Wind Valley. It was like a poisonous thorn, firmly stuck in the main route from Blackrock territory to Stone Creek Town. After Viscount Brolon was defeated, this area officially belonged to Blackrock territory, but because it was remote and dangerous, it was still out of control. Again, the Blood Wolf gang. Linon's voice was cold. He picked up another report. The Iron Mine transport team from the Rusty Territory was ambushed twice last month on the west side of Howling Wind Valley, losing some refined iron, ore, and pack animals. The miners were anxious. Old Ford came to complain yesterday, saying that after spring planting began, there would be a surge in land clearing and farming tools were in high demand, but transportation of iron materials was difficult. And, Lime added in a low voice, we sent several small teams to gather remnants of Brolon's old forces, but they also encountered unknown armed groups northeast of Howling Wind Valley. The attackers moved quickly, scattering our people and then retreating into the mountains. Their tactics don't seem like ordinary bandits. Linen's finger heavily tapped on the location of Howling Wind Valley. Trade routes cut off. Supplies stolen. Territory integration hindered. Howling Wind Valley is no longer just a minor problem. It's a deadly thorn in the throat of Blackrock territory. This Blood Wolf gang must be eradicated completely. Otherwise, with the northern border trade route opening soon, how dare merchant caravans come? The blockade of Golden Valley has not been lifted, and if internal channels are cut off again, we will be trapped in a lonely fortress. His eyes flashed with determination. This Blood Wolf gang has been entrenched in Howling Wind Valley for years, plundering travelers and poisoning the local area. Now they've become even more aggressive, disturbing our supply lines and obstructing my orders. If this threat isn't eliminated, Blackrock territory will never be at peace. We can't truly control this land. Order now. Linen suddenly stood up, his voice firm. Carl, Erek, Lime, Hawk. Understood. The four responded in unison. Gather the troops. Target, Howling Wind Valley. Blood Wolf gang. This time, I don't want just a defeat. I want total annihilation. Clear the area, leave no one alive, outside the south gate of Blackrock City. A formidable military formation was already in place. Carl, commanding 300 heavy infantry of Blackrock, 800 Legion infantry, 50 engineers for city construction. Erek, commanding 200 Ice Edge Rangers, 500 Northern Border Longbow Guard. Lame and Hawk, 200 elite guards of the garrison, 100 experienced scouts. Total, 2,100 battle-hardened soldiers. Their armor gleams brightly, weapons line the ranks, and an invisible aura of seriousness spreads around. The soldiers' eyes are firm. They understand the importance of this mission, opening trade routes, defeating bandits, and declaring Blackrock's full control over this land. Lin stands on the city tower, looking over this steel army. He loudly proclaims, "Soldiers, the Blood Wolf gang is hiding in Howling Wind Valley, plundering merchants, attacking transport, and harming our Blackrock people. If we do not remove this threat today, our northern border will never be peaceful." Trade routes will remain blocked. Today, in the name of Blackrock Viscount and Protector of the North, I order you to march. Use your swords. Use your armor. Clear Howling Wind Valley. Defeat the Blood Wolves. Show the strength of Blackrock's army. Protect our land and peace. This battle, we will win. Blackrock will win. The thunderous roar echoes through the sky. The south gate bursts open with a loud bang. A steady stream of steel rushes out, crushing the muddy ground of early spring, driven by unstoppable will, heading southwest toward Howling Wind Valley. Howling Wind Valley, the end of the Blood Wolves. The battle is brief but brutal, clearly showing Blackrock's overwhelming strength. Irik's Ice Edge riders move like ghosts, blocking both sides of the valley entrance. The 500 longbow guard draw their bows, full and ready. Target: enemy fortifications. 3 rounds. Fire. Whoosh. 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 Poisoned, dark blue arrows turn into rain of death, instantly covering the bandits hiding behind wooden fences and rocks. Their screams fade quickly. Steel barrier. Sharp arrows. Charge. Carl roars like thunder. Kill. A steel spear formation of 300 heavy infantry stomps the ground and crashes into the chaos of bandits. Shields strike fiercely, bones, and war spears, splattering blood. 800 infantry follow closely, short swords flashing like meat grinders, cutting through the flanks. Bandit leader Grolsch tries to organize resistance, but is pierced precisely through the neck by a poisoned arrow from Irik's longbow. His body is quickly overwhelmed by charging horseshoes. Half an hour later, the valley is filled with corpses and blood. The Blood Wolf gang is completely destroyed, their resistance as weak as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Clear the battlefield. Identify prisoners. Engineering troops. Repair the valley entrance. Set up Blackrock outposts. Carl orders calmly. Howfong Valley, this critical passage, is now officially under Blackrock's control. The first obstacle on the trade route has been completely cleared. The soldiers quickly moved into action. Hawk led a team of scouts to interrogate the prisoners. Soon, he returned with important information. My lord, some small leaders among the prisoners were terrified and confessed that the Blood Wolf bandits are connected to something deeper in the mountains, beyond the Shadow Rift. They used to supply food, usually captured people or livestock, to those green-skinned little people in exchange for mind stones with a strange smell, sulfur, ore, and guidance on safe paths. According to them, those green-skinned folk are numerous like locusts, and there are also giant green-skinned monsters as big as small hills. Green-skinned little people? Monsters? Goblin dens. Carl's eyes sharpened. Then he sneered. No wonder they've been entrenched deep in the mountains for years. Perfect. While the trade route is open, we can't let others sleep peacefully beside it. Especially not a den of bandits and filth, such a nest of evil. We must wipe it out completely to prevent future trouble. Lame. Reporting for duty. Take 500 infantry and 100 garrison soldiers to guard Howfong Valley. Strengthen defenses, guard the prisoners, and ensure the road remains open. Send someone back to the city quickly to report the battle and our discoveries to the Lord. Understood. Everyone else, rest for half an hour. Replenish arrows. Check equipment. Our target, Shadow Rift. Clear out the evil nest. After resting, the Blackrock army, led by Carl and Erik, followed the secret path indicated by the prisoners, heading into the desolate mountains behind Howfong Valley. An hour later, the foul stench and piercing screams from the Shadow Rift hit them, as if stepping into a filthy that doesn't belong to the human world. Hawk led 10 of the bravest scouts, like ghosts blending into the shadows of the rocks, silently slipping into the narrow, dark. For a whole hour, only sporadic sounds of bone cracking and muffled groans, deliberately suppressed, could be heard inside. When Hawk reappeared, he held a charcoal pencil and had drawn a detailed map of the interior of the rift on tough sheepskin, with clear lines and marked points. General, Hawk's voice was very low and serious. The rift is about 250 steps long, shaped like a twisted snake's belly. The narrowest part is only wide enough for 3 people to squeeze through side by side. The rock walls are over 10 zhang high, slippery and steep, covered with moss and water seepage. The green-skinned enemies are cunning like foxes, hiding in high caves with hidden archers. The ground is covered with carefully camouflaged vines, tripwires, and deep pits. Between the rocks, there are hanging stone traps triggered by ropes coated with sticky green poison. Within 100 meters, there are over 150 hidden and visible guards. Deep roars echo like a tidal wave. The number is probably more than 30,000. There are also heavy footsteps like thunder. Not just in one place. Very dangerous. Carl looks at the sketch, his eyes sharp like an eagle locking onto prey. The city-building army. Set up this city breaker. The target, high-positioned hidden guard posts and the core of the falling stone trap mechanism. Take them out precisely. Longbow guard. Draw your bows and prepare. Target the entrance. Follow orders and cover. Ice Edge scouts. Spread out to the wings and high ground. Watch all cracks and exits where green enemies might escape. 50 engineers move quickly like precise machines, their heavy metal parts clicking loudly as they work together smoothly. 3 fierce, city breaker, heavy crossbows are assembled quickly outside at a safe distance. Thick arrows, as big as a child's arm and shining with cold light, are loaded into the slots. The winches are slowly pulled by strong soldiers shouting loudly, and the tense bowstrings hum with a chilling sound. Position 1. Target the third cave on the upper left. Fire. Boom, the terrifying mechanism roars, tearing through the air. A huge crossbow arrow shoots like a dark streak, accurately hitting the hidden cave where goblin archers are hiding. Accompanied by the sharp sound of rocks breaking and the frantic screams turning into shrill cries, stones, green blood, and broken bones rain down like a storm. Position 2. Target the hanging stone trap core on the upper right. Fire. Position 3. Aim at the high platform straight ahead. Fire. Boom. Boom. 2 loud explosions almost overlap. Thick arrows are shot deep into the cracks and onto the rocky ledges, destroying the supports of the falling stone trap and the high platform, taking the panicked goblins above straight too. Longbow guard. Target the entrance. 5 rapid shots. Fire. Alec's voice is sharp like a drawn sword. The 500 longbowmen, already ready, instantly release their bows. 500 poisoned arrows, glowing with a cold blue light, shot out like a sudden swarm of deadly insects. Their sharp whines tore through the dim light, smashing into the goblin crowd at the entrance, which was thrown into brief chaos by the loud noise. Thud, 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 the dull sounds of blades piercing flesh, bones cracking, and poison sizzling as it eroded flesh quickly blended into a terrifying symphony. Green blood spilled like cheap dye, and severed limbs and arms flew everywhere. The screams of despair and pain quickly drowned out the distant roars from deeper inside the nest. The entrance turned into a bloody battlefield. Heavy infantry. Raise shields. Move forward slowly. Legion soldiers. Follow up. Watch for traps. Engineers. Clear the way. Carl's voice cut through the chaos, steady and firm like a rock. The steel barrier was activated again. 300 heavily armored Blackrock soldiers, like moving metal fortresses, formed a tight wall with their shields clashing together, creating a nearly impenetrable steel fortress. They marched steadily and evenly, ignoring falling stones and scattered arrows, stepping into the narrow, bloody, trap-filled passage with confidence and resolve. Under their feet, there was thick blood and broken limbs. The air was heavy with the foul smell of sulfur, rotting flesh, and fresh blood, making it hard to breathe. 800 Legion soldiers followed closely, their short swords drawn, eyes sharp as they watched every shadow and in the rocks on both sides, ready for any surprise attack. 50 engineers held special long probes and hooks, carefully detecting and removing remaining tripwires like surgeons. They quickly reinforced loose rock walls with quick-setting mortar and metal supports, marking deep, bottomless pits. Every step forward was accompanied by muffled sounds of traps triggering, rocks tumbling down, or urgent warnings from scouts. Each step was on the edge of death. After nearly half an hour of difficult progress, the team finally emerged from the suffocating corridor of death into a large basin beyond the. What they saw made even the battle-hardened Blackrock soldiers gasp in shock. In the center of the basin, surrounded by mountains, was a huge nest made of filthy, deep caves. It looked like the exposed guts of a rotting beast, spreading a foul, corrupting stench that seemed to taint the very soul. Countless goblins swarmed inside. Their skin appears sickly greenish-gray, and they hunch their bodies. Their blood-red eyes flicker with greed and madness in the dim light. Sharp ears catch every sound. Deep inside the nest, in front of the largest caves that look like giant beast throats, 5 goblin heroes stand tall, like 5 small mountains made of flesh and rock. They are nearly 3.5 meters tall, with muscles like granite blocks. They wear thick, dark green hide armor with sharp, menacing bone spikes. Large bone clubs or stone hammers with embedded flint stones drag on the ground, giving off a fierce and wild aura. Their small, cloudy eyes reveal only raw, primal rage and a desire to destroy. Next to them, 3 goblin shamans, dressed in dirty, stained feathers and rotting animal skins, hold staffs embedded with strange glowing stones or skulls. They dance wildly and twistedly, emitting sharp, piercing screams that seem to cut into the mind. Roar, the largest goblin hero, carrying a huge stone hammer on its shoulder, is the first to notice the intruders in their filthy kingdom. It opens its wide mouth full of fangs and lets out a deafening roar that seems to tear the sky apart. Suddenly, the entire goblin nest erupts like a pot of boiling oil, exploding in chaos. Countless green-skinned goblins scream like a mountain and a sea, their sharp cries almost piercing the eardrums, like a flood of green pus filled with malice and a desire to destroy. They rush out from every corner and every cave, forming a destructive wave heading straight for the Black Rock army that just stepped out of the and is still unsteady. The overwhelming, endless wave of terror is enough to make even the strongest nerves break. Heavy infantry, circular defense, drop the tower shields, front with spears, hold the line and do not retreat. Carl's voice booms like thunder, instantly calming any doubts and fears, becoming the strongest support for all soldiers. Legion infantry, fill the gaps, draw swords, prepare to fight, longbow guard, fire freely, max coverage, rain arrows on the densest green skins, ice edge rangers, target shamans, prioritize killing them, weaken the heroes, fire arrows. The command chain is clear, deadly, and unquestionable. The Blackrock army was like a precise war machine, quickly switching to defense. 300 large tower shields crashed to the ground, tightly connected to form a shining, cold metal ring wall. 800 short swords flashed with cold light, filling every tiny gap between the shields. 500 archers drew their bows like full moons. 200 ice blade rangers locked onto their targets like hawks. Boom! A green wave of destruction fiercely hit the steel dam. Stone axes, bone spears, rusty machetes, and even sharp claws and teeth wildly smashed, stabbed, cut, clawed, and gnawed on the fine rune-engraved armor and heavy steel shields. The runes on the armor shimmered slightly, almost completely absorbing the impact and tearing damage. Pierce, Carl shouted like thunder, seizing the moment when the enemy's first wave of attack weakened. Kill, 300 long steel spears, like coiled venomous dragons ready to strike, shot out swiftly through the narrow gaps in the shields. The cold blades whistled as they tore through the goblins' fragile leather armor, muscles, and bones with ease. With each, a splash of bright green blood and shattered limbs flew out. When the spears were pulled back, their sharp tips often carried still twitching goblins. Short swords. Strangle. Legion infantry's short swords, like venomous fangs, precisely and lethally stabbed at vital spots such as goblin throats, eye sockets, and hearts near the shield edges. Their movements were quick and efficient, each strike accompanied by a sharp, agonized scream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers' arrows rained down like hail, ruthlessly hitting the densest part of the goblin wave, efficiently harvesting fragile lives and steadily weakening this seemingly endless flood. Poisoned arrows from the Ice Blade Rangers, like darts thrown by death itself, flew with a faint whistling sound, accurately striking the 3 shamans dancing wildly in the back. One shaman raised a bone staff embedded with glowing stones, trying to gather magic. A poisoned arrow shot like lightning into its shriveled neck, instantly silencing its piercing scream. Another shaman screamed and tried to hide behind the hero, but was pierced through the chest and abdomen by two nearly simultaneous arrows, green blood splattering everywhere. The third shaman hurriedly withdrew into the shadows of its cave, but a sharp, precise arrow shot through a narrow in the rocks, piercing its thin, bony arm that held a staff. A piercing scream echoed from deep inside the cave. Without the shaman's faint but crucial magical support and furious guidance, the goblin army's attack remained wild but lost its sharp edge. Instead, it became more chaotic and self-destructive. Roar, the largest goblin hero, was targeted by Eric himself. Over 10 poisoned arrows instantly pierced its body. The poison caused burning, corrosion, and nerve paralysis, making it roar in pain and rage. Its huge stone hammer swung heavier and more twisted, smashing several goblins into meat. Other heroes also got hit by arrows, slowing down and becoming clumsier, greatly reducing their fighting power. The shaman fell, the heroes were restrained, and the goblin army, despite its terrifying numbers, fell into disarray and chaos, attacking each other in a suicidal frenzy. The battle turned into a cold, efficient slaughter like a machine. The heavy infantry formed a circle like a giant flesh grinder, ruthlessly crushing and tearing apart any goblin that dared to come close. The legion infantry acted as swift cleaners, using short swords to precisely eliminate the stragglers. The longbow guards rained death over the battlefield, steadily reducing the enemy's numbers. The Ice Blade Rangers were precise decapitation blades, constantly picking off any targets trying to resist or pose a threat. Time passed amid the clash of metal, shattered bones, whistling arrows, and dying screams. When the last goblin hero was beheaded by Carl with a bone axe, green gore splattered several meters away. The entire basin had turned into a horrifying mountain of green corpses and blood. Thick blood soaked every inch of the land, forming disgusting green streams. Over 25,000 goblins were completely crushed, their bodies piled high. All 5 goblin heroes were slain. The surviving goblins lost all willpower, screaming and crying as they fled into the dark tunnels of their nests, leaving only despairing howls echoing across the empty basin. Clear the battlefield. Search all caves. Engineering team, immediately take control and seal off the entrance to the mine. Maintain the highest alert. Carl, leaning on his blood-stained bone axe, spoke with a tired voice but with great authority and control. The soldiers endured the foul smell and began clearing the piled-up bodies, checking every cave that might hide remaining enemies. Hawk personally led a skilled team of veteran guards and experienced scouts, holding special bright crystal lanterns. Carefully, they entered the deepest, largest part of the nest, where the strongest sulfur and strange energy fumes emanated. Half an hour later, Hawk appeared again at the cave entrance, holding a small, fist-sized, softly glowing purple stone. The glow looked like liquid moonlight flowing and swirling inside the stone, giving off a calming yet powerful magical energy. General, the mine. Deep inside, all these glowing stones are everywhere, dense on the walls and ground. The deeper we go, the darker the colors, some shining like stars. The light seems to move inside. It's incredible. Carl quickly stepped forward and took the stone. It felt smooth and cool like jade. A pure, refreshing energy flowed through his hand, making him feel less tired from the fight. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart started pounding wildly. This was no ordinary mineral. City Builders Battalion. Immediately seal the entire mine area. Set up 3 warning lines. No one is allowed within 100 steps of the entrance without my order. Hawk. Continue searching to ensure there are no hidden dangers inside. All soldiers who touch the stones must be isolated and sign a top-secret agreement. Carl's voice was firm and commanding, full of undeniable authority. The detailed exploration results, quickly summarized after initial reconnaissance by engineers. Loot from the battlefield, poor-quality axes, bone spears, rusty knives, piled high with little value. Large quantities of raw iron, copper, and sulfur ores, suitable for basic industry. Hidden core treasure. Deep inside the giant cave, a high-quality magical crystal vein was found. The main vein contains an astonishing amount of high-purity magical crystals, with an initial conservative estimate of over 30,000 units of standard magic crystals. There are also a few highly valuable elemental crystals, rare, in various colors like fiery red, earthy yellow, sky blue, and water blue. Shaman Altar found a small amount of unused spell materials emitting dark and sulfurous fumes, requires magical purification. Hero Lair discovered several large, unusually heavy and hard mountain beast spine fragments with natural rune patterns, containing powerful earth energy, excellent/rare. Battle results: successfully eliminated the goblin large nest, killed 5 goblin heroes, 3 shamans, approximately 25,000 goblins. Gained 10,000 reputation. Discovered a giant magic crystal mineral vein, high quality. Gained 5,000 reputation. Found elemental crystals, rare, and mountain beast spine fragments, excellent/rare. Gained 2,500 reputation. Unlocked new resource point. Howling Wind Valley Mine, secret. Unlocked new blueprint. Efficient magic crystal refining workshop, requires elemental crystals. Unlocked new troop type. Cave laborers, captured goblins tamed for cave work. Current reputation, 70,130. Initial, 10,000, 5,000, 2,500, is equal to 87,630 points. Builder Core. Move out immediately. Carl's voice was more serious than ever. Set up a disguised forward outpost. Claim it as a large sulfur mine. And station the most loyal heavy infantry squads in shifts. Build defenses around the camp, with an inner quarantine zone. The mine entrance is double shielded with rocks and illusion runes, provided by Orlando. Hawk. Lead your team to thoroughly clear every inch of land in the basin, ensuring no remaining enemies leak secrets. Lem. Screen the prisoners, select the most docile or most frightened goblins, brand them with mine marks, and use them as cave workers. All sights and sounds inside the mine are classified as top secret of the Blackrock territory. Anyone who leaks information, regardless of identity, will be executed on the spot. Messenger. Immediately return to Blackrock City and report to the Lord. The underground demon nest has been completely eradicated. Discovered a large sulfur mine and associated mineral deposits. Vague details. Some loot has been seized. Our army's victory was slight in casualties, and we will return soon. Carl knew well that the value of this magic crystal vein could cause upheaval in the kingdom or even attract continental greed. Until absolute protection is secured, it must be deeply hidden, becoming the greatest trump card for Blackrock's rise. Gordon, the president of the Stone Creek Town Business Association, quickly received a report from the front lines. The Blackrock army has advanced into the back mountain caves of Howling Wind Valley, successfully destroyed the remaining goblin nests, and discovered a significant sulfur mine. They also seized some loot. The threat to trade routes has been eliminated, and the routes are expected to be opened soon. Gordon stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Good. They acted quickly and found the sulfur mine. Lord Lynn manages his army and government well. It looks like the trade routes will be opened soon, so we should prepare our goods. In Golden Valley, Count Roderick received a shorter report. The Blackrock army cleared out remaining bandits and goblin nests around Howling Wind Valley and opened a key trade route. The Count nodded slightly and said to his steward standing nearby, "It seems our blockade forced him to focus on internal matters." That's good. Once the trade route is open, our next plans can proceed smoothly. The victorious march of the Blackrock army shattered the early spring chill and ignited the enthusiasm of all Blackrock City. When the steel tide, stained with smoke and blood but full of fierce energy, appeared on the horizon, the city walls echoed with drums, the gates swung open, and a wave of cheers nearly toppled the walls. Long live the Blackrock army! Long live the Lord! Long live the Guardians of the North! The soldiers marched in neat, heavy steps through the boiling crowd. Carl carried a blood-stained bone axe on his shoulder. Eric looked stern, and the heavy armor of the infantry reflected a cold shine in the sunlight. The entire team looked like a sheathed sword, sharp but heavy. Lynn stood on the high platform of the inner fortress, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak fluttering in the wind. He calmly watched this victorious army, his gaze sweeping over each tired but determined face. Behind him, Orlando, Lime, Tom, and Old Ford looked excited and proud. "Open the city gates." Welcome the victorious Blackrock warriors. Lin's voice was steady and powerful, cutting through the noise with undeniable authority and approval. In the Lord's Hall, the council chamber, the noise of victory settled into a solemn atmosphere. Carl and Eric gave a detailed report of the battle, emphasizing the bravery of the soldiers and the firm execution of tactics. In this battle, our army lost 73 men, with 120 seriously wounded and over 300 lightly wounded. Carl's voice was deep and serious. All the fallen soldiers' ashes have been brought back, and the seriously injured are properly cared for. Those with minor injuries can return to duty after rest. Lin looked solemn. Give a respectful burial to the fallen soldiers, comfort their families, and triple the condolences. Treat the seriously injured at all costs. All participating soldiers will be recognized for their achievements and rewarded with double pay. The families of the fallen and seriously injured will be supported by the territory. Blackrock territory will honor the loyal spirits. Thank you, Lord. Carl and Eric knelt on one knee, their voices firm. As for the spoils, Lime stepped forward and presented a list, speaking clearly and calmly. We defeated the Bloodwolf bandits and seized poor-quality weapons, leather armor, a small amount of gold and silver coins, and some plundered supplies, which are of little value and have been stored in the treasury. We destroyed the goblin nest and confiscated a mountain of rough stone and bone weapons and tools, which are mostly worthless. There are also a considerable amount of raw iron and copper ores, which can be used to supply the workshops. Furthermore, a large sulfur mine was discovered deep inside the nest, with an astonishing amount of reserves. A forward camp has been established by the City Builders Battalion, with tight security, and initial extraction has begun. Lime's report was clear, deliberately highlighting the sulfur mine as the main point. Everyone in the hall understood and did not ask for more details. Additionally, Lime continued, pointing to several large, carefully guarded wooden chests in a corner of the hall. Deep inside the goblin hero's nest, we found several huge, strange bones. They are extremely hard and contain powerful energy. Master Orlando's preliminary assessment suggests they might be fragments of some ancient giant beast's spine, of exceptional quality and rarity. Everyone's eyes focused on the chests. Orlando stepped forward, his eyes shining with curiosity. My lord, these bones are extraordinary. Their structure is much denser than fine steel, and they naturally contain the power of the earth. They are highly compatible with earth magic. If used to forge the core of weapons and armor, they could greatly enhance defense and strength transmission. Their value is beyond estimate. Lin's eyes sparkled. Excellent. Tom, these bones are to be studied jointly by your Anvil Workshop and Master Orlando's Magic Academy. Prioritize integrating them into the core of heavy infantry plate armor. Next, try forging a batch of heavy weapons infused with earth magic. Master Orlando, also explore their potential in magic circles and constructs. Yes, my lord. Tom and Orlando responded in unison, full of enthusiasm. Lin turned to the official. Sulfur mines are an important strategic resource related to the gunpowder workshop and many future industries. You will be personally responsible. Gather reliable personnel and establish the mining department, dedicated to mining, transportation, and secrecy. All miners must be selected from goblin captives marked with the mine brand, underground laborers, and kept under strict guard. Camp guards will be assigned by Carl, who will personally select loyal and reliable heavy infantry on duty. Master Orlando, please craft a batch of illusion runes to hide the mine entrance and key areas, ensuring complete safety. Understood. Carl, and Orlando responded in unison. The orders are clear and responsibilities are well divided, ensuring the protection of the sulfur mine. Lin continued, the Northland Trading Company is about to open. What is the situation in Stone Creek Town? Answered immediately, reporting, sir. President Gordon has officially replied, confirming he will personally lead a team to attend the first rain gathering, and included a list of generous gifts. The previously ambiguous textile and general stores have also sent messages, saying they will come in person. The guard unit at Golden Valley in Stone Creek Town has quietly withdrawn. The branch manager has recently visited Gordon frequently, and his attitude is quite humble. Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems this victory has made some people see the situation clearly. Very good. Lame. Prepare for the first rain gathering as planned. I want all visiting merchants to see with their own eyes the prosperity and strength of Blackrock territory. And I want them to carry this shock back to Stone Creek Town and Golden Valley. Yes, sir, Lame replied confidently. Late at night, in the Lord's study, the fireplace flickered, casting shadows on Lynn's thoughtful face. On the table lay the preliminary exploration report of the Howling Wind Valley mine and Orlando's notes on the fragments of mountain beast spines. Orlando stood nearby, eyes shining with uncontrollable excitement, speaking in a very low voice. Sir, deep inside the mine, that beautiful stone associated with the sulfur mine. I have confirmed it repeatedly. It is a magic crystal, of very high purity. The reserves, far beyond our most optimistic estimates. The so-called sulfur mine is just a tiny surface impurity of a huge crystal vein. The magic stored beneath it is like a sleeping ocean. Lynn's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Secrecy is the top priority. How effective are the illusion runes? Rest assured, sir. Orlando straightened his back. I have designed a sulfur odor masking array and a visual illusion rune group. The first can simulate and amplify the strong smell of sulfur or perfectly hiding the pure magical energy fluctuations from the crystal mine. The second can project large illusions of a sulfur mine extraction site at the mine entrance and key areas, enough to fool ordinary people and low-level mages. Combined with physical barriers and heavy guards outside, it's foolproof. And the refining technology? Lynn asked again. Progressing smoothly. Orlando's eyes shone brighter. Based on your ideas and ancient texts from the Magic Academy, combined with a small amount of elemental crystal drive, the core formation of the efficient magic crystal refining workshop has taken shape. Once built, its output and efficiency will far surpass traditional methods. I am confident. Very good. Lynn's eyes flashed with sharpness. Resources, technology, power. We have all of these. What we lack now is time. Time to process all of this. He stood up and walked to the large glass window, gazing out at the quiet territory covered with early spring light snow. In the distance, faint magical glow flickered at the Magic Academy. From the direction of the barracks, faint shouts of soldiers during night training could be heard. Farther away, there was a valley disguised as a sulfur mine, hiding a treasure of great value. Send the order. Lynn's voice rang out in the silent study, filled with unwavering determination. Declare the territory to be in Level 1 combat readiness. All workshops, Magic Academy, and barracks must operate at full capacity. Fully process the gains. Increase strength. I want to turn the treasures of Howling Wind Valley into the foundation of invincibility for Blackrock territory in the shortest time. Yes, sir. Lime and Orlando responded in unison, their eyes burning with the same fire. The warm early spring sun finally melted away the last cold of the north, and Blackrock City looked completely renewed. The snow melted, roads were leveled and solidified, and newly planted cold-resistant saplings stretched out tender shoots along the main streets. On the city walls, the new Blackrock banner fluttered loudly. On both sides of the streets, shop fronts were freshly painted, decorated with colorful banners symbolizing prosperity. The entire city was filled with a vibrant energy, ready to burst forth. Northland Trading House. This grand building, personally designed by Lynn, built by Tom, and reinforced with Orlando's protective and temperature-regulating runes, looks like a sleeping giant finally opening its doors to the world. Today is the first rain gathering, the official launch day of Northland Trading House. At the trading square, the large square is crowded with people, lively and bustling. Caravans from Stone Creek Town and nearby territories line up, with merchants dressed in different clothes and speaking various accents. They look at the impressive building, which is very different from traditional castles, with curiosity, scrutiny, or respect. Blackrock guards, dressed in new leather armor and holding long spears, stand around the square maintaining order. Their sharp eyes and strict discipline silently show the strength of the territory. The Gordon Guild's caravan is the largest and most splendid. Guild leader Gordon, wearing a luxurious silk robe, steps down from his carriage surrounded by guards. He looks up at the trading house, a shining building made of rough stone and fine metal, sparkling in the sunlight. A look of amazement flashes in his eyes. He surveys the scene and sees the cloth merchants and general store owners who had been somewhat ambiguous before. Now, even some unfamiliar caravans from farther away with new banners have arrived, making him feel more serious. The influence of Blackrock territory is stronger than he expected. Guild Leader Gordon, I've heard of you. Welcome to Blackrock City. Lime, dressed in proper government attire and smiling warmly, greets him confidently. Mr. Lime, you are too kind. Gordon quickly adopts a smooth, businesslike smile and bows. Viscount Lynn is a talented leader, and Blackrock City is thriving. It's a great honor for the Gordon Guild to be invited to such a grand event. His gaze sweeps over the few guards standing behind Lime and the distant sounds of drills from the barracks. The last bit of disdain caused by the long journey disappears completely. Inside the trading house, as they enter the hall, even experienced merchants can't help but whisper in surprise. The spacious, bright hall is lit by large glass skylights, with soft, ample light. The floor is paved with polished black stone, shiny enough to reflect a person's face. The hall is divided into several areas, each displaying different goods, with well-trained attendants in uniform explaining the items. The most eye-catching area is the central weapon display zone. Blackrock-style combat knife. Excellent, the blade has smooth lines and a cold, sharp shine. The handle is wrapped with non-slip Northland hardwood. Next to it stands a test wooden stake, with a clear deep cut several inches long. The attendant explains, made with triple-folded refined steel with a special quenching process. It is sharp and tough, easily breaking through leather armor and cutting ordinary iron swords. Poisoned arrowhead sample. Excellent, the dark blue arrowhead glows with a dangerous light under the lights. Nearby, a small cage holds a few mice. The attendant gently scratches one mouse's fur with an arrow, and after a moment, the mouse twitches and dies. The arrowhead is coated with a special paralyzing nerve toxin. It seals the wound and throat, with long-lasting effects. It is used by the Ice Edge Rangers, and a small amount is sold externally. Heavy infantry tower shield core plate sample. Excellent, a palm-sized, surprisingly thick dark metal plate covered with tiny rune carvings. The attendant strikes it forcefully with a heavy iron hammer. It makes only a dull sound. The plate remains perfectly intact, with only faint indentations. This is the core plate, embedded with a special metal formula and micro-engraved runes. Its defense far surpasses ordinary steel plates. Unique to Blackrock heavy infantry, not for sale, showing it is the greatest deterrent. The deadly atmosphere of the weapon area is softened by the lively energy of the nearby agricultural market. Cold-resistant high-yield black wheat. Excellent plump golden wheat ears pile up like small hills, emitting a rich grain aroma. Improved variety from Blackrock Agricultural College. Resistant to cold and drought, with a 30% increase in yield per acre. Limited first batch of seeds available. Moonlight Moss Essence Dilution. Rare, several delicate crystal bottles contain a soft, greenish glow liquid, like liquid jade. A special magic lamp shines nearby, making the liquid seem to move with a life of its own under the light. Northland's specialty Moonlight Moss Essence. Even when diluted 100 times, it retains faint vitality. It can be used in medicine, nourish the body, and long-term use can extend life. Rarely produced, limited to VIP orders. This mysterious green glow instantly captures the attention of all merchants, especially those from wealthy regions, herbalists and luxury goods traders, whose eyes gleam with greed. High-quality furs, medicinal herbs, mountain goods, many varieties, excellent quality, fair prices. What surprises the merchants even more is the technology demonstration zone. Improved forging furnace model. A small, well-designed model of a furnace with a blazing fire, magical illusion. Next to it, a servant explains how it improves heat efficiency and saves fuel. Basic rune application display. Several metal plates engraved with simple runes, showing effects like constant temperature, reinforcement, and soft lighting. Although basic, the ideas are innovative and have broad future potential. Gunpowder Workshop products. Non-sale displays several well-made black spheres, training projectiles, and a small barrel of evenly granulated black powder with a clear sign. BlackRock Territory Strategic Supplies, not for sale. This silent display is more intimidating than words. Chairman Gordon, accompanied by Lime, carefully observes each exhibit. When he sees the poisoned arrow and heavy infantry armor pieces, his eyes twitch slightly. When he sees the moonlight moss extract, his breathing quickens noticeably. When he sees the gunpowder samples, his pupils shrink sharply. His mind is in turmoil. This Lord Lin, not only powerful in combat, but also deeply skilled in agriculture, forging, and even alchemy. This Northland trading house is not just a simple marketplace, but a strategic hub for BlackRock territory to show strength, attract allies, and influence the northern region. VIP reception room. Lime did not appear much in the noisy main hall. He sat quietly in the top-level VIP room of the trading house, with a large stained glass window offering a full view of the square and part of the city. In front of him, several generous gifts had just been delivered. "Sir," Lime entered quietly and said, "The manager of the Golden Valley Stone Creek Town branch, representative of Count Roderick, has sent a congratulatory gift." He presented a purple sandalwood box with gold trim. Lin opened the box. Inside, there was not gold or jewels, but a very exquisite and humbly worded Alliance intent letter and a surprisingly large Northland Trading House interest-free loan certificate. The intent letter expressed deep admiration for Lord Lin's achievements and willingness to fully open the Golden Valley's business channels in the north, to prosper and share with BlackRock territory, and look forward to broader cooperation. Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. Prosper and share? Fully open? Count Roderick's sincerity is truly touching. It seems the Battle of Howling Wind Valley has made him see the situation clearly. He casually placed the letter of intent aside and said, "This generous gift is accepted. Tell that manager that BlackRock welcomes all sincere cooperation, but only on the basis of equality and mutual benefit." "Yes, sir," Lime understood immediately. "How is President Gordon doing?" Lin asked. "President Gordon is very interested in moonlight moss extracts and improved rye seeds. He has asked about prices and supply multiple times. He examined the weapon display area very carefully, especially that tower shield fragment," Lime replied. Lin nodded. "Moonlight moss extracts are limited in supply and priced at 3 times the normal rate. The first batch of rye seeds will only be sold to merchant guilds that sign long-term grain supply agreements with us. As for weapons, besides a small amount of poison-tipped arrows, they are not for sale. Let him understand that some things cannot be bought with money." "Understood." Lime's eyes sparkled with determination. Lin stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the busy square below. He could hear the merchants' amazement, discussions, and bargaining faintly. He saw Gordon talking excitedly with several major merchants. He saw the manager of Golden Valley speaking nervously with Lime. He saw small merchants marveling at the exhibits, their eyes full of longing for wealth. "The early rain has arrived." Lin's voice was calm but powerful. "The Northern Border Trading Company is this first spring rain. It will nourish the foundation of BlackRock's rise and also mark the beginning of reshaping the commercial landscape of the North. Let this rain fall even harder." He turned and ordered Lime, "Notify everyone that the first rain gathering celebration officially begins. Let our guests truly experience what we call BlackRock spirit." The bell tower on the top of the trading house rang out a loud, melodious chime, announcing the official launch of the Northern Border Trading Company and the unchallenged rise of BlackRock to the center of the North's business and political stage. Every item in the exhibition area became a focus of attention. Weapon zone. A long line formed in front of the display case for high-quality poison-tipped arrows. Although they are expensive and limited in supply, those from border fortresses, mercenary groups, and even some suspicious territories showed clear desire in their eyes. The dark blue arrowheads are works of deadly art and symbols of power. At the same time, more silent and serious gazes gathered around the display stand for the reinforced heavy infantry shield core plates. Excellent. These gazes belonged to officers or spies from other territories, who stared intensely at the dark metal plates that had withstood heavy blows with almost no damage, feeling shocked and amazed. This was not just a product, but a silent declaration of the formidable strength of the BlackRock territory. Market area. Seeds of cold-resistant, high-yield black wheat, excellent, became hot commodities. Representatives from the Stone Creek town and nearby grain-producing regions almost pushed each other to get closer. A 30% increase in yield per acre. What does this mean? It means more people can be fed in the poor northern lands and larger armies supported. This is a strategic resource. Near the crystal bottles of moonlight moss extract diluent, rare, an almost fanatical atmosphere spread. Merchants of medicinal herbs, luxury goods traders, and even some noble agents seeking longevity stared fixedly at the soft green glow of the liquid, which seemed to contain the essence of life. Bidding wars broke out continuously. This was no longer just a product, but a key to wealth and longer life. Technology display area. In front of the improved forging furnace model and basic rune application stand, many insightful craftsmen and scholars gathered. They listened carefully to the attendants' explanations, unconsciously rubbing the edges of the models, their eyes shining with thought and greed. These seemingly basic technologies represented higher efficiency, lower costs, and broader application prospects. The Blackrock territory was rising not only in military strength, but also leading in industry and magical applications. In the VIP lounge, a tense undercurrent flowed. President Gordon sat comfortably in a leather chair. In front of him was a letter of intent for cooperation personally delivered by Lime. The supply volume and price of moonlight moss extract made him furrow his brow. The requirement that cold-resistant black wheat seeds be supplied through a long-term grain agreement made him feel even more troubled. But what he cared about more was the information that Lime seemed to casually reveal. President Gordon, Lime said with a friendly smile, but his tone was firm and unwavering. The Lord has said that the foundation of the Northland Trading Company is mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. We offer unique products and technology, and naturally, we need reliable allies to provide the resources we require. The Blackrock territory has a high demand for food, especially high-quality meat and fats. Additionally, the sulfur mine requires a lot of manpower and resources, and the need for refined iron tools and transport vehicles is increasing. Gordon's heart tightened. This wasn't just a simple business negotiation. It was about dividing influence. The Blackrock territory uses their special goods, weapons, moonlight moss, seeds, technology as bargaining chips, demanding other trading houses supply basic materials, food, tools, vehicles, and even indirectly participate in the development of the sulfur mine. This Lord Lin not only wants to make money, but also aims to control the resources of the entire North through his business network. He took a deep breath and put on his usual smooth smile. Lord Lime is right. Mutual benefit and win-win cooperation are the way to long-term success. The Gordon Trading Company has been working in the North for many years, and our channels for food, tools, and vehicle transportation are well established. We are very willing to become the most solid business partner for Blackrock territory. We will sign this agreement. He picked up a pen, signed his name on the document, but inside, he was quickly calculating how to use this new channel to gain more of Blackrock's unique resources. Meanwhile, the branch manager of Golden Valley Stone Creek Town, a middle-aged man representing Count Roderick, looked stiff as he left the VIP room. His generous gift was accepted by Lin, but the alliance letter was casually set aside. Lime's message was clear and cold. Blackrock territory welcomes sincere cooperation, but the premise is equality and mutual benefit. This was undoubtedly a warning to Golden Valley. The previous blockade and arrogance would need to be paid for with real effort. He had to report the situation here to the Count immediately, word for word. In Blackrock City, the Lord's study. Lime looked at the thick stack of orders and the draft of the cooperation agreement he presented, but his face showed no surprise or emotion. All of this was within his expectations. Adult Orlando entered, his face showing an uncontrollable blush of excitement. The core magic array of the efficient magic crystal refining workshop has passed the final test. The results far exceeded expectations. With the help of elemental crystal drive, the refining speed and purity reached the theoretical maximum. The first batch, preliminary refining of sulfur mine-associated crystals, is complete. Here is a sample. He carefully presented a lead box, his hands trembling slightly. Lin opened the box, revealing several thumb-sized, clear, sparkling crystals inside, with what looked like liquid light flowing within. They emitted gentle yet powerful magic waves, several times stronger than the previously found associated minerals. This is truly the treasure of the Howling Wind Valley mine. Excellent. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, a feeling of joy rising in his heart. This is not just a successful mineral refinement, but a perfect completion of a key part of his strategic plan. Strictly control the output and information sharing. The crystals refined will be prioritized for research at the Magic Academy, reinforcement of weapons and armor at the Rune Workshop, and initial development of the Magical Energy Guard Golem. Yes, sir, Orlando responded eagerly, his voice hoarse with excitement, his eyes burning with researcher's passion. System reminder: Northern Border Trading Company successfully launched. The first rain gathering has caused a major change in the northern trade landscape. Limited sale of poisoned arrow shafts, high quality, causing a strong response. Military deterrence significantly increased. Long-term supply agreements signed for cold-resistant high-yield rye seeds. Excellent. Strengthening food security. Moonlight moss extract dilution. Rare. Sparks a buying frenzy, boosting wealth and influence. Technology demonstrations attract widespread attention, enhancing reputation in industry and magic applications. Deep commercial partnerships established with forces like Gordon Merchant Guild, Resources Network, daily reputation gain now. 600 points. Major breakthrough. The efficient magic crystal refining workshop is now operational. The first batch of high-quality magic crystals has been produced. Unlock the key point of magical energy technology. Gain prestige rewards, 10,000 points. Current prestige, 87,630 points, 10,000 points, 600 points per day, equals 97,630 points, 600 points per day, gaining 600 prestige points daily. This number strikes Lin like a thunderbolt in his heart. What does this mean? It means his ability to summon and build will make an unprecedented, explosive leap. It means he can summon elite soldiers more often and in larger numbers, unlock stronger units faster, access more advanced blueprints, and construct grander buildings. It signifies that the development of Blackrock territory will enter a golden age of exponential growth. That one-time 10,000 prestige points is like a shot of adrenaline, allowing him to immediately start some key projects that were previously on hold due to lack of prestige. Lin walks to the huge stained glass window, looking down at the bustling Northland Merchant Square, filled with lights and lively voices, and further away, the Magic Academy expansion site and barracks training ground working day and night. His gaze is deep, as if piercing through time and space to see a farther future. Prestige like a tide, Lin whispers to himself, his voice calm and powerful. This is exactly what I hoped for. Rather than hiding power in the shadows, I prefer to show it in the sunlight. Use strong force to intimidate the petty, attract allies with unique resources, and lead change with advanced technology. Every display, every trade, every threat, every breakthrough is accumulating invisible wealth for Blackrock territory. Prestige. The lively noise at Northland Merchant Square has not yet faded. The rise of Blackrock territory is like a heavy weight thrown into the Northland power balance, inevitably stirring deeper undercurrents. The temporary retreat of Count Roderick of Gold Valley does not mean all threats have disappeared. On this vast land of the north, there is not only Gold Valley's giant Storm Fortress, Count Fernando's castle. In the study, the fire in the fireplace flickers, illuminating Count Fernando's face twisted with anger and greed. He heavily slams a secret report onto the gemstone-inlaid oak desk, making a dull sound. Poisoned arrows, moonlight moss extract, cold-resistant rye, and that armor plate, so tough it can't be broken even with a heavy hammer. Count Fernando's voice was like a wounded beast growling, a young country boy just rising, a nouveau riche who made his fortune by fighting bandits and killing green-skinned little men. Why does he have these things? These things should belong to Storm Fortress. They belong to me, Fernando. In front of him, the chief spy, a silent man dressed in black like a shadow, bowed and said, "My Lord Count, the intelligence is confirmed. The Blackrock clan's forces are much stronger than expected. The goods and technology displayed by their trading house are invaluable, especially, according to our secret agents in Stone Creek Town, the BlackRock clan seems to be secretly mining a large sulfur deposit, but their transport teams are heavily guarded, making it hard to get close. Sulfur mine? Fernando's eyes flashed with a sharp light, then was quickly filled with greed. No, it's not just sulfur. Lin is as cunning as a fox. He's hiding something. The essence of moonlight moss. How could it grow near a sulfur mine? And those weapons? That forging technology. Storm Fortress's craftsmen have studied for over 100 years and still can't reach that level. He must have a secret. A huge secret. He suddenly stood up, pacing anxiously in his room covered with thick bear fur rugs. Roderick, that old fox, was scared silly by a victory and chose to retreat. It's a disgrace for the northern nobles. But I, Fernando, am different. The sword of Storm Fortress never fears any challenge. He stopped, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Garion, he looked at the chief spy. Send our best team, the Night Owls. Infiltrate BlackRock City. Targets. The core warehouse of the Northern Trade House, the Lord's Castle, and that cursed sulfur mine. I want to know all Lin's secrets, especially the formulas for those goods, the technical blueprints. And, if possible, bring back a few of those sulfur crystal stones that are associated with the mine. I want to see what kind of treasure that really is. Yes. My Lord Count. Garion bowed and silently melted into the shadows of the room. Also, Fernando's face showed a cruel smile. Send a message to our people in Stone Creek Town. Tell them to help the merchants doing business with BlackRock clan. Looted goods, ambushed caravans. Isn't that common in the northern wilderness? I want to make Lin's trade routes less smooth. BlackRock City, Lord's Study. Lin looked at the latest report submitted by Lime, frowning slightly. Sir, Lime said seriously, the trade routes from Stone Creek Town to BlackRock territory have been troubled lately. In just 3 days, 3 merchant caravans that signed agreements with us have been attacked. Goods were stolen, and guards were injured. The attackers are skilled, quick, like professional thieves, but they also have some unusual equipment. Unusual equipment? Lin's eyes sharpened. Yes, Lam nodded. According to the surviving guards, some attackers wore standard leather armor, had good weapons, and were well-trained, unlike ordinary thieves. And they seemed to avoid the Gordon Merchant Guild's convoy on purpose. Avoid the Gordons deliberately? Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. It looks like someone is getting restless. It's not Roderick. He just sent out signals of peace and wouldn't act so quickly against us. So, who could it be? Additionally, Orlando entered with a worried look. Sir, the Magic Academy's outer protective spell array was triggered twice last night. Although the intruders didn't break through the core area, their methods were quite professional. They tried to the rune structures. And the mining department reports that the patrols around the Howling Wind Valley mines found some suspicious traces of spying. The intruders are very alert, and we haven't caught anyone. Lin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his eyes sharp as a blade. Trade route attacks, Magic Academy spied on, spies near the mines. All targeted at our core interests and secrets. It seems our neighbor, Count Fernando of Storm Fortress, has finally lost patience. He stood up and walked to the large map of the Northern Territory, his gaze fixed on the vast land labeled Storm Fortress, bordering the northeast of BlackRock territory. Count Fernando, one of the only 2 counts in the north, the other being Roderick of Golden Valley, has a vast territory, strong forces, a greedy and cruel nature, and calls himself the Wolf of the North. He always considers the northern region his private domain. Lime, Lin said firmly, order Hawk to strengthen all key checkpoints within the territory, especially at trade routes, the Magic Academy, barracks, workshops, and the roads leading to Howling Wind Valley. Activate the Hawk plan. Orlando, upgrade all the Magic Academy's protective spell arrays to the highest level. At the entrance and key areas of the mine, install the Eye of Truth rune array. I want to make sure that any daring Night Owl trying to spy cannot escape. Carl, the guard army is now on level 2 alert. Double the patrols. Tell Eric that the patrol range of the Frostblade Rangers is expanded to within 10 miles of Storm Fortress. I need to know everything Fernando does. Yes, sir. The 3 replied in unison, their eyes shining with fighting spirit. Since Count Fernando wants to play, Lennon turned around with a cold look in his eyes. Then we will play along. But I set the rules for this game. No matter if they are scouts, thieves, or bandits, none of them will escape. I want them to become the first nail to pin Storm Fortress down. A confrontation under the night. The night in Blackrock territory seems calm, but dangerous currents run beneath the surface, full of hidden threats. Outside the core warehouse of the northern border trading post, two shadowy figures, moving close to the shadows like geckos, are trying to the complex mechanical lock and faint rune lock on the back door of the warehouse. Just as they are about to succeed, two silent darts coated with paralyzing poison drop from the shadowed eaves above. Two soft sounds, and two elite night owls stiffen and collapse to the ground, dragged away by two guard sentinels emerging from the shadows. Outside the Magic Academy, a night owl mage carefully probes the energy nodes of the alert magic array with a special tool, trying to find a weak point. Suddenly, the stone slab beneath his feet glows with bright runes. A powerful paralyzing energy instantly sweeps through his body. He can't even scream before he falls straight down. On a tower nearby, Orlando puts down his staff and snorts coldly. Child's play. In the dense forest outside the Howling Wind Gorge mine. 3. Night Owl. Scouts disguised as hunters observe the guard shifts at the mine entrance with special long-range glasses. Suddenly, several silent, poisoned arrows shoot out from the treetops behind them. Puff! Two of them fall to the ground. The third reacts quickly, rolling to dodge the deadly attack, and runs away. But he hasn't gone far when a shadowy figure, like a ghost, appears from the darkness and blocks his path. It's Eric. A cold curved dagger presses against his neck. If you want to live, stay still. Eli's voice was as cold as the northern wind. In the Lord's Hall, the interrogation room, Hawk handed a thick record of the interrogation to Lynn. My lord, we have captured 7 members of the Night Owl group, including a squad leader. Through special methods, they have all confessed. The mastermind is Count Fernando of Storm Fortress. Their goal is to steal the formula for the poisoned arrow, the refining technique for moonlight moss, the forging process for heavy infantry armor, and to obtain samples of the sulfur crystals from Howling Wind Valley, Lime added. Also, the spies we placed in Stone Creek Town have sent back news. Among the bandits attacking the merchant convoy, fragments of Storm Fortress weapons were found, and several of the bandits who were killed have been identified as members of a notorious mercenary group within Storm Fortress, closely linked to Fernando. Excellent. Lynn's eyes flashed with sharpness. Both witnesses and evidence are in hand. Count Fernando, you are playing with fire. He picked up a pen and began writing on a special sheepskin scroll. His writing was sharp and fierce, like a sword. To the Honorable Lord of Storm Fortress, Count Fernando, we are deeply alarmed to learn of your recent actions against my Blackrock territory. You have sent elite spies, the Night Owl, to infiltrate my city to steal core secrets. You have ordered armed bandits to attack my legitimate merchant convoy, loot goods, and cause casualties. You have also sent spies to observe my strategic resource mines. Such actions have severely violated the laws of the kingdom, disturbed the peace of the North, and infringed upon my rights and dignity as the Lord of Blackrock. With witnesses, including interrogation records and portraits, and physical evidence, including fragments of Storm Fortress weapons and mercenary IDs, the facts are clear and undeniable. As a Viscount of the Kingdom and Protector of the North, Blackrock territory will not tolerate such despicable acts. I hereby formally demand 1. Compensation for the loss of goods and personnel casualties of my merchant convoy, totaling 500,000 gold coins. 2. Compensation for damages caused by espionage and military threats to my territory, totaling 1 million gold coins. 3. A public apology and a promise never to infringe upon Blackrock's rights again. You are required to respond and fulfill these demands within 10 days. Failure to respond or refusal to comply will be considered a deliberate provocation, and we reserve the right to take all necessary measures to protect our rights. Do not say we did not warn you. North Border Guardian, Blackrock Viscount Lynn Costa. Handwritten. Lynn put down his pen and handed the sheepskin scroll to Lime. Send the fastest messenger Hawk to Storm Fortress. At the same time, copy the interrogation records and some physical evidence to President Gordon of Stone Creek Town and our friends in the capital. Lime took the scroll, a hint of excitement in his eyes. My lord, you're brilliant. Once this letter is sent, Count Fernando will either admit defeat and pay compensation, losing face, or he will give us a legitimate reason to act. Spreading the evidence can sway public opinion and also scare other troublemakers. This is just the beginning, Lin said with a deep look. Order the entire army. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. All workshops, produce arrows, armor, and weapons as fast as possible. The Magic Academy, accelerate rune enhancement research. The barracks, strengthen practical drills. I want Fernando to know what kind of awakened lion he has provoked. The blockade of Storm Fortress was like an invisible iron curtain stretching between Blackrock territory and the outside world. However, this iron curtain did not choke Blackrock territory. Instead, it fueled its stronger power. On Frost Path, an elite guard squad led personally by Hawk, like silent protectors, escorted convoy after convoy loaded with strategic supplies such as grain, fats, and refined iron, winding through rugged mountain roads. The Gordon Merchant Guild and several other deeply connected guilds, under huge profits and Lime's reminder, also worked at full speed, continuously supplying Blackrock territory through this secret lifeline. In the Limestone Hills, the hunting ground, Cal led the Frostfang Rangers, like 200 shadowy leopards, silently stalking through broken ravines and jagged rocks. They moved in small squads of 10, coordinating perfectly, weaving an invisible web of death. Target, Blood Wolf Fang's mercenary group. Captain, southeast, 3 kilometers away in the valley, the Blood Wolf banner was spotted. About 50 people, resting. A scout appeared like a ghost beside Cal, whispering. Cal's eyes flashed with cold light, a cold smile curling his lips. Good. The prey has taken the bait. Notify Squads 3 and 5, flank from both sides. Squad 7, take the high ground and block the retreat. Everyone else, follow me. Remember, leave no survivors. Yes. After a moment, in the narrow valley, screams and the clash of weapons suddenly erupted, then quickly fell silent. 50 well-equipped, notorious Blood Wolf Fang mercenaries fell like cut wheat under the precise poison arrows and ghostly close-range attacks of the Frost Edge Rangers. The battle ended cleanly and swiftly, leaving no chance for the mercenaries to send out a distress signal. Carl coldly surveyed the bodies on the ground and ordered, clear the traces, take all valuables and standard gear. Next location, the same scene repeated over the next few days in various corners of the Limestone Hills. The Frost Edge Rangers, like deadly ghosts, used complex terrain and clever teamwork to silently eliminate scattered Blood Wolf Fang squads. The Road of Death that Count Fernando aimed to create was rapidly becoming the graveyard for his own mercenary group. Panic began to spread among the remaining Blood Wolf Fang mercenaries. They no longer dared to move openly, hiding like frightened birds in a few larger strongholds. Eagle Beak Cliff, a natural barrier at the border of Blackrock territory. Eli K stood at the edge of a steep cliff, overlooking the border of Storm Fortress below. The cold mountain wind blew his black cloak, making it flutter loudly. Behind him, 500 elite soldiers from the Northern Longbow Guard stood silently like a rock within carefully built hidden defenses. 3 fierce, city-breaker, heavy crossbow cannons were camouflaged with nets, only revealing their gleaming, cold-looking giant crossbow bolts. Farther away, dozens of more sophisticated, longer-range improved heavy crossbows lay in wait like lurking snakes, ready to strike. Captain, there's movement near Storm Fortress, a lookout whispered. A mixed force, about 300 men, light cavalry scouting ahead, followed by around 200 heavy infantry. Look at the banners. It's a squad from the Iron Wall Battalion. And dozens of crossbowmen. Eli K raised a special binoculars to look. Sure enough, a force from Storm Fortress was slowly moving along the inner border, seemingly aiming to approach Eagle Beak Cliff for close reconnaissance, or perhaps to find a weak spot for a tentative attack. Humph, they finally can't hold back, Eli K said coldly, lowering the binoculars. Send the orders. All archers and crossbowmen, prepare for battle. Target, enemy light cavalry and archers. The city breaker locks onto the enemy heavy infantry formation. Wait for my command. The army of Storm Fortress clearly noticed the unusual silence on Eagle Beak Cliff. Their light cavalry squad cautiously broke away from the main force and quickly charged down the cliff to harass and test the enemy. The heavy infantry formation behind kept tight ranks, slowly advancing, with large tower shields reflecting cold light in the sun. The archers followed closely, ready to shoot. 300 steps, 250 steps, 200 steps. The lookout calmly reported the distance. When the Storm Fortress light cavalry reached 150 steps, Eric's eyes flashed with coldness. He suddenly waved his arm. Longbow guard. Target, enemy light cavalry. 3 rounds rapid fire. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 500 longbowmen, already drawing their bows like full moons, instantly released their strings. 500 arrows, glowing with cold blue light, like a swarm of deadly bees rising suddenly, screeching sharply, sliced through the air, accurately covering the frontmost light cavalry squad. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. The poisoned arrows easily tore through the fragile leather armor of the light cavalry, paralyzing their nerves instantly. Men and horses tumbled down. Screams suddenly stopped. In just 3 volleys, dozens of light cavalry and their horses fell like cut wheat, collapsing to the ground. The commander of Storm Fortress's heavy infantry formation was clearly stunned by this sudden, precise attack and terrifying damage. He immediately ordered, raise shields. Defensive formation. Archers. Suppress fire. Storm Fortress's archers hurriedly raised their heavy crossbows and shot arrows toward Eagle Beak Cliff. However, the terrain was steep and the height difference great. Their arrows lost momentum midair and fell, unable to threaten the defenders on the cliff top. City breaker. Target, enemy heavy infantry formation. Position 1. Fire. Eric's voice sounded like a death sentence. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening, terrifying explosion tore through the air. A massive crossbow bolt as thick as a child's arm, shimmering with metallic coldness, like thunder with a piercing scream, slammed fiercely into Storm Fortress's heavy infantry formation. Raise shields. Hold your ground. The heavy infantry commander roared with all his might. Boom! The huge crossbow arrow sliced through the thick tower shields as easily as a hot knife through butter. 2 heavily armored infantry soldiers hiding behind the shields didn't even scream before they were torn apart by the powerful force. The arrow's momentum continued, piercing into the ground and creating a large dirt crater, with rocks flying everywhere. Suddenly, the front line of the heavy infantry formation was torn open. Blood and internal organs splattered across the frightened faces of nearby soldiers. Position 2. Fire now. Position 3. Fire now. Boom. Boom. 2 more loud explosions. 2 massive crossbow arrows hit the Storm Fortress's formation precisely. 1 tower shield was shattered and knocked away, causing the soldiers behind to be thrown and broken. Another arrow slanted into the crowd, carving out a bloody, flesh-filled path. Enhanced heavy crossbow. Free fire. Target enemy archers and frontline heavy infantry, Eric ordered loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of powerful crossbow bolts rained down like hail, accurately killing Storm Fortress's archers and heavy infantry trying to fill the gaps. Storm Fortress's army was thrown into chaos. Their proud, iron wall, heavy infantry was as fragile as paper in front of the breaker, heavy crossbow cannons. Their archers couldn't threaten the enemy. Instead, they became the first targets to be eliminated. The commander watched soldiers fall one after another, listening to the terrifying roar of machinery and the whistling of arrows, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Retreat. Fall back quickly, he shouted hoarsely, no longer caring about probing missions. Storm Fortress's army retreated in a chaotic wave, leaving behind dozens of corpses and wounded, fleeing desperately beyond the range of Eagle Beak Cliff's fire. Throughout the process, not a single soldier from Blackrock Legion left their cover. Eric lowered his binoculars, looking at the messy battlefield and the fleeing enemies below. His face was expressionless. He simply coldly uttered 2 words, clear the battlefield, Storm Fortress, Count's Hall. Good for nothings. A bunch of useless fools. Count Fernando's roar nearly tore off the roof. In front of him knelt the commander who had just escaped in disgrace, along with a few surviving officers. 300 elites. Not even a single enemy face was seen, and they were beaten so badly they lost their armor. Nearly 100 men lost. Are you going to fight or just die? Fernando was so angry he was trembling. What kind of crossbow is that? How could it pierce the tower shield of the iron wall camp? And that arrow rain. How could they shoot so far and so accurately? Lord Count. The commander's voice trembled with fear. The enemy has taken the best position. Their bows and crossbows have a much longer range than ours. Especially that giant crossbow. Its power is terrifying. Our tower shields can't withstand it. And their arrows seem to be poisoned. Anyone hit dies instantly. We are just passively taking hits. Excuses. All just excuses. Fernando kicked over a small table nearby. It's definitely your overconfidence and reckless attack. You fell into an ambush. Get out of here. Court-martial. He drove away the stunned officer, his face dark and cold as if water could drip from it. He looked at his aide and asked, Garion, where's our night owl? Why haven't we received any news about the giant crossbow from Blackrock territory? Garion lowered his head, his voice bitter. My lord, the night owl team sent to Eagle Beak Cliff has all lost contact. I'm afraid. The situation is very bad. Blackrock territory's defenses are like an iron barrel, impenetrable. Fernando slammed his fist on the table. Are we just going to give up? No, that's impossible. Gather the army. I will personally lead the main force from Storm Fortress to crush Eagle Beak Cliff. To take down Blackrock City. Lord Count, the aide hurriedly advised, don't be impulsive. Eagle Beak Cliff is difficult terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack. And they have that terrifying giant crossbow. A direct will surely cause heavy losses. Also, we haven't heard back from the capital. If we attack recklessly, we might give the enemy an opportunity. Then what do you suggest? Fernando shouted angrily. Are we just going to watch that little brat Lin swagger around in front of us? A sinister glint appeared in the aide's eyes. Sir, since a frontal attack is too costly, perhaps we can try another way. Doesn't Blackrock territory have a secret supply route, the Frosty Path? If we can cut it off, Fernando's eyes lit up. Yes, Frosty Path. Garion, immediately find out the exact route and guard details of that path. I want all of Linen's supplies to rot in the mountains. I want him to fall into chaos without fighting. Blackrock City, Lord's study. Eli presented the battle report from Eagle Beak Cliff to Lin. My lord, a mixed force of about 300 soldiers from Storm Fortress attempted to scout near Eagle Beak Cliff, but was driven back by our troops. We destroyed about 50 light cavalry, 40 heavy infantry, and over 10 archers. No casualties on our side. We also seized some standard equipment. Lin looked at the report with a hint of approval. Well done, Eli. The battle at Eagle Beak Cliff showed the strength of our Blackrock army. Fernando now knows what a true iron wall looks like. Higher up, Hoke entered with a serious face. The night owl from Storm Fortress seems to have changed targets. They are now focusing on exploring the Frosted Path and our guard forces. Additionally, our spies in Storm Fortress report that Fernando is gathering a special elite unit, aiming to cut off our supply lines. Cut off the Frosted Path? Lin's eyes flashed with coldness. Fernando isn't too stupid. He knows he can't fight us head-on, so he's trying to cut our food supply. But unfortunately, he chose the wrong target. He stood up and walked to the map, pointing at a dangerous narrow pass in the middle of the Frosted Path. Here, the Throatbreaker Pass. The terrain is treacherous. A single man can hold off 1,000. Hoke, send your scouts to keep a close watch on Storm Fortress's movements. Carl, understood. Carl responded immediately. Your Ice Edge Rangers have finished their hunt in the Limestone Hills for now. The Blood Wolf Fong has been scared off and is no longer a threat. Now, your new task. Immediately lead the Ice Edge Rangers to secretly station at Throatbreaker Pass. I want you to hold it like a nail. Any Storm Fortress troops daring to enter the Frosted Path, wipe them all out. Leave none alive. Yes, my lord. Carl's eyes burned with determination. I promise to make Throatbreaker Pass a place of death for Storm Fortress. Liam. Understood. Notify President Gordon and the other allied merchants that the frosted path will be temporarily guarded more tightly, but the transport plan remains unchanged. At the same time, activate our spare granary plan within Storm Fortress. Let Fernando know if he wants to cut my supplies. I'll set his backyard on fire first. Yes, my lord. Lin's gaze swept over everyone, his voice steady and powerful. Fernando is already at his wit's end. He can't fight us directly, so he tries to play dirty? Very well. We will play with him until the end. The Iron Wall at Eagle Beak Cliff, the Nail at the Broken Throat Pass, and our hidden fire across Storm Fortress. I want to distract him so he is busy everywhere, making him exhausted. Let him know that the cost of provoking Blackrock territory is more than he can bear. Order the entire army. Keep it high alert. Be ready at any moment to deliver a deadly to Storm Fortress. The victory at Eagle Beak Cliff sounded like a loud horn, signaling the start of Blackrock territory's counterattack. For Count Fernando, the defeat at Eagle Beak Cliff was like a cold hammer, smashing his pride at Storm Fortress. His roar echoed inside the castle, but it couldn't clear the gloom hanging over the army. The cost of attacking Eagle Beak Cliff directly made this proud count temporarily suppress his anger and turn his attention to a secret vital line, Frost Path, that the Dark Network relied on for survival. Frost Path. Fernando paced in front of the large map, his finger heavily tapping the winding line through the mountains. Little Lin, you think hiding in this remote mountain valley can hide you from us? Huh. Broken Throat Pass. What a Broken Throat Pass. This time, I will personally cut your throat. Garion. He suddenly turned around, his eyes shining with a desperate, fierce light. Immediately gather the Blood Claw team. 500 men. All elite troops from the Iron Wall camp and the Running Wolf group, equipped with the best heavy armor and armor-breaking crossbows. And send 100 Hurricane sharpshooters. Lead the team yourself. Target, Broken Throat Pass. Take it at all costs. Cut off Frost Path. I want all of Lin's supply wagons to be destroyed in the mountains. Lord Count, Garion's heart sank. Broken Throat Pass is a dangerous and difficult place to defend, hard to attack, and a frontal might be. No buts. Fernando harshly interrupted him. This is an order, not a discussion. The shame of Eagle Beak Cliff must be washed away with blood. Take Broken Throat Pass, and I will personally take credit. Fail, and come to me with your head. Yes. Yes, sir. Garion's face turned pale, but he could only grit his teeth and obey. He knew this was almost a suicide mission, but the Count's anger could no longer be calmed. Broken Throat Pass, the throat of Frost Path. On both sides are steep cliffs hundreds of meters high, like blades and axes, with only a narrow path a few meters wide winding through the mountains. At this moment, the entrance to the narrow pass was protected by a simple but strong barrier built by the Ice Edge Rangers led by Carl, using thick logs, large stones, and spiked iron caltrops. 200 Rangers were not all guarding the pass. Instead, like patient hunters, they were scattered and hidden in natural caves, cracks in the rocks, and dense conifer forests on both sides. Cold eyes, hidden behind camouflage nets, stared fixedly at the relatively open valley outside the pass. Carl stood inside a concealed observation post behind the pass, using binoculars to scan the end of the valley. Hawk's figure suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. Captain, the Blood Claw team from Storm Fortress has moved. 500 heavy infantry and 100 sharpshooters. Well-equipped and full of fighting spirit. Led by Garion, a trusted aide of Fernando. They are expected to arrive at the pass in half a day. Garion? Carl's lips curled into a cold smile. Fernando is willing to spend so much. But unfortunately, he sent sheep to slaughter, not wolves. How is Orlando's side preparing? Carl asked. All is ready. Hawk's eyes flashed with excitement. Following the Lord's instructions, 20 specially made poison miasma crystals have been buried in hidden spots on both sides of the valley before the pass. Inside each is sealed Orlando's personally prepared paralyzing poison mist. Once triggered, the mist will spread instantly across the entire valley, colorless and tasteless. Those who inhale it will be paralyzed within 10 seconds, losing their combat ability. The effect lasts about half an hour. Excellent. Carl's eyes flashed with cold light. Tell the brothers to follow the plan. Let them into the valley. When the mist rises, close the gates and fight like dogs. Half a day later, at the end of the valley, the Storm Fortress's Blood Claw team moved into the valley like a black steel flood, slowly flowing in. 500 heavily armored infantry, armed with tower shields and heavy armor-piercing hammers, led the front, their heavy footsteps echoing through the valley. Followed closely were 100 hurricane sharpshooters, alertly scanning the steep cliffs on both sides. Galleon rode a tall warhorse, positioned in the middle of the army, with a serious expression and a sense of foreboding. The valley was too quiet, so quiet it was suffocating. "Stop advancing." Galleon suddenly raised his hand, his voice trembling slightly. "Scout team, advance and investigate. Search carefully on both sides of the cliffs." Dozens of lightly armed scouts immediately spread out carefully, moving forward while cautiously looking up at the tall cliffs on both sides. However, aside from the howling mountain wind and occasional falling rocks, there was nothing unusual. "Report, sir." The narrow pass ahead is blocked by large logs and boulders. No sign of the main enemy force. "No large ambushes on either side of the cliffs," reported the scout leader. "No ambushes?" Galleon frowned, feeling more uneasy. This was very strange. Lin wouldn't leave the defenses unguarded here. Could it be he abandoned the Throatbreaker Pass? No, that's impossible. "Order the front team. Clear the obstacles. Prepare to attack the pass," Galleon commanded through gritted teeth. At this point, they had no choice but to push forward. He hoped their strong heavy infantry could quickly break through the simple defenses of the pass. The heavy infantry immediately moved forward, trying hard to remove the logs and boulders blocking the way. The sharpshooters drew their bows, alert and aiming carefully at the pass. The entire team focused all their attention on the front pass. Just as the heavy infantry cleared the obstacles, their formation a bit messy, and everyone was intensely watching the pass. A series of faint sounds, like stones dropping, came from an inconspicuous corner on both sides of the valley. It was Hawk leading the scout team, using special darts to precisely shoot and break hidden, poison mist crystal jars. In an instant, a faint, almost invisible gray-white mist spread rapidly from the broken crystal jars, as if alive. The mist spread quickly, like rising tide waters, silently covering the entire valley. The soldiers didn't notice anything and kept focusing on the obstacle ahead. An experienced old soldier's face suddenly changed. He felt a strong numbness spreading through his limbs instantly. He wanted to shout a warning, but found he couldn't even open his mouth. Thud, 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 like wheat being cut down. The soldiers in the valley, whether the heavy infantry moving the obstacles at the front, the archers ready at the back, or Galleon on horseback, all suddenly collapsed in groups without warning. They didn't even have time to react before they were paralyzed, fully conscious, but unable to move. They could only stare in horror as their comrades collapsed to the ground like dominoes. It took only 10 breaths. The entire Blood Claw squad, 600 elite soldiers along with their commander Julian, all fell like lambs to the slaughter in the cold valley. Only the mountain wind howled through, bringing a deathly silence. "Attack!" Carl's cold voice sounded from behind the narrow pass. "Kill!" 200 Ice Edge Rangers, already ready, surged out like fierce tigers from behind the pass. They didn't ride horses, but carried sharp, curved swords and special short crossbows, rushing like hungry wolves into the helpless Storm Fortress soldiers. There was no fierce fighting, only cold harvesting. Stab, stab, stab. The curved swords sliced precisely through throats, and the short crossbows shot through hearts. The Ice Edge Rangers moved quickly, coldly, and efficiently. They were like skilled butchers, moving through the paralyzed sheep, leaving behind a trail of warm bodies and the smell of blood. Julian collapsed to the ground, watching in horror as his elite troops were slaughtered like pigs and sheep. His eyes filled with fear, despair, and disbelief. He wanted to shout, but couldn't make a sound. He wanted to move, but couldn't even lift his fingers. He could only watch as an Ice Edge Ranger approached him, cold blade pressed against his throat. "Spare him," Carl's voice ordered. The Ranger sheathed his blade and used a special rope to tie Julian up tightly. The slaughter was over in just 15 minutes. 600 Storm Fortress elites were wiped out. The valley outside the pass became a bloody battlefield. "Clear the field," Take all equipment, weapons, and armor. Stack the bodies at the valley entrance and send a big gift to Fernando. Carl's voice was emotionless. Storm Fortress, Count's Hall. When the few remaining bloodied scouts crawled back into Storm Fortress, crying and reporting that the Blood Claw squad was wiped out at the throat of the neck and Lord Julian was captured, the entire hall fell into deadly silence. Count Fernando, as if drained of all strength, slumped in his high-backed chair, symbolizing power. His face was pale as paper, lips trembling, but he could not speak a word. His proud elite team, his trusted advisors, gone? Just like that? They hadn't even seen the enemy's face before being wiped out? Poison fog. What kind of poison fog was that? Good for nothings. All good for nothings. He muttered to himself. His eyes lost their usual spark, replaced by endless fear and confusion. For the first time, he truly felt the terrifying and strange power of the country boy and upstart he had mocked. A direct attack ended in a terrible defeat. An ambush on the supply route, complete annihilation. What could he do now? Lord Count. A messenger rushed into the hall, voice trembling with tears. The capital. Urgent news from the capital. The Council of State has sent a demand for explanation. They want us to answer charges against Black Rock territory, spying, attacking merchant caravans, disturbing peace, and more. They also included copies of some witnesses and evidence. The words are very harsh. What? Fernando suddenly stood up, staggering back from dizziness, caught by a servant. He tremblingly took the scroll sealed with the Royal Council's official stamp. When he unrolled it, he was struck like lightning. The evidence listed was clear and deadly. The confession of the captured Night Owl, fragments of Storm Fortress's standard weapons, mercenary IDs. Even a few blurry but recognizable battlefield photos, magical images. Ironclad proof. It's over. All over. Fernando's scroll slipped from his hands and fell to the ground, his face ashen. The military defeat and political accusations. Storm Fortress was now in despair. In Black Rock City, the Lord's office. Carl and Hawk reported the battle at Broken Throat Pass and the capture of Galleon to Lynn. Great job. Lynn's eyes sparkled. At Broken Throat Pass, we not only wiped out the enemy's elite forces and captured their commander, but also seized a lot of high-quality equipment. This battle will make Fernando's blood run cold. Sir, Lim entered with a slight smile. The urgent letter from the capital has arrived at Storm Fortress. The words are strict, demanding Fernando respond within a deadline. Our friends in the capital also sent a message. Public opinion is very favorable to us. Fernando this time cannot escape from disaster. Very good. Lynn stood up, walked to the map, and pointed to the heart of Storm Fortress. Fernando is now at the end of his rope. Military defeat, political decline, internal panic. Now, it's time to deliver the final. Carl. Eric. Understood, the two replied in unison. Order the entire army. Lift the level 1 alert to the highest alert status. Lynn's voice was firm and commanding, full of authority and decisiveness. All workshops. Work at full capacity. Produce arrows, armor, and weapons. Magic Academy. Accelerate rune enhancement research. Barracks. Conduct final combat drills. Stockpile supplies. Repair equipment. Prepare for the final on Storm Fortress. Liam. Immediately draft a last ultimatum in the name of the kingdom's northern protector, Viscount Blackrock Lincosta, officially informing Count Fernando. He must accept all previous compensation demands unconditionally within 3 days and publicly apologize. If he fails to respond or refuses to comply, the Blackrock army will act on divine justice, punishing the unfaithful. Wherever they go, they will conquer Storm Fortress. Hawk, your scout team, double the mission. I want detailed intelligence on every castle, army, and supply line within Storm Fortress, especially the defenses of the main city. Orlando, Tom, I need you to complete the reinforcement of the Behemoth Wall tower shields for all heavy infantry before the final attack. I want a true iron tide. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, their eyes burning with fierce determination. Remember, Lynn's gaze swept over everyone, his voice sharp and commanding, like a drawn sword, carrying undeniable power. This is not just about revenge. It is the final battle to establish a new order in the northern border. We will use the fall of Storm Fortress to tell the entire kingdom. The will of Blackrock territory cannot be defied. The iron hoofs of the Blackrock army cannot be stopped. All troops, prepare for battle. In 3 days, we march on Storm Fortress. The order spread like wildfire, igniting the entire Blackrock territory. Long-suppressed fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. The forges in the workshops burned day and night, the sound of hammers striking like drums of war. In the barracks, soldiers sweated profusely, shouting and fighting fiercely. In the Magic Academy, rune lights flickered. Arcane energy roared within the magic circles. The entire territory is like a war machine running at full speed, gathering destructive power for the upcoming decisive battle. The poisonous fog at Broken Throat Pass has become the final straw that will crush Storm Fortress. Meanwhile, the war machine of Blackrock territory has completed its final preparations and is ready to strike with unstoppable force, heading straight for the heart of Storm Fortress. The situation in the northern region will be completely changed after this battle. Blackrock territory's final ultimatum is like a thundercloud crashing down on Storm Fortress's walls. The cold words on the parchment scroll and the unquestionable demand for compensation are like loud slaps, hitting Count Fernando's face and the hearts of every noble and soldier in Storm Fortress. Within 3 days, unconditionally accept, publicly apologize, or flatten Storm Fortress. Fernando angrily throws the ultimatum to the ground, stomping on it with his iron plate-inlaid boots, as if trying to crush every word on it. Arrogant, shameless. Lin, I will tear you apart. But his roar sounds weak and powerless in the empty hall. The defeat at Eagle Beak Cliff, the destruction of 600 elite soldiers at Broken Throat Pass, the capture of his trusted aide Julian, and the stern questioning from the Royal Council. These blows have already shattered the morale of Storm Fortress. Fear spreads like a plague inside and outside the castle. Soldiers' eyes flicker with worry, officers whisper secretly, and nobles are anxious, secretly considering retreat. Count, an old knight hesitantly steps forward. Blackrock's army is strong and full of spirit. Our forces are defeated, morale is low, and the royal court's attitude is unclear. Should we consider accepting some conditions temporarily, to buy time? Shut up. Fernando, like a lion with its tail stepped on, suddenly turns around, his red eyes fixed on the old knight. Accept conditions? Pay compensation? Apologize? What about Storm Fortress's honor? What about my dignity? You're trying to shake the army's resolve. Get out. The old knight's face turns pale as he steps back. The hall falls into complete silence. No one dares to speak further. Fernando gasps heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. He knows that Storm Fortress is at a life-and-death point. Accepting conditions? That's like surrendering to Lin. He would carry that shame forever and have no place in the northern region again. Resisting? The terrifying giant crossbows, strange poisonous fog, and elusive elite soldiers of the Blackrock army. Does he really have a chance to win? Despair and madness intertwined in his eyes. In the end, greed and deep-seated arrogance overwhelmed reason. Send the orders, he croaked, his voice filled with a desperate resolve. Storm Fortress is in maximum lockdown. All gates are closed. Drawbridges are raised. The moat is filled. Recruit all eligible men into the army. Nobles' private guards are incorporated into the city defense forces. Granaries, armories, and magic towers are heavily guarded. Reinforce the city walls. Set up all defensive equipment. I want to turn Storm Fortress into an unbreakable stronghold. Let Lin's army bleed dry beneath the city walls. Additionally, a sinister glint appeared in his eyes. Send a secret message to Count Rodrigo. Tell him that when one side falls, the other is in danger. Once Blackrock takes over Storm Fortress, their next target will be Golden Valley. Make him send troops immediately to hold the flank against Blackrock. Otherwise, the day Storm Fortress falls will mark the beginning of the end for Golden Valley. Storm Fortress, like a wounded beast, began its final struggle in fear and madness. On the city walls, soldiers nervously moved heavy logs and stones, setting up massive city defense crossbows. Artisans worked tirelessly day and night to reinforce battlements and gates. At the top of the magic tower, faint magical light flickered unpredictably, as several mages supported by Storm Fortress desperately maintained the basic protective enchantments. The entire castle was shrouded in an oppressive, hopeless atmosphere. Blackrock City, the war machine, is running at full speed. Contrasting sharply with Storm Fortress's panic, Blackrock leads like a finely tuned war furnace, burning with fierce fighting spirit, forging the sharpest swords and strongest shields for the upcoming decisive battle. This time, with the great reputation brought by the First Rain Gathering, Lin finally gained enough resources to support a large-scale campaign. He began a massive troop surge. The Anvil Workshop, the forge blazed day and night, reflecting the sweat-drenched figures of the craftsmen. Huge hammers, powered by steam, hammered at glowing metal ingots with incredible frequency. Pieces of refined steel armor, embedded with fragments of the mountain rock behemoth's spine, were forged, emitting a heavy, subdued black glow. Tom personally supervised, carefully inspecting each piece of armor for size, curvature, and toughness. The reinforcement work on the giant beast barrier, tower shield, is nearly complete. The shield now features 50 faces embedded with bone fragments and engraved with the Earth Stronghold runes, personally designed by Orlando. Even more impressive, the workshop's production line has reached its limit. Constant streams of high-quality steel ingots are being forged into standard chest armor, helmets, arm guards, and greaves. Bundles of quenched steel spears, halberds, and short swords are quickly sharpened. Thanks to strong support from reputation points, the workshop operates day and night, arming new soldiers with incredible speed. At the Magic Academy, Orlando leads all mage apprentices and rune craftsmen on a large, temporary platform. On the platform, a complex, rune-covered giant device is being assembled. Its core is a resonance engine powered by a high-purity magic crystal, with a sharp, dark red glowing tip made of special alloy, called the Arcane Resonance Siege Cone. This weapon was designed by Orlando based on ideas from Lin, combining ancient texts and the latest high-quality magic crystals. It can convert the powerful magic within the crystal into high-frequency, oscillating energy. When transmitted through the cone, it can shake or even break the strongest rock structures. Currently, Orlando is carefully adjusting the last energy node of the core array, his eyes shining with passion and anticipation. Meanwhile, a special, rune enhancement zone has been set up inside the academy. Newly forged weapons and armor are being sent in for basic enchantments like Fortify and Sharpness by apprentices, quickly improving the equipment of new soldiers. At the barracks training ground, the battle cries are deafening. An unprecedented Blackrock army is conducting final combat drills. Thanks to a steady daily influx of 600 reputation points, Lin has summoned many troops in just a few days. The heavy infantry battalion has grown from 300 to 1,200 soldiers. Among them, 50 of the most elite are equipped with the giant beast barrier, super tower shields, becoming unstoppable spearheads for breaking enemy lines. The rest are equipped with finely crafted heavy armor and standard tower shields, incorporating small amounts of bone fragments from the workshop. They form a steel phalanx, with tower shields planted on the ground and halberds pointed forward, like moving mountains. The Legion Infantry Battalion has expanded from 800 to 1,500 soldiers. They are equipped with newly forged high-quality steel short swords, iron-shielded square shields, and lightweight chainmail. They follow closely behind the heavy infantry, moving in perfect unison and full of fierce energy. The Longbow Guard expanded from 500 to 800 soldiers, equipped with reinforced bows and poisoned arrows. They draw their bows like full moons, with arrows shining cold blue light. The Ice Edge Rangers maintain an elite force of 200 soldiers, all fully equipped, riding the strongest northern warhorses. They ride swiftly, blades like snow, weaving through simulated obstacle terrain, accurately throwing poisoned short spears. The Garrison Army, defense force led by Hawk, expanded to 500 soldiers, responsible for guarding the territory, logistics, and protecting key facilities. Total, 1,200 heavy troops, 1,500 Legion, 800 Longbow, 200 Rangers, 500 Garrison, equals 4,200 soldiers ready for battle. This does not include engineers, logistics support, and other non-combat personnel. Carl and Eric stand like rocks on the command platform, their eyes sharp and serious as they correct every small tactical move. New soldiers, led by veterans, quickly integrate into the battle formation. Though a bit inexperienced, their eyes are full of a desire for victory and firm belief. Logistics system, Lime acts like the most precise gear, coordinating resources across the territory. Wagons loaded with grain, arrows, medicines, and spare weapons are guarded tightly by the garrison and continuously head to the designated frontline supply points. Supplies from Gordon's guild and other allies are secretly transported via the Frost Path. Orlando's secondary healing potions and energy recovery potions are distributed to every soldier. The entire logistics chain operates efficiently and orderly, providing solid support for this large army. The Lord's Study, Final Deployment. Lynn stands in front of a large battlefield model, clearly marked with Storm Fortress and surrounding terrain. Hawk stands nearby, holding the latest intelligence report. "Sir, Storm Fortress is fully on high alert," Hawk says calmly. Fernando has conscripted all eligible men, swelling the force to about 5,000, but most are untrained recruits and noble private soldiers. The core combat strength remains around 2,000 troops, including remnants of the Iron Wall Battalion, about 800, the Hurricane Archers, about 500, the Lone Wolf Light Cavalry, about 300, and some Magic Tower Guards. The city defenses are complete, the walls are strong, and the moat is filled. Additionally, Huckton paused. "We confirmed through our spies at Storm Fortress that Fernando has sent a secret plea for help to Count Roderick in Golden Valley, trying to persuade him to send troops to distract our forces." "Roderick?" Lynn smirked coldly. "He's barely holding himself together, yet he dares to interfere? Send orders to Eric." A small elite team from the Longbow Guard, equipped with the City Breaker heavy crossbow, will be secretly positioned on the high ground in the Black Pine Forest near the border of Golden Valley. No need to attack, just show a threatening stance. Let Roderick know that if he so much as moves a single soldier, the arrows from the Black Rock Army will strike into Golden Valley. "Yes," Huckton immediately took note. "Cal, reporting, when we launch the main attack, lead the Ice Edge Rangers as the vanguard. Target, the south gate of Storm Fortress. Your task is not to attack directly, but to use mobility to clear out outer sentry posts, harass the defenders, and create chaos. Open the way for the main force." "Understood." Eric, reporting, lead the main force of the Longbow Guard with the Middle Army. Once on the battlefield, deploy immediately to the designated positions. Primary goal, suppress the defenders on the walls, especially the archers and operators of city defenses. Cover the heavy infantry's advance. Use the City Breaker heavy crossbow to focus on smashing the gate towers and suspected Magic Tower energy nodes. "Yes, my lord." The main army, Lynn's gaze swept over the models representing heavy infantry and Legion infantry on the battlefield map. "Led personally by me. The first line will be 50 Beast Wall shield towers as the vanguard. Behind them, the heavy infantry main formation. Legion infantry will follow closely. Target, the south gate of Storm Fortress. Master Orlando, the arcane resonance city breaker, will follow the heavy infantry. Once near the gate, activate immediately. Break open Storm Fortress's gates." "Yes, Lord." Tom and Orlando responded in unison, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Hawk, your scouts will serve as the eyes and ears of the entire army. Constantly monitor battlefield movements, especially any troop movements at Storm Fortress and any unusual activity toward Golden Valley. Report promptly." "Understood." Lynn pressed his finger heavily on the battlefield map at Storm Fortress's location, his voice sharp and commanding, like a drawn sword, filled with unmatched authority and decisiveness. This is the Battle of Blackrock Fortress, the foundation of the Northern New Order. Victory is certain. Defeat is not allowed. All soldiers, rest and prepare. At dawn tomorrow, march to Storm Fortress. Crush the enemy. Show our strength. Crush the enemy. Show our power. Inside the study, all generals shouted loudly, their voices shaking the roof. The next day, at dawn, the huge gates of Blackrock City suddenly opened. For 1,200 Blackrock soldiers, like a silent, deadly steel flood, began their march under the rising sun. 50 beast wall shield towers reflected dark, heavy light, like moving steel walls. Behind them, 1,150 heavy infantry, clad in armor, with spears ready. Next, 1,500 legion infantry, marching in perfect order, swords drawn. 800 archers carried longbows, quivers full of arrows. 200 ice blade riders galloped like black whirlwinds. In the center of the army, a large device covered with heavy canvas and emitting faint magical waves, the arcane resonance siege cone, looked like a sleeping giant, giving off a chilling aura. 500 elite guards were responsible for logistics and key points. Lin, wearing a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, rode a noble black warhorse, leading the middle of the army. Crew members like Carl, Eric, Tom, Orlando, Lime, and Hawk followed closely. Everyone's face showed determination and confidence in victory. The war drums beat loudly. Horns sounded long. The steel flood rolled across the spring fields, driven by unstoppable will, heading towards Storm Fortress. On the city walls of Storm Fortress, the defenders watched in horror as the black tide grew closer on the horizon, feeling the earth tremble violently beneath them. Their faces turned pale. Count Fernando stood on the highest tower, staring at the terrifyingly large and powerful army, trembling with his sword in hand, showing the first signs of despair he could not hide. The steel flood of Blackrock's army swept across the spring fields, causing the ground to tremble with each heavy step and hoofbeat. The massive formation of 4,200 elite soldiers moved like a silent, deadly black wave, unstoppable, heading straight for Storm Fortress. 50 giant, beast wall, tower shields look like moving steel walls. They reflect dark, heavy light in the sun and give a feeling of great pressure. Behind them are solid formations of heavy infantry, legion soldiers, and longbow guards. Their armor is shining, and their weapons are like a forest. Iceblade Rangers patrol on both sides, like alert wolves. In the middle of the team is a large, canvas-covered, magic resonance city breaker, emitting faint but strong magical waves. It looks like a sleeping giant beast, waiting to strike it deadly. During the march, everything is orderly and silent. Only the sound of soldiers' boots, horses' hooves, and wheels on frozen ground form a deep, powerful battle song. The soldiers have firm eyes, hold their weapons tightly, and suppress their fighting spirit, ready to unleash all their strength when they reach the battlefield. Storm Fortress, South City Wall. Count Fernando stands behind the highest tower battlement, looking far at the dark flood approaching the horizon. Its size is much larger than he imagined. His face is pale as paper, and his hand grips his sword so tightly that his knuckles turn white. He trembles slightly. Nearby officers and nobles look even more pale, their eyes full of fear they can't hide. How? How is this possible? A young knight stammers. They have so many troops? And those tower shields? What are they? It's not just the number. An old officer's voice is dry and hopeless. Look at their formation, their equipment, their momentum. This is not a ragtag group assembled on the spot. These are real elite soldiers with many battles behind them. They are much stronger than us. Hearing the discussion around him, Fernando's heart feels like it's being squeezed by a cold hand. He thought the Blackrock army had no more than 2,000 soldiers. With Storm Fortress's strong defenses and 5,000 defenders, most of whom are new recruits, they could make the enemy suffer at the city walls. But now, this army size far exceeds his expectations. Their equipment is excellent, and their momentum is mighty, making him feel dizzy. The 50 heavy shields, heavy with a sense of weight, remind him of the terrifying giant crossbow on Eagle Beak Cliff that easily pierced through the iron wall camp shields. Could they be the same kind of weapon? Lord Count, there is news from the Golden Valley. A messenger runs up the tower, panting. Roderick Count's envoy has sent a message, Golden Valley. Reinforcements at Golden Valley have been stopped. What? Fernando suddenly turned around, the last flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished. Who stopped them? Where did they stop? It was the longbow guard of the Black Rock Army. The messenger's voice trembled. They set up those terrible giant crossbows on the Black Pine Forest Highlands. The 2,000 vanguard troops sent by Count Roderick. Just approaching the border, were hit by a volley of arrows and lost their front line. Heavy casualties. Count Roderick. He ordered the entire army to stop and defend on the spot. He said he couldn't send the elite of Golden Valley to fill the Black Rock Army's crossbow positions. Fool. Coward. Roderick. You traitorous coward. Fernando roared in despair, kicking the messenger to the ground. The last hope was gone. He was completely isolated and helpless. Sir, the enemy's front line has entered within 5 miles. The lookout's voice was trembling with tears. Fernando suddenly rushed to the battlement, and the massive formation of the Black Rock Army was clearly visible. At the front, a moving wall made of 50 beast wall tower shields, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression. He could even see faint glowing runes on the shield surfaces. Prepare to fight, Fernando shouted with all his strength, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. Crossbowmen, draw your bows. City defense crossbows. Load. Rolling logs and stones. Get ready. Mages, cast the protective barrier to maximum. Hurry, hurry. The wall was in chaos. Soldiers scrambled to their posts, fear spreading like a plague. The crossbowmen trembled as they drew their bows. The operators of the city defense crossbows sweat profusely as they turned the cranks, and soldiers carrying rolling logs staggered. The magic towers flickered with uncertain light, a few mages with pale faces desperately maintaining the fragile protective shield. In front of the Black Rock Army formation, Lynn halted his horse, positioned at the core of the central army. Carl led 200 Ice Edge Rangers, like arrows shot from a bow, breaking away from the main force in several groups, rushing like black whirlwinds toward the open plains outside the Storm Fortress South Gate. Clear the outer sentry posts. Harass the defenders. Create chaos. Carl's orders were simple and cold. Yes, the Ice Edge Rangers demonstrated astonishing mobility and lethality. They appeared like ghosts near the watchtowers, patrols, and scattered outposts outside Storm Fortress. Poisoned short spears, like death's sickles, precisely took the lives of the sentries. Sharp curved blades easily cut through leather armor during fast charges. Poisoned arrows silently shot into the battlements, claiming the lives of archers and crossbowmen. They did not like to fight. They struck quickly and then withdrew, like a spreading sore, constantly disturbing the defenders on the walls and causing panic and chaos. On the walls of Storm Fortress, soldiers kept falling and screaming, their bodies dropping from the battlements. The defenders were overwhelmed by these unpredictable attacks. Archers dared not show themselves easily, and the city's ballistae often missed their targets. Shoot them dead. Shoot them dead. Fernando shouted angrily from the tower. However, the Ice Edge Rangers were too fast, their targets too small. Most arrows shot from the walls missed, and those that hit were deflected by light armor and quick dodges. While the defenders of Storm Fortress were distracted and troubled by the Ice Edge Rangers, the main force of the Black Rock Army had already advanced to 3 miles from the wall and stopped. Eli. Lynn's voice was steady and strong. Reporting for duty. Longbow Guard. Form up. Target. Wall defenders. Free fire. Suppressive fire. Siege crossbow. Target. Gatehouse. Enemy mage tower. Calibrate. Prepare to fire. Understood. Eli's eyes flashed with cold light as he suddenly swung his arm. Longbow Guard. Draw bows. Fire. Whoosh. 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 800 archers simultaneously released their bows. 800 poisoned arrows, glowing with a faint blue light, like a sudden dark cloud of death, screeched through the air, tearing across the sky, and slammed down on the southern wall of Storm Fortress like a heavy rain. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck stone walls, tower shields, and even bodies with loud impacts. The poisoned arrowheads easily tore through leather armor and flesh, releasing deadly toxins instantly. Screams echoed from behind the battlements. More archers and operators screamed as they fell, their bodies tumbling off the city walls. The defenders' counterattack firepower was instantly suppressed. 3. City Breaker. Heavy crossbow cannons fire simultaneously. Huge crossbow bolts, as thick as a child's arm and shining with a cold metal gleam, strike like thunder from, accompanied by a sharp breaking sound, smashing into the gates of Storm Fortress. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion erupts. The sturdy wooden and stone structure of the city gate collapses instantly under the terrifying impact. Debris and wood chips fly like a rainstorm. One of the crossbow bolts precisely pierces the fragile protective shield around the magic tower, embedding itself firmly into the tower's side. The light at the top of the magic tower flickers violently a few times before suddenly dimming. The mages maintaining the magic circle are struck hard, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The gate has fallen. The magic tower. The protective magic circle is broken. The defenders on the wall cry out in despair. Their morale drops sharply. Heavy infantry. Forward. Lynn's voice rings out like a bell, echoing across the battlefield. Thud. 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 The heavy drumbeats sound like the heartbeat of the earth, suddenly booming. Roar. 50. Beast wall. Tower shields crash to the ground. Like 50 steel fortresses, they instantly form an unstoppable moving wall. Behind them, 1,150 heavy infantry shout together, marching heavily and in perfect formation, pushing the tower shields forward like a flood of steel, steadily advancing towards Storm Fortress's south gate. Every step causes the ground to tremble. Legion infantry follow closely behind, like a surging tide. Legion infantry. Raise shields. Cover the advance. Longbow guard. Keep firing. Cover the infantry. City breakers. Reload. Target. The gate. Fire. Eli's commands are clear and deadly. The rain of arrows from the longbow guard intensifies, tightly suppressing the remaining defenders on the wall. The city breaker, heavy crossbows roar again, their massive bolts pounding on the thick gates and surrounding walls, producing dull, thunderous sounds, with wood chips and stones flying everywhere. The defenders of Storm Fortress are completely panicked. Falling logs and stones are scattered, mostly deflected easily by the beast wall, tower shields, and those that land among the heavy infantry are deflected by their thick armor and tight formations. The giant arrows shot from the city's archers hit the beast wall, shields, leaving only shallow white marks before bouncing off. The archers' arrows are as harmless as tickling. The iron flow of the Blackrock army, pushing forward with sparse counterattacks, was like an unstoppable mountain range slowly crushing toward the gates of Storm Fortress. Count Fernando stood on the ruined gate tower, watching the steel-like phalanx advancing like a monstrous machine, witnessing his side's futile resistance, and seeing the despair in the soldiers' eyes. He felt cold all over, as if falling into an icy pit. His proud fortress seemed so fragile in the face of overwhelming power. "No, it can't be," he muttered, his eyes unfocused. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something behind the steel tide, a large covered machine, guarded by heavy troops, slowly moving forward. A corner of the canvas was blown by the wind, revealing a massive ram with a dark red glow and mysterious runes carved on it. An unprecedented fear, deep from his soul, seized Count Fernando instantly. What was that? It definitely wasn't something good. "Stop it. Whatever it takes, destroy that thing," Fernando shouted desperately, pointing at the magical resonance city-breaking ram. But his orders were drowned out by the deafening noise of the battlefield, feeling so powerless. The Blackrock army's steel tide had advanced to less than 200 steps from the gates. Like silent, unstoppable mountains, they bore sparse arrows and rolling stones, steadily heading toward the south gate of Storm Fortress. A moving wall made of 50 beast barrier tower shields reflected a dark, heavy light under the early spring sun, giving off an oppressive feeling. Behind the shields, the roars of heavily armored infantry shook the ground. Their heavy footsteps sounded like war drums, pounding in the hearts of Storm Fortress defenders and also striking Count Fernando's fragile nerves. "Stop them! Hold them back!" Fernando roared from the ruined gate tower, voice hoarse and desperate, but his cry was drowned out by the deafening chaos of the battlefield, making it seem so weak. He watched helplessly as his proud, iron wall, remnants, soldiers clad in fine heavy armor and wielding tower shields, tried to form a last line of defense at the gate. However, when the Blackrock army's beast barrier, tower shields, like moving mountains, collided with Storm Fortress's shields, boom! A dull crashing sound accompanied by the painful twisting of metal and the cracking of bones. The tower shield of the Storm Fortress soldiers was as fragile as rotten wood against the giant beast barrier. The immense impact instantly sent the frontline soldiers and their shields flying backward. The soldiers in the rear were crushed, their bones broken and muscles torn, their screams drowned out by the clash of steel. The hastily assembled defense line of Storm Fortress collapsed instantly under the overwhelming force, like paper tearing apart. Heavy infantry. Forward. Crush them. Tom's angry shout rang out amid the flood of steel. Kill. 150 heavy infantry roared together, like a rushing flood, opening the way with their shields and swinging heavy halberds and spears into the chaos of the Storm Fortress defenders. Mass slaughter. An overwhelming massacre. The fine rune-engraved armor made the Blackrock heavy infantry almost immune to the Storm Fortress soldiers' slashes and stabs. But their steel halberds and spears, like the scythes of death, easily tore through leather armor and flesh. The defenders of Storm Fortress, whether new recruits or remaining veterans, appeared so fragile in the face of this steel flood. Their formation was broken, morale shattered. The soldiers wailed, abandoned their armor, and fled like headless flies retreating. Legion infantry. Follow up. Expand the victory. Clear out the remaining enemies. Lin's calm voice sounded from behind. Kill. 1,500 Legion infantry surged like a mighty tide, rushing through the city gates behind the heavy infantry. They wielded steel short swords and iron shields, moving swiftly and deadly, like efficient scavengers, precisely slaughtering those who resisted or fled too slowly. Inside the gate, it instantly became a bloody slaughterhouse. Longbow guard. Suppress the sides of the city walls. Cover the infantry as they enter. Eric's steady voice remained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of arrows shot into the air again, like the size of death, accurately covering the defenders behind the city walls on both sides of the gate. Any soldier trying to shoot or throw stones and logs was instantly pierced and killed by poisoned arrows on the walls. The resistance at the gate was completely crushed in a moment. The main force of the Blackrock army surged like a flood into Storm Fortress. Master Orlando. Lin's gaze turned to the rear. Yes, sir. Orlando's eyes sparkled with intense excitement as he suddenly pulled back the cover on the magical resonance city breaker device. The large ram, glowing with dark red runes, emitted a powerful magical aura under the sunlight. Activate. Target. Inner fortress gate. Buzz. With a deep, loud hum, the magic crystal at the core of the city breaker burst with bright light. Enormous arcane energy was guided, compressed, and resonated through the magic circle. Finally, it transformed into a visible, high-frequency dark red energy wave that surged through the ram and slammed hard against the heavy iron-reinforced oak gate of the inner fortress. Boom! A deafening explosion seemed to threaten to shake the entire castle. The sturdy oak gate was repeatedly struck by an invisible giant hammer, quickly developing spiderweb cracks. The iron covering twisted and deformed. The large latch behind the door groaned under pressure and suddenly broke. The entire gate collapsed inward with a terrible crashing sound, filling the air with dust and smoke. Carl. Eric. Lin's voice rang out with firm authority. Inner fortress. Capture Fernando alive. Understood. Carl and Eric responded in unison, their eyes filled with fierce determination. Carl led the Ice Edge Rangers like black lightning, rushing into the fortress first. He swung his curved sword and threw poisoned short spears, quickly eliminating scattered resistance along the way. Eric followed closely with a team of elite archers, shooting poisoned arrows precisely at any enemy daring to appear. Inside the fortress hall, Count Fernando, like a trapped beast, tried to make a final stand under the protection of a small squad of loyal knights. But when Carl appeared like a ghost at the hall entrance, with a cold curved sword pressed against his neck, and when Eric's archers aimed their cold arrows at his last guards, and when Tom's heavily armored infantry sealed all escape routes like a wall of steel, Fernando's last trace of madness and arrogance finally vanished, replaced by overwhelming fear and despair. Clang! His sword fell powerless to the ground. I surrender. He slumped to the floor, voice hoarse and weak. With Fernando's surrender, the remaining resistance inside Storm Fortress quickly faded like a dying candle in the wind. The soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt down in surrender. The nobles looked pale as they were led out by the guards from their hiding place. The battle is over. Storm Fortress has fallen. System message. Successfully captured Storm Fortress. The Lord of Storm Fortress, Count Fernando, has been taken prisoner. Eliminated about 3,500 defenders, including new recruits. Captured around 1,500, including nobles and private soldiers. Looted countless gold coins, supplies, and weapons from the fortress treasury. Captured key industries, 2 large iron mines, 1 copper mine, 1 large forging workshop, and 1 basic magic tower. Blackrock Army casualties. 87 dead, 215 seriously injured, about 500 lightly injured, mainly during the initial push and gate fighting. Gained huge reputation points, 50,000. Conquering the Count's main castle, capturing the Count, and changing the northern region's power balance. Current reputation, 56,720. 50,000 is equal to 106,720 points, 600 points per day. Note, adjusted for previous troop surge reputation costs. Storm Fortress, Count's Hall, now a temporary command center. Lynn sat calmly on what used to be Count Fernando's throne, listening to Lime's initial battle report. Crew members like Carl, Eric, Tom, Orlando, and Hawk stood quietly on either side. Sir, Count Fernando has been kept separately and closely guarded, Lime reported. All nobles and officers inside Storm Fortress have been captured and controlled. The fortress defenses have been fully taken over by our troops. Important facilities like workshops, mines, and warehouses are protected by soldiers to prevent damage. Good, Lynn nodded slightly. Lime, start counting all assets in Storm Fortress immediately, including gold, supplies, industries, and population. Identify all prisoners, keep nobles and officers separate, and disperse soldiers and recruits into labor camps for post-war rebuilding and mine operations. Yes, sir. Hawk, send out your scouts now. Monitor all castles and villages around Storm Fortress. Ensure no remaining enemies cause trouble. Also, keep a close watch on the Gold Valley area. If Roderick shows any signs of movement, report immediately. Understood. Tom. Orlando. Lynn looked at the two. Assess the forging workshop and magic tower at Storm Fortress right away. See if they can be integrated into our system. Especially the magic tower, which is basic but still solid. Master Orlando. See if you can turn it into our secondary magic node. Yes, sir. Tom and Orlando both look excited. Carl. Eric. Lynn's gaze finally falls on the two generals. Organize the troops. Treat the wounded. Comfort the soldiers. Reward meritorious deeds. Bury the fallen with respect. Provide generous pensions. Save the seriously injured at all costs. This battle, the Blackrock Army has shown strength. They have made a great impression. You have all contributed greatly. Thank you, sir. Carl and Eric kneel on one knee, their voices firm. Lynn stands up and walks to the large stained glass window in the hall, overlooking Storm Fortress, still smoky from battle. This fortress, once a symbol of northern power, now lies at his feet. The fall of Storm Fortress is just the beginning. Lynn's voice is calm but powerful. From today, the pattern of the North will change completely. Count Rodrigo, the royal court's attention will soon focus here. He turns around, his gaze sweeping over everyone with undeniable authority. Order the entire army. Rename Storm Fortress to Rock Fortress. From now on, it will be part of the Black Rock territory. All captured supplies are to be used first for strengthening defenses and restoring the people. All prisoners are to be carefully guarded and await further instructions. Additionally, a deep light flashes in Lynn's eyes. Liam, in my name, draft a letter to the northern nobles and the royal council. Clearly state Count Fernando's treachery, repeated provocation, and acts of breaking peace. Explain that our Black Rock territory was forced to retaliate, acting in justice. State that Storm Fortress, Rock Fortress, is now under Black Rock's control. The wording must be humble but firm. Also, include Count Fernando's confession, whether he writes it or not. Yes, sir. Liam understands. This document is both a declaration and a test, laying the groundwork for future negotiations with the royal court. As for Count Fernando himself, Lynn's lips curl into a cold smile. Leave him alive for now. he still has use. He is our best bargaining chip with the royal court. The fall of Storm Fortress is like dropping a heavy bomb in the north. The Black Rock territory, with unstoppable force, has crushed one of the last two northern counts. Capture the count and seize his core territory. This news will spread quickly across the entire kingdom. The news of Storm Fortress's fall spread like wings, quickly sweeping through the northern region. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it caused huge waves in the capital city. On the wall of Rock Fortress, formerly Storm Fortress, the Black Wolf banner of the Blackrock clan fluttered silently, announcing a complete change in the power structure of the north. At Rock Fortress, in the Count's Hall, the frontline command of the Blackrock clan, the smell of smoke still lingered, but order was mostly restored inside. Lin was not celebrating the victory, but immediately focused on the complicated tasks of post-war recovery and diplomacy. "Sir, the initial inventory is complete," Lime said, presenting a thick sheepskin scroll. The loot from Rock Fortress includes about 850,000 gold coins, food supplies enough for 50,000 people for half a year, 3,000 tons of refined iron ingots, 800 tons of copper ingots, enough weapons and armor to equip 5,000 soldiers, quality varies, large amounts of furs, medicinal herbs, and luxury goods. Core industries include 2 large iron mines, 1 medium copper mine, a large forging workshop, well-maintained equipment, and a basic magic tower, solid structure, damaged energy. Core. Troops have been sent to take control and begin initial maintenance. Lin quickly looked over the scroll and nodded slightly. Good. Lime. Immediately allocate 200,000 gold coins from the loot for the fallen soldiers' compensation, treatment of the seriously wounded, and rewards for the entire army. The remaining gold and supplies will be registered and stored in the Blackrock clan's treasury for centralized management. Yes, sir. Lime quickly took notes. Tom. Orlando. Lin looked at the two. How is the progress on integrating the forging workshop and magic tower? Tom stepped forward, speaking loudly. Sir, the forging workshop has excellent equipment and is much larger than the one in Blackrock City. I've already dispatched skilled craftsmen from Blackrock City to oversee it and started reorganizing the captured blacksmiths with decent skills. We expect to restore some capacity within half a month, prioritizing the production of standard equipment for our army to replace the inferior items we seized, and trying to replicate the giant beast barrier tower shield, simplified version. Orlando's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Sir, the magic tower's foundation is solid. Although the energy core was damaged, repair is possible. I have made a preliminary investigation. The tower contains many books, especially some about ancient northern runes and basic elemental magic, which are quite valuable. I have started repairing the main magic circle and plan to transform it into a secondary magic node to resonate with the main tower of the Blackrock City Magic Academy, expanding our magical surveillance and defense. Additionally, he paused, his voice tinged with excitement. While clearing out the secret chamber inside the tower, I found some ancient records about sulfur mine crystals in Howling Wind Valley. They seem to point to deeper secrets. It will take time to decode. The secret of the crystals? Lin's eyes sparkled. Master Orlando, this is top priority. Focus all efforts on decoding. Report any progress immediately. Yes, my lord. Hawk. What's the situation at the border in Golden Valley? Hawk stepped forward, his voice steady. My lord, the entire Panshir fortress has been mostly cleared. Remaining resistance is weak. All castles and villages have sent troops to take control, and the administrative officials sent by Lord Lime are handling the peacekeeping. As for Golden Valley, a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Count Roderick's army, after being threatened by our siege breaker heavy crossbows in the Black Pine Forest Highlands, has retreated to their border fortress and is now on the defensive. However, they are very active within their territory. Many scouts and spies are trying to infiltrate our borders, but they have been intercepted or driven back by our scout teams and Ice Edge Rangers. Also, Hawk lowered his voice. Our secret agents in Golden Valley have reported that Count Roderick seems to be secretly contacting some forces in the capital and may be colluding with pirates based in the Skull Bay. Pirates? Carl snorted coldly. Roderick is desperate? Trying to invite wolves into the house. Not necessarily inviting wolves. Lime interjected, frowning slightly. It looks more like creating chaos, distracting us, or covering up some shady deals. Lin tapped lightly on the table, his eyes deep. Roderick is not a threat. If he dares to invite pirates to attack, it gives us a perfect excuse to completely resolve the Golden Valley issue. Right now, our biggest pressure comes from the capital. He picked up another scroll on the table, which had just been delivered by the messenger Hawk and sealed with the Royal Council's wax seal. The scroll's wording was strict, demanding that Viscount Lin Costa immediately stop all military actions. It called for a reasonable explanation for the unauthorized attack on Storm Fortress and the capture of Count Fernando, and asked for the royal envoy to arrive for investigation. The response from the capital was faster and more forceful than expected. Lin handed the scroll around for everyone to see. It seems Fernando and Roderick's friends in the capital have put in a lot of effort. Sir, our report to the northern nobles and the kingdom's privy council has been sent through all channels, Lime added. It includes some evidence copies, interrogation records, weapon fragments, etc., and Count Fernando's confession. He spoke it, we wrote it down, and he pressed his mark. Good, Lin said with a cold smile. This confession is enough to silence some people in the capital for a while. But the real game has just begun. Who will the royal envoy be? In the capital, the Golden Lion Palace, the Privy Council meeting hall. The atmosphere was heavy, like lead. Around a large round table sat the most powerful ministers and noble representatives. The king was not present, but the chamberlain standing beside the throne represented the royal will. Ridiculous, arrogant, lawless, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a fancy marquis's outfit, pounded the table hard. He was Glenwill, Marquis of the Western Border and father-in-law of Count Fernando. A mere viscount. How dare he attack and seize a count's territory? Capture a count. Where is the kingdom's law? Where is the royal dignity? We must punish him severely. Send troops immediately. Crush this rebel. Marquis Glenwill, calm down. A middle-aged man with a clear face and sharp eyes spoke slowly from across him. He was the new chief minister of the kingdom, Duke Soros. The previous chief minister, Augustine, had retired. Everyone has seen Viscount Lin's report to the northern nobles and the evidence attached. Count Fernando sent spies, attacked merchant caravans, aimed to steal secrets, and disrupt peace. The evidence is solid. Viscount Lin claims he was forced to fight back and punished on behalf of heaven. His words are fierce, but not entirely without reason. Reason? Marquis Glenwill's eyes widened with anger. Even if Fernando was at fault, he should be judged by the kingdom's privy council. He has no right to use private justice. He is overstepping. He is committing treason. Treason? Another noble, Raymond, Duke of the Southern Border, said coldly. Glenwill, stop your nonsense. Everyone knows what Fernando is like in the Northern Territory. He dares to provoke someone who can wipe out the Blood Wolf gang, infiltrate goblin nests and kill them all, and easily crush Storm Fortress. He must be stupid. Death is too good for him. The real problem now is that Lin Costa. His strength is growing too fast. The fine weapons from the Northern Trade Guild, moonlight moss extracts, cold-resistant black wheat, and his terrifying military power shown when he took Storm Fortress. This is not the kind of power a small viscount's territory should have. What is really behind him? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into brief silence. Everyone realized that Lin's threat was far more than just conquering Storm Fortress. His deep and unpredictable source of strength, his unique resources and technology, are what truly make the royal court officials uneasy and greedy. Exactly what Duke Raymond said. Chief Minister Soros nodded slowly. Viscount Lin has become a force to be reckoned with. Rushing to send troops now, besides the long journey, supply issues, and uncertain outcomes, would be dangerous. Even if we win, the Northern Territory will be in chaos, giving orcs and barbarians a chance to act. It might even force him into a desperate situation, making him turn to forces we do not want to see, he hinted, glancing toward the north, implying potential hostile kingdoms or factions. So we just let him do as he pleases? Let him take Storm Fortress and expand the Northern Territory, Marquis Glenwill shouted unwillingly. Of course not. Chief Minister Soros's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The king's orders are, first, immediately send a diplomatic envoy to Pancher Fortress, Storm Fortress, led by myself. The team will include the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, and His Royal Highness the Third Prince as a royal representative. Second, the envoy's mission. Investigate the truth behind the Storm Fortress incident. Question Lin Costa. Demand his release of Count Fernando. And regarding his unauthorized military actions and territorial annexation, propose a solution acceptable to the kingdom. A solution? What kind of solution? Glenwell asked further. Negotiation. Soros, the chief minister, spoke 2 words. Use the kingdom's laws, the royal authority, and enough interests to restrain him, win him over, or divide him. The territory of Storm Fortress might be partially acknowledged, but at a cost. His techniques and resources. The kingdom needs to share them. His army must be under the kingdom's control. Additionally, Soros looked at the military minister. Order the Northern Border Defense Force to strengthen their guard. Order Count Roderick of Gold Valley to strictly maintain neutrality. Do not act without orders until the envoy team has a result. Humph. Hope that Lin knows his place. Marquis Glenwell snorted coldly. Though dissatisfied, he knew this was the safest plan for now. At Rock Fortress, in the Lord's study, Lin looked at the latest secret report from Hoke, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The kingdom's envoy team, led by Duke Soros himself, with the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, and a Prince Third. Quite a show. Duke Soros is known for his cunning and wisdom, and is a key supporter of His Majesty. Lime spoke seriously. Prince Third, young and eager, said to be very passionate about military achievements. Their visit is not friendly. Not friendly? Lin stood up, walking to the window, overlooking the bustling repairs and rebuilding at Rock Fortress. They come with the kingdom's laws, royal authority, and greed. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over each core member present. They want to use the power of the royal capital to pressure us? Use negotiation as a bargaining chip to divide our gains. Use so-called restraint to limit our strength? Dream on, Lime. Hoke, Tom, Orlando, Carl, Eric. Lin's voice suddenly rose, firm and decisive. Send orders. Immediately deploy all our military forces. I want the Royal Envoy team to see what true power is. What is? An unshakable rock. Lin immediately spent all his reputation to recruit soldiers. System tip. Consume all reputation, 106,720 points. Summon. Heavy Infantry, Elite, X 1,200. Summon. Legion Infantry, Elite, X 1,000. Summon. Northland Longbow Guard, Elite, X 500. Summon. Ice Edge Rangers, Elite, X 300. Summon. Rune Mage, Beginner, X 50. Summon. Heavy Cavalry, Elite, X 300. Summon. Engineering Soldiers, Elite, X 200. Current reputation, 0 points, 600 points/day. Following Lin's orders, countless bright lights appeared inside and outside Stone Fortress, on the camp, training grounds, and even on temporary open spaces. As the lights faded, groups of well-equipped, highly disciplined elite troops suddenly materialized. They wore shining rune-illuminated armor, wielded sharp weapons, had sharp eyes, and strict discipline. They radiated the fierce aura of seasoned warriors ready for battle. The heavy infantry formation instantly expanded to 2,400 soldiers. Among them, 100 shields made of bone fragments engraved with the Earth Strong rune reflected a dark, heavy glow in the sunlight, like moving mountains of steel. The Legion infantry increased to 2,500 soldiers. Their steel short swords and iron shields shimmered coldly, moving in perfect unison with fierce intent. The Longbow Guard reached 1,300 soldiers. Their powerful bows and crossbows were taut, with deadly blue-tipped arrows ready to fire. The Ice Edge Rangers grew to 500 soldiers. They rode swiftly, their curved blades like snow, swirling like black whirlwinds. An additional 300 heavy cavalry arrived. Both men and horses wore rune-engraved heavy armor, wielding massive lances, like a flowing stream of steel. An extra 50 rune mages joined. They held staffs, surrounded by faint arcane glow, with deep, focused eyes. 200 engineering soldiers arrived. They carried various advanced engineering tools, moving skillfully. Suddenly, Stone Fortress was filled with an overwhelming force, an unstoppable tide of steel, a formidable army formation, and fierce killing intent soaring into the sky. Liam. Lin's voice boomed like a bell. Prepare immediately to welcome the royal envoy. The ceremony must follow the king's official visit. Make it grand. Ensure the protocol is perfect. Let them feel the respect and absolute strength of Blackrock territory. Hawk, your scouts, keep a close watch on every move of the envoy, especially that third prince. I need to know what he likes, dislikes, and what his weaknesses are. Tom, Orlando, speed up the repairs of the fortress and magic tower at Stone Fortress. I want the envoy to see a indestructible stronghold. Also, Master Orlando, you are in charge of the Rune Mage group. When the envoy arrives, I want to see a arcane celebration. Carl, Eric, organize the troops. Pick the best soldiers and hold a grand victory parade when the envoy arrives. Let our iron wave crush their arrogance. As for Fernando, Lin's eyes flashed with coldness. Change his clothes and feed him well. He still has some use in front of the envoy. But remember, his life is in our hands. Yes, sir. The others responded in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented excitement and fighting spirit. They looked out the window at the endless, terrifying wave of steel, feeling awe for their lord's power and absolute confidence in the upcoming battle. Outside Stone Fortress, on the wide road leading to the castle, when the kingdom's envoy team, with their luxurious carriages and elite guards, finally arrived outside the fortress, everyone, including the shrewd Chief Minister Soros and the young prince, was struck with awe and shock beyond words. First, they saw 2 rows of heavily armored soldiers standing like a forest of steel on both sides of the road. They wore heavy armor glowing with dark runes, holding large shields and sharp spears. Their cold, sharp eyes looked out from their helmets, steady as rocks. The armor was finely crafted, the runes on the shields shimmered, and their perfect, statue-like formations gave off an overwhelming sense of power. This was no ragtag army. These were battle-hardened veterans. Their equipment was even better than the Royal Guard's elite forces. How could this be possible? The military officer gasped in shock. As a soldier, he knew how much resources and time it took to build such a heavy armor unit. How could a newly risen barony have such a large and high-quality army? After rearming the infantry formation, there is an even larger legion of infantry. They are well-equipped and full of fierce fighting spirit. Farther away, there are longbow guards with bows drawn, their arrows shimmering with a cold blue light. There are also ice blade riders galloping on horseback, like black whirlwinds, and heavily armored cavalry arranged in a steel-like formation. Each unit is well-equipped, highly motivated, disciplined, and radiates the fierce aura of seasoned warriors. The numbers are too many. The Minister of Internal Affairs turned pale, his voice trembling with disbelief. Wasn't the intelligence saying the Blackrock army had only 3,000 or 4,000 soldiers? But what I see here, at least 5,000 or 6,000 elite troops. And all so well-equipped. It's not just the equipment. The young prince tightly held his reins, his face full of shock and a faint, barely noticeable excitement. Look at their eyes, their presence. This isn't something that can be built just with money and gear. This is a true army of veterans. Steel soldiers forged through countless battles and fires. Lin Costa. How did he do it? However, what made the members of the envoy team most nervous wasn't just the large, well-equipped army, but what they saw when they approached the castle gates. On the high platforms on either side of the castle gates, 2 rows of figures dressed in deep blue robes stood solemnly, holding magic crystal-studded staffs. These are rune mages. They were surrounded by a faint glow of arcane energy, their eyes deep and calm. When the envoy's carriage drew near, these mages simultaneously raised their staffs. A deep hum sounded, and beams of gentle yet powerful arcane light shot from the tops of their staffs, intertwining and converging in the air to form a huge archway across the entire castle gate, made entirely of pure arcane energy. Above the arch, runes flowed and shimmered, radiating a dazzling light and a disturbing magical aura. Arcane praise. Master Orlando's deep, commanding voice rang out. "Welcome, Royal Envoy." Magic. Mage? Chief Minister Soros's pupils suddenly contracted, and he could no longer stay calm. He suddenly stood up, almost leaning out of the carriage window, staring fixedly at the figures radiating strong arcane energy. 50. At least 50 formal mages? How is this possible? A Viscount's territory. How could it possibly support such a large group of mages? And, judging by their spellcasting, so skilled and steady. This is definitely not an amateur effort. Mages. So many trained mages. This makes Soros feel even more afraid and confused than the thousands of elite soldiers. Because it means that Blackrock territory not only has strong military power, but also deep and mysterious arcane knowledge. This is not something gained by plunder or chance alone. There must be a huge and secret system behind it. A force capable of changing the current understanding of the kingdom. Lynn Costa, Soros's chief minister, slowly sits back in the carriage, his face very serious, his mind filled with shock and worry. Who exactly are you? Who or what is behind you? The gates of the rock fortress slowly open, like a giant beast opening its mouth. What greets the kingdom's envoy is the terrifying military strength and deep arcane power of Blackrock territory, far beyond everyone's imagination. This silent threat is more impactful than any words. The arrogance and schemes of the capital seem so weak in front of this absolute power. The huge gates of the rock fortress slowly open, like a giant beast opening its mouth. Inside, instead of the ruined scene expected after a war, there is a wide, smooth road paved with new stones. On both sides of the road stand 2 rows of heavily armored soldiers, wearing rune-inscribed armor and holding tower shields and long spears, like statues made of steel, unmoving. Their cold, sharp eyes peek out from helmet gaps, like blades, sweeping over the slowly arriving royal envoy convoy. The exquisite armor, the dark runes glowing on the shields, and the almost tangible aura of deadly seriousness make the officials inside the carriage feel breathless. This is definitely not a hastily assembled army, the military officer whispers, his voice full of shock. The equipment is so fine, the morale so high, and the discipline so strict. Even the royal knights of the capital are no match. No, in some ways, they are even stronger. The runes on the shields, the shine of the armor. These are not ordinary. Lynn Costa, where did he get all this? The Minister of Internal Affairs looked pale, unconsciously twisting the hem of his clothes. The number far exceeds the intelligence. On both sides of this avenue, there are probably thousands of heavy armored soldiers. There are also so many legions of infantry, archers, and cavalry behind them. My goodness, how many soldiers has he hidden? Where does he get all this money? All these resources? Prince Arthur pressed close to the carriage window, his young face showing shock, disbelief, and a hint of uncontrollable excitement. He stared intently at the heavy infantry, his eyes shining with a strange light, a flood of steel. A real flood of steel. Even the King's Guard doesn't have this kind of momentum. Lord Lynn, how did he do it? His desire for military achievement was ignited by the army before him, even temporarily overshadowing his worries about the kingdom's laws. Chief Minister Solos sat inside the carriage, maintaining a calm appearance, but his clenched fists and trembling fingertips revealed the storm inside him. He looked through the window, his sharp gaze sweeping over the silent steel forest on both sides of the road, over the vast army arrayed on the distant training ground, finally settling on the rune mages standing on high platforms beside the city gates, their staffs glowing with arcane light. 50. Exactly 50 official mages. The calm, skilled, and effortless way they cast spells was far beyond that of amateur or temporary recruits. What does this mean? It means Blackrock territory not only has a terrifying military force capable of crushing Storm Fortress, but also possesses a deep, incomprehensible, and complete arcane heritage. This is not something that can be gained through plunder or accidental discovery. Behind it must lie a vast and mysterious power system, a force powerful enough to overturn the current understanding of the kingdom, even shake its foundations. Lynn Costa. Solos silently chewed on the name in his mind, feeling for the first time an unprecedented difficulty and a faint, indescribable fear. Who exactly are you? What is behind you? An ancient, hidden family? Or some force from beyond the kingdom? Suddenly, he thought of the hostile kingdoms to the north, eyeing them warily, and of some mysterious organizations across the continent, his heart pounding with alarm. The carriage moved slowly through the silent, oppressive atmosphere, finally stopping in front of the broad square of the rock fortress, formerly the Count of Storm Fortress's residence. The square had already been cleaned and covered with a brand-new red carpet. At the end of the red carpet, Lord Lynn Costa, Viscount of Blackrock, stood upright in a simple yet dignified silver-gray noble outfit, wearing a black wolf fur cloak. He was surrounded by key members such as Carl, Eric, Lime, and Orlando, standing solemnly. When Chief Minister Soros stepped down from the carriage with the help of his attendants, Lynn stepped forward, placing his right hand over his chest, bowing slightly. His posture was respectful but confident, neither humble nor arrogant. Viscount of Blackrock, Lynn Costa, warmly welcomes the kingdom's chief minister, Duke Soros, the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, and His Royal Highness Prince Arthur. His voice was clear and steady, echoing across the silent square. Soros's gaze was sharp, instantly locking onto Lynn. The young man before him looked even younger than expected, handsome with deep, calm eyes. He showed no arrogance of a victor nor fear of the kingdom's high officials. Instead, he radiated a calm confidence and control over everything. This aura made Soros feel a chill in his heart again. Viscount Lynn, please excuse the formalities. Soros's voice was slightly hoarse, but he tried to maintain the dignity of the chief minister. By the king's order, the envoy has come to Panshir Fortress to investigate the Storm Fortress incident and to deliver the Royal Council's inquiry. The envoy has traveled a long way and must be tired. Please come inside and rest first, Lynn said, turning slightly and gesturing invitingly. All matters can be discussed after everyone has had a short rest. Soros nodded slightly. Under Lime's guidance, he led the members of the envoy into the residence. Along the way, they observed more details. Inside the castle, signs of the recent battle could still be seen, but repairs were underway smoothly. Artisans worked skillfully and efficiently. The patrolling soldiers were well-equipped, sharp-eyed, and disciplined. A faint magical aura filled the air, indicating that the castle's protective magic array was being restored and even strengthened. All of this silently demonstrated the powerful organization and deep foundation of the Blackrock Lord. The envoy's courtyard. Oh my dear God, Duke, did you see that? The soldiers, the mages. As soon as the Minister of Internal Affairs entered Soros's room, he couldn't help but shout eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. This is definitely not the kind of power a small viscount should have. It's almost like a duke's elite force. How many secrets is Lynn Costa hiding? The military officer nodded seriously. Their equipment is terrifyingly advanced, especially those shields and armor for the heavy infantry, with runes on them. I've never seen anything like it. Their defense is incredible. And those mages, 50 of them, they cast spells steadily. That means they have a complete mage training system behind them. This is too frightening. Prince Arthur looked very excited. My Lord Duke, Viscount Lynn's army is too strong. This is real power. If we could get his loyalty or learn his training methods. His eyes sparkled with a desire for power. Soros sat in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest, his eyes deep. Everyone stay calm. Lynn Costa's display of strength is meant to scare us. He succeeded. He paused, his voice low. The real question is, how do we respond? A tough stance. In front of his absolute power, we'll only embarrass ourselves. Are we just going to accept this? The Minister of Internal Affairs said unwillingly. Is Storm Fortress really going to be taken by him? Count Fernando captured? Where is the dignity of the kingdom? Accept? Soros's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course not. But we must change our strategy. Confronting him head-on, we have no chance of winning, at least not in the northern border. We need more flexible methods. He looked at Prince Arthur. Your Highness, are you interested in Lynn's army? Arthur immediately nodded. Yes, my Lord Duke. I want to see their actual combat drills with my own eyes. Good. Soros's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This might be a breakthrough. Since Lynn dares to show his strength, he won't refuse an invitation. We can use this opportunity to observe his army closely, assess his true power, and even find his weaknesses. He then looked at the military officer. Officer, you're in charge of evaluating his equipment and tactics. Those runes, those mages. We must find out where they come from and how they work. Understood. The officer replied firmly. Regarding the negotiations, Soros took a deep breath. Releasing Count Fernando and returning Storm Fortress lands. These main demands are probably hard to meet. We need new bargaining chips. For example, recognizing his partial control over Storm Fortress, Rock Fortress, in exchange for his loyalty to the kingdom, and sharing his technology and resources. Sharing technology, the Minister of Internal Affairs exclaimed. Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Sharing or controlling depends on how we handle it, Soros said with a clever look in his eyes. The kingdom's strength isn't something a new noble like him can match. As long as he's willing to submit and join our system, we can gradually absorb him. The only worry is, if he truly has backing from forces we can't oppose. Meanwhile, in Lin's study. Sir, the envoy team has settled in, Lime reported. Duke Soros appears calm on the surface, but our people noticed that when he saw the mage group, his fingers trembled noticeably. The Minister of Internal Affairs and the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs looked shocked. Only the third prince, Arthur, seemed quite excited. Excited? Lin smiled slightly. It seems this prince is a martial man. Good. Hawk has news, Lime continued. There was intense debate within the envoy team. Duke Soros seems to have changed his strategy, no longer insisting on a tough stance. Prince Arthur wants to observe our military drills. Observe the drills? Lin's eyes flashed with understanding. Trying to probe me? Fine. Let them see. Not just see, but see enough. Carl. Eric. At your command, they both responded. Tomorrow, at the Northern Training Ground, we will hold a victory parade and live combat drills. Full army deployment. Show your best. Heavy infantry formation advancing. Legion infantry. Longbow guard volleys. Ice Edge Rangers raid. Heavy cavalry charge. And finally, Lin looked at Orlando. Master Orlando. The mage group will prepare a joint arcane demonstration. It must be impressive. Let them understand that Rock Fortress's defenses are impregnable. Yes, sir. Everyone's eyes burned with fighting spirit. As for Soros, Lin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze deep. He wants to change his strategy? To use recognition and benefits to win me over? To divide me? Fine, but the initiative is in my hands. Fernando is the best bargaining chip. Liam, make arrangements so that the envoy, accidentally, sees Fernando doing well, but let them understand that his life or death is just a matter of my decision. Understood, Liam nodded. Lin stood up and walked to the large map of the Northern Territory hanging on the wall. On the map, the Blue Wolf banner representing Blackrock territory spread like a blazing fire across the vast northern land. From the original Blackrock Fortress to the annexed Baron Brolin's domain, Skullcrack Fortress, the Rusted Domain, to the newly added Howling Wind Valley Mines, and the recently fully absorbed and renamed Boulder Fortress. The Blue Wolf banner covers nearly half of the northern region. This land is the foundation he built step by step with strength and wisdom. His gaze slowly shifted to the other half of the map. There are the territories of Count Roderick of Golden Valley, along with his two vassals, the Black Pine Forest Baron and the River Valley Baron. Roderick's Golden Wheat banner still dominates the wealthiest southern plains and parts of the coastal areas. But at this moment, in Lin's eyes, this region is no longer an unreachable giant, but his next target. The map also clearly marks two other independent powers, the White River Vassal Domain along the coast and the Greyrock Baron Domain in the western mountains. Their banners are different from Roderick's, showing they are not vassals of Golden Valley, but independent lords. Though weaker than Count Roderick, their existence is still part of the northern landscape. The king's envoy wants to probe me. Lin's gaze swept across the map, finally settling on Boulder Fortress, his voice calm and commanding. Then let them see clearly. The clearer they see, the more they will understand who the true master of the North is. And Roderick. Lin's finger lightly pointed to Golden Valley, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You are the last obstacle that needs to be crushed in the north. As for the others, his gaze moved over the symbols of White River and Greyrock. Whether they are enemies or allies depends on how they choose. The next morning, north of Boulder Fortress, The large training ground had already been leveled and prepared. The rising sun cast golden light over the rows of steel, reflecting a cold, stern glow. Under Lime's guidance, the Royal Envoy team climbed onto a high platform built on the north side of the training ground. Chief Minister Soros remained calm, but when he saw the vast, well-equipped, and mighty army formation on the field, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The Minister of Internal Affairs looked pale, while the deputy military commander stared intensely, inspecting each unit's equipment and formation like a treasure. Prince Arthur was even more excited, clenched fists, eyes full of longing for power. "Your Grace the Duke, Prince, esteemed guests," Lin's voice, amplified by a simple rune device, clearly reached everyone on the field. Blackrock Territory, in honor of the visiting Royal Envoy team, presents the Victory Parade and live combat drills. "Begin," at Lin's command. Heavy drums thundered like distant thunder, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the training ground. "Heavy infantry, forward," Tom's deep voice echoed loudly. "Roar," 2,400 heavy infantry shouted in unison. Their roar was like a tangible shockwave, making the ears of the envoys on the platform hum. At the front, 100, beast wall, tower shields crashed to the ground. Heavy shields embedded deep into the ground, runes on their surfaces glowing faintly, forming an unbreakable steel wall. Behind them, the heavy infantry advanced in heavy, orderly steps, like moving mountains, pushing forward. Every step caused the ground to tremble slightly. Spears lined up like forests, cold glints flashing, a deadly aura filling the air. "Legion infantry, charge," Carl's voice followed closely. "Kill," 2,500 Legion infantry erupted with deafening shouts. They surged like a mighty tide, following the heavy infantry, wielding steel short swords and iron shields, moving swiftly and deadly. They practiced standard formations, short sword slashes, shield blocks, all in perfect order, full of killing intent. Their unstoppable momentum made everyone watching feel a thrill of fear. "Longbow guard, fire at will," Eric's steady voice rang out. 1,300 archers simultaneously drew their powerful bows. The sound of the bowstring vibrating and humming filled the air. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 a dense rain of arrows shot into the sky. Like suddenly rising dark clouds of death, they blocked out the sky. The sharp whistling of the arrows tearing through the air made everyone's skin crawl. They accurately hit the preset target area in the distance, turning the sturdy wooden targets into pincushions. The poisoned arrowheads shimmered with a deadly blue glow in the sunlight. "Ice Edge Rangers, charge," Carl ordered again. "Charge." 500 Ice Edge Rangers burst out from the side like black lightning. They rode swift northern horses, moving at incredible speed. During their rapid run, they showed amazing horseback archery skills. They swung curved swords, precisely chopping at wooden targets along the way. At the same time, their poisoned short spears were thrown like snakes, hitting distant targets accurately. Their movements were smooth and deadly, like a black whirlwind taking lives on the battlefield. "Heavy cavalry, charge." Eric's voice was full of excitement. Boom, the ground trembled violently. 300 heavy cavalry, like awakened steel giants, launched their charge. They wore heavy armor decorated with runes, and their horses' hooves pounded the earth with deafening roars. They held 3-meter-long heavy lances, their tips gleaming with cold light. Their target, an obstacle course made of large trees and sandbags. Crash, like a force of nature, the heavy cavalry's charge was unstoppable. Their heavy lances easily pierced through the large trees. The sturdy sandbag barriers were crushed like paper under their iron hooves. Dust and wood chips flew everywhere. The terrifying impact and destructive power made the members of the envoy group on the high platform turn pale. The military officer exclaimed in shock, This charge's power can pierce through any infantry formation." The drill reached its. All units performed complex and precise coordinated maneuvers amid the pounding drums and blaring horns. The heavy infantry advanced steadily, their tower shields like mountains, long spears like forests. The Legion infantry moved in quick strikes, short swords flashing like lightning, shields like walls. The longbow guard unleashed a deadly rain of arrows, accurate and lethal. The Ice Edge Rangers flanked and harassed swiftly like the wind. The heavy cavalry charged forward with a thunderous rush, unstoppable and powerful. The entire training ground seemed to turn into a huge war machine, with every gear tightly connected, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction. Soros, the chief minister, looked more and more serious. He saw not just soldiers practicing, but a well-organized, perfectly coordinated, highly equipped, and highly motivated efficient war machine. This army's fighting power far exceeded his expectations. He even began to wonder if the most elite troops in the capital could withstand such a steel flood in a real battle. Master Orlando. Lynn's voice rang out again. Yes, my lord. Orlando responded calmly. He stood on a high platform, flanked by 50 rune mages behind him. They all raised their staffs at the same time. Arcane demonstration. Begin. Buzz. A deep, grand humming sound instantly drowned out all the noise on the battlefield. The magical crystals at the top of 50 staffs shone brightly at the same time. The powerful arcane energy surged like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, gathering, compressing, and resonating under the precise guidance of the mages. Scene 1. Arcane Shield. A huge, semi-transparent, blue energy shield with complex runes appeared instantly above the training troops. The shield shimmered with colorful lights, radiating a strong defensive aura. Then, dozens of small catapults fired burning stones simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The burning stones hit the arcane shield with loud explosions and dazzling flames. But the shield only rippled slightly, easily deflecting all attacks. The burning stones, like waves crashing against rocks, fell harmlessly and extinguished. Scene 2. Elemental Storm. The mages turned their staffs, and the shield vanished instantly. In its place, a violent surge of elemental energy gathered suddenly in the sky. Fury of Thunder. Orlando shouted. Several thick, bright lightning bolts tore through the sky like divine whips, striking the simulated enemy formation in the distance. The area instantly turned into scorched earth. Lightning flashed, and the ground trembled. Firestorm. Orlando ordered again. Whoosh! A blazing fire suddenly erupted, like a roaring dragon, sweeping across another area. Wherever the flames passed, all combustible objects instantly turned to ash. The heat wave was intense, making even the high platform's envoy group feel a burning sensation. Act 3. The Earth Barrier. Finally, the mages pointed their staffs at the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Thick, spiked rock walls suddenly rose from the ground, like the backbone of a giant beast, stretching across the front of the training troops. The barrier was tall and strong, giving off a heavy earth element aura, forming a natural wall that was hard to cross. The demonstration ended. The arcane glow slowly faded, leaving only scorched marks on the training ground and towering rock walls, silently telling of the destructive power just displayed. The entire training ground fell into complete silence. The envoy members, including the experienced Chief Minister Soros, were overwhelmed with shock and awe. They opened their mouths but couldn't make a sound. That terrifying arcane power, the world-shaking might, and the 50 mages working together as if they were one. All of this completely changed their understanding of the Viscount's strength. This. The Minister of Internal Affairs trembled, his face as white as paper. Is this a forbidden spell? 50 mages. Casting together. Such terrifying power. The Deputy Minister of Military Affairs stared blankly, muttering to himself. Arcane Shield. Elemental Storm. Earth Barrier. This is strategic-level arcane power. It could change the course of a battle. How could he have such power? Prince Arthur was trembling with excitement. He suddenly grabbed Soros's arm, his voice trembling with emotion. Your Grace. Did you see that? That's real power. The combination of arcane magic and steel. Invincible power. Lynn Viscount. How did he do it? I must learn from him. I must gain this power. Soros slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm inside him. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was filled with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of hard-to-hide caution. He looked down at the training ground, where the young Viscount stood calmly in the center of the high platform, as if the devastating scene just now was only a small performance. Lincasta, Soros silently sighed to himself. The power you have shown has gone beyond the scope of a Viscount, even beyond the kingdom's imagination. You are making a statement. He understood that Lin, through this impressive parade and arcane display, was declaring to the royal envoy and the entire kingdom an undeniable fact. The Blackrock territory possesses terrifying strength capable of shaking the kingdom's balance. Any attempt to force him with kingdom laws or royal authority will be futile, even foolish. Negotiation, Soros felt bitter inside. Now, the initiative is completely in his hands. Lin's calm gaze swept over the diverse members of the envoy on the high platform, finally resting on Soros, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew he had achieved his goal. This silent warning was more powerful than 1,000 words. Your Grace the Duke, Prince, esteemed guests, Lin's voice rang out again, breaking the silence. The demonstration is over. Please proceed to the council chamber to discuss the future of the northern border. His voice was calm, but carried undeniable authority. The unyielding strength of the Iron Fortress and arcane power had set an unshakable tone for the upcoming negotiations. Inside the council chamber of the Iron Fortress, the heavy oak long table was surrounded by a tense, icy atmosphere. Soros, the chief minister, sat at the main seat, unconsciously rubbing his fingertips over the smooth surface, trying to suppress the turbulent waves in his heart. Behind him, the Minister of Internal Affairs looked pale, the deputy military commander's eyes sharp as a hawk, and Prince Arthur couldn't hide his excitement, staring intently at the young figure across the table. Lincasta, the Viscount. He wore a simple silver-gray noble's outfit, with a black wolf fur cloak draped over his shoulders, leaning relaxedly against the back of his chair, his calm gaze sweeping over the envoy. It was as if the recent display of steel and arcane power that could overturn the kingdom's understanding was just an ordinary afternoon practice. Viscount Lin, Soros finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness, trying to maintain the dignity of the chief minister. The grandeur of the Blackrock army and the finesse of the Mage Corps are rare in the kingdom. However, the matter of Storm Fortress involves kingdom law, the deposition of the Earl, and territorial ownership. This is no small matter. The summons from the Royal Council has arrived. We come on the King's orders to hear the Viscount's statement about this matter. He deliberately emphasized the King's order and the law, trying to raise the banner of royal authority in the face of absolute power. Lin nodded slightly, his posture perfect. Your Grace, the Prince, and all distinguished guests, thank you for coming from afar. The matter of Storm Fortress, its causes and consequences, has been officially reported to the Council by the Blackrock territory. I believe you have all seen it. His voice was steady and clear, like the flowing ice of a glacier outside the Fortress of the Rock. Count Fernando betrayed the trust of the kingdom, repeatedly sending Night Owl spies into Blackrock territory to steal military secrets and disrupt production. He ordered the Bloodwolf mercenary group to disguise as bandits, raid merchant caravans, and slaughter our people. He also incited others, referring to Lord Roderick of Golden Valley, aiming to stifle Blackrock's vitality and threaten the peace of the northern border. The evidence of his crimes is solid, with witnesses and material proof all present, attached along with the documents. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Soros with a cold, sharp edge. Blackrock territory, granted by the kingdom, bears the responsibility of guarding the northern border. Faced with such provocation and invasion, if we only tolerate and retreat, not only will we betray the king's grace, but the northern border will fall into chaos, leaving the kingdom's northern gates wide open. Therefore, to uphold the dignity of the kingdom's law, to protect the safety of our people, and to maintain peace and stability in the north, I, Lincasta, have no choice but to act in accordance with divine justice. Divine justice? The Minister of Internal Affairs couldn't help but interrupt, his voice sharp. Viscount Lin, the kingdom has its laws. Count Fernando may have erred, but he should be judged by the council. You unilaterally raised troops, attacked the count's territory, and captured him. This is overstepping. It is treason. Treason Lin's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze like a blade piercing the minister. May I ask, sir, if someone burst into your home with a knife, slaughtered your servants, looted your possessions, intending to wipe out your family, would you stand by and wait to be killed? Or would you fight back with blood for blood? This cannot be equated. The minister faltered. Why not? Lin's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable authority. Storm Fortress is in my Blackrock territory, and it is like a thief with a knife invading. Count Fernando's actions are not personal revenge, but are those of an enemy of the state. Blackrock's response is not a private quarrel. It is defending the country. If we stand by and watch bandits run wild, allowing the northern border to collapse, that would be the greatest betrayal to the kingdom. It would be the greatest insult to royal authority. He stood up, walked to the large glass window in the council hall, and pointed outside to Storm Fortress, which was still smoky but already beginning to rebuild passionately. Look, Storm Fortress has been renamed Rock Fortress. It is no longer a nest of greed and cruelty under Fernando, but a new stronghold protecting the northern border and defending the kingdom. Every brick here will be engraved with loyalty to the kingdom. Every soldier here will shed their last drop of blood to protect this land. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing through the silent council hall. As for Count Fernando, Lin turned around, his gaze fixed on Soros. He is inside the fortress. If your grace wishes to question him, you may do so at any time. His testimony will be even more detailed and shocking than what's written in the documents. Soros felt a chill. Lin's words left no room for doubt. Defining the counterattack as defending the country and glorifying the annexation of Storm Fortress as a new cornerstone for the kingdom, both held moral and legal high ground. More importantly, he held firmly the evidence of Fernando himself. As long as Fernando speaks, whatever he says will be irrefutable proof to solidify Storm Fortress's legitimacy and justify the Blackrock territory's actions. The Lord Viscount's words are not without reason. Soros slowly spoke, choosing to retreat for now. Confrontation was hopeless. He had to change his strategy. If Count Fernando's crimes are true, they are indeed heinous. But the kingdom has its own system. Removal of a count and the control of territories must be reviewed by the Privy Council and sanctioned by His Majesty the King. He shifted his tone, adding a hint of concern. However, the sudden annexation of Storm Fortress by Blackrock, doubling the territory and strengthening the army, will inevitably attract attention. In the northern border of the kingdom, Count Rodrigo of Golden Valley is also a pillar. If he harbors resentment because of this, it would not be good for the north or for the kingdom. This was a subtle hint that Lin's boldness might provoke Rodrigo's opposition or even cause a civil war in the north. Lin's smile deepened, carrying a hint of knowing mockery. Your Grace need not worry, he said calmly as he returned to his seat. Count Rodrigo is a loyal minister of the kingdom, wise and just. The matter of Storm Fortress is complex, and I believe Count Rodrigo will make his own judgment. Moreover, he paused, glancing at the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs with a meaningful look. The Blackrock Army is training hard, and the Mage Corps is ready to defend at any moment. Their purpose is not to show off or threaten neighboring countries, but to protect our land and keep peace. They aim to scare off troublemakers. If anyone is jealous of Blackrock's strength or tries to imitate Fernando's actions, Lin's voice suddenly turned cold, like the cold wind in the northern lands. The iron hooves of the Blackrock Army and the magic of the Mage Corps will once again punish wrongdoers. Let all who covet our land understand that anyone who dares to attack us, no matter how strong, will be defeated. This is the true way to peace in the north. This is the greatest loyalty to the kingdom. Bang! As if to prove Lin's words, the heavy oak door of the council hall was suddenly pushed open. Hawk, covered in dust and dirt, strode in quickly, too hurried to bow. His voice was urgent and excited, but restrained. Lord Leader, urgent news. From the direction of Golden Valley, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Hawk knelt on one knee, speaking rapidly. A secret message from the shadow hiding in Golden Valley. Count Roderick, ordered, just an hour ago, to lift all material blockades and border restrictions on Blackrock. His envoy has already set out with heavy gifts, rushing to Pikeside Fortress. He claims He claims to want to discuss the prosperity of the North with you. Hiss. A gasp of shock spread through the hall. The Minister of Internal Affairs and the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs stared in disbelief. Prince Arthur clenched his fists tightly. Chief Minister Solos's pupils shrank suddenly, and his fingers, gripping the armrest of his chair, turned white from the force. Lifting the blockade? Coming with gifts? Wanting to discuss prosperity? This is not jealousy or suspicion. It is outright fear, an act of submission. Count Roderick, the last remaining noble in the north and a veteran noble who has ruled Golden Valley for many years, after witnessing the power of the Blackrock army and hearing news of Storm Fortress's fall, did not hesitate to bow his head. He chose to compromise, even to surrender. This is more shocking than any words. The surrender of Golden Valley was like a final heavy, smashing the last illusions in the envoy's mind that they could use the kingdom's system or neighboring threats to control Lin In. Lin In sat calmly at the main seat, showing no surprise, only a composed control of everything. He slightly raised his hand, signaling Hawk to stand up. Understood. Send the order to treat with courtesy and bring Count Roderick's envoy to the VIP lounge for a short rest. Yes, Hawk responded and quickly stepped back. Lin's gaze shifted back to Soros, calm but with a firm, undeniable authority. Your Grace, you see. Count Roderick is very reasonable. Peace and prosperity in the North are never achieved through tolerance and compromise, but through strength that earns respect and order built on power. He leaned slightly forward, his voice quiet but as loud as a bell, striking everyone's hearts. Storm Fortress is history, and the Rock Fortress stands here. Fernando's fate will be decided by his crimes and the laws of the kingdom. But the Rock Fortress, along with the northern lands and people it guards, will always belong to the Blackrock territory and remain loyal to the kingdom. This is my statement. This is the will of the Blackrock territory. The hall fell into complete silence. Only the howling northern wind outside and the distant sound of military drills, symbolizing strength and order, silently announced a new era. Chief Minister Soros looked at the young but unshakable Viscount before him, and at the massive castle outside the window, bathed in early spring sunlight, but emanating a cold, steel-like aura. His last hope vanished. He slowly leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with deep calm and a hint of resigned determination. The balance of negotiation had completely tilted in favor of absolute power. The envoy from the capital now truly became a witness, witnessing the coronation of the new ruler of the North and the silent reshaping of the kingdom's power map. The massive gates of the Rock Fortress, formerly Storm Fortress, slowly opened, the heavy winding sound clearly heard in the cold morning wind. The royal envoy team, composed of luxurious carriages and elite guards, moved out of the castle in silence and a tense atmosphere. Chief Minister Soros, sitting in the lead carriage, looked out the window one last time at the banner of the gray wolf fluttering on the tower, and at the young but unshakable figure beneath it, Lin Costa. His eyes are complex, showing frustration from unfinished tasks, fear of Blackrock's terrifying strength, and a heavy, hard-to-express feeling. At the negotiation table, Blackrock's army and the mage group showed their strong power. Count Rodrigue almost seemed to surrender, which completely shattered the King's City's hope of using laws and authority to control Lin. This trip was more like witnessing the rise of a new ruler in the northern lands than questioning. The carriage rolled over the muddy road in early spring, kicking up dust, and gradually disappeared at the edge of the wilderness. Lin stood on the city tower, watching the envoy team leave without showing any emotion. The king's messengers left with compromise and shock, but that was not the end. In fact, it was just the beginning. The smoke from the Battle of the Rock has cleared, but on the newly conquered land, people's hearts are restless, and hidden currents flow beneath the surface. The mark of the Storm Fortress is still there. If the foundation is unstable, all glory is just an illusion. He knows that relying only on elite troops summoned by the system can crush strong enemies, but it's hard to reach every village and corner, and even harder to win people's hearts quickly and stabilize control. Real long-term peace needs deep roots in the soil. The garrison is like the roots and shield he has built for this new land. He turned around and looked at the large central square inside the castle. It was already bustling with people. The rock fortress, central square. The flag of the storm fortress has been completely burned, and the gray wolf flag is fluttering in the wind. The square is crowded with young men from the fortress and nearby villages. Most of them look pale and thin, wearing ragged clothes, with eyes showing respect for the new lord, confusion about the future, and a faint, hard-to-notice hope. After seeing the large convoy of the king's envoys leave, they are quietly hoping for their own fate and the new order. On the high platform, Lin wears a wolf fur cloak, with sharp eyes, scanning the crowd below. Crew members like Carl, Eric, and Lime stand quietly on both sides. Some recently surrendered lower-ranking officers and village chiefs from the former Storm Fortress, who have some reputation, are also positioned prominently. People of the Rock Fortress. Lin's voice, amplified by a rune device, clearly spreads across the square. It is calm but powerful, instantly quieting the noise. The solid rock stands firm. This land, along with you, is now under the protection of the Blackrock territory. He paused, then raised his voice sharply, with undeniable authority. But protection is not charity. It is not cowardly survival. The Blackrock territory's protection must be earned with loyalty and courage. Use your swords and shields to defend your land. Protect your home. Protect your families and loved ones. Today, the Blackrock Territory's Stone Guard is officially recruiting. Anyone over 16, strong and healthy, with no criminal record, can join. Members of the Guard will receive pay, food supplies, standard leather armor, and weapons. Those who earn merit will be rewarded with land, given houses, even promoted to official guards of the Blackrock Territory, bringing honor to their families. Your duty is not to go on distant wars. It is to protect. Protect every city gate of Stone Fortress. Protect every road leading to villages. Protect every grain in the fields. Protect every light in the village at night. You will be the foundation of Stone Fortress, the strongest shield of this land. Lin's words, like sparks thrown on a dry wood, instantly ignited the crowd. Pay, food, weapons, armor, land, houses, promotion. These words, for the common people suffering from war and hardship, were like beacons in the dark, especially the phrase protect your home, which touched their deepest hopes. The departure of the royal envoy seemed to lift the gloom of the old times, showing them a chance to change their fate under the new order. I want to join. My name is Buck. I can swing a woodcutter's axe. A burly man with a scarred face was the first to step forward to register, pounding his chest proudly. Me too. Hans. I'm fast. I have good eyes. I used to stand guard for the Lord. I'm an apprentice blacksmith. I'm strong. I want to join too. For the Lord. For a full stomach. Count me in. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. Men rushed to sign up, their eyes burning with hope for survival and a better future. Fear was temporarily pushed aside, replaced by excitement from being recognized and given responsibility. Lime, along with several scribes, was busy but organized in recording information. Carl personally inspected each applicant, like selecting or examining their build, eyes, and mental state. Strong body, fierce eyes, but a good heart. Carl's voice rang out loudly among the crowd. The garrison is the protector of the land, not bullies who oppress the people. Anyone daring to bully others will face strict military justice. His stern warning made some suspicious individuals shrink back, but it also encouraged many honest men eager to defend their home to stand tall. In just 3 days, the 1st Battalion of the Fortress Garrison, 500 local young men, had completed initial screening and gathered. The fortress is in the Western Military Camp, formerly Storm Fortress, now renovated. On the training ground, dust was flying everywhere. Carl stood firm on the command platform like a rock, his gaze sharp. Behind him were 10 experienced veteran sergeants from Blackrock. The 500 new soldiers wore shiny leather armor with the fortress emblem, a mountain with a sword and shield stuck in it. They held standardized iron shields and short swords, forming uneven lines, their eyes full of excitement and nervousness. Stand up straight, everyone, Carl shouted loudly, like thunder. Remember, from today, you are no longer farmers or refugees. You are the fortress garrison, guardians of our home. Formations. They are the face of the army, the foundation of fighting strength. If you can't stand straight in formation, you'll die on the battlefield. You'll be the ones who cause your comrades to fall. First squad. Follow my commands. Shield up. Ready, stab. Steady steps. Use your waist and stomach. Imagine a wild wolf rushing at you. Stab it through. Idiot. You're stabbing a scarecrow, not your lover's face. Use more strength. Carl shouts. The sergeant's commands. The heavy footsteps of the new soldiers, the dull clang of shields, and the whistling of short swords piercing the air, all blended into a harsh, blood-stained training song. Training is harsh. The boring drills, heavy shields, repeated stabbing exercises. These men, used to a relaxed life, found it very hard. But no one backed down. Good pay, clear responsibilities, and the strong skills and noble spirit shown by instructors like Carl keep them pushing forward. More importantly, Lynn's promise is coming true. The meals in the camp are hearty, with plenty of meat and vegetables. New leather armor and weapons are being handed out to everyone. Injured soldiers receive treatment from the camp doctor. Top performers can receive extra meat or small silver coins as rewards right away. All of this gives the new soldiers hope and makes them feel respected. Fort Rock, Lord's study. Lynn looks at the report submitted by Lime. Fort Rock Garrison 1st Battalion, 500 soldiers. Training progress report basic formation training. 70% complete basic shield blocking training. 60% complete basic short sword stabbing training. 50% complete initial mastery of small squad defensive formations morale. High, full stomachs, good equipment, clear duties, hope for promotion, equipment issued. Fort Rock Standard Leather Armor X500, Ironwood Shields X500, Fine Iron Short Swords X500 Garrison Location, Fort Rock, West District. Barracks, capacity 1,500 soldiers. Very good, Lynn nods slightly. Training progress is as expected. Carl's troops are indeed well trained. Sir, Lime adds, as you instructed, we also started the village garrison team plan. Starting with larger villages around Fort Rock, each recruits 10 to 20 local young men and women to form village-level garrison teams. Top-performing sergeants from the 1st Battalion are appointed as team leaders, responsible for patrols, maintaining order, and passing messages. And the equipment, Lynn asks. Simple leather armor, recycled old armor, wooden sticks, later replaced with standard short clubs, and copper whistles. Mainly for deterrence and early warning. The necessary gear is being produced day and night at the Fort Rock Workshop, formerly Storm Fortress Forge, with sufficient materials, Lime replies. Additionally, Lime continues, Storm Fortress Iron Mine has resumed operations with steady output. Master Tom suggests using the newly mined fine iron first to make a batch of Fort Rock-style breastplates, light and protecting key areas, for the garrison, gradually replacing the leather armor to improve defense. Agreed, Lynn nods. Tell Tom that quality must be guaranteed. The safety of the garrison is also a matter of life. Yes, sir. Lynn stood up and walked to the large map of the Northern Territory. The map highlighted the location of the Rock Fortress, with nearby villages scattered like stars. Lame, the trial results at Rock Fortress are very good, Lynn said firmly. This system should be used across the whole territory. Send orders to all castles immediately. Black Rock City, led by Erec, will form the Black Rock Guard, with 2,500 soldiers. Their duties: protect the main city, the workshop area, and patrol the main roads. Broken Skull Fortress, with Tom in charge, will form the Broken Skull Guard, with 1,500 soldiers. Their duties: defend the fortress, secure the mines, and patrol the mountains. Rusty Ridge, you personally assign capable officers to form the Rusty Guard, with 2,000 soldiers. Their duties: defend the iron mines, maintain village safety, and patrol roads. Howlwind Valley Mine, Hawk is in charge, expanding the guard to 1,000 elite soldiers. Their duties: block the mine, prevent spying, and ensure safety. Rock Fortress Guard, led by Carl, will expand to 4,000 soldiers. Their duties: defend the fortress core, patrol nearby villages, and provide mobile support. All major villages and towns will set up guard posts. Each village will form a guard team, following the standards of Rock Fortress. Equipment, training, and merit systems will be implemented together. You will oversee and coordinate, with Carl, Erek, Tom, and Hawk each responsible for their parts. Lin tapped heavily on the map, his voice firm. 1 month. Lame. Within 1 month, I want to see the entire Blackrock territory protected by a strong guard shield. An unbreakable northern wall. The organization, equipment, training, guard posts, and village teams must all be in place. Create a 3-level defense network. Main city, guard posts, village teams. Cover every inch of Blackrock territory without gaps. At the same time, Linun's eyes sparkled. Improve the guard merit system. Set clear standards, catching bandits, calming unrest, warning of enemies, maintaining order, helping with land reclamation, and outstanding performance. Merits can be accumulated and used to exchange for land, houses, money, or even opportunities to join the Blackrock military corps. Every guard soldier must understand that protecting their home means not only being well-fed and warm, but also earning respect and a better future. Understood. I will immediately draft detailed rules and pass them to all castles. Liam's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bowed deeply. I will not let my lord down. His orders spread quickly like ripples across every corner of the Blackrock territory. The trial at Rock Fortress has officially been upgraded to a grand strategy covering the entire region. A wave of military building efforts aimed at turning the northern border into a strong, unbreakable fortress is about to sweep through. Lin stood on the city tower, looking down at the new soldiers on duty at the city's defenses. They wore new leather armor, held iron shields and short swords. Though their movements were still a bit awkward, their eyes were firm, and they stood straight. Travelers and residents looked at these local soldiers with less fear and more friendliness and trust. Look, that's Baku's son. He looks so proud in his uniform. I heard that being in the guard means they get good meals every day. With them here, I sleep more peacefully at night. Hearing the comments from passers-by, the new soldiers puffed out their chests even more. Inside, a sense of responsibility and honor quietly took root. The Iron Flow, the military system, is the sharp sword that expands territory, while the garrison is the strong shield that protects the roots. The sword's edge is sharp and intimidating to enemies. The shield is silent but solid, uniting the people. The garrison trial at Rock Fortress spread like wildfire across Blackrock territory, driven by Lin's will. It quickly swept through every castle and piece of land under the region's control. Corps members like Carl, Eric, Liam, Tom, and Hawk worked like precise gears, efficiently turning Lin's ideas into reality. Just 1 month. Only 1 month. A campaign to turn the entire northern border into an unbreakable fortress was carried out with unprecedented speed, covering every castle and land under Blackrock's rule. Rock Fortress, formerly Storm Fortress Carl in command, the garrison expanded to 4,000 soldiers. The training grounds echoed with shouts. The new soldiers wore lightweight, high-quality, rock armor, held iron shields and short swords. Their formations changed from messy to orderly, and their confused eyes turned into determined ones. Watchtowers covered all major villages, with village-level garrison teams extending like capillaries into every corner. Blackrock City, formerly Blackrock Fortress Eric coordinated, and 2,500 Blackrock garrison soldiers completed reorganization. They guard the increasingly prosperous main city and workshop district, patrolling busy main roads. Well-equipped and quick to respond, they are a strong support for keeping the industrial core running smoothly. Cracked Skull Fortress, formerly Baron Bloom's territory, Tom, is swift and decisive. 1,500 Cracked Skull guards trained strictly in the mountains. They know the terrain well, work hard, guard the main path to the mines, clear out remaining bandits, and ensure safe or extraction. Rusty Territory, formerly Baron Hake's territory, Lime assigns capable officers. 2,000 Rusty guards patrol day and night between the iron mines and villages. Basic combat training and mine defense drills happen at the same time. Village defense systems are being built, ensuring steady output of this strategic resource. Howling Wind Valley Mine. Secret Hawk moves like a ghost, personally training 1,000 elite guards. Stealth, assassination, and anti-spy training are tough but effective. A dense warning line surrounds the area. Illusion rune arrays quietly operate, protecting this mine filled with incredible treasures and blocking all outside spying. Village guard teams, about 5,000 people. Equipped with simple leather armor, short sticks, and copper horns, they act like sharp senses, extending into every village to provide early warning and basic security, forming a wide defense network. In total, 16,000 guards made from local bloodlines. They are like roots deeply embedded in the northern soil, firmly guarding every inch of Blackrock territory. They are the true shields, an unbreakable iron wall. The elite sword system, for 1,650 people, is freed from tedious guard duties, always sharp and ready to face external threats. But Lenin's focus isn't only on military strength. The shield of defense is in place, but the foundation is far more important. The consumption of the 20,000-strong army, System Army Guard Army, is enormous. Logistics, people's livelihood, land reclamation, resource use. These are the real foundations supporting this large military machine. More importantly, Lenin knows his territory's assets, that vast but poor starting point. Lenin stands in front of the huge map of the Northern Territory, pointing heavily at Blackrock City, formerly Blackrock Fortress, and the vast surrounding area. This is the land he inherited, nominally comparable to a middle countess fief, but mostly barren land. Blackrock Fortress, our homeland. Originally, this seemingly useless wasteland was what allowed the kingdom to generously grant me such a vast territory as a baron. Swamps, rocky beaches, barren hills. These wastelands, scorned by Fernando and Rodrigue, now are the time for them to come alive. Lame immediately presented a detailed report. My lord, the core area of Blackrock territory, the former baron's land, is 50 miles east to west and 30 miles north to south, much larger than the Fortress of the Rock. Among these lands, only about 10%, around 150,000 acres, are suitable for farming. The rest includes Blackwater Swamp, about 100,000 acres, Broken Stones Wasteland, about 150,000 acres, Barren Forest, about 200,000 acres, and large rocky beaches, about 100,000 acres. In the past, these lands were seen as burdens, impossible to farm, with very low output, providing only a small amount of wood and stone. Lin's eyes sparkled sharply. A burden? No. These are raw gems waiting to be polished. They hold the greatest potential for Blackrock's future. Master Orlando, you mentioned before the Elemental Harmony and Earth Nourishment rune array. Can it be used here? Orlando stepped forward, eyes shining brightly. My lord, this is exactly the place I dream of. Blackwater Swamp, where water element accumulates and earth element is lost. Broken Stones Wasteland, where earth is compacted and life is scarce. Barren Forest, where excess wood elements suppress the land. Though the problems differ, the core issue is imbalance of elements. The Elemental Harmony and Earth Nourishment complex rune array was created for this purpose. He unfolded a more detailed sketch. I suggest treating Blackrock City as the center and managing the area in zones. Blackwater Swamp, focus on drain and stabilize. Large-scale excavation of drainage channels, laying water element guiding runes to direct water into reservoirs, which can be used for irrigation. Complement with earth element stabilization runes to strengthen the foundation and slowly improve the soil with life nourishment runes, diluted with moon moss extract. Goal: transform 100,000 acres of swamp into high-yield rice paddies and wetland pastures within 3 years. Broken Stones Wasteland, focus on break and nourish. Use earth element crushing runes to loosen compacted soil and break large gravel stones. Employ engineering troops to clear debris and level the land. Apply large amounts of humus, collected from fallen leaves, livestock manure, and workshop waste compost, combined with life nourishment runes to stimulate the land's vitality. Goal: transform 150,000 acres of wasteland into fertile land within 5 years. Barren forest land, focus on thinning and utilization. Plan to cut overgrown trees, clear airflow paths, and harvest high-quality wood. In the cleared forest areas, introduce shade-tolerant crops, such as herbs and berries, or develop undergrowth farming, like poultry. Support this with gentle life-nourishing runes to help restore the soil. Goal: use resources sustainably, and gradually improve the soil fertility at the edges of the forest. The first experimental field will be on the northern side of Blackwater Marsh near Blackrock City, Lynn decided. Master Orlando, prioritize supplying the needed resources. Main engineering troops, assigned by Lime, will be sent to Blackrock City. 3 months. I want to see the miracle of 500 acres of marshland turning into good farmland. Yes, sir. I will not let you down. Orlando accepted the order, his eyes burning with the passion of a researcher. On the outskirts of Blackrock City, near Blackwater Marsh, a large-scale project to change the land, far bigger than the one at Ironstone Fortress, has begun with great excitement. Over 1,000 engineers, under Lime's direct command, worked like a swarm of ants. Massive drainage ditches rapidly extended into the marsh. At the bottom and sides of the ditches, faint blue glowing, water element guiding runes were carved. Muddy water, guided by the rune power, obediently flowed into the ditches and into newly dug large water reservoirs. A team of earth element mages followed closely, carving complex, earth element stabilization runes into the loosened, drained soil. The yellowish glow lit up, as if an invisible force pressed and strengthened the ground, making it firm and flat enough for plowing and planting. Finally, a team of life mages, led by Orlando, injected diluted moonlight moss essence into a special magic circle core, activating the life nourishment rune array, covering the entire experimental field. Gentle green mist rose, slowly soaking into the soil like a rain of life. The smell of decay in the air was replaced by a fresh, vibrant, earthy scent. Meanwhile, the entire infrastructure and production of Blackrock territory, under Lime's coordination, was working at full speed, focusing on developing local resources and strengthening foundations. Food production. High-yield, cold-resistant rye seeds are being widely planted around Blackrock City, including the good farmland near Blackrock City, the plains of Rockford, and the Rusted Territory. Agricultural officials are guiding farming efforts, and water channels are being repaired. The expected harvest will increase by over 30%. In the warmer valley of Broken Skull Fortress, new cold-resistant beans and tuber crops are being tested to diversify food sources. Resource extraction. The logging industry is booming. Large areas of coniferous forests north of Blackrock City and around Broken Skull Fortress are designated as state forests, managed by the Engineering Corps, which plans and employs local villagers for systematic logging and replanting. High-quality timber is being transported to various castles for building, fortification, toolmaking, and even small riverboats. Mining is also improving. The magical crystal mine in Howling Wind Valley is being mined efficiently under tight security, with the refining workshop operating day and night. Iron and copper mines at Rockford, sulfur mines at Broken Skull Fortress, and newly discovered small rich or veins of refined iron in Blackrock City, along with iron ore from the Rusted Territory, are all protected by the garrison and working at full capacity. Ores are transported like blood to forging workshops. Workshop manufacturing. The Anvil workshop in Blackrock City has doubled in size. Steam hammers roar continuously, producing weapons, armor, farming tools, especially new plows adapted for improved soil, and engineering equipment, excavation and drainage tools. The forges in Rockford, Broken Skull Fortress, and Rusted Territory have been upgraded and integrated to meet regional needs. Logistics support, granary system. 3 major strategic granaries have been established in Rockford, Blackrock City, and Howling Wind Valley, storing enough food to feed the entire army and civilians for a year. Clothing workshops. Large clothing factories have been set up in Rusted Territory and Broken Skull Fortress, working day and night to produce winter clothing, leather armor linings, and tents. Medical points. Military repair stations and field hospitals have been established in each castle, supported by basic healing potions provided by Magic Academy apprentices. Transportation network. Main roads are being repaired, bridges built, and a large transport fleet of pack horses and ox carts organized to ensure smooth supply flow. Commercial circulation. The influence of the Northern Border Trading Company continues to grow. With Blackrock City and Rockford as hubs, a comprehensive trade network now covers the entire region. A caravan escorted by an elite guard unit from the garrison transported fine ironware from the Blackrock territory, limited edition moonlight moss extracts, cold-resistant seeds, high-quality furs, and timber to Stone Creek Town and farther regions, exchanging them for food, cloth, salt, and spices. Lame led the formation of the Stoneplate Trading Guild, inviting local merchants to join, standardizing the market, and promoting trade. 3 months later, on the northern outskirts of Blackrock City, once plagued by insects and muddy swamps, the area now looks completely new. A 500-acre experimental farm stretched neatly under early autumn sunlight. Ditches crisscrossed, water flowed clear. The embankments were solid, and the soil was a rich, healthy dark brown, giving off a fertile smell. Young cold-resistant rye seedlings had sprouted, their tender green leaves swaying in the breeze, growing well. The air was filled with the scent of earth and vibrant life, no longer the silence and filth of before. Orlando stood on the embankment, looking at the transformed land created by arcane magic, his eyes shining with excitement and pride. Master, we did it. The element harmony is perfect. The soil fertility has increased more than 3 times. The rye is growing much better than normal fields. The expected yield per acre will increase by 50%. Lane squatted down, picked up a handful of moist soil, feeling its lively energy, and smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Master Orlando, the Magic Academy has made a great contribution. The mages, apprentices, and engineers involved will be richly rewarded. This proves that the so-called wasteland beneath our feet holds endless potential. Thank you, Lord, Orlando bowed. This element harmony and earth nourishment rune array can be copied and promoted. If resources are sufficient, within a year, over 50,000 acres of swamp and wasteland around Blackrock City can be transformed. The plans for breaking stones and barren forests are also taking shape. Resources must be prioritized. Lin In stood up, eyes blazing. Lame. Immediately draft a 5-year plan for wasteland transformation, starting with Blackrock City as the core, gradually expanding across the entire territory. All necessary mages, engineers, and supplies must be fully allocated. This is the true foundation of our Blackrock territory's future. Yes, sir. Lame eagerly took notes. This means the arable land in Blackrock territory will multiply, ensuring food security like never before. This land, once considered a burden by the kingdom, is now showing incredible vitality. Blackrock territory is experiencing an unprecedented period of rapid growth. The defense system is as solid as a mountain, protecting the peace behind the lines. The military is well prepared, warning off outside threats. A construction boom is sweeping across the land. Roads are being widened, bridges built, and water systems repaired. Workshops burn day and night, producing high-quality weapons, farming tools, and equipment. Farms are crisscrossed with fields, cold-resistant crops are thriving, and a good harvest is expected. Mines are busy, with ore flowing like blood to the industrial heart. Logging camps are bustling, providing top-quality wood for building and manufacturing. Trade routes are well-connected, and wealth flows like a lively stream. Research from the Magic Academy is truly transforming this once-forgotten land. The overall strength of Blackrock territory is growing rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. System notification. The defense system, 16,000 soldiers, is fully established. The territory's safety, control, and public support have greatly improved. Reputation, 50,000. The elemental harmony and earth nourishment rune array experiment succeeded Blackrock City. Pioneering magic is transforming the local wasteland. Reputation, 30,000. Large-scale promotion of cold-resistant, high-yield black wheat. Food security is solid. Reputation, 20,000. Workshop expansion and increased capacity. Military equipment, farming tools, and machinery production surge. Reputation, 15,000. Efficient mining operations, including the newly discovered rich iron ore in Blackrock City, with abundant resources. Reputation, 10,000. Large-scale logging development, ensuring enough wood supply. Reputation, 10,000. Business network improved, Stoneheart Guild established. Economic activity increases. Reputation, 10,000. Logistics and support systems improved. Granaries, clothing, medical care, transportation. Strategic reserves are sufficient. Reputation 10,000. Current reputation 600 points /day 30 days equals 18,000 points. 50,000, 30,000, 20,000, 15,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 is equal to 173,000 points. 600 points /day. Reputation skyrocketed to 173,000 points. Lin looked at the astonishing number on the system panel, eyes shining brightly. Reputation. This is not only the foundation for summoning soldiers, but also the key to rapid territorial growth. Master Orlando, Lin immediately ordered, research the elemental harmony and earth nourishment rune array at the Magic Academy. Move to the second phase. Goal: improve efficiency, reduce costs, and expand the range of use. Consume 50,000 reputation points. Speed up the research process. I want to see the optimized array within 3 months, ready for large-scale promotion. Yes, Your Majesty, Orlando cheered up. Tom. Lin looked at the blacksmith master. Activate the rune casting enhancement mode on all forging furnaces in the anvil workshop. Consume 30,000 reputation points. Improve forging efficiency and quality. I want to see the first batch of standard equipment, guard armor and short swords, with the embedded rock rune, slight durability/sharpness, come off the line within 2 months. At the same time, strengthen the core armor pieces of the giant beast barrier shield towers for heavy infantry with the earth fortification rune. Consume 20,000 reputation points. Accelerate the strengthening process. Understood, Your Majesty. Tom's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. With the system's great power, the long-standing rune casting problems will no longer be obstacles. Liam. Lin finally looked at the government officer. Upgrade the logistics transportation network. Purchase or requisition all available pack horses and ox carts. Set up post-station rune arrays at key points on main roads. Slight stamina recovery/speed boost. Consume 10,000 reputation points. Speed up the construction of post stations and rune engraving. Improve material transport efficiency. Yes, Your Majesty. I will handle it immediately. Liam bowed and accepted the order. Reputation. This magical power is transforming into a real accelerator. Magic research is speeding up. Equipment forging is speeding up. Rune strengthening is speeding up. Infrastructure projects are speeding up. The entire Blackrock territory is like it has grown wings. Lin stood on the tallest tower in Blackrock City, overlooking this once barren land now reborn. In the distance, the transformed experimental fields are lush and green. Nearby, the workshop district's furnaces glow red against the sky, and the sound of forging hammers, empowered by reputation, seems more intense and powerful. On the roads, caravans loaded with wood, ore, and grain flow continuously. In the barracks, soldiers' drills can be faintly heard. Farther away, the sound of axes and sawing from the lumberyard echoes. A sense of control and achievement unlike anything he had felt before filled his heart. Foundation is solid, and new fertile land is born, Lin whispered to himself, his voice calm and powerful, full of confidence. This is the true path to rise. The spring in the north has arrived. This land, once forgotten by the kingdom, the wasteland, will become the cornerstone of my Blackrock territory, standing proud over the north. The development of Blackrock territory was like a river thawing in early spring, rushing forward unstoppable. Master Orlando's Magic Academy, boosted by 50,000 reputation points, was like receiving a strong boost of energy. Research on the elemental harmony and earth nourishment complex rune array was progressing rapidly. They improved rune structures, reduced element crystal consumption, and expanded the range of use, breaking through one technical barrier after another. Tom's anvil workshop, supported by 30,000 reputation points, saw the forge fire burn even hotter. The rune casting and strengthening techniques were mastered. The first batch of armor and short swords embedded with faint, bedrock, runes for strength rolled off the line. Defense increased by 30%, sharpness by 20%. The core armor plates of the behemoth barrier, tower shields for heavy infantry, after accelerated strengthening with 20,000 reputation points, had more solid earth fortification, runes flowing on their surface, raising their defense again. Lame's logistics network, sped up with 10,000 reputation points for station construction and rune engraving, became much more efficient. Key nodes on main roads had station rune arrays for slight stamina recovery and speed boost, which gradually increased the stamina and speed of horses and carts, boosting transport efficiency by nearly 20%. Under the influence of reputation, a magical force, Blackrock territory operated like a finely tuned war machine. Full throttle, land improvement, workshop production, resource extraction, commerce, all accelerated. 3 months later, north of Blackrock City, the once silent Blackwater Swamp edge was now full of life. A 500-acre experimental field of cold-resistant black wheat swayed golden in the autumn wind. Heavy heads of wheat bent the stalks, promising an unprecedented harvest. The improved soil was rich and soft, and the black wheat grew far better than ordinary fields, with expected yields increasing by over 50%. Orlando stood on the ridge, excitedly reporting to Lynn, "Master, the second phase of the array optimization test was successful. Efficiency increased by 30%, crystal element consumption decreased by 25%, and the scope expanded to the edge of the rocky wasteland. The first promoted area, 1,000 acres on the eastern side of Blackrock City, has begun transformation. Results are expected within 6 months." Good. Lynn looked at the golden wheat waves before him, filled with satisfaction and strength. "Master Orlando, the Magic Academy has achieved new success. All participants will be rewarded generously. The Wasteland renovation plan is moving forward with full effort. I want every inch of wasteland in Blackrock territory to become fertile ground for our people." "Yes, Master." Orlando received the order and left with new research goals. The overall strength of Blackrock territory reached a new peak through steady accumulation. The garrison system was as solid as a mountain, with 16,000 local soldiers guarding every inch of land. The military system was prepared and sharp, with 4,650 elite soldiers showing their strength. The farmland renovation plan was progressing steadily, strengthening food security. Workshop capacity was growing explosively, providing high-quality equipment continuously. Resource reserves were ample, and the business network was thriving. Although the reputation pool had decreased to 98,000 points due to accelerated consumption, 173,000 minus 50,000 minus 30,000 minus 20,000 minus 10,000 is equal to 73,600 points. /day 3 months is almost equal to 73,000. 54,000 is equal to 127,000 points, remaining at 98,000 after ongoing consumption. A steady income of 600 points per day acted like an endless source, supporting the rapid development of the territory. However, Lynn's gaze had already crossed the borders of Blackrock territory, looking toward the broader northern lands. On the map, the Blackrock banner covered vast areas like Panshire Fortress, Blackrock City, Skullcrack Fortress, Rusted Lands, and Howling Wind Valley, like a mighty beast dominating the north. But on its flanks, there were 2 relatively independent territories that had not yet submitted, like 2 stubborn stones blocking the true unification of the north. White River Viscount Territory, located southeast of Blackrock Territory, guarding the mouth of White River where it meets the sea, with rare natural harbors and fishing resources in the north. The Lord, Viscount Allen Winston of White River, cautious and skilled in management, with a small but well-trained coastal guard. Limestone Barren Territory, located southwest of Blackrock Territory, in rugged mountains, rich in high-quality stone and a small amount of rare metal ores. Lord, Baron Gavin Stonefist, stubborn and proud of his strength, commands a fierce mountain infantry unit. Although these 2 territories are much smaller than Count Roderick of Golden Valley, they are strategically important and have unique resources. If they can be brought under our control, Blackrock territory will connect inland and coastal areas, controlling the best ports and stone resources in the northern region, forming a 3-sided encirclement around Golden Valley. Lynn stood in front of the large map of the northern region, pointing to the locations of White River Viscount and Limestone Barren, his voice steady and powerful. Unifying the North is the trend. The rise of Blackrock territory is inevitable. It's time to give our neighbors a choice. He turned around, eyes sharp as an eagle. You personally serve as envoy. Select a team of elite Icefang Rangers to bring generous gifts, fine weapon samples, diluted moonlight moss extract, cold-resistant rye seeds. First stop. White River Viscount. Tell Viscount Alan Winston. Blackrock territory wishes to form a brotherhood alliance with him. White River Port will become an important trade hub for Blackrock territory. Blackrock will offer the best tax policies and send a fleet, under construction, to help eliminate pirates and secure shipping routes. In return, White River must open its ports to Blackrock, accept new northern trade rules led by Blackrock, and provide military passage rights when needed. Second stop. Limestone Baron territory. Tell Lord Gavin Stonefist. Blackrock territory admires his bravery. We are willing to buy his high-quality stone and minerals at high prices. We also promise that if he joins us, he can keep his title, govern Limestone, and be promoted to commander of Blackrock's mountain infantry. But he must disarm, accept Blackrock's reorganization, and follow Blackrock laws. Words should be respectful, but stance must be firm. Lynn's voice carried undeniable authority. Let them understand that peace and cooperation mean shared prosperity, stubborn resistance. Blackrock's iron march will crush all obstacles. Understood. Liam bowed deeply, eyes shining with wisdom. I will not fail. I will show Blackrock's sincerity and strength. White River City, Viscount Castle. Viscount Alan Winston of White River, a refined-looking middle-aged noble with sharp eyes, received Lime and his companions in the reception hall. When Lime presented the beautifully crafted, respectfully worded but subtly sharp treaty, along with a gleaming, finely made sword, a soft green glow of moonlight moss extract, and plump cold-resistant rye seeds, Viscount Alan's pupils slightly contracted. He listened carefully to Lime's explanation, unconsciously rubbing his smooth desk with his fingers. Brotherly alliance. Favorable tariffs. Fleet, Viscount Alan murmured, his gaze sweeping over the busy port outside the window. Lord Lime, I can feel the sincerity of the Blackrock territory. I have also heard of Lord Lynn's great talent. But, he paused, his voice cautious. White River territory is small, but it has been managed for generations and is self-sufficient. Rushing into the northern conflicts may not be wise. Moreover, what about Count Rodrigue of Golden Valley? Viscount. Lime smiled slightly, his tone calm, but with an invisible pressure. The unification of the North is an unstoppable trend. The rise of Blackrock territory cannot be halted. Golden Valley is struggling to survive. Has Count Rodrigue's fleet ever driven away the increasingly rampant blood-sale pirates near the coast? Has it ever brought you trade conditions as favorable as those of Blackrock territory? He pointed outside the window. White River Port has unlimited potential. If it can become the gateway for Blackrock territory's foreign trade, relying on Blackrock's vast resources and markets, its prosperity will be 10 times what it is today. Otherwise, Lime's tone grew slightly colder. If you shut your doors and miss this opportunity, when the dust settles in the north, can White River Port still remain independent? The appetite of the blood-sale pirates is growing larger. Viscount Alan's face slightly changed. Lime's words hit his soft spot. The threat of the blood-sale pirates was becoming more serious, and Count Rodrigue's fleet was far in Golden Valley, beyond reach. Meanwhile, the terrifying strength and trade potential shown by Blackrock territory were truly tempting. This matter is very important. Viscount Alan took a deep breath. Allow me a few days to consider. Of course, Lime stood gracefully. Blackrock territory looks forward to your wise decision. To show our sincerity, please accept this gift. Additionally, he lowered his voice. Lord Lynn has promised that if Baja territory pledges allegiance, the Viscount will receive a permanent seat on the Rockstone Guild Council and priority access to core resources from Blackrock territory, moonmoss essence, and magic crystal products. Viscount Alan's eyes sparkled. The Rockstone Guild, moonmoss essence, magic crystals. These are truly strategic resources, worth a lot. Lord Lime, please convey my thanks to Viscount Lynn, Alan said, his tone noticeably more relaxed. I will consider this carefully. At Greyrock Fortress, the Baron's Hall. The atmosphere was very different from Baja City. Baron Gavin Stonefist, a tall, broad man with a fierce face and a bald head, sat confidently at the main seat. He didn't look at the treaty and gifts Lime presented. Instead, he tapped the armrest with his thick fingers, making a dull sound. Pledging allegiance? Disarming? Accepting reorganization? Baron Gavin's voice was rough, like sandpaper, full of clear mockery. Lynn Costa? That lucky upstart? Who does he think he is? The king of Valeria? He suddenly stood up, glaring down at Lime. Go back and tell Lynn. Greyrock territory only respects swords, not documents. If he wants my land, fine. Let him bring his army and walk up Greyrock Mountain. If they survive to the castle gate, then I'll talk to him. A few guards behind him chuckled, glaring at Lime and his group with hostility. Lime's face stayed calm, and he kept a polite smile, but his eyes grew colder. Baron, Lord Lynn comes with peaceful intentions. Blackrock territory's strength is far beyond your imagination. Resisting will only drag Greyrock into war and cause suffering. Strong? Gavin Baron sneered, suddenly drawing his battle axe and slamming it down on the oak table in front of him. The heavy table split open with a deep. My axe is strong. Greyrock Mountain is my wall. If you have the courage, come attack. Let's see if your armor is tougher, or my stones are tougher. Get out of here. Lime looked at the fierce on the table and then at Gavin's angry eyes, knowing there was no point in persuading him further. He no longer spoke much, bowing slightly. Your Excellency, the Baron's reply will be faithfully conveyed to Lord Lynn. Farewell. He turned around, accompanied by his guards, and left calmly amid the hostile gazes of the soldiers at the limestone fortress. Blackrock City, Lord's study. Lime reported every detail of the diplomatic mission to Lynn without missing a word. Viscount Alan Winston of White River is cautious but clearly wavering. The temptation of the Moonlight Moss essence and the Merchant Guild's influence has struck a nerve. The threat from the Bloodsail pirates also forces him to consider relying on stronger power. He needs time to think, but the chance he will join us is over 70%, Lime analyzed. As for Baron Gavin Stonefist of the Limestone, Lime's eyes flashed with coldness. Arrogant and stubborn, he relies on the dangerous terrain of the Limestone Mountain Path and his fierce mountain infantry, completely ignoring Blackrock. His attitude is extremely bad. Peaceful submission is impossible. Lynn listened quietly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, with no change in his expression. Alan Winston is a smart man, Lynn said slowly. Give him time. Let our trade caravans increase trade at White River Port, so he can see for himself the prosperity that comes with joining Blackrock. Meanwhile, let Hawk scouts accidentally find traces of a few Bloodsail pirate ships near the coast, to add fuel to our Viscount's fire. As for Gavin Stonefist, Lynn's gaze fixed sharply on the location of the limestone fortress. Since he values swords and believes in stones, then we'll use the hardest hammer to smash his hardest stone, the sharpest sword to cut down his fiercest soldiers. Cal? Eric, reporting for duty. The two responded in unison. Target, Limestone Fortress. Develop a battle plan. Battle requirement, swift victory. With the force of thunder, crush all resistance. Turn the Limestone Mountain Path into Gavin Stonefist's grave. Raise the Blackrock banner, the Grey Wolf flag. Over Limestone Fortress, let the entire North see clearly. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. Yes, sir. Cal and Eric's eyes burned with fierce battle fire. Lynn looked at the official, notify Viscount Alan Winston of White River that Blackrock is about to launch a punitive action against Limestone. Tell him to watch and wait. Understood. Lime nodded in agreement. This was the final and most powerful warning to Viscount Baja. Lynn stood up, walked to the large glass window, and looked down at the bustling, prosperous Blackrock City. I have already offered a chance for peaceful unification, he said calmly, but with a cold, killing intent. Since some refuse to accept it, then we will use iron and blood to establish the final order in the northern border. The development of Blackrock territory was like a rushing river, unstoppable. The land was improved with magic, workshops thrived, resources were mined actively, and trade networks spread everywhere. The whole territory was in a golden age of rapid growth. All this accumulated power finally formed an invisible flood, reputation, Seeing the astonishing 98,000 reputation points on the system panel, Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was not only a catalyst for growth, but also the foundation for building an invincible army. System, Lin whispered in his mind, his will firm as a rock. Summon immediately. Consume 98,000 reputation points. Summon 800 heavily armored infantry. Summon 600 Legion infantry. Summon 400 Northern Longbow Guards. Summon 200 Ice Blade Rangers. Summon 200 heavily armored cavalry. Summon 30 Senior Rune Mages. Summon 100 Engineers. Summoning in progress. In an instant, Blackrock City, Rock Fortress, Skullbreaker Fortress, Rusted Territory. All major camps and training grounds burst into an unprecedented, dazzling white light, like stars falling from the sky. 1, 10, 100. All the white lights lit up almost simultaneously, illuminating the entire Blackrock territory like daytime. When the light faded, the system soldiers appeared in every corner, looking serious and fierce, like divine warriors descending. They had no traces of rookie innocence or confusion, only the calmness and sharpness forged through countless blood and fire. Their eyes were cold as blades, their movements precise as machines, radiating a suffocating, iron-blooded killing aura unique to elite warriors. Heavy Infantry Battalion. Expanded to 3,200 soldiers. Legion Infantry Battalion. Expanded to 3,100 soldiers. Longbow Guard. Expanded to 1,700 soldiers. Ice Edge Rangers. Expanded to 700 soldiers. Heavy Cavalry. Expanded to 500 soldiers. Runes Mage Corps. Expanded to 80 members. The 30 new experienced mages, holding staffs, are surrounded by a brighter, more concentrated arcane glow. Engineering Corps. Expanded to 300 soldiers. Total, the elite army has grown to about 7,000 troops. From now on, I won't detail battle losses and the prestige used for summoning each person. For those who are injured, it's assumed they are replenished daily with earned prestige. If the prestige drops below a month's worth, I won't mention it, keeping it simple and straightforward. An unprecedented, powerful aura rises from the military camp of Blackrock territory, blending iron will, arcane energy, and fierce battle spirit. Like an ancient beast awakening from sleep. They don't need any training. Each one is a seasoned killing machine, ready to fight on the harshest battlefield at any moment. Roar! A deafening cheer echoes through the sky. The veterans are excited by the arrival of reinforcements. The new soldiers are stunned by the fierce killing intent of this battle-hardened army. The Lord's mighty power has returned. Victory will surely belong to Blackrock territory. Carl, Eric, Tom, Orlando, Hawk. Lin's voice rings out like a loud bell, echoing in the ears of the corps generals. New army. Prepare immediately. Target, Grey Rock Fortress. At dawn tomorrow, march to Grey Rock Mountain Path. Let Gavin Stonefist and his stone fortress be the first test of our Blackrock elite army's battle readiness. Yes, sir. The generals shout in unison, their eyes burning with fierce battle fire. With such elite troops, Grey Rock Fortress? Just a stubborn stone waiting to be crushed. The next day, at dawn, entrance to Grey Rock Mountain Path. The iron tide of the Blackrock army, like a silent giant beast, lines up in the darkness before dawn. The newly added elites blend seamlessly with the original troops, radiating an even more terrifying aura. Carl, clad in shimmering snakescale armor, holding a massive bone axe, stands at the front. His gaze pierces the fog, locking onto the deadly passage nestled like a giant python in the mountains. Longbow Guard. Target. Cliffs on both sides of the mountain path. 3 rounds of covering fire. Fire. Eric's voice is sharp and commanding, like a drawn sword. Buzz. 1,700 powerful bows fired simultaneously. 1,700 shining rune arrows, like sudden dark clouds of death, with sharp whistles, fiercely struck the cliffs on both sides of the Grey Rock Mountain Path. They precisely covered all the preset trap points and archer positions. Break the city. Target. The narrow pass stone fortress. Fire. Eric ordered again. Bang bang. Boom. 3 deafening explosions. Thick rune arrows like thunder from slammed into the sturdy stone fortress at the pass. Debris flew everywhere. The defenders howled in pain. Heavy infantry. Shield wall formation. Advance, Carl roared. Roar, 100 giant beast-like shield walls crashed to the ground. Behind them, 2,000 heavy infantry formed a steel flood, marching heavily and evenly, like unstoppable mountains, pressing toward the narrow mountain pass entrance. The Legion infantry surged like a tide to the wings. The rolling stones and arrow ambushes at the Grey Rock Fortress were no match for this seasoned army. The shield rune glowed, easily blocking attacks. Arrow rain covered the area, precise and deadly. The advance was as fast as lightning. Gavin Stonefist's personal guard, the Rockbreakers, launched a surprise attack from the side cliffs. They faced deadly poison-tipped short spears from the Ice Edge Rangers and precise longbow shots directed by Eric himself. Gavin charged wildly. Carl, like a fierce mountain tiger, with a bone axe howling as he tore through the air, met him. In just 3 strikes, Gavin's runed battle axe was shattered. On the 4th strike, it cut through his shoulder blade. His massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Open the gates. Break through, Tom shouted angrily. The huge battering ram, pushed by the heavy infantry, struck only 3 times. The thick oak gates of the Grey Rock Fortress shattered with a loud crash. Kill. Leave no one alive. Carl's voice was cold as iron. The Black Rock army surged into the Grey Rock Fortress like a tide. The last resistance melted away like snow and ice. Half an hour later, on the fortress wall, the Grey Wolf banner fluttered in the smoke. The head of Baron Gavin Stonefist was hung at the gate for all to see. At White River City, the Viscount Castle, the Watchtower. Viscount Alan Winston of White River, holding a special spyglass, looked pale as paper, trembling violently. He had witnessed that thunderous, crushing battle with his own eyes. I also saw the terrifying new army that suddenly appeared, radiating fierce battle energy. This is the power of the Blackrock army. Lord Alan's voice trembled with despair. Gavin couldn't hold out even half an hour. That army is like messengers from Lord Viscount. Lime's calm voice sounded behind him. Lord Lynn asked me to tell you. The fall of Greyrock Fortress is a warning to everyone who tries to stop the unification of the North. But the Blackrock territory is generous to friends. The prosperity of White River Port is just a decision away. Lord Alan slowly lowered his telescope, took a deep breath as if he had drained all his strength. He turned around, no longer hesitant, only filled with awe and submission. Lord Lime. Lord Alan's voice carried a slight, barely noticeable tremor. Please tell Lord Lynn. White River Territory is willing to form a brotherhood alliance with Blackrock Territory. Open all ports and accept the new trade rules of the North. The White River Guard is ready to be reorganized under Blackrock's command. White River Port will be like a ship that never sinks for Blackrock. He carefully held out the prepared surrender document, stamped with the White River Viscount seal, and handed it to Lime. Additionally, Lord Alan added hurriedly, to show our sincerity, the White River Guard will assemble immediately and be ready for Lord Lynn's orders. At the same time, White River Territory will provide all intelligence on the coastal defenses and fleet movements near the Golden Valley. And he paused, his face turning very serious. And the latest news about the Bloodsail pirates lurking in the Shattered Skull Bay. They are crazy. Bloodsail pirates? Lime frowned. Yes, Lord Alan's voice was urgent. Just yesterday, the main fleet of the Bloodsail pirates launched a full attack. They bypassed the patrol ships at White River Port and raided Fish Bay Village east of the Rock Fortress, formerly Greyrock Fortress. They slaughtered villagers, looted supplies, and burned ships. Now, they are plundering along the coast, heading east. Their next target could be the supply port at the Rock Fortress, or even the new coastal fishing grounds near Blackrock City. They seem to have received some powerful support, ships moving very fast, well-equipped, and their arrogance is extreme. Blackrock City, Lord Study. Lynn looked at the 2 documents presented by Lime, the report on Greyrock Fortress and the surrender letter from White River Port, along with urgent intelligence about the Bloodsail pirates' reckless plundering. His face remained calm, but his eyes were sharp as blades, and a cold, killing intent spread like tangible mist. Greyrock Fortress is history. White River Port has been incorporated into our territory. Lynn's voice was steady, but carried a chilling coldness. Alan Winston is a clever man. Lime, proceed with the plan. Treat the people of White River Port well. As for the Bloodsail pirates, Lynn's gaze fell on the intelligence brief, and he lightly tapped the table, making a dull, thunder-like sound. They have occupied Skull Bay for years, raiding merchant ships and attacking coastal towns. Now they dare to take advantage of the Blackrock Army's westward advance to attack villages under my control, and they even covet the Rock Fortress and Blackrock City. He suddenly stood up, a powerful aura erupting fiercely. It's time to make these sea dogs taste the fury of a seasoned army. Send the orders. Cal, Eric, Torm from Greyrock Fortress will lead 2,000 guards to defend. The main force immediately retreats. Target, Blackrock City, Orlando. The Mage Corps will prioritize researching the Breaking Wave rune to counter ships. Fog dispersal. Storm calm, small area. I want results within 3 days. Torm, halt all non-urgent orders at the workshop. Focus on producing Breaking Wave rune crossbows for ships. Anchor hook rune chains for boarding. Sea Siren shock rune bombs. Underwater destruction. Hawk. Your scouts, target, Skull Bay. Find out the Bloodsail pirates' stronghold, fleet size, supply lines. Especially their fast ships and sources of strong support. I want to know every move they make. Lime. Mobilize all available ships and armed merchant vessels from White River Port. Gather at Rock Fortress Harbor. Form a temporary Blackrock Coast Patrol fleet. Protect coastal villages and trade routes. Also, issue the highest alert to all coastal towns. Lynn moved to the large map of the northern region, his gaze burning like fire, fixed on the deep blue area of Skull Bay and the coastal zone marked as ravaged by the Bloodsails. Bloodsail pirates, your end has come. The seasoned army of Blackrock will march from land to conquer the ocean. The Blackrock Army, known as the 100 Battles Legion, moved like a powerful steel flood sweeping across the land. After crushing the Greyrock Fortress, they did not stop. Instead, they quickly turned around and rushed back to Blackrock City at an incredible speed. The villagers along the way watched the well-equipped, fierce-looking army, which moved swiftly like the wind. They were deeply shocked and felt both awe and a sense of safety. The fall of Greyrock Fortress and the surrender of White River Harbor spread like thunder across the northern lands. The reputation of Blackrock territory was now at its peak. However, bad news from the eastern coast near the former Greyrock Fortress, now called the Rock Fortress, hit like a cold splash of water. It instantly ignited a fierce anger among everyone in Blackrock territory. Yuan Village. This peaceful coastal village had now turned into a scorched ruin. Among the broken walls, there was a heavy smell of blood and burnt flesh. The houses, looted completely, still emitted black smoke. Broken fishing nets, charred shipwrecks, and unburied villagers' bodies were scattered on the beach. Old men, women, and children. The tragic scene was unbearable to look at. Bloodsails. It's the Bloodsails pirates. An old fisherman, the only survivor, knelt among the ruins, tears streaming down his face, voice hoarse. They stormed ashore like demons. They killed everyone they saw. They stole everything. They burned our ships. My son, my grandson, are all gone. Anger burned fiercely in the eyes of the Blackrock soldiers. They had just crushed stubborn enemies on the Greyrock Mountain Road, but now they saw their own people slaughtered by pirates. This was more infuriating than any insult. Bloodsail's pirate group. Carl clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the tragic scene before him. The runes on his bone axe seemed to sense his fury, flickering with a cold light. I, Carl, swear, I will tear you to pieces, sir. Hawk appeared suddenly beside Carl, looking serious. Scout team reports urgently. The main fleet of the Bloodsails is not far away. They are raiding along the coast heading east. Their latest target, the supply port of Rock Fortress, Stone Bay Port. It's only half a day's sail from here. Their ships are very fast, well-equipped, and have some kind of jet stream acceleration device. Ordinary warships can't catch up. Stone Bay Port? Carl's eyes sharpened. That was the lifeline of Rock Fortress. It stored large amounts of food, weapons, and stones. Send orders. All troops. March quickly. Target, Stone Bayport. No matter what it takes. Stop the pirates. Yes, off the coast of Sherwan Harbor. Dark clouds gather, and the sea breeze picks up. The main fleet of the Bloodsail pirates appears on the horizon, like sharks sensing blood. More than 10 large pirate ships with fierce-looking bows and blood-dripping skull sails are cutting through the waves, rushing aggressively toward the port. On the flagship, the Blood Fury, the second-in-command, one-eyed, Morgan, holds a telescope and watches the approaching harbor with a cruel smile. Guys, hurry up. Charge in. Steal everything. Burn it all. Let those Blackrock folks know what happens when they offend us. The pirates roar like beasts, swinging curved swords and torches, their eyes full of greed and violence. Their ship's rear devices shoot powerful water jets, pushing the ships faster than normal sailing ships toward the harbor. Inside the harbor, only a few makeshift armed merchant ships and patrol boats are hurriedly fighting back under Tom's command. Arrows bounce harmlessly off the thick wooden planks of the pirate ships. The simple crossbow cannons have limited range and pose little threat. Hold the line. Hold it, Tom shouts from a modified merchant ship, commanding loudly. Crossbow cannons. Aim at the flagship. Fire. Whoosh. Boom. An arrow hits the side of the Blood Fury, splintering wood but causing no fatal damage. Huh. Just a tickle? Morgan laughs wildly. Crash into them. Crush them. The pirate ships, faster than the defenders, ram into the harbor's defensive ships with force. Boom. A patrol boat is hit and broken in half. Sailors scream as they fall into the water. The armed merchant ships shake violently from the impact, soldiers on deck struggling to keep their footing. Kill. Kill them all, the pirates howl, throwing hooks and starting to board forcibly. The harbor defenses are in serious danger. At a critical moment, woo, 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 a deep, piercing horn sounds, like the roar of the sea god, suddenly echoing from the west side of the harbor. On the sea horizon, a small but imposing fleet appears, like an arrow shot from a bow, breaking through the waves and rushing toward the harbor. The flagship, the Rock, a large makeshift armed merchant ship, flies the blue wolf flag of the Black Rock leader at its bow. On the deck, Carl stands tall like a war god, wearing scale armor and holding a bone axe. Behind him are 300 seasoned infantrymen dressed in light chain mail, armed with steel short swords and iron shields. There are also 100 elite longbow guards, ready to shoot. On both sides are several armed merchant ships flying the same blue wolf flag, carrying Legion soldiers and Iceblade Rangers. The Lord. It's the Blackrock Army. The port guards cheer loudly. What? Morgan's face changes suddenly. How did they get here so fast? Master Orlando, Carl shouts angrily. Yes, sir. Orlando stands on the ship's high deck, raising his staff. 30 rune mages chant together. Breakwave rune array. Activate. Buzz, an invisible wave of energy, strong and repulsive, spreads out instantly from the Stonebreaker ship. Clash. The powerful water jets from the pirate ships' sterns hit an invisible wall, scattering and losing speed immediately. What is that thing? Morgan is shocked. Longbow guard. Carl's voice booms like thunder. Target, enemy ship decks. Poison-tipped arrows. Cover fire. Fire. Whoosh. Hundreds of arrows glowing with cold blue light fly like the size of death, accurately hitting the decks of the frontmost pirate ships. Squelch. Screams fill the air. Pirates on the decks fall like wheat being cut. The poison axe instantly. Heavy infantry. Prepare to board. Carl points his bone axe forward. Roar. The Stonebreaker ship, aided by Orlando's mage team creating a slight tailwind, with wind element support, crashes forcefully into the slowing Blood Fury ship. Boom. The ships collide fiercely, shaking violently. Anchor hooks. Release. Tom shouts angrily from another ship. Whoosh. Dozens of giant crossbows with rune chains attached to anchor hooks shoot into the nearby pirate ship's side. The chains tighten instantly, holding the pirate ship firmly. Kill. Carl leaps onto the Blood Fury deck first. His massive bone axe howls as it swings through the air, tearing everything apart. 2 pirates rushing forward were split in half along with their weapons. Blackrock Army. Follow me and attack. Carl shouted angrily, like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Wherever his bone axe struck, blood and flesh flew everywhere. No one could stop his powerful. 300 heavily armed soldiers quickly followed, rushing into the Blood Fury ship like a wave of steel. They fought in groups of 3, using shields to block and short swords to stab. Their teamwork was perfect, and their moves were precise and deadly. The pirates' simple leather armor and curved knives were no match for the steel short swords and rune chainmail. The deck instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Ice Edge Rangers. Board the ship. Take out the leader. Eric's voice rang out. Dozens of Ice Edge Rangers, like agile cats, used hooks and claws to climb onto other pirate ships from the sides. They used poisoned short spears and hand crossbows to accurately shoot down the pirate captain and flag bearer. Rune mages. Calm the storm. Clear the fog, Orlando ordered again. The mages waved their staffs. The churning waves near the port calmed as if touched by an invisible force. The thick fog also dispersed instantly, revealing a clear view. The pirate ships lost their last cover. No, impossible. Morgan watched as his flagship's deck was slaughtered like a butcher cutting vegetables, his own soldiers falling. Seeing the pirates being nailed, climbed, and slaughtered all around, his eyes filled with despair and madness. What kind of monsters are you? Blood flag pirates. Slaughtering my people. You deserve death. Carl's voice sounded like it came from the depths of. He stepped toward Morgan, who was protected by his guards. Blood dripped from his bone axe, drawing a bright red line on the deck. Today is your destruction. Protect the vice captain. Several brave pirate leaders shouted and charged forward. Get back. Carl swung his bone axe wildly. His furious strength sent several enemies flying with their weapons, crashing onto the ship's side. Their fate was uncertain. Morgan looked at Carl, who was approaching like a demon god, feeling terrified. He suddenly turned around, trying to jump into the sea to escape. Trying to run, Carl's eyes flashed with cold light. His bone axe flew out of his hand. Ugh! Puffed! The heavy bone axe, with a sharp whistling sound, accurately struck Morgan in the back, pinning him to the mainmast. Vice Captain is dead. The flagship is taken. Run. The pirates completely broke down, screaming and jumping into the sea to escape, or kneeling down to surrender. The battle ended in just half an hour. Most of the main fleet of the Bloodsail pirates was either captured or sunk, except for a few ships that fled early when they saw the situation was bad. The flagship, the Blood Fury, was seized by the Blackrock Army. First Officer, One-Eyed, Morgan was nailed to the mast. Over 800 pirates were killed or wounded. More than 300 prisoners were taken. On the Blackrock side, 17 heavy infantry soldiers died, and 45 were injured, mostly during the initial boarding. The Longbow Guard and Ice Edge Rovers suffered no fatalities, with only a few lightly wounded. The cost was very low. At Stone Bay Harbor, Carl stood at the bow of the Blood Fury, looking down at the captured pirates and cheering soldiers and civilians. The sea breeze blew his blood-stained uniform, making a rustling sound. Liam, Carl called loudly. Count the spoils. Treat the wounded. Give a proper funeral for the fallen soldiers. Comfort their families. Guard the captured pirates strictly. Interrogate them. I want to know where their accelerator device came from. And who is supporting them behind the scenes. The captured pirate ships, especially the Blood Fury, must be taken to the dock immediately. Tom and Orlando are in charge of studying them, especially that set of accelerator devices. Hawk, expand your scouting. Chase the fleeing pirate ships. Find their hideout at all costs. Yes, General. Everyone responded in unison. Carl's gaze turned toward the depths of Broken Skull Bay, still shrouded in fog. Bloodsail pirates. Carl's voice was cold as iron. This is just the beginning. Your hideouts. Your behind-the-scenes backers. I, Carl, will not leave a single one of you alive. The blood debt of Blackrock territory must be paid with blood. The development of Blackrock territory was like a rushing river, unstoppable. Arcane-enhanced fertile land, thriving workshops, booming resource extraction, and a vast commercial network. The entire territory was immersed in a golden age of rapid growth. In the battle outside Stone Bay Harbor, the Blackrock Army's elite forces destroyed the main fleet of the Bloodsail pirates with thunderous power, capturing the flagship, Blood Fury, and killing First Officer, One-Eyed, Morgan. This victory not only wiped away the shame of the slaughter at Fish Bay Village, but also spread like lightning across the northern border, completely shattering the myth of the invincibility of the Bloodsail pirates and greatly intimidating all malicious forces. The fleet of Count Rodrigue of Golden Valley quietly withdrew to the inland port, and the diplomatic message from the royal envoy became unusually gentle and caring. The balance of power in the northern region has completely shifted in favor of Blackrock territory. After 3 months, the smoke of war gradually cleared, and Blackrock territory entered an unprecedented period of peace and development. Lin shifted his focus from the battlefield to internal affairs. True rule begins with integration and building. The newly acquired territories, Rock Fortress, formerly Greyrock Fortress, and White River Port, formerly White River Viscount's domain, became the focus of consolidation. Rock Fortress. Tom is stationed here, commanding the engineering corps and garrison troops, working tirelessly like a precise ant colony. Fortification. At the dangerous part of Greyrock Mountain Road, a new stone arrow tower has been built, stronger than before. At the mountain pass, a massive, breaker, heavy crossbow is permanently installed, aiming at the mountain road entrance to deter any potential enemies. Stone resource development. Rich, high-quality stone deposits around Greyrock Fortress are being efficiently mined. The large quarry roars day and night, with cut stones continuously transported to Blackrock City, Rock Fortress, and other places for castle expansion, road paving, and workshop construction. Garrison reorganization. The garrison at Rock Fortress has been expanded to 2,500 soldiers. This army mainly consists of local mountain folk and the children of miners familiar with mountain terrain. After rigorous mountain training, they are equipped with fine leather armor embedded with rock, runes, ironwood shields, and steel short swords, responsible for defending the fortress core, ensuring mine safety, and patrolling the surrounding areas. They form a solid barrier guarding the southwest entrance and securing stone resource extraction. White River Port, White River Viscount's domain. Count Alan Winston, honorary title, actual power belongs to Blackrock territory, is efficiently advancing port integration with the help of Lime. Port expansion. A new deep-water dock is under construction to accommodate larger ships. The shipyard area is expanding, and efforts are underway to build or modify larger armed merchant ships. Fleet formation. The Blackrock Coast Patrol Fleet, temporary, has officially been renamed the White River Fleet, centered around the captured Blood Fury and modified armed merchant ships, supplemented by newly launched fast patrol boats, forming a preliminary scale. The fleet commander is an experienced former Icefang Ranger officer appointed by Carl. Trade hub. Relying on the vast resources and markets of Blackrock territory, White River Port's trade volume has surged. Merchant ships from Stone Creek Town and farther regions arrive non-stop, bringing grains, cloth, and spices, while leaving behind fine ironware, limited edition moonlight moss extracts, high-quality stones, and wood. Port taxes have become an important new source of income for Blackrock territory. Intelligence Center. Thanks to its strategic location, White River Port has become a key point for monitoring the movements in Golden Valley and the surrounding seas. Count Allen uses his old contacts to continuously gather information on coastal defenses along Golden Valley and suspicious ships, possibly linked to remnants of the Bloodsail or hidden enemies. Military reorganization. The White River Port garrison has been officially set at 2,000 soldiers. The original garrison of about 1,500 soldiers has been disbanded and reorganized, mixed with elite troops stationed by Blackrock territory. They are well-equipped and responsible for port defense, city security, and patrols along trade routes. They also serve as land-based reinforcements for the White River Fleet. Blackrock City, core area. This has become the center for integration and development. Administrative hub. Lem oversees overall planning and has established a more complete government system. Departments such as the Internal Affairs Department, for people's livelihood and agriculture, Workshop Department, for construction and manufacturing, Mining Department, Trade Tax Department, and Military Equipment Department, have been set up with capable officials, some from White River and Greyrock Fortress, appointed to manage more efficiently. Magic Academy upgrade. Master Orlando's research on elemental harmony, and earth nourishment, rune arrays has made a major breakthrough. The improved arrays are 50% more efficient and 30% cheaper, and are now being widely used in the transformation projects around Blackrock City, including the Blackwater Marsh and the Shattered Stones Wasteland. At the same time, the Academy is researching sea battle runes, such as Breaking Waves, Fog Dispersal, and small-scale storm calming, to lay the foundation for future naval development. Workshop clusters. The Anvil workshops have expanded again. New divisions include rune casting, ship equipment, and engineering tools. Steam hammers roar day and night, producing high-quality weapons and armor, new farming tools, improved engineering equipment, especially large-scale excavators and drainage devices for marsh and wasteland transformation, and prototypes for fleet weapons like Breaking Wave, crossbows, anchor hook, chains, and sea siren, shock bombs, all continuously coming off the line. Wasteland transformation. On the edge of Blackwater Marsh, the first phase of 5,000 acres of farmland has been successfully harvested. Cold-resistant rye yields far beyond expectations. At the edge of the rocky wasteland, 1,000 acres of experimental farmland have been leveled and improved, and planting of drought-resistant crops has begun. Around Blackrock City, a vast fertile land is gradually taking shape. Resource integration. Howling Wind Valley Magic Crystal Mine, Secret, is being efficiently mined, and the refining workshop's capacity is increasing. The Iron Mine and Copper Mine at Rock Fortress, Sulfur Mine at Skull Fragment Fortress, Rusted Land Iron Mine, Rock Fortress Stone, Blackrock City Fine Iron Mine, White River Port Fishery. All resources are managed through a unified system, transported via improved roads and logistics to where they are needed most. Defense system. With White River Port's submission and the complete integration of Rock Fortress, the defense forces of Blackrock Territory are expanding and reorganizing, covering the entire area. Rock Fortress, 2,500 soldiers, local mountain folk / miners' children, elite mountain troops. White River Port, 2,000 soldiers, former White River Army Corps Blackrock forces, defending the port and city. Rock Castle, 4,000 soldiers, facing Golden Valley, the backbone of defense. Blackrock City, Corps 3,000 soldiers, industrial and administrative corps defenders. Skull Fragment Fortress, 2,000 soldiers, guarding the mine area, clearing remaining bandits. Rusted Land, 2,500 soldiers, protecting the Iron Mine area and nearby villages. Howling Wind Valley Mine, 1,000 elite soldiers, sealed off to prevent spying. Village defense teams, covering all villages. Total about 6,000 soldiers. Local patrols, early warning, law enforcement. Total 24,000 defenders born from local bloodlines. They are like deep roots in the northern soil, firmly guarding every inch of Blackrock Territory. Their size and combat power are much greater than before. System Army, 69,500 elite veterans ready for battle, guarding key locations. Rock Fortress, Blackrock City, White River Port, Howling Wind Valley. Everywhere, they stand silently and powerfully, like the fixed mountain, intimidating all directions. Just as Lynn finished inspecting the Rock Fortress renovation and returned to the Lord's study in Blackrock City to review the quarterly report on resource integration and civilian development submitted by Lime, the system appeared. Ding! The host has completed the phased territory integration goal. The territory integration assessment is in progress. Successfully assimilated and effectively governed. Blackrock Castle Baron's Domain, Core, Rock Fortress, former Storm Fortress Count's Domain, Broken Skull Fortress, former Brolon Viscount's Domain, Rusted Domain, former Hake Baron's Domain, Howling Wind Valley Mine Area, Rock Fortress, former Grey Rock Baron's Domain, White River Port, former White River Viscount's Domain. Administrative system completeness, high. Resource management efficiency, high. Public support, high. Military control, including 24,000 garrison troops, extremely high. Evaluation result, excellent. Territory integration achievement unlocked. Reward distribution, 1. Reputation bonus, 100,000 points. A one-time huge reward. 2. Unlock special building permission. Regional Magic Tower Rockstone Node can be built at Rock Fortress. Effect: greatly enhances the defense rune's strength and range of Rock Fortress. Slightly increases elemental affinity in surrounding areas. Beneficial for wasteland transformation. 3. Unlock special building permission. Regional Magic Tower, White River Node. Can be built at White River Port. Effect: increases port shield strength. Slightly boosts fleet speed and wind resistance. Enhances sea battle runes like Fog Drive and Wave Break. 4. New troop type unlocked. Blackrock Navy Marine Corps prototype. Basic template: Elite Heavy Infantry / Legion Infantry. Requires sea combat training and special equipment like wave-breaking rune light armor and anchor hook rune chains. Note: must have a complete fleet and naval base to officially form the unit. 5. Resource bonus. All mines within the territory, iron, copper, sulfur, stone, magic crystals, permanently increase extraction efficiency by 20%. 6. Agriculture bonus. Farmland transformed under the influence of elemental harmony and earth nourishment rune array yields an additional 10% crop increase. 7. Daily reputation gain. Increased to 1,000 points/day. Due to significant improvements in territory prosperity, public support, and control. Current reputation, 100,000 points, 1,000 points/day. A vast flow of information floods Lin's mind. The system's notification sounds like heavenly music. 100,000 reputation. Special Magic Tower permissions. Prototype Navy Marine Corps. Resource and agriculture bonuses. Daily reputation exceeds 1,000. These generous rewards are the best recognition of his months of hard work. Integrating territory, developing the people's livelihood, and consolidating his foundation. Great. Excellent. Lin N's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. This was not just a reward, but a step toward a higher level for Blackrock territory. Lame. Lin N's voice was full of excitement. Plan immediately. Choose sites at the Rock Fortress and White River Port to build a regional magic tower. Prioritize securing the necessary resources. Tom. Orlando. You two will work together on the Marine Corps prototype. Use the pirate gear and speed-up devices from the Blood Fury confiscation. Quickly develop training plans and equipment schemes. All mine managers. Increase mining efficiency by 20%. Make sure it happens. Construction department. Supervise the implementation. Agriculture department. Promote the plan to increase crop yields by 10% right away. Additionally, Lin On's gaze sharpened. Lame. The garrison has grown to 24,000 soldiers. We need to improve the command system, establish merit-based promotions, and set up rotation and rest schedules. Ensure this shield of protection always remains sharp and loyal. Commands were issued swiftly, and the entire administrative machine of Blackrock territory started running at full speed again. Lin In walked to the large glass window, overlooking the bustling, increasingly prosperous Blackrock city below. The core area of the north was now fully under control. From the barren barony to a powerful force dominating the region, Blackrock territory had undergone an incredible transformation. The 24,000 garrison soldiers were like deep roots in the earth, while 6,950 battle-hardened elites hovered like sharp swords in the sky. The system's generous gifts, like nourishing rain, watered this new fertile land. Foundation is solid, branches and leaves are lush, Lin In whispered to himself, full of confidence and strength. The north is unified, the big picture is set. Next, his gaze turned to the last and largest obstacle on the map, Count Rodrigue's Golden Valley territory. Rodrigue. Lin In's voice echoed softly in the flickering candlelit study. His unfinished words hung like an icy blade in the air, cold and sharp with unspoken intent. His finger pointed at the location of Golden Valley, as if pressing down on the last beating pulse of the north. But Lin In's eyes did not stay on Golden Valley for long. He slowly withdrew his finger, turned around, and his gaze swept across the vast map of the north, finally settling on the deep blue area, the Shattered Skull Bay. Although the Bloodsail pirates suffered heavy losses, some remnants remain, and their hideout is still intact. Lin In's voice was calm and steady, showing a cool sense of control. Roderick is just a trapped beast on land. The real threat might still be hiding beneath these waves. He looked at Lime and said, The urgent report from Stone Fortress about Roderick's provocation is just a minor skin disease. He thinks that attacking first can throw me off? How foolish. The more he provokes, the more he reveals his fear and weakness inside. He needs time, waiting for the distant support from the capital, waiting for us to get angry and rush into battle. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lennon's mouth. He wants time? Fine, I'll give him some. Actually, I need time too. His gaze turned back to the Broken Skull Bay, shining with sharp light. The Bloodsail pirates have been based in Broken Skull Bay for many years. Their hideout must be secret and well defended. Their strange speed devices must have something suspicious behind them. Until we completely remove this threat and uncover the shadows behind it, the Blackrock territory will never be peaceful. The prosperity of White River Port could be destroyed at any moment by pirate fires. Moreover, Lennon's voice carried a firm tone. The northern border must be united, with land and sea forces working together. The Golden Valley will eventually surrender, but without a strong navy guarding the waters and controlling the shipping routes, the prosperity of the Blackrock territory is like a floating leaf without roots. Let Roderick run around for a few more days. Our urgent task is to forge a mighty sword capable of splitting the raging sea and intimidating all enemies. An unstoppable naval weapon. Lime. Lennon suddenly raised his voice, full of unwavering determination. Understood, sir. Lime bowed and responded. Immediately, Lin ordered, send the orders now. Viscount Allen of White River Port. All ships in the White River Fleet, including the captured Blood Fury, must go into maximum combat readiness immediately. Strengthen patrols near the coast and closely monitor the Broken Skull Bay area. Check and reinforce all port defenses thoroughly. Hawk. Your scouts, focus on Broken Skull Bay. Target the remaining parts of the Bloodsail pirates, especially their hideout, Blood Skeleton Island, its exact location, defenses, and the source of their speed devices. Find out everything at all costs. Tom. Orlando. Pause all non-urgent projects at the workshop and Magic Academy. Focus all efforts on studying the water jet acceleration device, captured from the Blood Fury. I want to understand its principles, weaknesses, and whether I can use it for my purposes. At the same time, prioritize producing the Breaking Wave, Rune Crossbow, Anchor Hook, Rune Chain, and Sea Monster, Shock Rune Bomb prototypes. Prepare for naval combat. Carl. Switch the Fortress of the Rock to strategic defense. Reinforce the defenses and hold the line tightly. Do not attack unless I give the order. Eric's Longbow Guard and Ice Edge Rangers stay in Blackrock City on standby. Yes, sir. Everyone responds in unison. As for the Navy, Lennon's eyes scan the astonishing 100,000 reputation points on the system panel, shining brightly. It's time to let it truly take shape. With these 100,000 reputation points, I will forge an invincible fleet. System. Lin silently commands in his mind. Spend reputation. I want to summon elite sailors. Spend 100,000 reputation points. Summon Raging Tide Heavy Infantry, Elite Veterans, X2000. Features, skilled in boarding combat and ship-to-ship fighting, equipped with lightweight chain armor with Breaking Wave, runes, fine steel curved swords, and iron round shields. Summon Breaking Wave Longbow Guard, Elite Veterans, X1000. Features, skilled in naval shooting, resistant to dizziness, equipped with powerful, armor-piercing, and poisoned, rune arrows, and specially made, stabilized ship, rune longbows. Summon Anchor Chain Engineers, Elite Veterans, X300. Features, skilled in ship repairs, boarding operations, underwater sabotage, equipped with Anchor Hook, rune chains, underwater cutting tools, and Sea Monster, Shock Rune Bomb prototypes. Summon Senior Navigators, X100. Features, skilled in navigation, weather observation, chart drawing, and fleet command. Summon Rune Naval Tacticians, Senior, X30. Features, skilled in Breaking Wave, fog clearing, storm calm, small area, and ship protection runes. Summoning in progress. In an instant, the large shipyard area in Baiha Port, the special military camp near the port, and the newly established naval training base burst into an unprecedented, starry cascade of brilliant light. 2,000 Raging Tide Heavy Infantry, dressed in dark blue, breaking wave, rune chain armor, armed with fine steel curved swords and iron round shields, march out in formation. They have sharp eyes like eagles, steady steps like mountains, and exude a fierce aura from years of experience. Their formations are neat and uniform, like a wall of steel. 1,000 members of the Wavebreaker Longbow Guard stand quietly, each carrying specially made, stable ship, rune bows, and full quivers. They stand tall like pines, with eyes sharp as lightning and hawk-like focus. Even in imagined stormy seas, they remain as steady as a rock. Their poised stance with bows ready to shoot is breathtaking. 300 anchor chain engineers, with unique tools and keen eyes, quickly gather. They move efficiently and swiftly, knowing ship structures inside out, like the bones and blood of the vessels. 100 seasoned sailors in uniform with calm demeanor appear in the command room. They spread out sea charts, their deep gazes seeming to see through the fog of the ocean, capable of controlling the raging waves. 30 rune sea combat mages hold water element magic crystal staffs, glowing with rich arcane light. They have a strong affinity for ocean elements, far beyond land mages. Their staff's tips shimmer, summoning the rhythm of sea breezes. In total, there are 3,430 elite naval soldiers. This is a terrifying force born for the ocean, large in scale, diverse in units, and well-equipped. Good. Lynn's eyes are full of praise and pride. Liam, arrange immediately. All Navy personnel form the White River Fleet. Under the unified command of the Fleet Commander. Conduct intensive adaptive training and fleet coordination. Tom. Orlando. Accelerate research. Prioritize equipping the Flow Jet Acceleration Device and Wavebreaker rune crossbows on the Blood Fury and main warships. The newly summoned engineers must immediately join shipyard and equipment production. All resources at White River Port should be directed to the Navy. Expand the shipyard. Start construction/modification immediately. For main warships, similar in size to Blood Fury, 5 fast attack ships, and 3 engineering support ships. Complete hull construction within a month. Equipment installation can proceed simultaneously. Yes, sir. Liam's eyes sparkled brightly. 5 main ships. This means building a real fleet. 1 month later, outside White River Port. The sky is clear, and the sea breeze is strong. A huge fleet flying the banner of the Silver Wolf lines up on the blue sea like a steel giant. Core. 5 main warships. Flagship, Blood Fury. Modified large ship with 3 decks. The stern is equipped with an improved water flow jet boost device, combined with wave-breaking runes, making it very fast. The deck has 6 wave-breaking heavy rune crossbows. It carries, for 100, raging tides, heavy infantry, 200, wave-breaking longbow guards, 50, anchor chain, engineers, 20 experienced sailors, and 10 rune sea battle mages. Main ship, Granite, new sturdy hull with 2 decks, equipped with 4 wave-breaking heavy rune crossbows. It carries 300 raging tides, heavy infantry, 150 wave-breaking longbow guards, 30 anchor chain, engineers, 15 experienced sailors, and 5 rune sea battle mages. Main ship, Blackrock, new same specifications as Granite. It carries 300 raging tides, heavy infantry, 150 wave-breaking longbow guards, 30 anchor chain, engineers, 15 experienced sailors, and 5 rune sea battle mages. Main ship, Skull Shatter, modified armed merchant ship wide hull with 2 decks, equipped with 4 wave-breaking heavy rune crossbows. It carries 300 raging tides, heavy infantry, 150 wave-breaking longbow guards, 30 anchor chain, engineers, 15 experienced sailors, and 5 rune sea battle mages. Main ship, Anvil, modified armed merchant ship same specifications as Skull Shatter. It carries 300 raging tides, heavy infantry, 150 wave-breaking longbow guards, 30 anchor chain, engineers, 15 experienced sailors, and 5 rune sea battle mages. Support, 5 fast ships. Slim, lightweight hulls with single decks. The stern is fitted with a simplified water flow jet boost device, making them very fast. Each ship is equipped with 2 wave-breaking, light rune crossbows. It carries 100 raging tides, heavy infantry, 50 wave-breaking, longbow guards, 20 anchor chain, engineers, and 5 experienced sailors. Support: 3 engineering support ships. Sturdy hulls with large cranes and repair platforms. They carry 50 anchor chain, engineers, main force, 20 rune sea battle mages for protection and rune repair, and 10 experienced sailors. They also carry plenty of spare parts, repair tools, and rune materials. Total: 13 warships. 5 main battleships like mountains. 5 ships like sharp arrows. 3 support ships like arms. All 3,430 elite sailors are on board. A well-formed, complete, and well-equipped BlackRock Navy fleet has taken shape. Right now, the fleet is conducting a grand live combat drill. Fleet formation: V formation. Open fire on the flagship Blood Fury. The fleet commander, a seasoned navigator. S voice echoes across the sea through a loudspeaker rune device. 5 main ships are in the center, 2 wings of ships are on each side, and 3 support ships follow closely behind. The huge fleet looks like a steel eagle spreading its wings, cutting through the waves. Target: simulated island and reef group ahead. Ships move forward. Firepower reconnaissance. The 5 ships shoot forward like arrows, engines roaring, water jet devices activated, rushing toward the simulated target at high speed. Light crossbows fire precisely, clearing the obstacles. Main battleships prepare for volleys. Target: simulated fortress. Fire now. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 main ships open fire on their sides. 20 breaking wave. Heavy rune crossbows roar loudly. Thick rune arrows shoot like shooting stars toward distant simulated targets. Explosions are deafening. Raging tide infantry prepare to board. Longbow guard cover fire. Rune mages joint shield calm the storm. Engineering ships ready to repair simulated damage. Commands: crossbow roars, soldiers shouting, waves crashing, magic humming, engines roaring. All blend into an epic, powerful, unprecedented naval battle song. The scale is enormous. The momentum shakes the heavens. Viscount Alan Winston stands on the highest lighthouse at the port, watching this massive fleet that appeared out of nowhere in just a month, and is almost speechless with amazement. 5 main ships. 5 ships. 3 support ships. Oh my, this is basically a fortress fleet at sea. The BlackRock Navy has become a giant beast on the ocean. Meanwhile, Hawk scouts also bring back crucial intelligence. Sir, Hawk hurried back to BlackRock City, looking a little tired but mostly excited. The remnants of the Bloodsail pirates have confirmed they are hiding on Blood Skull Island. This island is deep in the Skull Fragment Bay, with dangerous terrain, reefs everywhere, easy to defend but hard to attack. The island has strong stone fortresses and hidden shipyards. About 8 ships remain in the fleet, with 2 fully equipped water jet devices on fast ships at the core. More importantly, Hawk lowered his voice, a cold glint in his eyes. We captured a pirate leader. After intense interrogation, he confessed. The water jet devices are not homemade by pirates. They come from the Golden Valley. Golden Valley? Lynn's eyes suddenly sharpened. Yes, Hawk confirmed. According to his account, about half a year ago, a black cargo ship flying the Golden Valley wheat flag, but with a strange style, secretly unloaded goods near Bloodskull Island. Among them were core parts and blueprints for these devices. The transaction was handled personally by Deputy Morgan. The other side's identity is very mysterious. The pirates only know that they seem connected to some forces in the capital, just as I thought. Lynn's eyes flashed with coldness. Rodrigue, the capital. It turns out the Bloodsail pirates' chaos is indeed backed by your influence. Using pirates to disturb my coast, distract my forces, and buy time for your land-based counterattack? Clever plan. Hawk. Well done, Lynn said firmly. Keep monitoring Bloodskull Island. Also, closely watch all ports in Golden Valley. Especially any suspicious black cargo ships. Yes. Lynn walked to the large map of the northern region, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Golden Valley and the Broken Skull Bay. The trapped land creatures and the poisonous tumor in the sea secretly colluding under the shadow of the capital. Rodrigue, do you think hiding behind the scenes, letting pirates do your dirty work, will keep you safe? Lin's voice was cold and sharp. The Bloodsail pirates must be completely eliminated. And your Golden Valley. He paused slightly, his eyes scanning the fertile plains on the map, a cold smile curling at his lips. Once I clear the seas and forge an invincible fleet. Lin's cold words echoed in the study, like the beating of war drums. The emerging steel fleet outside White River Port had become his sharpest sword, and Bloodskull Island was the first sacrifice when that sword was drawn. Hawk, Lin's voice was firm. Coordinates of Bloodskull Island, defenses, tide patterns, reef locations. Gather all intelligence immediately. Fleet Commander. Staff. Prepare to develop a battle plan now. Goal, Bloodskull Island. Completely eliminate the remaining Bloodsail pirates. Destroy their nest. Seize all technical data. Yes, sir. Hawk and the Fleet Commander, Seasoned Navigator Soren, responded in unison, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. 3 days later, deep in the Broken Skull Bay, thick fog covered the area, and dangerous rocks jutted out. The Black Rock Navy fleet moved silently like giant beasts, quietly approaching Bloodskull Island under the cover of fog. Inside the flagship, Blood Fury, Soren held a map, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Sir, 5 miles ahead is Bloodskull Island. The island looks like a fierce skull, with large rock pillars on both sides resembling fangs. The central hollow is a natural harbor where the pirates' hideout and docks are located. The port entrance is narrow, with arrow towers and catapults on both sides of the cliffs. There are many underwater rocks, and there are suspicious magical trap signals, based on scout reports, Hawk added. The remaining pirate fleet has 8 ships, including 2 fast ships equipped with full water jet propulsion devices, all hiding inside the harbor. The island's defenders number about 500, relying on stone forts for protection. Also, he paused, his voice serious. Recent reports mention unusual creature activity around the island. They are huge, capable of creating whirlpools, possibly. Sea monsters. Sea monsters? Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, then turned cold as ice. Whether they're demons or monsters, anyone who blocks my way will die. Fleet. Battle formation. Deploy. Soren's voice rang through the ship via a rune amplification device. Main ships. Line abreast. Take the T-shaped position. Targets. The port entrance and the defensive cliffs on both sides. Attack ships. Spread out on both wings. Guard the perimeter. Clear underwater obstacles. Support ships. Stay in the center. Ready for repairs, fire suppression, underwater operations at any time. Virum. The 5 main ship's engines, water jet propulsion devices, roared, their massive hulls slowly turning, lined up in a row. The dark, breaking waves. Heavy rune crossbows aimed at the faintly visible skull-shaped island in the fog. Rune mages. Cast combined spells. Dispel the fog. Calm the storm, Soren ordered. Yes, sir. 30 rune sea battle mages raised their staffs high, gathering powerful arcane energy. Dispel fog. Calm the storm. Virum. An invisible wave of energy spread out. The thick fog covering the island was pushed aside as if by a giant hand, quickly dissipating. The rolling waves were gently calmed by a soft force, making the sea surface become relatively peaceful. The fierce appearance of Skullblood Island was instantly revealed to the fleet. On the tall rock pillars on both sides, the pirate watchtowers and catapults were clearly visible. Inside the narrow harbor entrance, the outlines of anchored ships could be faintly seen. The pirates were clearly stunned by this sudden change. Chaos and alarms sounded across the island. Target locked. Harbor entrance. Rock walls and watchtowers on both sides. Catapult positions. Solen's voice was cold as iron. Main ships. Rune crossbows. Load armor-piercing and explosive runed arrows. 3 rounds. Fire in unison. Fire. Boom. 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 5 main ships simultaneously fired their side guns. 20 heavy rune crossbows roared loudly. Thick runed arrows with blazing tails shot down like meteors crashing fiercely into Skullblood Island. Bang. Rumble. Splash. A deafening series of explosions erupted. Water at the harbor entrance was blasted into towering jets, The arrow towers on the rock walls on both sides were torn apart and collapsed like paper. The catapult positions turned into a sea of fire. Debris flew everywhere, and the pirates' screams were drowned out by the explosions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the Black Rock Army. Hurry! Counterattack now! The pirates finally reacted. The remaining arrow towers shot scattered arrows, and a few surviving catapults hurled boulders. However, these attacks only caused sparks on the thick hulls of the main ships, or were easily deflected by the pale blue ship defense shields created by the combined efforts of the runic sea battle mages. Ships, advance. Target, underwater reefs and magic traps. Sea siren shock bombs. Deploy and cover. Solon continued to give orders. Yes, the 5 ships shot forward like arrows, speeding toward the waters near the harbor entrance. Deploy shock bombs. Splash. 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 Dozens of specially made sea siren shock rune bombs were thrown into the water. A dull, powerful shock wave erupted underwater, like an invisible giant hammer smashing down. Rumble. Sharp underwater reefs hidden beneath the water were shattered. The magic trap runes were instantly disrupted and rendered useless by the chaotic energy. Murky seawater churned with a large number of bubbles and broken stones. The channel is clear, the ship reported. Main ship, advance. Approach the harbor. Furious infantry, prepare to board. Solon's voice carried a hint of excitement. The fleet slowly moved forward, approaching the harbor entrance. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Ugh, a deep, long, terrifying scream, like that of a giant sea beast, suddenly sounded. The sound pierced through the water, directly hitting the eardrums. It made the soul tremble. Splash! A huge whirlpool suddenly exploded on the sea surface ahead of the fleet. At the center of the whirlpool, a massive dark shadow slowly rose. It was an indescribably terrifying creature. Its upper body vaguely resembled a twisted giant, covered in dark green, heavy scales, with muscles bulging like rocks. Below, several thick, suction cup-covered octopus tentacles wildly waved in the whirlpool. Its head was enormous, with no visible eyes, only a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting a deafening roar. It radiated a nauseating stench and a dense dark magic aura. Sea monster. It's a deep-sea giant beast, the lookout shouted in fear. Roar, the sea monster let out an even more ferocious roar. Several thick tentacles, like towering pillars, struck the leading main ship, the Pantsher. Bang! The tentacles slammed hard against the shield of the Pantsher. The pale blue shield flickered violently, groaning under the strain. The hull shook violently. Soldiers on the deck struggled to stand. Solon's face changed. Crossbows. Target. Sea monster. Fire freely. Stop it. Whoosh. The crossbowmen on the Pantsher and Hyen responded quickly. Several armor-piercing, rune crossbow bolts whistled through the air, fiercely striking the massive body of the sea monster. Puff. Puff. Scales shattered. Dark green blood splattered. The sea monster roared in pain. But the wounds caused by the crossbows seemed insignificant compared to its huge body. It became even more furious. More tentacles emerged from the whirlpool, wildly striking and wrapping around the ships. The shield energy rapidly decreased. The hull was damaged. On the port side, water was flooding in. Support ship. Repair immediately. Extinguish the fire. Soren ordered urgently. Runes mage. Focus your power. Target. The sea monster's head. Mind shock. Lin's cold voice echoed in the command room. He had arrived on the bridge without anyone noticing, his gaze like ice fixed on the raging beast. Yes, all rune naval mages immediately turned their staffs and concentrated their mental energy. Mind shock. Combined spell. Release. Buzz. A wave of invisible energy, formed by the mental power of 30 mages, shot out like a sharp sword, piercing fiercely into the sea monster's eyeless head. Ugh! The giant body of the sea monster suddenly stiffened, letting out a piercing, distorted scream. Its movements became slow and chaotic. Its tentacles, aimed at the ship, also lost accuracy. Great opportunity. Soren's eyes sparkled with excitement. All main ships. Crossbows. Target. The sea monster's head. Its giant mouth. Fire simultaneously. Fire. Attack ship. Sea monster shock bombs. Target. The base of the tentacles. Drop underwater. Tide infantry. Prepare heavy crossbows. Poison-tipped arrows. Cover fire. Boom. 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 20 heavy rune crossbows roared again. Thick arrows, like death's javelins, shot precisely into the sea monster's open, suffering mouth and fragile head. Puff, puff, puff. Dark green blood and torn flesh burst out like a fountain. The sea monster's head was instantly shot into a sieve. Splash, splash, splash. Dozens of shock bombs were accurately dropped at the base of the tentacles underwater. Buzz. A terrifying shockwave exploded underwater. Several thick tentacles of the sea monster were forcibly broken off. Dark green blood dyed the sea surface red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 1,000 poisoned arrows rained down like a storm over the giant body of the sea monster. Ugh! The sea monster let out a weak, desperate cry. Its huge body twitched violently and slowly sank into the swirling, dark green vortex. Only foam and floating remains of limbs and tentacles remained on the surface. The sea monster is dead. The soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Fleet, continue advancing. Target, the harbor. Landings. Lin's voice was calm, as if he had just crushed a tiny insect. Without the protection of the Sea Witch and the coastal defenses, the remaining Bloodsail pirates hiding in the harbor faced overwhelming firepower and elite boarding teams from the Black Rock Navy. They looked like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Boom, boom, boom. The main ship's crossbows easily destroyed the remaining resistance. Angry Wave Infantry. Land on the island. Attack. 2,000 heavy infantry surged onto Blood Skull Island like a dark tide. They swung curved swords and clashed shields. The pirates' resistance quickly collapsed. Longbow Guard. Suppress fire. Engineering team. Search the dock. Technical documents. Leave nothing behind. The battle lasted only an hour. Bloodskull Island was turned into a sea of fire. The pirates' hideout was completely destroyed. The dock was set ablaze. The remaining 8 pirate ships, except for 2 fast ships equipped with water jet devices that were captured, were all sunk. Over 500 pirates, most of whom fought to the end, were killed. Only a few surrendered. Sir, Hawk excitedly presented several sealed sheepskin scrolls and metal boxes. Found in Vice Admiral Morgan's secret room, detailed records of the pirates' dealings with the Golden Valley, and the core blueprints for the water jet device and several spare parts. Lin took the blueprints, his eyes scanning the clear Golden Valley mark and the trading date. His eyes flashed with cold light. Roderick, the evidence is conclusive. He walked to the bow of the Blood Fury, overlooking the smoky Bloodskull Island and the floating remains of sea monsters on the sea. Our waters are cleared. The cancer is removed. Lin's voice rang out like a declaration across the sea. Black Rock Navy. First victory achieved. The fleet erupted in thunderous cheers. The Tsonglong flag fluttered fiercely in the smoke. Lin's gaze crossed the burning island and looked toward the continent, the fertile plains of the Golden Valley. Roderick, he whispered coldly, like a blade. Think a simple apology will do. I think you're just afraid of dying. Ding. Host has completed a major military operation. Eliminated the Bloodsail pirate base. Battle assessment, glorious victory. Eliminated the main remnants of the Bloodsail pirates, about 800 people. Destroyed the pirate hideout. Seized core equipment and technical data. Additional achievement, killed the deep sea Leviathan. Reputation reward, 30,000 points. Pirate suppression, reputation reward, 50,000 points. Killing the sea monster, reputation reward, 20,000 points. Occupying Bloodskull Island, current reputation, 100,000 points, 1,000 points per day. The smoke and chaos on Bloodskull Island have not yet settled. The Black Rock Navy fleet, like a victorious beast, loaded with spoils and glory, slowly returns to White River Harbor. 2 captured pirate fast ships, fully equipped with water jet devices, are being dragged behind the fleet, like shameful prisoners. The transaction records and core blueprints found in Vice Admiral Morgan's secret chamber are like hot irons, deeply branded on Count Roderick of Gold Valley's back. The evidence is solid, unquestionable. However, just as the fleet arrives at White River Harbor, and Lin steps onto the dock. A dusty, bloodied messenger from Stone Fortress rushes forward like a cannonball, kneeling on the ground with a thud. His voice is hoarse and filled with anger. "Sir, urgent report. Gold Valley. Roderick has launched a full-scale attack." "Speak." Lin's eyes suddenly sharpen like a blade. "Just 3 days ago." The messenger's voice trembles with relief and fear. "Count Roderick has gone mad. He issued the Gold Valley mobilization order, summoning all men aged 16 to 60 to enlist, forcing all nobles to hand over their private soldiers, gathering a force of nearly 20,000 troops." However, the messenger's eyes showed disbelief. "This army is a rabble. Among them, only about 5,000 are well-equipped and trained, including the Iron Wall Battalion, the Hurricane Archers, and the Running Wolf Light Cavalry. The remaining 15,000 are all hastily assembled militia. Many only have pitchforks and firewood knives. Some are unarmed. They used a large number of siege weapons never seen before. Massive catapults. Their range far surpasses our city breaker. And terrifying oil tanks. They ignite on impact and cannot be extinguished with water." But the messenger's voice suddenly rises, filled with excitement. "Sir, your defensive system has worked. Black Pine Forest Outpost. Although it was destroyed again by catapults and oil tanks, the outpost's garrison issued an early warning. General Carl was well prepared. 3 defensive lines outside Stone Fortress, relying on solid stone forts, watchtowers, and moats. General Carl has divided 4,000 Stone Guard troops and 2,000 elite heavy infantry into multiple layers for defense. They are blocking every attack. Roderick's army, though large, is in chaos. The militia crowd the narrow mountain paths like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Our longbow guards and the city breaker heavy crossbows are cutting them down in large groups. Their elite Iron Wall Battalion repeatedly charges, but is stopped by the giant beast barrier tower shield formation. They suffer heavy casualties. The Lone Wolf Light Cavalry tries to flank and attack the village from behind. The scout reports with a fierce look in his eyes. They were spotted early by our village patrols. The Frostblade Rangers set an ambush. Poison-tipped spears and arrow storms caused them to leave hundreds of dead behind and retreat in disgrace. In his rage, Roderick launches a reckless attack. Within a day, he breaks through 2 outer defenses, but each step forward costs many lives. Militia casualties are heavy, morale is near collapse, and nearly 1,000 of his elite are lost. General Carl, wounded by 2 arrows, minor injuries, still holds the last line of defense. The fortress of Stonehold is as strong as a mountain. He orders me to break out and seek reinforcements, not because we cannot hold, but to seize the opportunity. While Roderick's main force is pinned down at Stonehold, and the rear is vulnerable. Please, my lord, cut off his retreat. Achieve victory in one strike. Good, Carl. Well done. Lin's eyes shine with a commanding light. His defensive system, watchtower network, and layered defenses have proven their strength in battle. Stonehold, like a solid rock, firmly blocks Roderick's tide of attack. Roderick. Lin's voice is cold and sharp, with a hint of mockery. You think that relying on sheer numbers can shake the iron wall of my Blackrock territory? Foolish. He suddenly turns around, his gaze sweeping over the fleet commanders Soren, Lord Allen, and the newly arrived Eric, Tom, Orlando, Hawk, and Lime. Did everyone hear that? Lin's voice is commanding and authoritative. Roderick is now a cornered beast. His main force is pinned at Stonehold. The rear is empty, morale is low, and the militia might rebel at any moment. This is the best moment to crush him completely. Soren. Lin's voice booms like thunder. Reporting. Soren, the navigator, stands straight with fierce determination in his eyes. Fleet. Immediately go into full combat readiness. All ships, supplies, ammunition, personnel, prepare for departure within 3 hours. Target, Golden Valley's Golden Spike Harbor. Capture his stronghold. Cut off his sea retreat and supply lines. Yes, my lord, Solon responded and ran swiftly toward the dock. Allen. Lin turned his gaze to Viscount White River. Yes, my lord, Viscount Allen bowed, eyes shining with excitement. White River Harbor. Enter maximum security. All port defenses. You personally oversee. Call in all available merchant ships and fishing boats to assist the fleet's logistics. At the same time, closely monitor the Golden Valley waters. Detect any suspicious ships, especially black cargo ships. Eliminate them without mercy. Understood, my lord, Viscount Allen solemnly replied. Elec, Lynn looked at the commander of the longbow guard. Understood, from the direction of Rock Fortress. Take full responsibility for support. Immediately lead 1,200 longbow guards and 700 Ice Edge riders to rush to Rock Fortress under cover of night. Tell Carl, hold the line. Wear down the enemy. Once my navy captures Golden Spike Harbor and cuts off their rear routes, it will be time for a full counterattack. I want to see Roderick, that old dog, buried under Rock Fortress. Yes, my lord. Alec's eyes flashed with cold determination, and he turned to leave. Tom. Orlando. My lord. Workshop. Magic Academy. Enter wartime mode. Prioritize all production for the front line at Rock Fortress. Arrows. Armor. Especially armor-piercing and poisoned arrowheads. Healing potions. Earth fortification runes. Shock runes. As many as possible. Send them all. Additionally, Lynn's eyes sparkled. The core blueprints and parts of the water jet device seized from Blood Skeleton Island. Organize reverse engineering immediately. I want to see our own, more powerful ship engines as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Tom and Orlando responded in unison. Hawk. My lord. Send out all your scouts. Target the entire Golden Valley. I need to know the exact positions of Roderick's army, their grain stockpiles, supply line nodes, and the weaknesses of those new siege weapons. Especially the morale of the militia. Yes, my lord. Hawk vanished into the crowd in a flash. Liam. Understood. Logistics. Activate the highest wartime protocol. From the direction of Rock Fortress, you personally coordinate. Ensure a steady supply of grain, weapons, and medicine, no matter the cost. At the same time, issue the Black Rock Command order. The territory enters full-scale war mode. All garrison troops and village teams increase their alertness. Strictly prevent spies from causing damage. Recruit all available civilians to ensure transportation. Yes, sir. Commands were issued rapidly, like a sudden storm. The entire Black Rock territory, like a finely tuned war machine, quickly shifted into its most efficient state. At White River Harbor, 3 hours later, the setting sun cast a blood-red glow over the sea. The massive Black Rock Navy fleet had finished its final supplies and preparations. 5 main ships, 5 ships, and 3 support ships, like 13 steel giants ready for battle, quietly docked at the port. On the deck, soldiers stood solemnly, swords drawn, crossbows cocked. The air was thick with a tense, deadly atmosphere. Lynn, dressed in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, stood at the bow of the Blood Fury ship. The sea breeze ruffled his black hair, revealing cold eyes as deep as ancient ice. Solon. Lynn's voice was calm but clear, reaching every soldier. Reporting, sir. Fleet. Target, Golden Valley Golden Spike Port. Full speed ahead. Understood. Sir. Solon turned around, his voice loud as thunder. Fleet. Set sail. Target, Golden Spike Port. Full speed. Woo, woo, woo. A deep horn pierced the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The engines, water jet devices, roared deafeningly. The huge fleet, like awakening ancient giants, slowly left the harbor, cutting through the blood-colored waves, rushing toward Golden Valley at full speed. Lynn stood at the bow, his gaze piercing through the thick sea fog, as if he saw the lush plains of Golden Valley burning in the flames of war, and Roderick's face twisted with fear. Roderick, Lynn whispered coldly, like a blade. Your end has come. The Black Rock Navy fleet, like 13 awakened steel giants, cut through the blood-red waves, rushing toward Golden Valley. The roar of the engines, water jet devices, was deafening, carving long white streaks across the sea surface. At the bow of the flagship, Blood Fury, Lynn, dressed in a wolf fur cloak, gazed coldly through the thick sea fog, locking onto the vital point of Golden Valley, Gold Sails Harbor. Soren. Lynn's voice cut through the howling sea wind. Yes, sir. Navigator Soren stepped forward immediately. How far is it to Gold Sails Harbor? Reporting, sir. At our current speed, we will arrive by dawn. What about the scout's report? Hawk's fast ship has sent back news. Soren spread out a simple sea map. Gold Sails Harbor, the largest port in Golden Valley, guards the entrance of the Golden River. There are about 50 ships inside, mostly merchant and fishing boats. Only 3 old warships serve as guards. Port defenses, 2 stone lighthouses at the entrance, each with small catapults and crossbow turrets on top. The rocky walls on both sides have simple arrow towers. Inside the harbor garrison, fewer than 1,000 soldiers, mostly ordinary guards maintaining order. Lord Rodrigue's main force is indeed pinned down at the rock fortress. Additionally, Soren's eyes sparkled with a sharp glint. Scouts found that deep inside the harbor, there seems to be a strange black cargo ship. Very similar to the pirate descriptions. A black cargo ship. Lynn's eyes flashed with cold light. Good. Very good. It seems. The gift from the capital isn't finished yet. Fleet. Prepare for battle. Lynn's voice suddenly rose sharply, filled with unwavering resolve. Yes, sir. Soren immediately turned around, his voice amplified through a rune spell. All hands, prepare for battle. Attack ships. Forward. Target. The lighthouse at the harbor entrance. Clear the obstacles. Main fleet. Follow up. Target. All ships inside the harbor. Especially that black cargo ship. Sink it. Support ships. Hold in the middle. Ready to extinguish fires, repair, and perform underwater operations. Wavebreaker infantry. Longbow guard. Prepare to board. Clear out the remaining enemies. Runesmiths. Cast spells together. Disperse the sea fog. Calm the storm. Protect the ships. The commands spread quickly like a chain. The fleet instantly entered combat mode. 5 ships roared as their engines surged forward like arrows, rushing toward the hazy coastline. The 5 main ships followed closely, crossbows cocked and gleaming with cold light. 3 support ships moved steadily behind. At dawn, outside Gold Sails Harbor, the sea was shrouded in mist. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. On the Golden Spike Harbor Lighthouse, a sleepy sentry was terrified by a huge dark shadow suddenly appearing on the sea surface and desperately rang the alarm bell. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp bell sound shattered the quiet dawn. The harbor instantly fell into chaos. Attack ships. Target, lighthouse. Breaking wave, light crossbow. Fire all. Go. Soren's voice was cold and ruthless. Whooshing sounds filled the air as 5 attack ships opened fire on the sides. 10. Breaking wave. Light rune crossbows emitted sharp whistles. The arrow shafts, glowing with armor-breaking runes, looked like the claws of death, fiercely striking the stone walls of the 2 lighthouses. Boom, boom, boom. Stone chips flew everywhere. The catapults and crossbows on the tower tops were instantly destroyed. The lighthouses collapsed loudly amid the explosions. Debris fell into the sea, creating huge water splashes. The channel is clear. Main ships. Advance. Rumbling sounds echoed as 5 main ships, like moving mountains, crushed through the ruins of the fallen lighthouses and rushed into the wide harbor of Golden Spike. Chaos reigned. Dozens of merchant ships and fishing boats, like frightened ducks, scrambled inside the harbor. Crew members shouted and jumped into the sea to escape. 3 old ships tried to organize resistance, raising sails and awkwardly turning around. Main ships. Target. All resisting vessels. Especially that black cargo ship. Breaking wave, heavy crossbows. Load explosive rune arrows. Fire freely. Go. Soren's voice sounded like a death sentence. Boom, 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 boom. 20 heavy rune crossbows roared loudly. Thick, explosive rune arrows, trailing bright flames, crashed into the harbor like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted everywhere. Flames soared into the sky. Wood chips flew wildly. One ship was cut in half and sank instantly. Another ship's deck was torn off, igniting a fierce fire. A third ship tried to charge toward the Blood Fury, but was hit by several crossbow arrows at once, turning into a huge fireball. Merchant ships and fishing boats, caught in terrifying explosions, were easily torn apart and set ablaze like paper toys. The entire harbor instantly turned into a sea of fire. Found it. The black cargo ship is at Dock 3, lookout shouted. Stonehill. Blackrock. Target, black cargo ship. Fire all. Crush it into pieces, Soren ordered sternly. Boom, 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 boom. 8 thick, explosive, rune arrows, like judgment from, precisely hit the black cargo ship trying to escape by unmooring. Thunderous explosions. The black cargo ship is instantly torn into countless pieces. Flames shoot into the sky. Faintly, twisted metal parts and scattered wooden crates fly in the firelight. The people on board barely have time to scream before turning to ashes. Support ship. Engineering troops. Immediately go into the water. Recover the wreckage. Any suspicious objects, especially metal parts and sealed boxes. Bring everything up. Linen's voice sounds over the explosion. Yes, sir. The support ship quickly approaches the explosion area. Dozens of engineering soldiers jump into the sea like dumplings. Ships. Target, the dock. Clear out the remaining enemies. Furious Tide infantry. Land now. Soren continues to give orders. Yes, 5 ships rush toward the dock like hungry wolves. The Furious Tide heavy infantry throw hooks, surging onto the pier like a black tide. They wave curved swords and clash shields. The remaining defenders at the port, trying to resist, are quickly overwhelmed like insects caught in a spider's web. The breakwave longbow guard accurately shoots down any enemy daring to show themselves on the deck. The battle ends in just half an hour. Gold Grain Port, the busiest port in the Golden Valley, is now a bloody, burning shipwrecks and blackened corpses float on the sea. The dock is ablaze, thick smoke billows. The air is filled with a pungent burnt smell and the stench of blood. The resistance is completely crushed. All ships, except a few intact merchant vessels kept deliberately for transporting loot, are destroyed or captured. Sir, Soren, the navigator, reports solemnly, the port has been cleared. Remaining defenders are either dead or surrendered. 12 complete merchant ships seized. Stockpiles of grain, cloth, spices, and other supplies are piled high. Hawk's engineering troops have recovered parts of the black cargo ship wreckage, found many twisted metal parts, and several sealed metal boxes. They are being transported back to the Blood Fury, our side. No ship sunk. The main ship, Pinnacle, has minor damage. The ship, Hawk, was hit by 3 arrows, but is unharmed. Casualties: 7 Furious Tide infantry killed, 23 wounded. The longbow guard has no casualties. Very good, Lin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the messy port. Lime. Understood. Lime immediately stepped forward. Organize the troops. Count the spoils. All usable supplies, especially grain, cloth, and metal ingots, must be loaded onto ships immediately. Send them back to White River Harbor. Yes, Soren. Sir. Fleet. Block the entrance to Golden River. Only ships allowed in. No ships allowed out. Anyone daring to break through. Show no mercy. Understood. Additionally, Lin's eyes turned to the fertile plains of Golden Valley. Send fast boats. Deliver the news of the fall of Gold Sickle Harbor and the wreckage of that black cargo ship to the front line at Rock Fortress. Let Roderick see it clearly at the front line of Rock Fortress. Smoke and chaos filled the air, bodies everywhere. Count Roderick stood on a makeshift command platform, his face pale with anger, watching the brutal battlefield below. His army was like a giant beast stuck in mud. Though many soldiers fought, the strong defenses of Rock Fortress and the precise strikes of the Black Rock Army made every advance costly. The militia's morale had collapsed. They cried and fled, only to be ruthlessly cut down by the patrols. The elite troops were exhausted and suffered heavy losses. Good-for-nothings. A bunch of useless fools, Roderick roared in anger. 2 days, and you haven't even taken the last line of defense. Carl, Lin, I will tear you apart. Suddenly, a messenger ran up the platform, pale as paper, trembling as he spoke. Count. Urgent news. Gold Sickle Harbor. What happened to Gold Sickle Harbor? Roderick's heart sank with a bad feeling. Gold Sickle Harbor has fallen, the messenger wailed. The Black Rock Navy launched a surprise attack. The port was set ablaze. All ships destroyed. The defenders wiped out. And that Black Crow ship from the capital was also sunk. What? Roderick was struck like lightning. His body shook violently, nearly falling over. The Black Crow was sunk. That was the ship of the royal envoy. Above there are still, and that crucial group. Additionally, the messenger tremblingly presents a blackened metal fragment. The Black Rock Army also sent this. Roderick looks at the familiar metal piece stamped with the secret emblem of the capital city. His pupils suddenly constrict. A cold wave of despair instantly surges from his feet to his head. Ugh! Overcome with sudden anger and pain, Roderick spits out a mouthful of blood. His vision blacks out, and he falls straight backward. Count! Count! The surrounding officers immediately become frantic. Almost at the same time, on the city wall of the Fortress of the Rock, Alec leads the reinforcements, 1,200 longbow guards, 700 ice edge riders, arriving and joins forces with Karl. Watching the chaos of Roderick's army below and the rising thick smoke from the direction of Golden Grain Port, Karl's eyes flash with sharp light. General Karl, Alec says in a deep voice, the master has given the order. The time has come. All units, counterattack. Yes. Karl suddenly pulls out an arrow stuck in the battlements, ignoring his bleeding shoulder. His voice booms like a bell across the city wall. Fortress of the Rock. All soldiers, Golden Grain Port has fallen. Roderick's old dog's retreat is cut off. Now, it's our turn. Open the gates. Heavy infantry. Shield wall formation. Advance. Longbow guards. Ice edge riders. Flank the enemy. Cut down the remaining foes. For our fallen brothers. For the villagers slaughtered. For the glory of the Black Rock territory. Kill, kill. The deafening roar erupts from inside the Fortress of the Rock. The gates burst open with a loud crash. 2,000 system-equipped heavy infantry form a beast wall, shield formation, like a moving steel city wall, marching heavily and crushing toward the disorganized enemy army. On both sides, Alec's longbow guards rain arrows down. The ice edge riders gallop fiercely, blades like snow, like two sharp sickles, ruthlessly slicing into the enemy's flanks. Roderick's army, already demoralized by the fall of Golden Grain Port, now sees the Black Rock Army attacking like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain and instantly collapses. Run! Run fast! Golden Grain Port is lost. We're doomed. Count has vomited blood and fainted. Surrender. We surrender. Shouts, screams, and the clashing of weapons fill the air. The militia scattered like headless flies, fleeing in all directions. Even the elite troops lost their fighting spirit and retreated in disorder. The supervising team was overwhelmed by the rushing, defeated soldiers. The plains outside the Fortress of Rock had turned into a bloody. The Black Rock Army's full counterattack spread like wildfire. In just one day, they completely crushed Count Rodrigue's nearly 20,000-strong army that had come out in full force. Karl led the beast wall, shield formation, like a moving steel city wall, crushing all resistance. Eli's longbow guards shot arrows like swarms of locusts. Icefang riders galloped swiftly, their blades like snow, ruthlessly cutting down the fleeing enemies. The militia had already collapsed completely, crying out and dropping their weapons as they ran away. Rodrigue's elite troops, losing their commander, the Count fainted from blood loss, and under attack from behind and front, news of the fall of Jean Sui Harbor spread like a plague, also disintegrated like an avalanche. As the last rays of sunset sank below the horizon, the battle was nearly over. The plains were littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Almost all of the 20,000 soldiers from the Golden Valley Army were killed, with only a few thousand fleeing into the forests or surrendering on their knees. The rest were wiped out. Count Rodrigue's banner was trampled into the mud. He was rescued by his guards in a life-and-death struggle, but his fate was uncertain. The Golden Valley, a giant that had dominated the northern border for many years, collapsed in just a few days. 3 days later, at Fort Rock, in the temporary command tent, the atmosphere was tense and grim. Karl, dressed in blood-stained armor, wiped his sword. Eli cleaned his bowstring. Lime, Tom, Orlando, and Hawk stood silently on either side. Lynn sat at the main seat, listening to the detailed battle report. Sir, Lime presented the initial statistics. In this battle, the main force of the Golden Valley Army was almost wiped out. About 12,000 soldiers were killed. Around 5,000 prisoners, mostly militia. About 3,000 fled in disorder. We also seized countless weapons, supplies, gold, and silver. Count Rodrigue was rescued by his guards in a desperate fight. According to prisoners, he has escaped back to the main city of Golden Valley, Golden Wheat City, but is badly wounded and unconscious. The entire Golden Valley region has no organized resistance left. The castles and villages are all in panic. Please advise, should we immediately march east to take Golden Wheat City? The tent fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on Lin. As soon as he gave the order, the Blackrock Army's iron march would crush the last stronghold of Golden Valley. Lin's fingers lightly tapped the table, and his gaze was deep. Just as he was about to speak, urgent footsteps suddenly sounded outside the tent. A report. A scout hurried into the tent on one knee, his voice carrying a rare seriousness. "My lord, urgent news. The capital. People are coming. And there is an emergency military situation in the northwest." "Speak." Lin's eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade. "Marquis of the Western Border, Lord Glenwell, under the orders of His Majesty the King, leading 30,000 regular troops from the capital. They have arrived at the border of the Golden Valley, at the Golden Oak Fortress. Marquis Glenwell is the father-in-law of Count Rodrigue. He sent a messenger claiming to mediate the Northern Civil War on the King's orders. He demands both sides cease fire immediately, but the messenger emphasized." The scout's voice carried a hint of strangeness, that the Marquis's mission is only part of the plan. His main force, the 30,000 regular troops from the capital, are urgently heading to the northwest border on the King's orders to defend against the orc invasion. Orc invasion? Everyone inside the tent changed color dramatically. "Yes." The scout's voice trembled slightly. "According to urgent reports from the Royal Council and the Border Defense Army, the long-silent orc tribes have suddenly gathered in large numbers. They are invading the kingdom from the northwest, through the Broken Blade Mountains. The vanguard has already broken through several border patrols. Their advance is heading straight for the western and northern borders. The kingdom is now in a state of full wartime. The king has issued an urgent decree. All nobles and lords must immediately stop all internal conflicts. Prepare for war, united against the external enemy. Those who disobey will be considered traitors." Marquis Glenwell's messenger is waiting outside the camp. He brought the Marquis's handwritten letter and a copy of the king's urgent decree. The tent fell into complete silence. The air seemed to freeze. Orc invasion. Full-scale war. Royal decree. Stop the civil war. This sudden change instantly shifted all the arrangements. "Bring the messenger in." Lin's voice remained calm, but deep within his eyes, waves of shock and turmoil surged. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed as a royal envoy, with a serious expression and no trace of arrogance, entered quickly under the protection of two royal knights. He held two scrolls in his hands. "Lord Lin Costa, Viscount of Blackrock." The envoy bowed respectfully and urgently. "On behalf of the Western Border Protector, Marquis Glenwell, I deliver the king's urgent decree and the Marquis's handwritten letter." He opened the first scroll sealed with the king's wax stamp, his voice serious. "Royal decree. It has come to our attention that the orc tribes have invaded in large numbers. The Northwest is in danger. The nation is in crisis. All nobles and lords across the kingdom are ordered to stop all conflicts immediately. Join together to fight the enemy. Anyone who disobeys this order or starts a war will be considered a traitor." The messenger then unfurled a second scroll, a letter written by Glenwell, Lord Viscount Lin. "The orc invasion is a serious threat. The northwest is already burning, and the western and northern borders are the first to face danger. Regarding Count Rodrigo, we should pause our disputes. I have received the king's order to lead troops to support the northwest. On the way through Golden Oak Fortress, I hear the northern fires are still burning, and I am deeply worried. Please prioritize the kingdom's safety and stop fighting immediately. I am willing to mediate and help negotiate peace. Once we push back the orcs, we can deal with other matters. Glenwell, Marquis and Protector of the Western Border, personally written." The messenger lowered the scroll and looked earnestly at Lin. "Viscount, the orcs are brutal, far worse than internal enemies. Their front lines have already broken through the Broken Blade Mountains. and their main force may number around 100,000. Wherever they pass, no grass will grow. The kingdom is in great danger. Please, Lord Marquis, consider the bigger picture. Stop the fighting now. Let's work together to fight the enemy. The tent fell silent. Carl, Eric, and others' faces, which had been fierce, grew serious. Orcs. They are the most savage enemies in the northern legends. Strong and bloodthirsty. If they truly invade in large numbers, the consequences would be terrible. Lin paused for a moment, then looked at the two scrolls and slowly spoke. Is the news of the orc invasion certain? Absolutely confirmed. The messenger nodded firmly. The Marquis has received urgent reports from the border patrol and outposts. In the capital, the Minister of War has issued a nationwide mobilization order. All border guardians are urgently gathering troops. Marquis Glenwell. Is he going to the northwest to fight the orcs? Lin asked again. Exactly. The messenger replied solemnly. 30,000 regular troops from the capital are just the vanguard. Reinforcements from the western and southern borders are on the way. The Marquis has no time to worry about the internal conflict in the north. His only goal is to quickly negotiate peace so that the northern forces can also join the fight. Lin tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The sudden invasion of the orcs disrupted his plans, but it also provided a perfect opportunity and a larger stage. He looked at Lime. Lime, bring the items up. Lime immediately stepped forward and placed the fragment of the black cargo ship's emblem and Deputy Morgan's confession on the table in front of the messenger. Your Excellency, Lin's voice was calm and strong. Count Roderick colluded with pirates, slaughtered my people, and funded rebels. The evidence is clear. This matter cannot be ignored. But the country is in danger. The orc invasion is the real threat. I, Lin Costa, prioritize the kingdom's safety. I agree to a ceasefire. The messenger looked at the evidence, his face changing slightly. But when he heard Lin agree to a ceasefire, he clearly relaxed a little. Viscount, you understand the greater good. The Marquis will be pleased. But what are the conditions for the ceasefire? Here are the conditions. Lin stood up and walked to the map. First, immediate ceasefire. Both armies must stop fighting and stay apart. The Blackrock Army must stop advancing toward Golden Wheat City. Second, Count Roderick's collusion with pirates and betrayal of the kingdom are proven. He must be tried. I can leave this to the kingdom's council. Third, Golden Sickle Port. As proof of Roderick's collusion with pirates and threats to the coast, and as the frontline base defending against the orc invasion, it must be permanently handed over to Blackrock territory. Fourth, war reparations. Golden Valley must compensate Blackrock territory for war damages, for 100,000 gold coins, paid all at once. This money will be used entirely for northern defenses to fight the orcs. Lin's voice was firm and unwavering, full of undeniable strength. This money must be delivered immediately to prepare the army for battle. There is no time to lose. Fifth, the kingdom must officially recognize my achievements, stabilizing the Northern Rebellion, eliminating pirates, and defending the coast. I should be crowned Protector of the North, Count of Blackrock, fully responsible for northern defenses and coordinating efforts against the orcs. Lin's gaze was sharp as a sword. These 5 conditions are all essential. If Marquis Glenwell agrees, the ceasefire will happen immediately. Blackrock territory will prepare fully to fight the orcs. If not, he paused slightly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. I will lead my forces north myself to defend the north. As for Golden Valley, after we drive back the orcs, we will settle accounts. By then, the kingdom's ceasefire decree might not be able to restrain the northern armies fighting for survival. The tent was silent. The messenger looked at Lin, then at the evidence on the table, sweat beading on his forehead. He understood that Lin had made a big concession by handing over Rodrigue, but he would not give up his core interests, Golden Sales Port, the Earl title, and compensation. Especially the demand to pay 40,000 gold coins all at once was very strict. He also linked the compensation to resisting the orcs, gaining a moral high ground. Refusing could cause another internal war and might push the powerful northern forces against the kingdom. During the urgent time of the orc invasion, the consequences would be terrible. Viscount, the messenger took a deep breath. I will honestly report your conditions to the Marquis. I believe he will prioritize the kingdom's overall safety. Good, Lin nodded. We await your news. But the orc invasion is urgent. The Blackrock army must prepare for battle immediately. Our target, the orcs. Yes, sir, the soldiers in the tent shouted together, full of fighting spirit. The target has shifted from Golden Valley to a more dangerous enemy. The next day, at dusk, Golden Oak Fortress. Marquis Glenwill looked at the 5 conditions brought back by the messenger, along with the shocking evidence, with a complex expression. He sighed deeply. Hand over the right to judge, in exchange for Golden Sails Port and the Earl title. Paying 40,000 gold coins all at once. Lin Costa. Clever move. Bold. Rodrigue. This time, he's truly finished. He looked northwest, where smoke and flames had already risen. Enough. Glenwill suddenly slammed the table. The country is in danger. The northern border needs stability and strength. Agree to his terms. Send someone immediately to Golden Wheat City. Yes, sir. The soldiers inside the tent shouted in unison. They looked fierce and determined. Their focus shifted from Golden Valley to a more brutal enemy. A month later, in Golden Wheat City, the former main city of Golden Valley. In the city square, the atmosphere was solemn and serious, but there was an invisible heavy pressure coming from the northwest. The Blackrock Army's Blue Wolf banner fluttered loudly. Carl and Eric led the heavy infantry, longbow guards, and iceblade rangers, standing in formation with fierce intent. Liam, Tom, Orlando, and Hawk, core members, stood on either side of the viewing platform. Around the square, residents of Golden Wheat City packed tightly, their faces showing awe, confusion, and fear of the unknown orc threat. In the center of the square, on a high platform, Marquis Glenwill, dressed in splendid noble attire, holding a golden scroll symbolizing royal authority, looked at Lin with a complex expression. Lin was dressed in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, calm and steady. Behind them stood several city officials and knights, their eyes often turned northwest, showing clear worry. Glenwill unfurled the scroll and spoke loudly and seriously. Royal decree. In recognition of Viscount Lin Costa, who has pacified the Northern Rebellion, defeated pirates and sea monsters, and protected the kingdom's waters, his achievements are outstanding. During this time of crisis, he is hereby promoted to Guardian of the North, Count of Blackrock. The family crest of the Blackrock family is granted, a black stone with crossed icy swords, with a howling wolf head at the bottom, symbolizing resistance against orcs. He is to govern the regions of Blackrock, Pancher Fortress, Skullbreaker Fortress, Rusted Land, Howling Wind Valley, Pancher Fortress, White River Port, and the newly added Golden Sickle Port, to forever defend the north. Additionally, Count Rodrigue of Golden Valley, who colluded with pirates and betrayed the kingdom. His crimes are clear. His title and all territories are revoked, to be judged by the kingdom's Privy Council. His territory, Golden Valley, will be temporarily managed by Count Blackrock to support the defense of the north. War reparations. Golden Valley shall pay Count Blackrock 400,000 gold lion coins, paid in full at once. This fund is solely for resisting orc invasions in the north. Count Blackrock is expected to diligently serve, strengthen the army, lead the northern soldiers and civilians, and defend the homeland from orcs, to ensure peace and safety. This is confirmed by the king's seal. Lin Costa, at your command. I thank you. Lin knelt on one knee, his voice steady and strong. He received the golden scroll and the signet ring symbolizing his noble status, a ring set with a black stone, wrapped with icy swords around the edges, and engraved with a howling wolf head at the bottom. When he stood up, put the ring on his finger, and raised the golden decree. Long live Count Blackrock. Long live the Guardian of the North. Resist the orcs. Protect our homeland. Long live. Long live. Long live. The deafening cheers swept across the square like a tidal wave. Soldiers struck their shields with weapons, creating a thunderous roar. The people also erupted with excited shouts, feeling like they had survived a disaster. But within this celebration, there was an unprecedented weight and resolve. The shadow of the orcs, like a hanging sword, made this victory feel tragic and noble. Lin stood on the high platform, looking down at the excited crowd and the serious army formations. The sunlight shone on him, making his silver-gray wolf fur cloak shine brightly. The Count's ring in his hand was cold and heavy, symbolizing great power and also a heavy responsibility. Protector of the North, Count of Blackrock, Port of Gold Grain, control over Golden Valley, 40,000 special funds to resist the enemy, already in place. He finally stood at the peak of the North, but the ground beneath him began to shake. The drums of the orc warriors from the northwest sounded like distant thunder, echoing in everyone's hearts. Lin's eyes swept over the excited crowd and loyal soldiers, finally looking toward the northwest, at the sky covered with orc clouds. His gaze was calm and sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, shining with cold light. Orcs, Lin whispered softly, his voice not loud but clear, cutting through the noise with icy strength. They are coming. They want to trample our land, kill our loved ones, destroy our homes. The square instantly fell silent. Only the wind and Lin's cold voice echoed. Tell me. Lin suddenly raised his voice like a thunderclap. Do you agree? No? No. No. The deafening roar rose like a volcano erupting. Soldiers' eyes turned red, and the people clenched their fists tightly. Good. Lin's eyes burned with fierce battle fire. He suddenly drew his sword from his waist, pointing it straight toward the northwest. Blackrock Army, warriors of the north, prepare the army. Get ready for battle, blood for blood, teeth for teeth. Use the heads of the orcs to build an immortal monument for the north. Kill, kill, Carl and Eric shouted first. The heavy infantry's shields crashed to the ground. The archers aimed their arrows at the sky. The icy blades of the Frost Rangers flashed coldly. The overwhelming killing intent, like a tangible flood, swept through the entire Golden Wheat City. The war machines of the North instantly shifted targets. A life-and-death race war. About to begin, Lin stood on the high platform, like a mountain of stone. The Count's sword in his hand reflected a cold, piercing light in the sunlight. The Guardian of the North. At this moment, he truly took on the duty of protection. His enemy was no longer just internal noble conflicts, but a terrifying flood from the wild lands, destroying everything in its path. The cheers at the Golden Wheat City Square surged like a mighty ocean, lasting for a long time. The banner of the Grey Wolf fluttered loudly in the wind, and the soldiers' blood-stained armor reflected a cold, hard shine under the sun. Lin Costa, Guardian of the North, Count of Blackrock, stood on the high platform, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak fluttering in the breeze. The Count's ring in his hand was cold and heavy, symbolizing supreme power and engraved with the weight of responsibility like a mountain. The shadow of the orcs, like dark clouds rolling across the northwest sky, pressed heavily on everyone's hearts. But at this moment, the boiling will in the square, like a burning furnace, briefly drove away the fear. System tip. Detected that the host has achieved a major accomplishment. Promoted to Count. Reward, 80,000 reputation points. Officially ennobled by the kingdom, establishing the title of Guardian of the North. Detected that the host has achieved a strategic goal. Permanently occupy Golden Spike Port. Reward, 60,000 reputation points. Control of the Golden Valley Estuary, gaining a strategic naval base. Detected that the host has achieved a major military victory, completely defeated and dismantled Count Rodrigue's forces in the Golden Valley. Reward, 40,000 reputation points. Eliminated his main army, destroyed his ruling foundation. Current reputation, 100,000, 80,000, 60,000, 40,000 is equal to 280,000 points, 1,000 points/day. A vast flow of information flooded into his mind. 280,000 reputation points. Like a vast starry sea, fueling Lin's source of power. His eyes sparkled brightly. This was not just about accumulating numbers, but a solid guarantee for the upcoming race war. Liam. Lin's voice cut through the cheers, steady and powerful. Understood. Liam immediately stepped forward. 40,000 gold lions. Deposit it immediately. Establish the Northland Defense Fund. You will manage it personally. Primarily for weapon procurement, arrows, armor, weapons, food supplies, workshop expansion, magic research, especially rune arrays targeting orcs, and comforting the families of fallen soldiers. Yes, sir, Lam solemnly responded, eyes shining with determination. 40,000 gold lion coins. Enough to make the Blackrock Legion's war machine run at full speed. Tom. Orlando. Yes, sir. Workshop and Magic Academy. Enter maximum wartime mode. Reverse engineer the water jet device as the top priority. Deduct 10,000 reputation points. Accelerate research. I want to see our own, more powerful ship engines as soon as possible. Additionally, Lynn's sharp gaze focused. Research rune arrows targeting orcs with armor and poisoning effects. Battlefield runes like shock and slowness. Defensive runes like earth barrier. Deduct 10,000 reputation points. Speed up related rune research. Yes, sir. Tom and Orlando answered in unison, their eyes burning with passionate research enthusiasm. With such strong reputation support, bottlenecks will be broken through. Lynn's gaze shifted to the fleet commander, Navigator Soren, standing nearby. Soren, reporting for duty. Soren straightened his posture. At the Battle of Golden Spike Port, you commanded the fleet, annihilated pirates, and destroyed enemy nests. Your achievements are outstanding. Today, in the name of the Northern Guardian and Blackrock Count, I officially appoint you as Admiral of the Blackrock Navy. Command all naval fleets of Blackrock territory. Full responsibility for coastal defense and naval operations. Thank you, Lord. I will do my best and not fail your trust. Soren knelt on one knee, his voice loud, eyes shining with excitement and loyalty. Get up. Lynn helped Soren to his feet. The Navy is key to resisting the orc sea invasion. Your burden is heavy. I understand. I will die before I fail, Soren replied solemnly. Carl. Alec, reporting. Immediately reorganize the entire army. Use Stone Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, and Golden Spike Port as the three main defense centers. Build a deep defense system. Scout teams advance northwest. Closely monitor orc movements. Yes, sir. Both men looked fierce with fighting spirit. Commands were quickly issued. The massive war machine of Blackrock territory, driven by huge funds and reputation, started operating at high speed. Workshops burned day and night. Magic runes shimmered brightly. Military camps echoed with the sounds of battle. However, Lynn knew well that facing the coming wave of orcs, the current strength, was not enough. With 260,000 reputation points, he had to risk everything to transform them into a stronger army capable of turning the tide of battle. System, Lynn whispered in his mind. Consume reputation points. Summon troops. Consume 260,000 reputation points. Summon 3,000 heavy infantry. Summon 2,000 Legion foot soldiers. Summon 1,500 longbow guards. Summon 500 Ice Edge Rangers. Summon 250 heavy cavalry. Summon 250 rune mages. Summon 500 engineers. Summon 1,000 tidal heavy infantry. Navy. Summon 500 wavebreaker longbow guards. Navy. Summon 250 anchor chain engineers. Navy. Summon 100 senior navigators. Summon 50 rune sea battle mages. Summoning in progress. In an instant, Blackrock City, Rock Fortress, Skullbreaker Fortress, Rusted Territory, Howling Wind Valley, Rock Fortress, White River Port, Golden Grain Port. All major military camps, training grounds, shipyards burst out with an unprecedented, starry brilliance. A total of 9,900 elite soldiers were summoned. This was a well-rounded, well-equipped army of seasoned fighters. Instantly, the strength of the Blackrock army was raised to a new level. The summoned elite navy and land forces totaled over 20,000 soldiers. Soren, Lynn's voice carried undeniable authority. Understood. The Navy's new soldiers are to be immediately assigned to the fleet. Also, the workshop will prioritize producing 5 main warships, similar to the Rock class, 10 fast attack ships, and 5 engineering support ships. Complete the shipbuilding as quickly as possible. Equipment installation must proceed simultaneously. I want to see a stronger Blackrock Navy. Yes, sir. Soren's eyes sparkled brightly. His voice was loud and firm. He understood the weight of his responsibilities. Carl. Eric. Understood. The Army's new soldiers are to be immediately integrated into the battle formation. Reinforce the foot soldiers and Legion infantry, prioritizing the Stone Fortress defense. Use the Longbow Guard and Icefang Rangers as mobile forces. Form a strike group with heavy cavalry. Distribute rune mages and engineers to various defense points. Yes, sir. The two replied in unison, their eyes burning with fierce determination. 8,000 fresh troops. This will be an important force to resist the orc invasion. At Goldwheat City, deep inside the dungeon, a dark, damp corridor with a musty, rusty smell leads to a single prison cell blocked by heavy steel bars. Count Fernando, once proud and powerful, now looks like an old wolf with no teeth, curled up on a cold stone bed. His fine clothes have been replaced by rough prison garb. His hair is messy, his beard tangled. His once sharp eyes are now dull and numb, with only a faint flicker of lingering hatred. Heavy footsteps echo through the silent dungeon, stopping at his cell. Fernando slowly lifts his head. His cloudy eyes see a figure dressed in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak. Lin Costa, the young man who pulled him down from the Storm Fortress throne and imprisoned him here. Now, he is the Guardian of the North, Count Blackrock. Fernando lets out a deep, beast-like roar, struggling to attack, but chained tightly, only able to hit the cold bars. Lin looks at him calmly, without mockery or pity, just a quiet gaze like examining a piece of past loot. Count Fernando, Lin's voice echoes clearly in the silent dungeon. Long time no see. Bah. Fernando spits out bloodied saliva, his voice hoarse. Lin, Costa, you won. Are you here to laugh at me? To enjoy your prisoner? Lin shakes his head slightly. No, I just have some news for you. Roderick, your old rival. Lin's tone is flat. He lost. Worse than you. His army of 20,000 was wiped out at the Stone Fortress. He himself was badly injured and unconscious, taken back to Goldwheat City by his guards. But his good days are over now. Fernando's pupils suddenly shrink, and a flicker of disbelief and twisted joy flashes in his cloudy eyes. Roderick, the Count of Golden Valley, who always held power over him, has fallen too. The more important news is, Lin's voice grew serious. The orcs are coming. Orcs? Fernando shivered all over, and a look of shock flashed in his cloudy eyes. As a former Count of the North, he knew how terrifying orcs could be. They are a threat to wipe out entire groups. Emergency in the northwest. The Broken Blade Mountain Range's defenses have been broken through. The kingdom is now in a state of total war. Lin looked at him. Your Storm Fortress is now a stronghold. It will face the orcs' attack directly. Fernando's face twisted with anger and twisted joy, but it quickly froze into deep fear and confusion. Orcs, his land, no, Lin's land, is about to become a battlefield? I'm not here to mock you, nor to pity you, Lin said calmly and firmly. I'm just telling you that the land you once ruled, the people you once needed to protect. Now, I will protect them. And you, Lin paused, his gaze sweeping over Fernando's old and defeated face. Just stay here. Quietly watch. Watch how the North is reborn in the hands of a new protector, or how it falls into ruin. After saying this, Lin turned and left without delay. The heavy footsteps echoed again, gradually fading at the end of the corridor. Fernando stood there blankly, his hands and feet bound by cold shackles. Lin's last words were like icy steel needles stabbing into his already numb heart. Protection, destruction, his once proud land, the people he once disregarded. Now, they are outside his prison, part of a grand tragedy or epic, and he can only be a powerless spectator in this dark dungeon. An indescribable sadness and despair instantly overwhelmed him. He slumped onto the cold stone bed, letting out a whimper like a wounded beast. In Goldwheat City, the Lord's Palace Square, a heavy, ironclad prisoner cart slowly left the city gates, guarded tightly by dozens of elite Black Rock guards. Inside the cart, Count Roderick lay on a simple straw mat, covered with a thin blanket. His face was pale, eyes closed tightly, breathing weak and rapid, with a faint bloodstain seeping from the bandage on his chest. He, badly injured and still unconscious, was carried onto a prison cart heading to the royal city. Around the cart, a crowd celebrating the recent coronation cheered loudly. People looked at the once proud and arrogant Count of Golden Valley, now lying like a beaten dog in the cage. Their faces showed mixed feelings: joy, contempt, pity, but mostly fear and confusion about the coming threat from the orcs. Look, that's Roderick. Pfft, a traitor who colluded with pirates. Serves him right. I heard he worked with pirates and caused many deaths. Well, what's the point in saying all this now? The orcs are coming. Yeah. Lord Count. No, Lord Blackrock Count. Can he stop the orcs? Their words reached the prison cart. Roderick's eyelids fluttered slightly, but he did not wake up. His mind was lost in pain and shame. The royal city. The council. The trial. These words felt like cold chains wrapping around his remaining consciousness. He knew he was finished. Completely finished. And the young man who had sent him to the cage was now standing at the peak of the northern border, preparing for a terrifying war he couldn't even imagine. Move out, commanded the officer. Under the guard of the army, the cart slowly moved toward the city gates. It would cross the recently ravaged northern region and head to the distant royal city. Roderick's fate would be judgment by the kingdom's laws and total disgrace. Lynn stood on the high platform of the city lord's mansion, watching the cart go away. His face was calm and emotionless. Roderick was just a thing of the past, a failure to be thrown into the dustbin of history. He looked down and focused on the cold count's signet ring in his palm. Black stone, crossed icy blades, a howling wolf at the bottom. These symbolized his power and his duty. Hawk, Lynn called out. Yes, sir. Hawk appeared beside him like a ghost. How are the fortifications at the 3 strongholds, Stone Fortress, Howling Wind Valley, and Golden Sails Port? Are they progressing? Reporting, sir. The outer defenses of Stone Fortress have been repaired and reinforced. Orlando the Master is personally deploying the Earth Barrier Rune Array. The entrance to the Howling Wind Valley mine has been sealed with giant stones and runes. The port defenses at Jeansway Harbor and the Breaking Waves crossbow positions are now mostly complete. The new main ships have had their keels laid. The ships are rushing to finish. Good, Lennon nodded. Keep going, no matter the cost. The orcs won't give us much time. Also, Lennon's gaze turned northwest. Send the most elite scouts deep into the Broken Blade Mountains. I want to know the orcs' main forces' movements, scale, types of soldiers, and weaknesses. Yes, sir, Hoke responded, disappearing into the shadows. Lennon turned around and looked down at the city he had just taken control of. The noise was fading, but the tense atmosphere in the air grew stronger. 40,000 gold lion coins had turned into a steady flow of supplies, sent to workshops and military camps. Nearly 10,000 system soldiers summoned with 26,000 reputation points were like a flowing river of steel, quickly joining the Black Rock Army's defenses. He used all his reputation points, risking everything, to forge a shield strong enough to withstand the orc flood. The northern border shield. He walked to the large map of the north. Stoneford, Howling Wind Valley, Jeansway Harbor. 3 key points marked like solid anchors forming a triangle. Black Rock City, White River Harbor, Broken Skull Fortress, Rusted Lands. Connected like veins. Outposts of the garrison and warning points of village patrols were scattered like stars. And the new forces, like blood, flowed into these nodes, making the entire defense system stronger and more resilient. The northern border shield, Lin En whispered, his finger gently brushing over the vast land on the map. His gaze finally settled on the northwest area, shaded more deeply, the Broken Blade Mountains. The bustle in Golden Wheat City gradually settled, but the tense atmosphere in the air felt like a tightening bowstring. Lin En Costa, the new guardian of the North and Count of Black Rock, stood firm like a rock in the storm's center. Nearly 10,000 elite soldiers, summoned with 26,000 reputation points, poured into the defenses of Black Rock lands like molten steel. The flood of supplies from 40,000 gold lion coins kept flowing day and night into workshops, camps, and granaries. The entire north, like a giant awakened beast, tensed every muscle and sharpened every fang under the shadow of the orc invasion. Rock Fortress, formerly Storm Fortress, the southwestern gateway of the northern realm. This stronghold, guarding the Grey Rock Pass and facing the Broken Blade Mountains, had now become a massive fortress of war. All traces of the old Storm Fortress were gone, replaced by taller, thicker walls, countless arrow towers, and rows of heavy rune ballistae known as city breakers. Carl commanded the fortress like an unshakable pillar. 3,000 newly summoned heavy infantry and 2,000 Legion soldiers poured into the camp like a tide of steel, joining the 4,000 rock garrison troops and 2,000 elite system heavy infantry already stationed there. 11,000 soldiers in heavy armor, armed with great shields, halberds, or steel short swords, formed 3 solid lines of defense. 1,500 longbow guards occupied every high point, their quivers full. 500 Icefang scouts patrolled the surrounding mountains like silent shadows. 250 heavy cavalry waited inside the fortress, ready to strike like a clenched iron fist. 500 engineers, under Tom's command, worked day and night to strengthen the defenses and set traps. 250 rune mages, led by Orlando, carefully carved the Earth Bastion defensive runes. The air was thick with the smell of iron, sweat, pine resin used for weapon care, and a faint sense of tension. The soldiers silently cleaned their weapons and checked their armor. The fear of first battle was gone from their eyes. Only the calm determination of veterans remained, steady as stone and ready to unleash their strength. Any news from the scouts? Carl stood atop the highest tower, his sharp gaze sweeping over the mist-covered mountains at the end of Grey Rock Pass. The Broken Blade Mountains lay beyond that fog. No, General. The adjutant replied firmly. Lord Hawk himself led the Shadowfang scouts, our best Icefang riders, into the mountains 3 days ago. No word has come back yet. 3 days. Carl frowned slightly. The orcs must have crossed the mountains by now. Send the order. All posts, double the watch. Archers, string your bows. Ballistae, load and ready. Prepare for battle at any moment. Howling Wind Valley Mine, secret, northwestern corner of the Northern Realm. The atmosphere here was even heavier. The huge mine entrance had been completely sealed with layers of boulders, covered in glowing earth-yellow runes of stone fortification. Along the ridges around the mine, hidden sentries and traps were carefully concealed. The newly summoned 500 Legion infantry and the elite guards from Howling Wind Valley are guarding every possible narrow path that might be used for infiltration. Their task is not to fight the enemy armies, but to make sure nothing can get close to the mine entrance alive. Deep inside the mine, the refining workshop is still operating under strict guard. The glow of magic crystals flickers in the darkness. This is the hope for Blackrock's future, and it must not be lost. Gold Spike Port is the southeastern gateway to the northern border seas. Inside the port, everything is bustling. The keels of 5 new main ships have been laid, and the outline of their huge hulls is beginning to take shape. The hulls of 10 fast attack ships are being assembled. The support ships' cranes and platforms are already built. The shipyard is burning with fires, and the sound of hammers is loud. Admiral Solon is personally overseeing the construction. The newly summoned 1,000 Furious Tide infantry, 500 wave-breaking archers, 250 anchor chain engineers, 100 experienced sailors, and 50 rune sea battle mages have all boarded ships or are waiting in the docks. They are mixed with the existing White River fleet, practicing boarding tactics, sea shooting drills, and ship repairs day and night. On the sea, the roar of crossbows and soldiers' shouts can be heard from time to time. A stronger Blackrock Navy is quickly taking shape. Blackrock City, Core, Lord's Castle, Command Room. A large northern terrain model covers the entire room. The Fort of the Rock, Howling Wind Valley, and Gold Spike Port are marked with bright red. Lynn, Lime, Ellic, the mobile unit commander, and Hawk, the intelligence chief, stand in front of the model. The atmosphere is serious. Sir, Lime points to the model. Fortune of 400,000 gold lion coins has been allocated as planned. 150,000 for the Fort of the Rock for weapons supplies. Arrows are in high demand. Food reserves to support over 10,000 soldiers, and fortification materials. 50,000 for Howling Wind Valley to ensure the mine's defenses and necessary supplies. 100,000 for Gold Spike Port to fully support shipbuilding. The remaining 100,000 is stored in Blackrock City's strategic warehouse and will be used for upgrading the border guard forces, village teams, and warning systems. Additionally, Lime adds, the highest standard compensation has been paid to the families of all fallen soldiers. Public support is basically stable, but panic is still spreading. Master Tom and Orlando have sent news, Ellic reports, that the reverse engineering of the water jet device has made a breakthrough. The The first prototype has successfully been tested on the Blood Fury ship. Speed increased by 15%. Stability improved. The new ship will be fully equipped. The orcs, armor-piercing, rune arrows are now in mass production. The prototype of the Vibration rune bomb is complete. The Earth Barrier defensive rune array is 70% deployed at Rock Fortress. Good, Lin nodded slightly, but his eyes stayed fixed on the northwest corner of the model. Hawk, any news from the Shadow Fong team? Hawk's figure seemed to blend into the shadows, his voice low. Sir, deep in the Broken Blade Mountains. Interference is very strong. The communication rune is cutting out. The last fragment I received said, tracks found. Large scale. Mixed types. Giant beasts. Then the signal was lost. I've sent a second scout team to support them, but it will take time. Lin tapped heavily on the model at Rock Fortress. It's too late. The orcs are already here. Send orders to Carl. Highest alert. Orc Vanguard could appear on the Gray Rock Mountain path at any moment. As if to confirm Lin's judgment. Report, a messenger, bloodied and staggering, rushed into the command room. He came from Rock Fortress. Sir, General, urgent report. Orc Vanguard spotted on the Gray Rock Mountain path. Quantity. Types of troops. Carl's voice came through the amplification rune device, cold and metallic. About 3,000. Mainly Bone Shatter orc infantry. A few Howl Shaman. And more than a dozen Siege Hammer Kodo beasts. Boom. Before the messenger finished, a deep, terrifying roar like the earth itself was groaning echoed from the northwest. Even from a distance, it made everyone's heart tremble. It's the impact of the Kodo beasts. Hawk's face changed. Carl, Lin's voice, clear and cold through the rune device, ordered, hold the line. Crush them. Understood, sir. Carl's voice was firm. Rock Fortress. Prepare to fight. Outside Rock Fortress, at the entrance of the Gray Rock Mountain path. A violent force tore through the mist. The first thing that caught the eye was a dozen terrifying giant beasts, Kodo beasts, like moving mountains. Their rough skin resembled rock, covered with thick bone plates. Their huge heads bore horns like warhammers. Heavy footsteps caused the ground to shake. They let out deafening roars, heads lowered, like out-of-control war machines, charging wildly toward the first stone wall defense outside the Rock Fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying crashes echoed continuously. The sturdy stone wall shook violently. Debris fell in showers. The soldiers behind the wall were shaken and staggered. Hold steady. Carl's angry shout rang out across the city wall. Breaker heavy crossbows. Target, Kodo beasts. Fire, thud, thud, thud. The heavy rune crossbows on the wall roared to life. Thick armor-piercing bolts with piercing screams shot fiercely at the frontmost Kodo beasts. Puff, puff. Their thick bone plates were torn apart. Dark green blood splattered everywhere. The Kodo beasts let out painful howls, but their charge only slowed slightly. Under the howling and whipping of the shaman, they became even more frantic. Following the Kodo beasts were waves of orc infantry, rushing like a tide. They were tall, muscular, with dark green or gray-brown skin, sharp tusks, and eyes burning with bloodthirsty red. They wielded huge bones, stones, or rough iron weapons, shouting war cries that shook the sky. These were the most common cannon fodder in the orc tribes, bone crushers, infantry. Among them, there were also some smaller orcs holding bone staffs, with strange paint on their faces, howling, shamans. They waved their bone staffs, emitting shrill screams. Blood-red halos fell on the orc infantry, making them even more savage. Longbow guard. Target, orc infantry. Cover fire. Fire. Carl's voice thundered like a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1,500 strong bows sounded simultaneously. A dense rain of arrows, like a cloud of death, instantly covered the charging orc front line. Screams filled the air. The frontmost orc infantry fell like wheat being cut, but the orcs behind, stepping over their fallen comrades, driven mad by the shaman's howls, surged forward even more fiercely. The arrows struck their thick skins and crude bone armor, sometimes only causing minor injuries. Runesmith. Shock rune. Target, dense orc area. Fire. Orlando's voice rang out. The rune mages on the wall waved their staffs. Invisible shockwaves erupted among the orc crowd. Buzz. The orc infantry charging forward staggered as if drunk, their formation instantly becoming chaotic. The momentum of the charge slowed down. Good opportunity. Longbow guard. Free shots. Priority target. Shaman, Carl ordered sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Precise arrows shot out like venomous snakes. Several shamans casting spells screamed as they fell. The orc's furious aura immediately weakened. Roar. A particularly tall ogre, pierced by several crossbow bolts, forcefully rammed into a relatively weak section of the stone wall. Boom! The stone wall shook violently, splitting open a large gap. Block the gap, Carl shouted angrily. Heavy infantry. Tower shield formation. Hold the line, a sergeant roared. Dozens of heavy infantry carried huge, beast wall, tower shields, like moving walls, crashing into the gap. Legion infantry. Prepare short swords. Attack. The gap instantly turned into a bloody slaughter zone. Orc infantry howled as they tried to rush in, but they were met with deadly short swords stabbing out from behind the tower shields and arrows pouring down from the city walls. Bodies piled up quickly. The battle had been intense from the very start. The orc attack was like a raging tsunami, wave after wave crashing against the fortress of Panshur. The impact of ogre collisions, orc charges, and shamans' howls intertwined into a savage and bloody battle song. Carl, clad in heavy scale armor and wielding a massive bone axe, stood like a war god atop the highest tower. His cold gaze swept over the battlefield, issuing commands with precision and ruthlessness. Where the defenses were tight, the heavy infantry's tower shield formation pushed forward. Where orcs gathered, arrow rain from the longbow guard and shockwaves from rune mages covered the area. Icefang rangers moved like ghosts on the flanks, using poisoned short spears to precisely kill orc squads trying to flank and lone shamans. General, the third section of the eastern wall. Too much pressure. The tower shield formation can't hold much longer, the deputy reported urgently. Heavy cavalry. Prepare. Carl's eyes flashed with cold light. Open the city gates. Boom. The heavy gates of Panshur Fortress slowly opened. Heavy cavalry. Charge. Carl pointed forward with his bone axe. Roar. 250 heavily armored cavalry soldiers, wearing rune-inscribed armor and wielding heavy lances, charged out of the city gates like awakened steel giants. Their heavy horses' hooves thundered across the ground. They formed a wedge shape, like a glowing red spear, fiercely stabbing into the side of the orc attack force. Thud. The sounds of violent impacts and bones breaking filled the air. The heavy cavalry's lances easily pierced through the orc infantry. Iron hooves crushed the orcs, blocking their path into meat paste. Their unstoppable charge instantly tore apart the orc formation. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Longbow guard. Cover fire. Heavy infantry. Push back. Close the gap. Under the deadly strike of the heavy cavalry and the firepower from the city walls, the fragile eastern defense line was quickly stabilized. The orc was halted. The battle lasted a full hour. The frontline 3,000 orcs suffered heavy losses under the solid defenses of the Fortress of Rock and the elite strikes of the Blackrock Army. Dozens of Kodo beasts were all shot dead. The shaman was almost completely killed. Orc infantry corpses covered the Gray Mountain Trail. The remaining orcs, after leaving nearly 2,000 bodies behind, retreated like a tide, disappearing into the mist-shrouded mountains. On the city wall, a deafening cheer erupted. Soldiers waved their blood-stained weapons, celebrating their first victory in battle. Carl stood on the wall, leaning on his bone axe, watching the battlefield littered with corpses below, but his face showed no joy. His scaled armor was stained with orc blood, and there was a scar on his shoulder where an orc flying axe had grazed him. This was just the front line. A probing attack. The main force of the orcs was still hidden behind the misty mountains of broken blades. The real test had only just begun. Clear the battlefield. Treat the wounded. Reinforce the defenses. Carl's voice was cold and tired. The orcs will come again. Next time. Even fiercer, he looked up toward the deep mountains to the northwest, his gaze as firm as iron. Meanwhile, outside Golden Ear Harbor, Admiral Soren stood on the deck of the Blood Fury, his brow furrowed. He had just received good news from Fortress of Rock, but he felt no relief. 2 of his patrol ships in the nearby sea had already lost contact. The last reports mentioned strange currents and a huge shadow. "General," the lookout suddenly shouted in panic. "Something's ahead." Soren raised his binoculars. In the distance, on the sea surface, there were many floating shipwrecks and broken bodies. Some of the bodies clearly weren't human. Their skin was dark green, and their fangs were exposed. They were orcs. "It's the wreckage of the patrol ship Flying Fish," a sailor recognized, trembling in his voice. "All units, prepare for maximum alert," Soren ordered sharply. An ominous feeling weighed on his mind. Could it be that the orcs didn't just come from land? Deep inside the Howling Wind Valley mine, the commander of the guarding army, responsible for protecting the core area of the mine, was on a routine patrol with his soldiers. Suddenly, he stopped and listened carefully. "Captain, what's wrong?" a soldier asked. "Shoo." The captain's face was serious. "Listen, do you hear any sounds?" The soldiers held their breath. Amid the low hum of machinery and dripping water deep inside the mine, there seemed to be a faint, chilling sound of digging, as if something was digging upward from the deeper underground. "They are taller and more muscular than the broken bone infantry encountered at the Fortress of the Rock. Their skin is dark brown, covered with rough bone armor or simple iron plates. Their fangs curve outward like daggers, and their eyes burn with a more savage, bloodthirsty glow. These are the main infantry of the orc tribe, the Earthshaker warriors. They wield huge double-edged axes or heavy wolf-tooth clubs, each swing tearing through the air with a shrill scream. Amidst the frenzy of the Earthshaker warriors, even more terrifying figures appear. Stone Fist trolls, over 3 meters tall. Their skin is as rough as weathered rock. They swing massive stone clubs larger than siege hammers, each strike causing the fortress walls to tremble violently. 2-headed ogres. 2 fierce heads roar different roars. They are incredibly strong, carrying huge logs and madly smashing the fortress gates. Shadow wolf riders. Riding giant wolves as big as warhorses, they move like ghosts along the battlefield edges, seeking opportunities for surprise attacks. Bloodhowl shamans. More numerous and stronger. They wave bone staffs embedded with skulls, emitting piercing screams that seem to cut through the soul. A blood-red aura surrounds the orc army, doubling their strength, speed, and ferocity. Some can even summon burning meteors, small ones, or toxic clouds. Boom, boom, boom. On the fortress walls, giant catapults continuously launch burning stones. Crossbows roar deafeningly. Arrows rain down like a storm. The shouts of the defenders, the roars of the orcs, the clash of weapons, the cracking of rocks, and the wails of giant beasts weave into a bloody, fierce symphony of war. Marquis Glenwill, dressed in blood-stained armor and holding a massive rune-encrusted warhammer, stands atop the highest tower of the fortress. His face is pale, and his eyes are bloodshot. 3 days. Just 3 days. The main orc force is like an endless tide, attacking the Broken Blade fortress day and night. The casualties among the defenders are shocking. Lord Marquis, Eastern Wall. Too many Stone Fist trolls. We can't hold them much longer. A bloody general rushes up the tower, voice hoarse. Deploy the Iron Wall Battalion. Use the Magic Breaker crossbows. Smash those stone lumps, Glenwill roars. South Gate. Ogres are smashing the door. Pour oil. Spray poison. Burn them all, Shaman. The Shaman is summoning a meteor. Wizard team. Combined shield. Disrupt the spell. Commands shouted through the smoke and chaos. The 30,000 regular troops from the capital, the elite garrison troops from the western region, and the arriving noble reinforcements from the south and east, though few in number, brought valuable mages and sharp archers. Under Glenwill's command, they moved like precise gears, struggling to hold back the savage orc attacks. Lord Marquis. A messenger hurriedly ran up, nearly falling. The reinforcements from the capital have arrived. What? Glenwill's spirit lifted. It's the Royal Mage Corps and the Holy Radiance Knights. A large squad. 500 heavily armored knights. Led by Sir Arthur Rowland, the king's second son. Excellent. Wonderful. Glenwill's eyes shone with hope. The Royal Mage Corps. The Holy Radiance Knights. The strongest forces of the capital. Quick, send for Sir Arthur and the mage leader. At the Broken Blade Fortress, in the command hall, the atmosphere was serious and solemn. Glenwill looked at the young knight Arthur Rowland, who was dusty but full of vigor, and the deep-eyed, white-haired leader of the Royal Mage Corps, Master Augustus. Lord Marquis. Sir Arthur bowed deeply, his voice firm. By the king's order, the first squad of the Holy Radiance Knights, 500 heavily armored knights, are here to support. We vow to be the shield of the Western region, even if it costs us everything. Master Augustus. Glenwill bowed deeply to the old mage. Thank you and your mages for coming. The fortress needs your strength. Lord Marquis, no need for formalities, Master Augustus said calmly but powerfully. Defending against the orcs and protecting the kingdom is our duty. The fortress's protective ruins are badly damaged. Our mage corps will take over immediately to repair and strengthen them, and to suppress the dark magic of those blood-howl shamans. Additionally, Sir Arthur added, the capital has activated its highest logistics system. The arcane teleportation array, short-range, small-scale, is connected to the capital's strategic warehouse. The first supplies 100,000 rune arrows with armor-piercing spells, 5,000 sets of fine chain mail, 1,000 barrels of holy fire oil, along with many healing potions and magical materials, have already been sent through the teleportation array to the fortress warehouse. Resupply will come continuously. Arcane teleportation array. Holy fire oil. Glenwill's eyes sparkled brightly. The royal capital finally revealed its secret weapon. This is not just material support, but a symbol of the kingdom's will. Excellent. This is truly timely help. Please convey my deepest thanks to His Majesty the King and the Minister of War. Also, Sir Arthur Rowland looked at Glenwill with a hint of respect. His Majesty asked me to tell you. Count Lynn of the Northern Front has achieved victory in the first battle. He defeated 2,000 enemies. His Majesty hopes that the Eastern and Western fronts can coordinate and fight the strong enemies together. Lynn. 1. Glenwill was slightly surprised, a complex light flickering in his eyes, but he quickly became firm. Good. Tell His Majesty. The Western Front will never let the kingdom down. The Broken Blade Fortress is where the orcs will meet their end, at Rock Fortress, in the command room. Lynn looked at the latest intelligence from Hawk, his brow furrowed. The situation at the Western Front. Broken Blade Fortress is fierce. Hawk's voice was deep. The orc main force exceeds 50,000. Mixed troops, fierce attack. Marquis Glenwill is under great pressure. But reinforcements from the royal capital have arrived. The Royal Mage Corps, the Holy Light Knights, and supplies supported by the Arcane Teleportation Array. Arcane Teleportation Array. Lynn's eyes narrowed. The royal capital really pulled out all the stops this time. Additionally, Hawk added, Duke Greenleaf from the Southern Realm sent 300 Lynn Whisperer Rangers, elite archers, and 50 natural mages. Count Ironbow from the Eastern Realm sent 500 Cloud Piercer sharpshooters. Though few in number, they are all elites. The kingdom is finally united. Lime sighed. It's just like the saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. I believe those nobles are not fools. Lynn's voice was calm. He walked to the large sand table, pointing his finger at the locations of Rock Fortress and Broken Blade Fortress. Hawk, any news from the Shadowfang team? Yes, sir. Hawk's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Just received intermittent rune messages. The Shadowfang team has entered deep into the Broken Blade Mountains. They found the main orc camp, located in the Skullcrack Valley. The forces may number around 100,000, but their camp is scattered. The logistics lines are long. It seems they are waiting for something. Waiting, Lynn's eyes sharpened. Waiting for more forces to gather. Still, waiting for reinforcements from behind. Additionally, Hawk lowered his voice. The Shadowfang team found traces of dark elves in the orc camp. Dark elves? Lynn's pupils suddenly contracted. Those evil races living in dark regions, skilled in assassination and magic? How could they be involved with the orcs? Is the news reliable? Lynn asked again. A scout from the Shadowfang risked his life to infiltrate and saw it with his own eyes. The dark elf assassins seem to be training orc stealthers, and dark elf mages are communicating with orc shaman. Lin slammed his fist on the edge of the map. Orcs plus Dark Elves? This is not just a savage charge. It could also involve deadly assassinations and strange magic. The situation is more complicated and dangerous than we thought. Sir, Alec stepped forward. The Western Front is under pressure. The main orc force is held at the Broken Blade Fortress. This is a good opportunity for us to strike first. If we can cut off their supply lines or attack their main camp, it could ease the pressure on the Western Front. Strike first? Lin's eyes swept over the shadow-covered Skull Crag Valley on the map, shining with sharp light. Deep into the orc heartland. Very risky, but the rewards are also huge. He paused for a moment, his eyes shining brightly. Alec, reporting. You lead personally? 700 Ice Edge Rangers. 500 elite longbow guards. 250 heavy cavalry. Form a fast attack group. Hawk. Your Shadow Fong scout team will cooperate fully. Provide intelligence support. Target Skull Crag Valley in the Broken Blade Mountains. Orc supply lines and Dark Elf strongholds. Mission: harass. Sabotage. Assassinate. Create chaos. Not to annihilate the enemy, but to disrupt the orc deployment. Reduce the pressure on the Western Front. Remember, Lin's voice was cold and sharp. Strike and retreat immediately. Never linger in battle. Preserve your strength. You are the dagger piercing into the orc's heart. Not cannon fodder sent to die. Yes, sir. Alec's eyes burned with fierce battle fire. Hawk's figure merged into the shadows. Cal. Lin turned to the rune communication device. Sir. Cal's voice came from the rock fortress. Switch to active defense at the rock fortress. Rely on fortifications to drain the orcs' remaining strength. Also, closely monitor the Howling Wind Valley. The appearance of the Dark Elves might mean underground tunnels. Yes, sir. Carl's voice was steady and strong. Soren. Yes, sir. Soren's voice came from Goldgrain Harbor. Naval forces. Strengthen coastal patrols. Expand the alert zone. Dark Elves are skilled at infiltrating by sea. Be on high alert for sneak attacks from the ocean. Understood, sir. Commands were quickly issued. The northern border's war machine, while facing direct threats, also lurked like a predator, ready to strike at the orcs' heartland with sharp claws, planning a deadly surprise attack. Deep inside the Howling Wind Valley mines, the guard captain led a team of soldiers, holding their breath, pressed close to the cold rock wall. Far ahead in the dark mine tunnel, the faint, eerie sound of digging grew clearer. It was as if something was just behind the wall, using claws to carve out a passage. Captain, what should we do? One soldier asked nervously. Get ready to fight. The captain slowly drew his steel sword, eyes determined. Whatever it is, trying to get through here. We'll have to step over our bodies. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, fear in their eyes, but more than that, a fierce resolve to protect their home. Meanwhile, deep in the Broken Skull Mountains, in the Valley of Fragments, this was the main camp of the orc army. On both sides of the valley, steep cliffs rose sharply, but the valley floor was wide and filled with dense animal hide tents and simple stone huts. The air was thick with the smell of blood, sweat, and sour alcohol. The roars of orc warriors, the shouts of combat, and the chants of shamans mixed into a wild, chaotic noise. At the deepest part of the valley, a striking altar made of huge bones and black rocks stood out. Around the altar, several tents made of dark purple leather and metal frames, clearly different from typical orc style, were set up. In front of the tents, a few figures moved faintly in the dim light. They were tall and agile, with sickly gray-purple skin, dressed in tight black leather armor embroidered with twisted spiders and dagger symbols. Their long, pointed ears peeked out from silver-white hair, and their faces were covered with metal masks that revealed only cold eyes. They moved silently and smoothly, like snakes blending into the shadows. They are the Dark Elves. A tall Dark Elf leader with a fierce, scarred face, Durler Shadowblade, was speaking in a hoarse voice with a strange rhythm, using Dark Elf language to train a few orc runners, elite orcs chosen for assassination training. Fools. Assassination is not rushing in. It is a dance in the shadows. It is a whisper in the throat. Your steps are too heavy. You're breathing too loud. You are like a group of excited cave lizards. Again, sneak into that watchtower. Cut the guards' throats. Do not alert anyone. Otherwise, you will be the next sacrifice. The orc runners growled lowly, their eyes flickering with bloodlust and a hint of hidden fear, as they clumsily merged into the shadows again to practice. Next to them, another dark elf mage dressed in a dark purple robe, Moorish Shadow Weaver, was whispering to a Bloodhowl shaman, Grom Skullbreaker, who had strange paint on his face and was holding a skull staff, Shaman Grom. Moorish's voice was like a snake's hiss. The progress of the Shadow Veil is too slow. The human scouts have already started to infiltrate. That one called Shadow Fong is very troublesome. We need to put pressure on them. The surprise attack on the Skullcrack Valley was like molten fire igniting instantly, fueling the orc main force's furious rage. The human troops, appearing like ghosts and causing chaos in the orc camp before disappearing quickly, had completely angered the savage beasts hiding deep in the Broken Blade Mountains. Ugh! The angry horns tore through the mountain silence. The ground trembled. Heavy footsteps like rolling thunder crushed from the northwest. At the top of the stone fortress, all soldiers felt the overwhelming, suffocating pressure coming their way. They're here. Carl stood on the highest arrow tower, gripping his bone axe tightly. His cold eyes pierced through the fog, locking onto the swirling dust at the end of the limestone mountain path. In the dust, first appeared a figure taller and more burly than the previous, Bonebreaker, orcs. His dark brown skin was covered with rough bone armor or simple iron plates. His fangs jutted out like daggers, and his eyes burned with a bloodthirsty glow hotter than lava. This was the main orc infantry, the Earthshaker warriors. They moved like rolling siege hammers, walking heavily and roaring loudly, rushing toward the first line of the rock fortress's defenses. Following behind were even more terrifying enemies. Stone Fist trolls, over 3 meters tall, skin like weathered rock. They carried huge logs or heavy stone clubs, and each step made the ground groan. Double-headed ogres, 2 fierce heads roaring different sounds. They pushed simple siege carts with large battering rams attached. Shadow wolf riders, riding giant wolves as big as horses, they moved like ghosts along the edge of the orc infantry, searching for a chance to attack. Bloodhowl shamans, standing on high ground behind the army, waving bone staffs decorated with skulls, they let out piercing screams that seemed to cut through the soul. A red, raging aura spread like a plague, covering the entire orc front line. Under this aura, the orc warriors' muscles bulged, veins stood out, and their eyes burned with madness. Their speed, strength, and pain sensitivity all increased many times. Roar! The furious orc front line crashed like a flood of molten lava against the outer stone wall of the fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The Stone Fist troll's massive club struck the wall hard. Stones flew everywhere. The wall shook violently. The siege cart pushed by the double-headed ogre rammed into the gate with immense force, producing a deafening crash. The Earth Splitter warriors climbed like ants, swinging huge axes and spiked clubs, madly hacking at the wall. Longbow squad. Target, orc infantry. Armor break and poison rune arrows. Cover fire. Fire now. Carl's voice boomed like thunder. Whoosh! 1,500 strong bows fired simultaneously. Arrows glowing with cold blue light rained down like a storm. Thud, thud, thud. Screams filled the air. The frontline orc infantry fell like wheat being cut. But the orcs under the Bloodhowl aura, even if hit by multiple arrows, continued to roar and charge forward unless the wounds were fatal. The poison seemed to be slowed by their wild blood energy. Rune Mage. Shock Rune. Target, trolls and ogres. Cast now. Orlando's voice was steady and powerful. Hum. An invisible shockwave erupted among the orc troops. The climbing trolls and ogres pushing the siege engines paused briefly, causing their attack to slow down. Siege Breaker, heavy crossbow. Target, the siege engine. Fire, Carl ordered sharply. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy rune crossbows on the city wall roared to life. Thick armor-piercing bolts shot fiercely at the ogre-pushed siege engines. Boom! One siege engine was cut in half. The large wooden ram fell, crushing several orcs beneath it. But more siege engines, driven by the ogre's brute strength, continued to crash against the city gate wildly. Boom! The heavy oak city gate of the stone fortress groaned under the repeated impacts. The huge gate latch behind it trembled violently. Heavy infantry. Shield wall formation. Hold the gate, Carl shouted angrily. Roar! Dozens of heavily armored infantry, equipped with giant beast barrier, shield formations, stood firm like steel fortresses inside the gate. They shoulder to shoulder, shields linked together, forming an unbreakable wall of steel. The force of the impact traveled through the gate, hitting the shields with a dull, thunderous sound. The soldiers clenched their teeth, leaving deep footprints on the rocky ground beneath their feet. Rune lights flickered across the shields, dispersing the force of the impact layer by layer. Wolf cavalry. Left flank, the lookout shouted. Icefang riders. Intercept, Carl ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of poisoned short spears shot out from the cliffs on both sides of the city walls like deadly snakes. They precisely covered the wolf cavalry squad, trying to flank from behind. The giant wolves howled in pain and fell to the ground. The riders were thrown from their horses and instantly covered by a rain of arrows. Shaman. Cast spells on the high ground behind us. Longbow guard. Sharpshooters. Focus fire on the shaman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Skilled longbowmen drew their bows as full moons, firing specially crafted, demon-breaking, rune arrows across the sky. 2. Bloodhowl, shamans, who were casting spells, were pierced through the heads with precise shots. Their red halos flickered and faded instantly. The battle had entered its most brutal phase from the very beginning. The orcs was like a raging tsunami, wave after wave, never stopping. The stone walls cracked and developed gaps under the constant pounding of trolls and ogres. The heavy infantry's shield wall at tower shield formation firmly holds the city gate, enduring great pressure. The longbow guard's arrow rain never stops, the humming of bowstrings filling the air. The rune mage's arcane glow flickers on the city wall, continuously releasing shockwaves, slowing spells, and even small-scale firestorms, burning the dense orc crowds. Blood dyes the gray mountain path red. Orc bodies pile up, layer after layer. But more orcs, stepping over their fallen comrades, become even more frantic under the shaman's howls and rush forward. The defenders of Stone Fortress also pay a heavy price. Constantly, soldiers are struck by flying boulders or cut down by orcs crossing the wall. On the wall, the groans of the wounded, the shouts of officers, and the clash of weapons blend together. General, the third section of the eastern stone wall has been knocked down by a troll, the deputy shouted hoarsely. Legionnaires, block the gap. Short sword formation. Attack. Carl the Bone axe pointed forward. Charge. The well-prepared legionnaires, armed with fine steel short swords and iron shield formations, surged toward the gap like a tide. They moved swiftly and in perfect coordination. Their short swords, like venomous snakes, stabbed through the gaps in the shields, accurately piercing the orcs climbing in, throats, eyes, joints. Blood splattered. Corpses tumbled down. The gap instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Heavy cavalry. Prepare. Carl's gaze swept over the still-raging orc tide below, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Open the city gates. Boom! The heavy gates of Stone Fortress, in the stunned eyes of the orcs, suddenly burst open with a loud crash. Heavy cavalry. Charge. Carl the Bone Axe struck down fiercely. Roar. 250 heavy armored cavalry, wearing rune-enchanted armor and wielding heavy lances, roared out like awakened steel giants from the gates. Their heavy hooves thundered on the ground, creating a deafening roar. They formed a spearhead formation, like glowing hot iron, fiercely stabbing into the densest part of the orc attack force's flank. Splat! The terrifying sound of impact and bones breaking filled the air. The heavy cavalry's lances easily pierced orc infantry bodies. Iron hooves crushed the orcs, blocking the way into meat paste. The unstoppable charge instantly tore apart the orc formation. Everywhere they passed, flesh and blood flew. Even the stone fist giant was knocked back and staggered. Longbow guard. Cover fire. Heavy infantry. Push back. Close the gap. With a deadly strike from the heavy cavalry and fire support from the city walls, the fragile defense line was stabilized again. The orc attack was pushed back. The battle lasted for 2 full hours. The Grey Mountain Trail was stained dark green. The orcs left behind nearly 5,000 bodies. Over a dozen trolls were shot dead. All siege engines were destroyed. More than half of the shaman were killed in the attack. The defenders of the rock fortress also suffered heavy losses. Nearly 1,000 soldiers died. Many others were wounded. Finally, after paying a heavy price, the main force of the orcs slowly retreated like a tide, disappearing into the shadows of the Broken Blade Mountains. All that remained was a battlefield strewn with corpses and flowing blood, and the unyielding blue wolf flag still standing on the fortress wall. Carl, leaning on his bone axe, stood on the blood-stained wall, gasping heavily. His scale armor was covered with dents and bloodstains, and a deep wound on his shoulder was bleeding profusely. He looked down at the hellish battlefield below, his eyes filled with no joy of victory, only deep seriousness. Clear the battlefield. Tend to the wounded. Reinforce the defenses. Carl's voice was hoarse and tired. The orcs will come again. Next time, it will be even fiercer, deep inside the Howling Wind Valley mine. The fight was equally fierce. The guard captain and soldiers fought desperately in the narrow tunnels against those terrifying underground creatures, cave dwellers, that surged from beneath the earth. These cave dwellers had pale, wrinkled skin, long limbs, and sharp bone claws on their fingers. Their eyes were underdeveloped, relying on smell and vibration to sense their surroundings, and they emitted hissing sounds. They moved as swiftly as ghosts. Even more frightening was their number. They poured out from behind collapsed rocks like a tide. Hold on. Shields. Hold on. The guard captain shouted, slicing open a cave dweller's claw with a steel sword, then stabbing it in the throat. Dark green, sticky blood splattered everywhere. A soldier was scratched on the leg by a cave dweller's bone claw and screamed as he fell. In an instant, several cave dwellers pounced on him, tearing him into pieces. Torches. Use torches. Another soldier lit a torch, waving it to drive back the approaching cave dwellers. These creatures seemed to fear fire. Tom's voice came from behind. He personally led a team of engineers to support. A loud explosion echoed. Part of the mine tunnel collapsed, temporarily blocking the cave dwellers from coming out. Quick, build a defense line. Use oil. Set up obstacles, Tom shouted angrily. The soldiers used shields and broken stones to make a simple barrier. They poured oil and set it on fire. A wall of flames ignited inside the tunnel, temporarily stopping the attack. But deep inside the tunnel, the creepy digging sounds didn't stop. In fact, they seemed to be getting louder, as if more passages were being opened. Off the coast of Golden Ear Port, General Soren stood at the bow of the ship, Blood Fury, looking serious at the floating remains of a giant beast and the wreckage of a patrol boat. The sea breeze carried a strong smell of blood and a disgusting fishy odor. Sir, the lookout shouted in fear. Underwater. There's something. Very big. Many. All hands on alert. Prepare the crossbows. Get the sea monster shock bombs ready, Soren ordered sharply. Suddenly, the water exploded. Several huge, twisted figures burst out of the sea. They had large octopus-like tentacles, but their bodies were covered in dark green scales. Their heads were fierce fish-like faces with sharp teeth. These were sea monsters. Roar, the sea monsters let out a piercing scream. Their thick tentacles swung with great force, striking the Blood Fury ship. Protective runes. Activate all, Soren shouted. A faint blue shield of runes appeared on the ship's surface. Boom! The tentacles slammed into the shield, causing it to flicker violently. The ship shook intensely. Fire the crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Wavebreaker rune crossbows roared. Thick arrows shot into the massive bodies of the sea monsters, spraying dark green blood. Drop the shock bombs. Splash, splash. Several dozen specially made sea monster shock bombs were thrown into the water. A terrifying shockwave erupted underwater. Wailing. The sea monsters cried out in pain. Their tentacles twitched and retracted. Longbow guard. Poison arrows. Cover fire. The scene continues. Dense arrow rain covered the sea. Poisoned arrows pierced the sea monster's scales, quickly spreading venom. Suddenly, a nearby ship was caught by several tentacles at once. The ship groaned painfully. Soldiers on the deck screamed as they were dragged into the sea. Support ship. Hurry. Cut the tentacles. Save the people. Soren's face was filled with rage. Runesmith. Cast a combined spell. Deep sea restraint. Yes. Commander. The battle on the sea was also very dangerous. The Blackrock Navy faced its toughest challenge since its founding. There were battles at the Rock Fortress, the underground of Windhowl Valley, and the sea monster invasion at Golden Ear Port. The three front lines in the northern region ignited fierce flames of war. Orcs, cave dwellers, sea monsters. Terrifying enemies from different directions, like three deadly blades. The bloody battle at the Rock Fortress had not yet ended. The mountain path was piled high with orc corpses, giving off a strong stench. Carl, leaning on a bone axe, stood on the blood-stained city wall. His shoulder wound was temporarily bandaged by the medic, but every breath caused sharp pain. The soldiers silently cleared the battlefield, carefully collecting the fallen comrades' bodies and dragging orc corpses away to burn. The air was filled with sadness, exhaustion, and a heavy sense of relief after surviving. General, scout report. A dusty Ice Edge ranger hurried to Carl, sounding worried. The main orc force hasn't retreated. They are regrouping at the edge of the Broken Blade Mountains. Their numbers are even greater, and new types of enemies have appeared, like giant wolves wearing bone armor, and flying monsters. Flying monsters? Carl's pupils shrank. Orc Air Force? This is an unprecedented threat. Order. Reinforce all arrow towers. Crossbow cannons with anti-air angles. Longbow guard. Prepare Skybreaker rune arrows. Runesmith. Immediately research anti-air defense runes. Hurry. The Rock Fortress had just endured a fierce battle, catching its breath, but a new, more terrifying threat was looming. Deep inside the Windhowl Valley mines, a wall of fire blazed fiercely in the narrow tunnels, temporarily blocking the crazy attack of the cave dwellers. But the sound of digging from behind the rock walls grew louder, like a drumbeat of death, becoming more intense and closer. Every strike makes the guard soldiers' hearts tremble. Master Tom. Master Orlando, the captain of the guard's voice is hoarse, his face covered in dark green goblin blood. They are digging faster. The oil is running out. The defenses can't hold. Tom, shirtless and muscular, sweat mixing with dust, is directing engineers to reinforce the wall with steel supports and runes, building a second temporary barrier behind the firewall. We must hold on. We can't lose the Huifeng Valley mine, he shouts angrily, hammering a steel nail into the support. Master Orlando stands at the back, his staff floating in front of him. He quickly makes hand signs and chants a strange spell. Yellowish runes glow from his fingertips, flowing into the rocks and supports reinforced by Tom. Earth Strength Rune Array is being deployed. It takes time. Tom, hold on for 15 more minutes. 15 minutes? Tom looks at the goblins struggling in the flames ahead, still fighting desperately to put out the fire. He grits his teeth. Good. Brothers, hold on. For the mine. For Black Rock territory. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The soldiers roar hoarsely, using their shields to hold the collapsing supports against the goblins' attacks. Suddenly, on the left side, an unreinforced section of the rock wall collapses with a loud crash. Dust fills the air. More goblins rush in like a flood. Block it. Quickly block it. The captain of the guards screams in rage. It's too late. Tom's eyes flash with determination. Engineers, use the shock rune bomb. Throw it. Collapse that tunnel. Yes. Boom. 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 A series of loud explosions echo through the mine. Rocks fly everywhere. Smoke and dust fill the air. The collapse temporarily seals the new gap, but also buries a small group of soldiers who couldn't retreat in time. No, the captain of the guards roars in grief. No time for sorrow. Tom's voice is cold as iron. Reinforce the existing defenses. Prepare for the next wave. Master Orlando. Rune Array. Hurry. The Huifeng Valley mine feels like walking on the edge of a cliff, ready to fall into the abyss at any moment. Outside Jeansway Harbor, the Blood Fury ship rocked violently amidst the waves, its hull covered with dents from tentacle strikes and sticky, dark green slime. Large bodies of sea monsters floated on the surface, along with the wreckage of two attack ships. The battle was extremely fierce. Commander, the Hawk has sunk. The Sea Serpent is heavily damaged. It has lost power. The Vice Admiral reported, trembling. General Solon stood at the bow, his face pale and grim. His silver-gray naval uniform was stained with blood and salt water. He tightly held a monocular telescope, staring at the faint, huge shadow beneath the distant sea surface. Although they had repelled the first wave of sea monsters, the cost was heavy. Even more frightening was that the shadow seemed only the tip of the iceberg. Support ships. Repair the Sea Serpent with all your might. Engineers. Underwater operations. Remove entanglements from the hull. Rinsmith. Maintain the deep sea shackles spell. Do not relax. Reload the crossbows. Prepare the sea monster shock bombs for the second attack. Additionally, Solon's eyes flashed with cold light. Send fast boats back to port. Notify the dock. Speed up the launch of new ships, especially those few sea monster killers equipped with the breaking wave heavy harpoon crossbows. We need more firepower at that moment. Commander, underwater. There's unusual energy fluctuation, suddenly exclaimed a Rinsmith. What? Solon turned sharply. He saw the water near the bottom of the Blood Fury suddenly start swirling violently, forming a huge whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool, a dark energy wave emanated, making the heart race. Not good. It's deep-sea magic. All hands on deck. Maximize protective runes, Solon roared. Buzz, the runes on the hull's shield burst into blinding light. Boom, a massive jet of black seawater, like a spear from the abyss, crashed down fiercely onto the bottom of the Blood Fury. Creak. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the runic shield flickered violently and dimmed. The hull tilted sharply. Soldiers on the deck lost their footing and screamed as they fell into the sea. The hull is damaged. Water is coming in, the bosun shouted desperately. Beneath the surface, a more terrifying presence lurked. The Dark Elves' magic finally revealed their fangs. West Border, Broken Blade Fortress. The battle here has become the most intense and brutal phase. Orc main forces are like endless waves, constantly attacking this ancient fortress day and night. The city walls are damaged in many places, and the gates are on the verge of collapsing. The fallen defenders' bodies pile up like mountains. Marquis Glenwill, dressed in blood-stained armor, holding a large rune war hammer, personally stands on the most dangerous eastern section of the wall. Every swing of his war hammer carries immense power, smashing the climbing trolls or ogres into meat pulp. Blood dyes his beard red. Lord Marquis, the South Gate, can't hold much longer. There are too many ogres. A general rushes over, covered in blood. Sir Arthur, Glenwill roars. Here, the young Sir Arthur Rowland, wearing shining silver armor of the Holy Radiance Knights, rides his horse to the front. Though tired, his eyes remain sharp as an eagle. Take your knights. Go to the South Gate. Crush those enemies. Understood. Holy Radiance Knights. Follow me in the charge. Sir Arthur raises his lance, leading 500 heavily armored knights, like a silver flood, rushing toward the perilous South Gate. Master Augustus, Glenwill looks up at the high city tower. The white-haired leader of the Royal Mage Corps, Master Augustus, raises his staff, surrounded by a powerful aura of arcane light. Behind him, dozens of royal mages work together to cast spells. Unified Shield. Maintain. Elemental Storm. Target. Orc Siege Tower. Cast. Boom. A thick chain of lightning tears through the sky, striking a huge orc siege tower fiercely. Wood chips fly, flames rise, and the tower collapses with a loud crash, crushing many orcs below. The Forest Whisperer from the south. The Cloud Piercer sharpshooters from the east. Suppress the shaman. Glenwill continues to give orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Precise arrows, like the call of death, continuously target and kill the Bloodhowl shamans trying to cast spells. Nature mages summon vines to entangle the climbing orcs. The Cloud Piercer sharpshooters' armor-piercing arrows easily pierce the rock-like skin of the trolls. Logistics. Bring up the holy fire oil sent from the capital. Pour it out. Burn them to death. Medical team. Quickly. Carry the wounded away. The Broken Blade Fortress, like a reef in a storm, fights fiercely under the savage of the orcs. Support from the royal capital and reinforcements from the southern and eastern regions flow like gentle streams into this bloody grindstone, together holding up the fragile shield of the kingdom. Blackrock City, the Lord's Castle, Central Command Room. A large magic sand table floats in the air, clearly showing the real-time status of 4 battlefronts. Red alert at the Rock Fortress. Yellow crisis at Howling Wind Valley. Deep blue whirlpool at Golden Grain Port. Blood red noose at the Broken Blade Fortress. Each message hits Linen's heart like a heavy hammer. Lem, Eric, who has withdrawn from Broken Skull Valley, Hawk, and others stand solemnly on either side, their faces very serious. Sir. Lem's voice trembles slightly. General Carl at the Rock Fortress reports urgent news. Orc main forces are gathering, and there are signs of air units. Requesting anti-air support. Master Tom from Howling Wind Valley reports. Cave dwellers are attacking fiercely. Many tunnels have collapsed. Rune array deployment is hindered. Requesting reinforcements. General Soren at Golden Grain Port reports. Encountered sea monsters and suspected dark elf deep-sea magic attacks. The Blood Fury ship is damaged. The Hawk sank. The Sea Serpent is heavily damaged. Requesting new ships and magic countermeasures. Marquis Glenwill at the Western Front's Broken Blade Fortress sends a message. The battle is fierce. Heavy casualties, but they are still holding on, thanks to the northern surprise attack that disrupted the orcs' rear. Requesting continued distraction. All 4 battlefronts are in urgent danger. The northern front is on the brink of collapse. Lin stands in front of the sand table, tall and steady like a pine tree, his silver-gray wolf fur cloak billowing in the wind. His eyes are deep and dark, as if capable of swallowing any storm. Blackrock's defenses are under unprecedented pressure. Eric. Linen's voice is calm, but carries undeniable authority. Reporting, sir. Direction of the Rock Fortress. Lead the team yourself. Command all Ice Edge Rangers, 700 soldiers. The Elite Longbow Guard, 500 soldiers. Bring all Skybreaker rune arrows. 1/3 of the Rune Mage Corps. Focus on anti-air runes. Rush to support Carl immediately. Must hold the Rock Fortress. Absolutely cannot let the Orc Air Force run wild. Yes, sir. Eric's eyes burn with battle fire, and he turns to leave. Hawk. Sir. Direction of Howling Wind Valley. Your Shadow Fong scout team, half of the elite troops. Carry shockwave, rune bombs, and suffocation toxic fog bombs. Sneak into the mine. Assist Tom and Orlando. Target. Up all the newly dug tunnels for the cave dwellers. Delay their attack. At the same time, find the source of their digging. Yes, sir. Hawk's figure flashes and merges into the shadows. Lime. Reporting for duty. In the direction of Golden Grain Harbor. The shipyard. All new ships under construction, especially the Sea Monster Killer class. Spare no effort. They must launch within 3 days. Resources needed. Unlimited supply. Workshop. Stop all non-urgent production. Focus on making Sea Monster shock bombs. Magic Breaker harpoons. Deep Sea Restraint rune array components. Magic Academy. Since Master Orlando is busy, you will coordinate personally. Gather all water and protection magic apprentices. Bring the Deep Sea Restraint rune array components. Immediately take a fast boat to Golden Grain Harbor. Assist General Soren in fighting deep sea magic. Also, notify Viscount Allen. All available armed merchant ships at White River Harbor. Form a temporary fleet immediately. Rush to support Golden Grain Harbor. Yes, sir. Lime accepts the order, eyes shining with determination. As for the western border, Lin's gaze falls on the blood-red Broken Blade Fortress on the map. Marquis Glenwill. He is buying us time. Lin takes a deep breath and walks to the magic communication array in the command room. He presses both hands on the central eye of the array, pouring powerful mental energy into it. The magic circle instantly lights up with brilliant glow. Carl. Soren. Tom. Orlando. Lin's voice passes through the magic array, clearly reaching the minds of the 4 frontline commanders with a soul-stirring force. I am Lin. The 3 battlefronts, Fort Rock, Howling Wind Valley, and Golden Grain Harbor, must be held. The Orc main force is held at the Broken Blade Fortress. This is our greatest opportunity, and also our greatest danger. Bravest warriors of the North, I know your difficulties. Reinforcements. Supplies. are on their way, but in the end, only you can defend your homeland. Only your soldiers. Remember, behind you are the lands of the north, your loved ones, the future of Blackrock territory. There is no retreat, only fight to the death. For the north, for the kingdom, for survival, battle. Lynn's voice, like a mighty bell, echoed with unmatched will and strength in the minds of the four commanders. Carl clenched his bone axe. Soren straightened his back. Tom raised his iron hammer. Orlando opened his eyes. Exhaustion, pain, and fear, at this moment, were replaced by a stronger belief. For the north, fight to the death and never retreat. Carl's voice rang out from the top of the fortress of the rock. For the navy, fight to the death and never retreat. Soren roared on the deck of the Blood Fury ship. For the mines, fight to the death and never retreat. Tom's voice echoed through the tunnels of the Howling Wind Valley. For the arcane, fight to the death and never retreat. Orlando whispered softly amid the rune glow. The four battlefronts, like for tightly stretched bowstrings, burst with unprecedented resistance under the siege of orcs, cave dwellers, sea monsters, and dark elves. The shield of the kingdom shone with the brightest light amid blood and fire. Lynn's voice, like thunder piercing through a storm, exploded in the minds of the four frontline commanders. That, fight to the death and never retreat, will, like burning lava, instantly ignited the collapsing defenses. Fortress of the Rock. Roar, amid the deafening roar, Carl, like a bloodied war god, swung his great axe. He shattered the head of a stone fist, ogre climbing onto the wall. Stinking brain matter and dark green blood splattered onto his bloodstained scales. Air defense! Air defense! His furious shout drowned out the roars of the orcs. Buzz! At the top of the wall's arrow towers, makeshift, air-breaking, rune crossbows emitted sharp humming sounds. Thick, shimmering rune arrows, like shooting stars in reverse, fiercely shot toward the terrifying figures diving from the sky. Bat-winged orcs. These monsters had huge bat-like wings, but their bodies resembled skinned hounds, with fangs bearing and claws like hooks. They emitted piercing shrieks as they swooped down from above, trying to claw soldiers off the wall or throw burning sulfur stones. Splurt! Splurt! The air-breaking, rune arrows precisely pierced several bat-winged orcs' bodies. They screamed as they fell. Longbow guard. Air-breaking rune arrows. Volley fire. Eric's voice was cold as a blade. He had just arrived with reinforcements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 500 elite longbow guards simultaneously draw their bows. Special rune arrows cut through the air with a sharp sound, like a swarm of bees covering the sky. Howl! More bat-winged orcs are shot into sieves. They fall burning. But some brave orcs break through the arrow rain and dive down. Shield formation. Raise your shields. A sharp claw strikes the tower shield with a clang, sparks flying. The soldiers behind the shield are pushed back by the strong impact. Short swords. Stab now. Legion soldiers quickly their short swords through gaps in the shields, aiming precisely at the orcs' throats. Rune mage. Gravity field. Cover the top of the city wall. Buzz. An invisible force suddenly intensifies. The diving bat-winged orcs seem to hit an unseen wall, their movements slowing sharply. They are easily cut down by arrow rain and short swords from the wall. The threat in the sky is temporarily stopped, but the main orc forces on the ground are like mad beasts. Under the influence of the Blood Howl Shaman, the Earth Splitter warriors step over their fallen comrades, charging recklessly at the shaky stone wall. The giant troll's club smashes stones into flying debris. Orc siege carts crash into the city gate, making terrifying groans. General Carl, the eastern section of the stone wall, has collapsed again. Deputy shouts. Heavy infantry. Push forward. Shield wall formation. Block the gap. Roar. Clad in beast barrier tower shields, the heavy infantry move like a steel wall, crashing toward the gap. The shields connect, forming an unbreakable barrier. The orcs collide with the shields like waves hitting rocks, shattering into pieces. Longbow guard. Cover fire. Suppress the following orcs. Rune mage. Blazing storm. Target. Dense orc area outside the gap. Fire now. Boom. A blazing wall of fire erupts outside the gap, instantly engulfing dozens of orcs. Piercing screams echo across the battlefield. Pinnacle Fortress stands firm amid blood and fire, like a solid rock. Deep inside the Howling Wind Valley mines. Rumble. Another section of the rock wall collapses in a fierce explosion. Debris and smoke fill the air. Hawk's Shadowfang scouts move swiftly through the tunnels like ghosts. Target. New passage. Suffocating poison fog bombs. Launch. Hawk's voice was cold. Pop. 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 Several specially made poison gas bombs were accurately thrown into the newly dug tunnel for the cavemen. Thick, foul-smelling purple smoke instantly spread out. Hiss. 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 The cavemen inside the tunnel let out frightened and painful screams. The digging sound immediately stopped. Good job. Tom wiped the blood and sweat from his face. Engineering team. Reinforce. Use quick-setting cement. Hurry, Master Orlando. The Earth Strength Rune Array. 90% complete. Hold on a little longer. Orlando's voice was tired but sharp-eyed. The yellowish light at the top of his staff grew brighter. Captain, on the right side. Something's moving, a guard shouted. Whoosh! A shadow like lightning shot out from the darkness. Sharp bone claws aimed straight at the captain's throat. Clang! The captain reacted quickly. His steel sword sliced through the claws, sparks flying. It's a caveman assassin. Hawk's eyes sharpened. This speed. Far beyond normal cavemen. It was trained by dark elves. Shadowfang. Surround and attack. Several dark shadows pounced instantly. Poison daggers like snakes stabbed at the caveman assassin's vital points. Splat. Splat. Though the caveman assassin was very fast, under the attack of Shadowfang scouts, he was quickly stabbed into a sieve. Dark green blood splattered on the rock wall. Clear them out. Continue throwing poison gas bombs. Delay their attack. Hawk ordered. Yes. In the Wind Howl Valley mine, under the cover of poison fog and explosions, the fragile defense line was temporarily stabilized. Off the coast of Golden Ear Port, the Blood Fury ship tilted violently in the waves. A huge hole was torn in the hull by a terrifying dark water spear. Seawater flooded in crazily. Leak repair team. Quickly. Underwater operations. General Solin's voice was hoarse. He clung tightly to the ship's side, steadying himself. Engineering team. Come with me below. A squad of engineers wearing special rune armor for diving jumped into the cold sea without hesitation. Rune Mage. Maintain deep sea restraint. Suppress underwater magic fluctuations, Solin shouted angrily. Buzz. The seawater around the hull violently vibrated. An invisible force of restraint tried to lock down the terrifying presence beneath the water. Support ship. Sea monster killer. Target. The center of the underwater whirlpool. Magic breaking harpoon. Fire. Bang. A newly launched sea monster killer class battleship roared as its heavy harpoon crossbow fired. A large harpoon wrapped with silver runes tore through the water and shot fiercely toward the whirlpool's center. Splurt. It seems the harpoon hit something. The whirlpool suddenly paused. Dark energy waves violently fluctuated. Roar. A deep, angry roar came from the seabed. The seawater surged violently. Effective. Keep suppressing. Hope flickered in Solin's eyes. General, the Magic Academy apprentice team has arrived, the deputy shouted happily. Quick. Let them take over the deep-sea seal rune array. Increase the power. Yes. Dozens of young magic apprentices, led by their mentor, quickly boarded the Blood Fury and support ships. Though inexperienced, they had numbers on their side. Massive mental energy poured into the rune array. The faint blue ceiling glow suddenly surged, forcibly suppressing the churning seawater. The hole at the bottom of the ship is temporarily sealed. The helmsman, soaked and panting, reported. Good. Solin slammed his fist on the ship's side. All battleships. Deploy the sea monster shock bombs. Cover the area. Out the underwater debris. Splash. 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 Dozens of shock bombs were thrown into the sea. Hum. Terrifying shock waves erupted underwater. The seawater boiled and churned as if it was boiling. Woo! Painful screams echoed from the seabed. The huge shadow seemed heavily damaged and slowly retreated. Under the joint of magic and steel, the waters around Golden Grain Port temporarily repelled the terror of the deep sea. Western border. Broken Blade Fortress. This place is a true meat grinder. The city walls are heavily collapsed. The gates have long been shattered. The bodies of orcs and defenders are piled together, forming mountains. The battle has entered its most brutal street fighting phase. For the kingdom, for the western border. Kill! Marquis Glenwill's roar echoed through the fortress. He swung a giant rune warhammer, each strike turning an orc warrior into minced meat. Blood dyed his silver-white beard red. Saint Glory Knights, charge with me! Sir Arthur Rowland, clad in blood-stained silver armor, led the remaining 200 heavy cavalry in a desperate charge through the narrow streets. Like a silver blade, they tore through the wave of orcs, opening a bloody path. Warriors of the southern lands. Forest speakers. Fire arrows, shouted a southern noble wearing a leaf cloak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Precise arrows, like having eyes, shot from rooftops and windows, killing orc officers and shamans with deadly accuracy. East border marksman. Target, troll's eyes. Fire. Another eastern general roared. Thud, thud. The cloud-breaking sharpshooter's armor-piercing arrow easily pierced the fragile eyes of the troll. The intense pain drove the giant beast into a frenzy, swinging its club wildly and accidentally, crushing many nearby orcs. Royal Mage Corps. Cast together. Holy Light Purification. Augustus's voice was tired but still commanding. Hum. A huge, pure pillar of holy light descended from the sky, striking the densest area of orcs. Snarl. The orcs covered by the holy light let out piercing screams. Their skin smoked as if burned, and the evil, raging auras were instantly dispelled. At the Broken Blade Fortress, amid the fierce fighting of the kingdom's elite and reinforcements, the fortress trembled like a lone boat in a storm, teetering but never sinking. Blackrock City. Central Command Room. On the magic sand table, for lines of light flickered wildly. Red alerts indicating danger flashed repeatedly, but not a single light went out. Lame, Eric, who had returned, Hawk, and others stood stiffly on either side, sweat soaking their backs. Every alert meant soldiers on the front lines fought desperately. Sir, Lame's voice was hoarse. Fortress of the Rock. Air defense pressure is huge, but the line is holding for now. Valley of Howling Winds. Poison fog bombs and explosions delayed the cave dwellers' attack. Earth Fortress Rune Array. Deployed. Golden Sickle Harbor. The hull damage is temporarily sealed. Underwater monsters have been repelled. The mage apprentices successfully maintained deep-sea restraint. Western border. Broken Blade Fortress. Still in street fighting. Heavy casualties. But still holding. Lynn stood in front of the sand table, her figure appearing especially tall amid the flickering magic light. Her eyes showed no emotion, only a cold sharpness that seemed to control the entire situation. Very good. Linnan's voice was calm and steady. Send the orders. Fortress Pancher. Continue strengthening the air defenses. The remaining Rune Mage troops should prioritize researching mass slow and mental shock runes. Weaken the orc ground. Howl Wind Valley. Hoke. Keep monitoring. Find the source of the cave dwellers mining. If necessary, up the entire tunnel. Jeansway Port. Dockyard. Once the new ships are launched, send them into battle immediately. General Soren. Expand patrols. Be alert for the Dark Elf Fleet. Western Front. Lennon's gaze fell on the glaring red light at the Broken Blade Fortress. Tell Marquis Glenwill. The northern border will not be fought alone. Eric, subordinate here. Prepare the Ice Edge Rangers. Longbow Guard. Heavy cavalry. Stand by at all times. If the western front line suffers a critical breach, rush to aid immediately. Yes, sir. Lin slowly turned around, scanning the crowd. His voice was deep and powerful, for battle lines, for defenses woven with blood and fire. Our soldiers have forged this unyielding shield with flesh and will. Orcs, cave dwellers, sea monsters, dark elves. They think they can crush us easily. But they are wrong. The walls of Fortress Pancher, the mines of Howl Wind Valley, the waters of Jean Sway Port, the ruins of Broken Blade Fortress, every inch of land tells them. Linnan's voice suddenly rose sharply, like a sword drawn. Keep fighting until the last drop of blood, the last breath, for survival, for the future. Fight, fight. In the command room, a thunderous roar erupted. Exhaustion and fear were completely driven away. replaced by burning fighting spirit. The smoke at Fortress Panshir had not yet cleared. The toxic fog of Howlwind Valley still lingered, and the blood-stained waves at Jean Sway Port continued to surge. The three battle lines in the northern border, after paying a heavy price, resembled wounded giants panting and licking their wounds, wary of enemies that could strike again from the darkness. However, the flames at the western front, at Broken Blade Fortress, burned even more fiercely. Broken Blade Fortress. This 1,000-year-old stronghold had now become a hellish battlefield. Many of its once tall walls had collapsed, with huge gaping wounds like fierce scars, exposed to the greedy eyes of the orcs. The city gates had long turned to dust. Inside the fortress, every street and every building has become a bloody battlefield. The main orc forces are like an endless tide, flooding into the fortress wave after wave. The Riftbreaker warriors swing their giant axes wildly in the narrow alleys. The Stone Fist trolls smash walls with heavy stone clubs, crushing everything in their way. The Two-Headed ogres roar and charge at the last defenses. The Shadow wolf riders move like ghosts through the ruins, looking for isolated prey. The Bloodhowl shaman screams are like relentless pests, fueling the orcs' rage. The defenders' resistance is brave, but tragic. Lord Glenwill's rune warhammer has already been stained dark green with orc blood. His silver-white beard is matted with sweat, blood, and dust. His noble armor is full of dents and cracks. He fights like a wounded lion, leading the last of his guards, holding the final stone bridge to the fortress's core. Every swing of his warhammer echoes with the sound of orc bones breaking. Yet, his guards are falling one after another. Lord Marquis, the south gate is lost. Sir Arthur is badly wounded. A bloodied messenger stumbles to the bridge, voice trembling with emotion. What? Glenwill's pupils shrink suddenly. Arthur Rowland, hope of the Holy Light Knights, pride of the capital. He covered the retreat of the wounded, and was hit by a falling log from the ogres. His armor shattered. The messenger sobs. Take him away. No matter what, save him. Glenwill's voice is hoarse and resolute. He suddenly turns, swinging his warhammer to knock away a wolf rider attempting a sneak attack. Hold the line. Keep it together. Reinforcements will arrive. Master Augustus. His magic is almost gone. A royal mage looks pale, voice trembling. Hold on. At the tip of Master Augustus's staff, the light has dimmed. He drips with blood from the corner of his mouth, desperately maintaining the combined shield to block the burning meteors summoned by the shamans. For the kingdom. For the king. Hold on. In the south, the Forest Whisperer Ranger moves swiftly through the ruins, protected by the Cloud Piercer Sharpshooter in the east, using precise arrows to target orc officers and shamans. But their quivers are almost empty. The vines summoned by the nature mage were easily torn apart by the furious orcs. The sharpshooter's armor-piercing arrows couldn't stop the trolls' advance. Hold on. For the western border. For our homeland. An old veteran from the western border waved his broken sword and shouted as he charged at a troll. In the next moment, he was smashed into meat by a huge stone club. Fight them. We must. The soldiers shouted desperately, using their bodies to block the orcs' rush. But the defense line was like a dam being hit by a flood, constantly breaking and being eaten away. From the watchtower at the fortress's core, Marquis Glenwill watched the shrinking defense line below. He saw soldiers fall like wheat being harvested, their eyes bloodshot and filled with despair. He suddenly looked up toward the northeast, toward the north border. That was Lynn Costa's direction. Lynn, Count. Glenwill's voice trembled with frustration and sadness. The western border can't hold much longer. In Blackrock City, the central command room. On the magic battlefield map, the light point representing the Broken Blade Fortress flickered wildly with a bright red color. The alarm sounded sharp and piercing. Sir, Lime's voice was urgent like never before. Urgent report from the western border. The core area of Broken Blade Fortress is in danger. Sir Arthur Rowland is seriously injured. Marquis Glenwill requests immediate support. The defense line may collapse at any moment. What? Elicho suddenly stood up, his eyes shining with cold light. Sir, let me lead the troops. Lynn stood in front of the map, staring intently at the bright red light. The fortress of the Rock had just endured a fierce battle. The crisis in Howling Wind Valley was unresolved, and the sea monster of Golden Stone Port was watching closely. The north border itself was also in danger. But if the western border falls, the main orc forces will march straight into the kingdom's heartland. The north border will become a complete island. Alec, Lynn's voice was like a burst of icy cold. Understood. Deploy the troops. Ice Edge Rangers, 700 soldiers. Longbow Guard, 500 soldiers. Heavy Cavalry, 250 soldiers. Rune Mages, 50. Engineering Corps, 200. A total of 1,700 elite troops. Assemble immediately. Bring all armor-piercing, poison-tipped runed arrows, shock rune bombs, holy fire oil, healing potions, and portable rune shields with earth barrier. Yes, sir. Eli's eyes burn with fierce determination. No hesitation at all. He turns and rushes out of the command room. Liam, Lynn's voice is firm and clear. Understood, sir. Immediately activate the arcane teleportation array. Small, short range, high energy consumption. Coordinates. Between the Rock Fortress and the Broken Blade Outpost at Eagle's Nest Peak. Open a path for Eli's army. Shorten the travel time. Energy crystals needed. Emergency call from the Howling Wind Valley Secret Vault. At all costs. Yes, sir. Liam responds and rushes toward the magic array control room. Hawk. Sir. Send out your Shadow Fong scout team. All of them. Target. The outer perimeter of the Broken Blade Outpost. Find the weak points of the orc encirclement. Provide precise guidance for Eli. Yes, sir. Hawk's figure flashes and disappears into the shadows. The commands are issued like a storm. The entire Blackrock City immediately enters maximum combat readiness. Barracks are bustling, workshops roaring, and magic arrays shining brightly. At the Rock Fortress, Carl stands on the bloodstained city wall, watching Eli's army hurriedly gathering below. His wound still aches faintly, but his eyes are sharp as an eagle. Eli, Carl's voice is deep and strong. The western border. I trust you with it. Rest assured. Eli mounts his horse again, the heavy armor's lance glinting in the sunlight. The Rock Fortress. I leave it to you. As long as I, Carl, am still breathing. The orcs will never step foot on the gray rock mountain path. Carl pounds his axe heavily on the ground. Buzz, a huge, shimmering blue arcane teleportation portal suddenly opens outside the Rock Fortress. Space twists violently. An energy storm sweeps around. All troops, move out. Eli raises his lance high. For the Northern Realm. For the Kingdom. Charge. 1,700 of Blackrock's bravest warriors, like a steel flood, charge unhesitatingly into the blue portal. Their target is the western battlefield thousands of miles away. The soon-to-be overrun Broken Blade Outpost by the orcs. Eagle's Nest Peak. A steep mountain between the Rock Fortress and the Broken Blade Outpost. At this moment, the small arcane teleportation array on the mountain top glows brightly. Space twists intensely. Boom! Followed by a loud explosion. Led by Eric, the Iron Tide appeared suddenly on the top of Eagle Nest Peak like a divine army descending from the sky. Horses neighed loudly. Armor clanged fiercely. Scouts, move forward. Target, Broken Blade Fortress. Find the gap in the orc encirclement, Eric ordered sharply. Yes, several, Shadow Fong, scouts vanished into the dense forest like ghosts. All troops, rest for 15 minutes. Check your gear. Replenish your strength. Eric's voice was steady and strong. In 15 minutes. Target, Broken Blade Fortress. Charge. The soldiers silently checked their weapons, fed their horses, and their eyes burned with cold fighting spirit. They knew what they were about to face. An orc main force dozens of times larger than theirs. A deadly, hopeless situation. But no one backed down. Broken Blade Fortress. The core stronghold. The stone bridge defense line. Boom, a deafening explosion. The defenses on one side of the stone bridge were smashed by a giant, stone fist, troll. Debris flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. Hold on, Marquis Glenwill roared, smashing the head of an attacking orc warrior with his hammer. But only fewer than 10 of his personal guards remained beside him. Lord Marquis, retreat. Fall back to the fortress, the vice officer shouted desperately. No. Glenwill's eyes turned red. Not one step back. This is our grave, and the orc's grave. Kill. At that moment, woo woo woo, a deep, piercing horn suddenly sounded from the outer edge of the orc encirclement. The horn carried a familiar, cold, desolate feeling. It's the horn of the northern border. An old soldier from the west suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with disbelief. The Blackrock Army. The Blackrock Army is coming. Boom! The ground began to tremble. The sound of hooves like rolling thunder approached from afar. Behind the orc encirclement, a deafening cry of battle and the savage howls of orcs suddenly erupted. Heavy cavalry. Form the spearhead formation. Break through them. Eric's cold voice rang out across the battlefield. Roar, 250 Blackrock heavy cavalry, clad in rune-engraved armor and wielding heavy lances, charged fiercely into the weakest rear flank of the orc encirclement like a tide of steel from. Splat! The terrifying impact echoed loudly. The sudden appearance of the orc infantry was like paper being torn apart. The iron hooves crushed bones. The spear pierced through bodies. The unstoppable charge instantly created a huge gap in the dense orc formation. Frostblade Rangers. Cover the flanks. Focus on killing the shaman. Elric's voice rang out again. Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of poisoned short spears shot out like snakes from both sides, accurately covering the orc shaman positions in the back. Several, Bloodhowl, shamans, caught mid-spell, screamed and fell. Longbow Guard. Fire in volleys. Suppress the orc counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of arrows like dark clouds covered the orc reinforcements trying to fill the gap. Rune Mage. Blazing Storm. Clear the way. Boom. A blazing wall of fire erupted among the orcs, instantly blocking the path to the stone bridge. Engineer. Earth Barrier. Protect the bridge entrance. Hum. Several large rune shields glowing with yellowish light rose instantly, shielding the fragile entrance to the stone bridge. Marquis Glenwell. Elric rode to the bridgehead, voice loud as thunder. Under the command of Count Blackrock. Elric here. Sending aid. Please, my lord. Break out with me. Marquis Glenwell looked at this steel army that seemed to descend from the heavens, at the banner of the silver wolf fluttering amid the smoke, filled with awe, excitement, and a complex emotion that was hard to describe. He suddenly raised his blood-stained warhammer. Warriors of the western lands. Reinforcements are here. Follow me. And break through. Charge. The desperate defenders erupted with a deafening roar. With Elric's troops supporting them, like a flood breaking a dam, they shattered the orc encirclement. They launched a final counterattack toward the fortress's core stronghold. A giant troll with a stone fist roared as it charged onto the stone bridge, swinging a huge stone club with immense force toward the rune shield. The shield trembled violently. Its glow dimmed instantly. Hold on, Master Orlando, with some clones aiding Eric, looked pale, his staff flashing with bright light. Dozens of rune mages behind him strained to keep the shield intact. Heavy cavalry. Charge. Knock it down, Eric ordered sharply. Roar. 10 heavy cavalry charged their horses forward like a wave of steel, smashing hard into the troll's legs. Boom. The giant troll staggered. Its stone club missed its target and crashed onto the bridge, sending stones flying. Longbow Guard. Armor-piercing rune arrows. Aim for the eyes. Fire. Eric's voice was cold and sharp. Swish, swish, swish. Several glowing rune arrows shot precisely into the troll's eye sockets. Yow! The troll let out a piercing scream, clutching its eyes and retreating wildly, knocking over a group of orcs behind it. Ice Edge Rangers. Poison-tipped short spears. Cover the gap. Eric continued to give orders. Swish, swish, swish. A dense rain of short spears, like poison, covered the gap where the troll retreated. Orc infantry rushing forward screamed and fell. Lord Marquis. Push back. Eric looked at Glenwell. Good. Glenwell's eyes burned with fierce battle fire. He raised his rune, warhammer high. Warriors of the Western Realm. Follow me to fight. Charge. With Eric's precise and deadly support, the Western defenders unleashed their final courage. They forced the orcs back from the front of the stone bridge, temporarily stabilizing the shaky defense line. But everyone knew this was only a brief respite. The main orc force still surrounded the fortress core like a vast ocean. Eric's 1,700 elite soldiers, like stones thrown into the sea, caused big waves but couldn't change the overall disadvantage. The defense line could collapse again at any moment, just as the situation reached a critical point. Woo, woo, woo. A long, clear, piercing horn sound echoed through the sky from the eastern horizon of the Broken Blade Fortress. That horn carried an ancient and mighty power, instantly overpowering the noise of the battlefield. Then, the ground began to shake. It was not the wild stomping of monsters, but a steady, uniform march like rolling thunder. On the horizon, a huge flag with golden bows, arrows, and an anvil pattern rose in the morning light. Beneath it, an endless stream of steel flowed forward. That's the banner of the eastern border. An old soldier from the west trembled with excitement. The Grand Duke of Iron Bow. It's Igor Iron Anvil's reinforcements. The main force of the eastern border is here. Iron Bow, Iron Bow, Iron Bow. A deafening cheer swept across like a giant wave, full of power and confidence. On the eastern plains, at the front, about 5,000 heavily armored foot soldiers, wearing thick steel armor, holding large tower shields and long spears. Their steps are perfectly synchronized, like a moving wall of steel. Shields gleam with runes of strength on both sides. Tens of thousands of light infantry, wielding steel short swords and iron shields, moving swiftly, full of fighting spirit. In the middle, the famous Cloud Piercer sharpshooter army of the eastern border. Over 5,000 soldiers, carrying special powerful bows, with full quivers, eyes sharp as eagles. They stand in neat formations, radiating a chilling aura of deadly intent. At the back, a large force of heavily armored cavalry, both men and horses shining with rune-etched armor, holding heavy lances, like sleeping steel giants. In the sky, dozens of giant griffins circling. On their backs, the elite Sky Knights of the eastern border, wielding runed bows and poisoned javelins. In the center of the formation, a huge golden chariot pulled by 8 pure white horses. An old man, clad in dark gold rune armor, with white hair and a stern face like a lion, stood proudly. He held a massive rune bow embedded with magical crystals. He was the protector of the eastern border, the Grand Duke of Iron Bow, Igor Iron Anvil. Glenwell, old friend, looks like things are lively here. Igor's voice boomed like a bell, transmitted clearly through a rune amplification device across the battlefield. It carried a teasing tone, but also immense authority and strength. Igor, Marquis Glenwell looked at the familiar banner and the large, well-equipped main army of the eastern border. His eyes shone with unprecedented excitement. Despair was instantly replaced by wild joy. You old rascal, finally, you are willing to crawl out of your iron fortress? Humph. If you don't come out soon, your old bones will be torn apart by orcs and fed to the dogs. General Igor snorted coldly, slowly raising his massive rune bow, pulling back the bowstring. A rune arrow crackling with bright electric sparks materialized out of thin air. Warriors of the eastern border. Now, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Target, orc. All troops, charge, for the eastern border. For the kingdom. Kill, kill. The eastern border army surged forward like a dam breaking, crashing fiercely into the orc encirclement. The Cloud Piercer sharpshooter legion unleashed a volley of arrows. The dense rain of arrows, like a cloud of death, precisely covered the orc rear positions. Shamans, officers, trolls, felon groups. The heavy infantry's shield wall moved like a mountain, crushing all orc lines trying to block them. The heavy cavalry's charge was like thunder, tearing through the orcs' flanks in an instant. Griffin aerial knights swooped down. Poison-tipped spears like the fangs of death targeted the orcs' airborne units with precision. The main orc force quickly found itself trapped, attacked from both front and back. The fear slowed down, chaos spread. Glenwell, General Igor's voice rang out again. What are you waiting for? Counterattack. Crush them. Yes, Marquis Glenwell's eyes burned with revenge. Warriors of the West, friends of the North, follow me, and break out. For the West, for the North. Kill. Irek raised his spear, his voice cold and powerful. The stone bridge defense line shattered with a loud crash. Glenwell led the remnants of the Western forces, while Erec led the elite of the north. Like two sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, they plunged into the chaos of the orc ranks, attacking from inside and outside the main army. The battlefield at the Broken Blade Fortress turned around instantly. The main orc force plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. The tide of victory began to tilt. Blackrock City, Central Command Room. On the magic sand table, the bright red dot representing the Broken Blade Fortress was rapidly fading. In its place, a golden glow symbolizing the reinforcements from the eastern border spread like wildfire across the battlefield. The main force of the orcs was caught between enemies inside and outside. They fell into chaos. Lem's voice carried uncontrollable excitement. Good. Lin's eyes sparkled brightly. The situation in the western border is stable. In fact, the signal for a counterattack has already been sounded. Send orders to Eric. Coordinate with the eastern and western allied forces. Focus all efforts on encircling and destroying the orc main force. Be sure to wipe them out completely. Yes. Now, Lin's gaze shifted to the other 3 battle lines on the map, his eyes cold and sharp. It's our turn to settle this. Good. Lin's eyes sparkled brightly. Lin's voice echoed through the magic communication device on the Blood Fury ship. Reporting for duty. Soren's voice sounded a little tired, but mostly full of fighting spirit. Regarding the new ship at Golden Grain Port, Sea Demon Killer class, has it been launched? Yes, sir. 3 Sea Demon Killers. 5 ships. 2 support ships. All launched and equipped with basic weapons. Excellent. Lin's voice was firm. All units move out. Target the Sea Demon Nest. The Dark Elf Fleet. Clear the way for me. Sweep the seas clean. Understood, sir. Soren's eyes burned with fierce fire. Navy. All units, listen up. Target, open sea. Deep sea restricted zone. Full speed ahead. Crush those pests. Tom. Orlando. Lin's voice turned to the Howling Wind Valley. Yes, sir. Tom's voice was breathless. Orlando's sounded a bit weak. Regarding the Howling Wind Valley, has the Earth Fortress rune array been completed? Yes, sir. It is finished, Orlando replied. Good. Lin's voice was cold as a blade. Hawk, have you found the source of the cave dwellers' mining operations? Yes, sir. I found it. Hawk's voice came from the shadows. Deep inside the mine, a huge natural cavern. There is a spatial fluctuation. It seems to connect to the shadow realm. A large number of cave dwellers are pouring out from there. Excellent. Lin's eyes flashed with icy light. Tom, Orlando, Hawk, listen carefully. Yes. Activate the Earthquake rune array. Target the cavern's spatial node. Destroy it completely. Seal the passage. Bury those underground rats. Forever. Yes, sir. The 3 responded in unison, their voices full of determination. Cal. Lin finally turned to the Fortress of the Rock. Yes, sir. Cal's voice was steady and strong. Direction of the Fortress of the Rock. The main orc forces are held back in the western border. Your pressure has eased. But do not relax. Maintain strict surveillance of the Broken Blade Mountains. Be alert for remnants of orcs fleeing. At the same time, coordinate with Eric to clear all orc strongholds within the Northern Territory. Yes, sir. Commands like sharp swords cut through the air, filled with unstoppable fighting spirit, striking in all directions. Off the coast of Golden Ear Port, in the deep sea restricted zone. Woo woo woo. A deep conch horn echoes through the waves. General Soren stands at the bow of the brand new sea monster killer flagship, the Abyss. An unprecedented Black Rock Navy fleet cuts through the waves, heading straight for the sea monster nest. General, a huge energy vortex has been detected ahead. Suspected dark elf magic node. Lookout reports urgently. Good. Soren's eyes flash with cold light. Sea monster killer. Target, the center of the vortex. Magic break, harpoon. Full power. Fire at will. Bang, bang, bang. 3 massive harpoons, shimmering with bright silver light, tear through the water like judgment from the abyss, shooting fiercely into the vortex's center. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounds underwater. The vortex instantly disperses. A piercing scream echoes from the seabed. Dark green blood stains the sea surface red. Dark elf warships spotted. 3. They are fleeing. Lookout screams again. Attack ships. Pursue at full speed. Crossbows. Cover fire. Don't let them escape. Support ships. Deploy the deep sea shackles rune array. Block the area. Rune mage team. Cast together. Tsunami impact. Target. Fleeing enemy ships. Yes, sir. On the sea, cannon fire roars. Magic light flashes. Under overwhelming firepower, the dark elf fleet, like stray dogs, is quickly slaughtered. Deep inside the Howling Wind Valley mines. A huge cavern. Master Orlando. Rune array. Charging complete. Master Tom. Demolition points. All in position. Captain Hawk. The troglodytes have been temporarily driven away. Good. Tom, shirtless and muscular, suddenly raises the detonator rune disc in his hand. Activate. The four walls of the cave shimmered with glowing runes of earthquake explosion, suddenly shining with a blinding yellow light. A powerful energy surged wildly. Boom! Tom forcefully pressed the rune disc. A thunderous roar echoed, like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart. The entire Howling Wind Valley trembled violently. The ceiling of the cave collapsed with a loud crash. Huge rocks fell like a rainstorm. The space node was torn apart by the wild energy. The dark passageways in the shadowy region were permanently sealed. The cave dwellers, unable to escape, let out desperate screams and were buried forever beneath tons of rocks. Outside the stone fortress, on the gray limestone road, Carl stood on the city wall, leaning on his bone axe. He looked toward the distant Mount Broken Blade, where faint flames and shouts of battle could be heard, Eric coordinating with the Allied forces to wipe out the remaining enemies. A cold smile appeared on his face. Send orders. Scout teams go ahead. Search for the remaining orcs. If you find any traces, eliminate them without mercy. Yes. General, in the central command room of Blackrock City, Lynn stood before a huge magic map. On the map, the red light representing the main orc forces in the western battlefield was quickly swallowed by the golden, eastern, and silver, northern, lights. The deep blue whirlpools representing sea monsters and dark elves completely vanished near Golden Ear Port. The yellow dots representing the cave dwellers at Howling Wind Valley were permanently extinguished. For battlefronts, for lines of blood and fire intertwined defenses. After great sacrifices, the dawn of a full counterattack finally arrived. Lynn slowly raised his hand, a spark of bright starlight gathering at his fingertips. He gently touched the map, connecting the 3 points of light representing the northern, western, and eastern fronts into a single, unbreakable triangle. Like a huge, invincible shield, the kingdom's shield, is formed. Lynn's voice was deep and powerful. Next, it's our turn to strike back with a mighty fist. He suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as lightning. Liam, reporting in. Order the entire army. Prepare for battle. Target, orc stronghold. Broken Blade Mountains. Skullcrack Valley. This time, we will clear out their nests. End their threat forever. Yes. Sir. Liam's voice was filled with excitement and respect. In the eastern region, Duke Igor Iron Anvil of the Iron Bow led the main forces to support the front. Like a mighty thunderbolt, his iron fist shattered the orcs' encirclement around the Broken Blade Fortress. In the western region, the remnants of Marquis Glenwill's army and the elite of the northern front, led by Eric, struck like two sharp swords from the core stronghold. The three allied armies surrounded the orcs from all sides, tearing their chaotic main force into pieces in an instant. On the ruins of the Broken Blade Fortress, banners fluttered in the smoke, the blue wolf, the wheat, and the iron bow. The soldiers' roars, the orcs' wails, the clash of weapons, and the roar of magic blended into a powerful symphony of victory. The orc main force was defeated, but the real battle was just beginning. The scattered orcs, like stray dogs, fled in panic back into the depths of the Broken Skull Mountains, chased by the iron hooves of the allied forces. Everyone knew this was only a temporary retreat. The orcs' heart still beat in Cracked Skull Valley. There, they gathered their last and strongest strength. Deep in the Broken Skull Mountains, in Cracked Skull Valley, the atmosphere here was no longer chaos and noise, but a suffocating sense of oppression and madness. A huge altar made of orc bones was stained dark red with blood, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and sulfur. Tens of thousands of remaining orc warriors, driven by shamans' howls and whips, looked like trapped beasts pushed to the edge, their eyes glowing with bloodthirsty desperation. At the top of the altar, two figures stood like demons from Grom the Skullbreaker. The howling blood shaman leader was now completely mad. His face was painted with strange colors made from his own blood and enemy brains. At the top of his skull-shaped staff, a large, ominous red glowing magic crystal was embedded. He was bare-chested, his muscles twisted and covered with fierce scars and flowing blood. His eyes were blood-red, and he roared unintelligibly. A wild, chaotic, destructive energy radiated from him, distorting the surrounding space. It seemed he was sacrificing himself to summon some indescribable terrifying power. Morish the Shadow Weaver. The dark elf mage leader appeared unusually calm, even with a hint of sickly elegance. She wears a dark purple, elegant robe decorated with twisted spider and dagger patterns. Her skin is a sickly gray-purple, with long, pointed ears that twitch slightly. She wears a metal mask that only shows her cold eyes. In her hand, a floating crystal made of pure shadow spins constantly. Many fine, web-like shadow energy lines extend from the crystal, connecting to dozens of dark elf mages and assassins around the altar. They are building a large, complex shadow magic circle. Below the altar, heaps of orc and human bodies are slowly being consumed by shadow energy, feeding the magic circle. A cold, silent, malicious shadow energy spreads like a tide through the valley. Grom, you fool. The sacrifice isn't enough. Hurry up. Moras's voice is cold and urgent, like a snake spitting venom. This shadow veil needs more life energy to cover the whole mountain, to turn this place completely into our domain. Roar. Grom responds with an even more furious roar. He suddenly stabs his bone staff into his chest. Dark green blood gushes out and merges into the altar. The red light on the altar suddenly intensifies. A more chaotic, terrifying wave of energy sweeps out. The sky seems to darken. They're summoning an evil god. Stop them. At the front of the allied army, Duke Igor's voice booms like thunder. His rune bow, the iron bow, is fully drawn. A rune arrow crackling with bright lightning tears through the darkness, shooting fiercely at the dark elf which atop the altar. Humph. Trivial tricks. Moras snorts coldly. She slightly turns her shadow crystal. Buzz, a solid shadow shield instantly appears in front of her. Boom, the rune arrow strikes the shield with a burst of dazzling light and intense energy. The shield shakes violently, but does not break. Griffin aerial knights. Target, the altar. Dive and attack. Duke Igor commands loudly. Roar, dozens of griffins roar loudly as they swoop down with aerial knights. Poison-tipped spears and burning bombs rain down on the altar. Shadow guards. Intercept. Moras's voice is icy. Whoosh. Around the altar, dozens of dark shadows suddenly leap into the air like ghosts. These are the elite shadow blades of the dark elves, stealthy assassins. They hold poison daggers and shadow darts, moving quickly like lightning. They fight fiercely in the air against griffin knights. Many griffins scream as they fall. Some assassins are pierced by javelins. Heavy infantry. Shield wall formation. Charge. Crush these enemies. Marquis Glenwill brandishes a rune warhammer, his voice hoarse but full of strength. He leads the remaining troops from the western border and some heavy infantry from the east, forming a steel flood rushing toward the orc defenses in the valley. Earth-shattering warriors. For the tribe. Kill all humans, roars the orc commander. The remaining orc fighters, driven by their shaman's shouts, unleash their last madness. They charge bravely into the steel flood. Boom. Two powerful forces collide. Flesh and blood fly everywhere. Bones break, muscles tear, turning into a brutal battlefield of slaughter. Sky-shooting marksman. Target, the shaman. Free to take him down. Sir Arthur Rowland, badly wounded but still commanding, shouts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cloud piercer, archers from the east stretch their bows like full moons. Special, demon-breaking, rune arrows, like Death's Call, shoot precisely at the shamans behind the orc lines. Many shamans scream as they fall. Nature's wrath. Wrap around, shouts the southern noble. Buzz. Countless tough vines suddenly burst from the ground, entangling the charging orc infantry, slowing their attack. Alec. Linen's voice comes through magical communication into Alec's mind. Yes, sir. Alec leads the Icefang Rangers, ghost-like, skimming the battlefield's edge. Target, the altar. Dark Elf Mage. Shadow Fang Scout Team, support you. Break their spell at all costs. Understood, sir. Alec's eyes flash with cold light. Icefang Rangers. Poison short spears. Target, the mage. Covering fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of deadly short spears, like venomous snakes, shoot toward the dark elf mages around the altar. Shadow Blade Assassins. Protect the mage, Morass shouts sharply. Clang. The dark elf assassin swung his dagger, blocking most of the short spears. But two mages were still hit and fell with screams. The glow of the shadow magic circle flickered slightly. Good chance. Shadow Fang. Attack now. Hawk's voice rang out from the shadows. Whoosh whoosh. Several dark shadows, like poisonous snakes blending into the darkness, suddenly appeared at the edge of the altar. Poison daggers aimed at the key point maintaining the magic circle. Trying to die? Morris's eyes flashed with cold light. His shadow crystal suddenly exploded. Shadow grip. Puff. Puff. Several giant hands made of pure shadow appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the attacking Shadow Fang Scout fiercely. The sound of bones breaking was clear. Hawk. Eric's face was full of rage. Humph. Tiny ants. Morris sneered. Carl. Lynn's voice turned toward the fortress of the rock. Sir. Carl's voice was steady and strong. How's the cleanup of the orc remnants on your side? Almost cleared. Sir. Good. Leave the necessary guards. Lead all the heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, and longbow guards from the fortress of the rock through the arcane teleportation portal immediately. To support Cracked Skull Valley. Yes, sir. Carl's eyes burned with fierce determination. Buzz. A huge arcane portal lit up outside the fortress of the rock. Carl, dressed in blood-stained green snake-scale armor and wielding a large bone axe, led the charge. Behind him were 2,000 heavy infantry with beast wall tower shields, 500 heavy cavalry armed with heavy lances, and 1,000 longbow guards. Like a wave of steel, they rushed into the portal. On the battlefield of Cracked Skull Valley. Boom! With thunderous hoofbeats and heavy footsteps, Carl's northern army appeared on the flank of the battlefield as if descended from the heavens. Brave warriors of the north. Carl raised his bone axe and shouted like a bell. For Blackrock territory. For the count. Crush them. Roar. The heavy infantry's shield wall, like a moving mountain, crashed fiercely into the orc line's flank, tearing it apart instantly. The charge of the heavy cavalry was like a mighty thunderbolt, carving a bloody path through the chaotic orc horde, heading straight for the altar. The arrow rain from the longbow guard was like a storm of death, covering the shamans and dark elf assassins behind the orcs. Count Lin, Grand Duke Igor looked at this suddenly appearing army of steel, a hint of admiration in his eyes. What a brave and experienced force, old friend Glenwell. We need to work harder. Don't let the young ones steal the spotlight. Grand Duke Igor laughed loudly. He pulled his iron bow, again, forming a rune arrow wrapped with wind and thunder power. Target, that crazy shaman. Exactly what I had in mind. Marquis Glenwell raised his warhammer high. Warriors of the western border. Follow me. Smash that altar. Kill. The Allied forces' morale soared. Their attack was unstoppable, like a mighty wave. The orc defenses kept falling back. The dark elf assassins suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Icefang riders and the Shadow Fang. At the top of the altar. Morass. Hurry. Shadow Curtain. Activate. Grum the Skullbreaker roared like a beast. His chest wound was bleeding heavily, but his madness grew stronger. The magic crystal at the top of his bone staff burst with bright, blood-red light. A chaotic and terrifying energy was gathering. Shut up, idiot. Morass's face turned pale. She spun the shadow prism wildly. Countless shadow energy lines flickered violently. Almost there. Just a little more. Hold them back, you. Have no chance now. A cold voice, like a wind from the nine hells, suddenly echoed above the altar. Lynn Costa, draped in a silver-gray wolf fur cloak, holding a rune sword embedded with a black basalt duke's ring, stepping through the void, slowly descending. He was surrounded by a faint arcane glow, his gaze cold as eternal ice, like a deity looking down on ants. Where did this power come from? It came from the regional magic tower, Rock Node, in Blackrock City, which operated day and night, gathering immense arcane energy. It was also the Star Resonance, rune array, specially crafted for Lynn by the Magic Academy after intense research led by Master Orlando, combining the essence of runes like Earth Strength, Storm's Calm, and Fog's Dissipation, after consuming a lot of reputation to speed up the process. At this moment, Lynn used the Duke's ring to resonate with the tower's core, gathering arcane energy from dozens of miles around into himself. Like a walking storm of magic. Lynn Costa, Moras's pupils suddenly shrank. The face under the mask showed a look of shock for the first time. She felt a powerful and pure arcane energy coming from the other person, much stronger than she had expected. Roar, Grom let out an even crazier roar, his blood-red eyes fixed tightly on Lynn. A blood-red glow flashed from the magic crystal at the top of his bone staff. A thick beam of blood-colored light, made of chaotic energy and filthy blood, shot out like a judgment from, aiming straight at Lynn. Trivial tricks, Lynn snorted coldly. He gently waved his rune sword in his hand. A clear, pale blue shield made of star power instantly appeared. Boom! The blood-colored beam slammed into the shield with a deafening explosion. An energy storm swept around. The shield shook violently but did not break. What? Grom's eyes were full of disbelief and shock. Moorish. Together. Kill him, Grom shouted wildly. Shadow weave. Death net. Moorish's eyes flashed with cruelty. His shadow crystal burst with dazzling purple-black light. Countless solid shadow energy lines, like living creatures, wove into a huge, deathly shadow net that spread out to cover Lynn. Where the net passed, the space seemed to be corroded. Showing off in front of the master, Lynn's eyes were sharp as a sword. His left hand formed a virtual fist, and a rune magic ball, made of pure arcane energy, quickly condensed. Arcane. Disassemble. The magic ball burst out with blinding white light. Wherever the white light touched, the seemingly indestructible shadow net melted and disintegrated like snow and ice. Ugh! Moorish was struck hard, spewing a mouthful of purple blood. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. It's over. Lynn's voice was cold and ruthless. He raised his rune sword high. On the sword, brilliant starlight gathered wildly. A terrifying wave of energy, enough to tear the heavens and earth, spread out. Starfall. Judgment. No, Moorish and Grom shouted in despair at the same time. The shining star sword, like dawn breaking through eternal darkness, carried the power of judgment and struck down fiercely. Its target was the two at the top of the altar, those who sought to destroy everything. The final battle in Skull Valley has arrived, and the moment of judgment is here.